We're the only. Like, it's us. This guy named James who's doing a documentary. Come over here, James. Grab that one. Is that one hot? Or no? Here, just stand. You can just. Are you on frame? I figured we should talk about the documentary. A little promotion.
All right.
So James here, he went and filmed basically a bunch of the open bracket stories that happened over the weekend. And I hear that some of those stories are players that made it to qualifying rounds. I don't know if they made it through or not.
I don't know if we want to like leak that. Or
I don't know if we leak who is like the primary people you follow, but
no. If you are a fan of open bracket, if you are a fan of what open bracket gives to Halo and the opportunity to give, and maybe you've only been like a casual for open bracket, you've only been like a little invested, right? Maybe you've only caught some feature matches or something. Yep. This was made thinking about you, thinking about trying to show off what's been going on, all of the grinding, all of that. You said it yesterday, all that war of attrition that happened down in the pit, and then 4 of those teams get to go take their shot at the 12 best teams in the world. And yeah, just trying to follow some of those stories and kind of bring them into the light a little bit.
Yeah, I'm excited for it.
Yeah, so I think that what you're talking about goes hand in hand with what we're doing here, right? We had a heavy focus this time on like the open bracket and the side stations, heavier than normal, right? So a little less pro player participation on our stream this time around, but more with the open bracket and the passion pit and all that good stuff. And DreamHack theoretically is going to be very similar. We're going to be ingrained in that, but I think that your documentary and everything that you're saying is on point. What about like the background and what you've done like so far, right? Like you're not just some bloke that just picked up a camera.
I mean, if y'all like, I guess like my like start in like being involved in like a Halo community, other than just watching it and loving it. A couple years ago, Upper Deck made the CDL cards. I looked at them and I'm like, man, I think I got something for that. So spent like that whole season working on cards. Got a few buddies. They pitched a bunch of money to help me out. And then we gave out the cards that had like player stats and all that. And then
was that like the first world?
Yeah. When LVT had their team, and that kind of got me a couple of the right friends, and then had an opportunity come up to work with the GOAT Shawston in Boston for a project he had involving some Challengers players for COD, and that kind of was the spark. Been able to work with him. Been able to, or last season, I was with the pool play team for a couple of events and really kind of started to vibe a little bit more with it and kind of see what those stories would look like, and not just from like what you would see on a Twitch stream or what you would see on Reddit or something, but start to kind of feel a little bit more of the culture and kind of the idea for this one. I mean, popped into my head a little bit, and it's been quite a while trying to figure out, who would be the right people to do it with, look at. Then, like, as soon as like the nexus of the idea like formed, like I knew it was an LVT. Like, I knew that if I was gonna be going through YouTube or something and I saw this video, like it was an LVT video. So I was able to reach out and able to make some magic happen, I think.
Well, we appreciate you coming out. I'm very excited to get like those first looks in a week or so when you start chopping up the stuff. What's like the timeline that people can expect to see the video when it's done?
Man, I was grinding on a trailer all last night. In a perfect world, I think maybe we see it later today, but I'm going to be realistic. It's probably looking like early next week, kind of for that little teaser trailer.
Next week, and then
and that'll kind of show off a couple of or maybe at least give some good hints about who we're looking at.
Cool.
And then we should have a nice full video ready for DreamHack.
Awesome.
I'm noticing that we have the noise gate on the microphones
bad.
like super high because
Oh,
the
yeah,
broadcast is
do
like
I
loud.
need to save up
right
my
now.
chest a
The,
little
the
bit more?
venue's dead quiet, so the staff on the main stage can probably hear us talking right now. But like, so if our voices are kind of going in and out, I'll go fix that here in a second. But so you've kind of done this kind of Passion Pit style video before Call of Duty, right? That's
Yeah, and what I kind of really learned from that was like not how to tell their story, not trying to like make something fake out of it, but how to go around and try and be able to capture like, what they're going through, what playing through the open looks like, what that super long grindy session looks like, and then what they're fighting for, right? What are they really? Why are they going through all this? Like, we've got some players here who have dozens of hours on a flight to get here. We've got players who are local. We've got players who have been doing this for forever. And we've got players who've been doing this for a couple of years. But like, why have they been doing all this? That's what I've been really trying to capture from the people we talk to. Really try and like do them justice. Do the open bracket justice. The open bracket is one of the, like, Halo is one of the few esports where there is an opportunity for you and your boys without an org, without any of this big stuff, to be able to come out and show yourself and put up numbers against those teams that do.
I mean, think about it. Like, a bona fide open bracket team went from starting at, like, what, 11 seed this time to playing Shopify Rebellion, right, in professional play. Like, that's such a cool achievement. There are players that were first-time pros that had a chance to play against the best team in the world. And that's a cool achievement that isn't really possible in any other esport.
Yeah, and also, like, everybody loves a little drama. Obviously, the drama of the Passion Pit is kind of just naturally written, but I have a question. You know, where were you when the power went out?
Because man, I was right here with getting the light out. No, that was an exciting one, but I think it kind of goes to show. Like, I mean, it's wild down here. I mean, everything's happening. You got some words being said. I mean, then you've got players who are going to go from open bracket and they're going to immediately go and just absolutely murder somebody in the 2v2s. They're going to go to the FFAs.
Yeah.
I mean, what Aiden won, or Suspector won the free-for-all this year, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he was down here playing open bracket too. I mean, like, shout out the grinders, you know? Like, the people who were there, they didn't get, like, knocked out of open and go home, right? Even then, like with all of these stations here behind us, as soon as stations opened up, there was somebody trying to come sit. There was somebody trying to come play something.
Yeah.
Like, I know that guys were putting together 8s last night. There were all the side events. There was just, like, such a love for the competition in it that, I mean, you have to try and open up and tell a few more stories about that. Like, I mean, you got to do them justice. They've been putting in the work for all the fans, for all the viewers, even for, like, me. Like, I love watching Halo. That's why I'm here. That's what got me here. And then, like, how can we kind of show off all of that?
Yeah, that's what we're here for. That's what LBT's here for. We wanted to provide coverage for the things that, like, kind of don't get the coverage.
I'm gonna get up and lower the noise gate.
Yeah, no problem.
James,
no problem.
you can take my spot for a second here.
Perfect.
Have James come on and we'll talk to you guys in chat for a little bit longer. Woo! Hey, folks, how are we feeling? Who do we think's winning? Okay, here's how we're gonna do it. We have 4 teams, right? We'll go from Type 1 for Shopify, Type 2 for Optic, Type 3 for FaZe, Type 4 for SSG. I want to see what chat's feeling.
Let's see. Chill got.
What are we feeling, chat? Who we got?
Yoda King, Illy in the chat.
Damn, that's a lot of Shopifys. Some space stations. Only one FaZe person. Surprisingly low amount of Optic people thinking that they're gonna take their home event here today. Someone said 5. That's me. I'm gonna come in and get it done. Oh, dude, the SSG series last night was awesome. Yeah,
Game 5 with the C9.
Yeah, with the C9, dude, the pop off by Lucid at the end. They were
Dude,
chirping the entire time.
I have been loving this year seeing a lot of the pros that have maybe been a little bit more reserved kind of really show off some of that big energy, right? I mean, we've been seeing shouting like Frosty. Frosty has been loud. I mean, even Formal. I mean, Formal's been.
Formal got up. He was chirping a little bit.
Some of those deads. Like, I mean,
yeah.
The energy's been back.
Formal's like, I will say the best takeover series I think I've ever seen. That Optic series from yesterday, right down 0-2. They need life. Renegade.
What is that point or
that
2.0 something?
Dude, yeah,
oh my gosh.
when we went into Game 5, he had like a 2.05 or something like that. Like, insane, like absolutely insane series from him. That might be one of the best individual performances in Halo's history. That series, dropping a 1.9 to win a Game 5 series is insane work from Renegade.
And then we had some big other like individual moments to take over too. I mean, Trippy's huge overkill extermination. That was one of the filthiest clips of this event. It was flawless looking.
Yeah, I think that was
beautiful.
the loudest pop off that I've heard from the main stage so far. The overkill from Trippy.
Yeah, I mean, it was insane. Like, because we didn't get to see it right away. I had to go back and I was like, oh, I saw the first half of the clip. I was like, oh, that was good. I don't think I was like pop-off worthy. And then I see him get to the next rotation and he hits pop, 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 pop. I was like, oh my God, dude. It was an overkill. It was like one of the fastest overkills you'll see. It was like, took like 2 seconds.
And it looked like if I was in a lobby with him just getting turned on.
Yeah, I'll say you couldn't even get a kill track out of that clip because everyone was on respawn for too long. Like, that's how fast he was on that overkill. That was one of the best I would see. That, I mean, that's probably, we have so many good clips. That has to be the best clip of the weekend for sure. But man, there's been some highlight reels into the tournament, and we haven't even seen the Championship Sunday stuff yet. That's when things get real hot.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Optic took every opportunity they had to get the bad stuff out and then get it going, man. That reverse sweep over Nemesis. I mean, the drama, the story, like, they had already lost to Nemesis, and then they go down 0-2 in the series. Like, that's, I mentally for me, like as a player, like I don't know that I could even like muster the strength to like just put up that much of a fight. And these guys, like you said, Renegade just ended up becoming the demon.
It was unbelievable how he took over.
Yeah, and so I think that like now, right, I feel like we're gonna see the best version of Optic. We already know that Rebellion is clicking on all fucking cylinders. They're pumping, right? And who else do we have left in the tournament? We got SSG and FaZe. I mean, yeah, kind of shocker to me, but I guess it's just the way the bracket worked out, and Optic dropping a game to Nemesis in pool play, and FaZe, working their way up to the winter final. So we're gonna see that Shopify FaZe matchup. But obviously, I like FaZe also, right? Like we're talking about Trippy hitting that overkill, and the rest of the guys on the team. Like, I'm sure that today is just gonna be non-stop action, highlight reel. I'm glad that we only have 4 matches. We can really focus up on these because we're gonna see the best Halo that we've seen. It's year 4 of Halo Infinite. Also, I think that we're gonna see something like historic today. I don't know. It's gonna be a montage. It's gonna be a highlight day.
You got to remember all of these storylines. I mean, Shopify went out and they put together monsters. Optic went out and put together monsters. SSG went out together and put up monsters. FaZe, monsters.
Yeah.
And now we're on LAN. Now there's no online. There's none of those talking points. It's who's gonna come out and who's gonna put down what they can. Who's gonna show what they're truly capable of.
Yeah.
And if I had in the preseason, like after all these rosters were announced, if I had to pick 4 teams that I wanted to see on Sunday Major 1, it's these 4, 100%.
I think even yesterday what we learned is there are some teams that could break into that top 4 as well. Cloud9 was very dangerous. I think Septify, in my opinion, outside the top 5 teams, which I'm putting Nemesis, right? I think like top 4 is like 4A, 4B with Nemesis, like they're there in my opinion. But we're talking about 5th through 12th. Septify is the best player in the top 12 right now, in my opinion. Like, if someone were to drop out of the top 4, I would be targeting Nemesis as the pick, or Septify as the pickup right now. I was really impressed with his weekend, and he came up big for Cloud9 when they needed him. Unfortunately, you know, their streak in being so good in those Slayers kind of fell apart when they hit Space Station, and it's a bit unfortunate. Like, I thought they were going to be able to do it because Game 5 Slayer, this is Cloud9, that's dangerous.
Yeah, and we saw the reaction from the boys too on the Cloud9 side after that Game 5 loss. You know, Manny definitely took that one, seemed pretty tough, right? You know, Boo Boo's Boo Boo. He's pretty composed. You know, he's a runner, all that good stuff. I mean, he didn't look too shaken up at the end, but you know, I really feel for Manny. I'm not sure, like, the emotions had to be like at an all-time high. We're talking about a day that started at 8 a.m. for a lot of these players, right? Including us, right? We were here at 7 a.m. yesterday, and like that was the next day. It was past midnight. These guys were, you know, fighting for their life in the tournament. And on top of all that, right, there was some chirping going on between Cloud9, Space Station. Before going into Game 5, Cloud9 took the break. I think both teams got up, but SSG came back pretty quickly, right? Pretty normal, break. Cloud9 took their damn time. Let's just say that, right? And I think that, you know, on the LBT stream, right, we caught the reactions of the players and the crowd. I don't think you guys got that on the Alpha stream. So shout out to Tools for taking the camera over there. But man, these guys were it was passion, and it was so good to see Space Station also buy into it and get up and, you know, give it back to him. You know what I'm saying? And there were some words, right? I think I forget which player, but you know, it's like why delay the inevitable sort of situation, right? Like they you know, I think SSG, they felt like they had it in the bag, I guess, going into it, and they're like, why are they like milking us? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, come and get your ass whooping kind of situation.
They immediately got up. It was crazy because Cloud9 not only man, I wish I had the camera there a bit earlier, because when I left to go get the camera, I was like, ooh, let me actually go get the camera. No one was sitting down. I think I saw SSG like come start walking in when I got the camera, and then I was like, okay, let me get over. Then Cloud9 just got there. I was like, oh, I almost got like the walk in.
Yeah,
pretty cool. But I'm hoping like at future events, we were planning on having that remote cam up for this event. Unfortunately, we had, I mean, if you watch the open bracket at the beginning of the day, you saw what it was doing in that flashing. We were able to figure it out.
Yeah.
It fixed itself at the end of the day, so we were able to get at least some cool stuff from it. But that's next level, man. I love having that remote cam, being able to capture those pop-offs in real time.
Yeah, and I mean, also like in regards to like the open bracket and the elevated station, you know, we put 2 cameras on the stage as well. Like we should have had 3 cameras covering it. Some last-minute technical issues that were out of our control just kind of shot it. So it's like it is what it is, you know. You know, we're gonna try to have some redundancy or something when we get to DreamHack, right? Because we do plan on being on the floor again for DreamHack and covering the Passion Pit as best as we can. Also, this is a learning process. Anybody that's ever watched LVT from like day 1 to now, right? I think everybody knows, right? We try to just take one baby step at a time, get better and better and better. We learn from our mistakes. We're not perfect. So it's like, it's just, it's a process for us to get through and learn how to, you know, what cog in the wheel in this massive event that we serve. And on top of that, how we can best serve those that rely on us to tell their stories, right? So I think that's why, you know, HCS has us here, is for these stories and for that kind of thing. And so we had intentions of doing a damn good job with the open bracket. I think that we got a little bit of a setback, but nevertheless, right, we had some great KPIs that we did hit, right? We have 2 different screens out here at the elevated stations. We had 2 observers at all times, so when there were matches up there, people were able to kind of crowd around behind our set and watch on the TVs these elevated observed streams. And you know, unfortunately, we weren't able to stream them all out, right? In an ideal world, we would have unlimited equipment and unlimited budget, but the truth is, right, the entire budget to do this thing kind of falls on LVT, and truthfully, like, it's like, I don't know how much we can do in, like, we're gonna have to take baby steps in that sense also, right? Like, I think we got here. We got the premise down. You know, it started at SLC last year. This is kind of the culmination of that. I think HCS looked at that and they're like, they really liked how that worked out, and so they said, let's try 2 elevated stations this time. And if you can bring 2 observers, then we'll give you 2 TVs, sort of situation, right? So it's like, okay, we had great intentions of like, you know, doing a little bit more, but we had to reel it back at the last second. And then, of course, like there was just multiple issues that we had to work through. But nevertheless, it's like, I love what we're doing here, and I think that people, especially here in the open bracket, are really starting to notice. It felt like, you know, you can see the main stage in the back, and then further out, you can see the TVs right behind me. Like, that's the featured station for the pro players, right? And then we're in the opposite corner. So it's like we have like a community corner in the back, and honestly, I like the vibes. I understand that, like, you know, maybe there was some less pro player participation on our end, but we were here more ingrained with the community side of things, and I think that speaks to what LBT is, right? Like, that's what this merch is. It's like, it's the grassroots, it's the community, it's the people with the passion just showing up, and we're trying to tell those stories, including James. So
I mean, that was why, like, y'all weren't just the first, but you were the only, like, group, organization, individual I thought of. I mean,
I think they want the music down just a tiny bit.
Okay.
It's overpowered.
but like with everything, like LVT's been doing, like I knew, like this was the spot. Like, this is gonna be the place, you know?
Yeah. No, that's why. I mean, that's what we strive for. One of the big things Louis is talking about, right, is like we come out here. Everything we do is funded from like our own pocket, so it's not like we have. It's not like we have these unlimited resources. Like, there's so much that we want to do, and we're like gradually trying to work towards it. So one of our big things this year is like we're trying to go out and try to find more sponsorship opportunities to allow us to have things. And we'd love to have you out, continued up again. We're hoping we can get that documentary, get in front of the right people, and see if we can find a sponsor for that. We have a lot of stuff that we just want to try to accomplish, and right now, I mean, there's some good signs. There's things that we can't really talk about at the moment where there's going to be a lot going on for LVT over these next few months. So right now, like, just support the way you guys can, you know, watching the stream, subscribing if you can, right? All that stuff helps. We're going to work our best behind the scenes to try to get more funding from sponsor activations to try to help lessen that burden of coming out here. Because the reality is we had, our team's like 12 people this event or something like that?
Yeah. Well, I think a better thing to do is like to talk about what we want to do.
Yeah.
So, like I said, we have 2 elevated stages here, and we had 2 different TVs showing 2 different matches with 2 different observers, nameplates and everything. And then, of course, we had the LVT stream. I think in an ideal world, we would have 3 streams, right? We would have a LVT Alpha, LVT Bravo, LVT Charlie. LVT Alpha would be your familiar faces, right? Tools, Active, Eli, Mikowski, Aliek. That's the LVT stream, right? And we do kind of what we normally do. It's like red zone coverage, kind of cover the best that we can. And then LVT Bravo, LVT Charlie, community streams, community casters, kind of like a walk up if anybody is here, right? Like, let's say, you know, I was about to say Billy Bob Joe. That's an actual player.
That is an actual player. Dude, I met him this morning.
Shout out to Billy Bob Joe. But yeah, I was trying to just use a generic gamer tag here. Say that somebody wanted to walk up and wanted to try casting for something. Like, we have 8 headsets here. We have the observers, right? But what we don't have is like the ability to make 3 different streams at the moment. We need a little bit more space, that kind of thing. But like, man, we are this close to being like full throttle, like on 3 different streams.
Someone just super chatted $20 on the YouTube.
Oh man, I didn't know that was possible.
Yeah, I didn't know that was possible either. Yo, shout out.
Oh, super. Okay, yeah, super chat.
Hey, look, hey, you gotta
Thank you for
music
taking
a little bit.
Yeah, dude. Hey.
More next time.
Thank you for taking feedback and for listening to us. And one more thing, let's have more player listen-ins, please. Yeah, so that's also something that I think that is possible. I think we would obviously have to like work that out with the teams and make sure that it's cleared by HCS. But like, it's possible. Like, it's right here. We have the equipment. The thing is, it's like it's just gonna take maybe a little more manpower on the back end. Like, there's a lot on my shoulders when we're like doing this sort of thing, and we have a couple people that are like here and there. But we like the truth is we're all wearing multiple hats, and we're also like stretched a little thin, right? Like I said earlier, we were here at 7 a.m. yesterday, right? And first thing I did in the morning, like I woke up at 6 in the morning, the storm had just blown through, and I'm like, okay, first thing I need to do is check to see if they finished with like replacing this transformers, because there was a storm, and I assume they can't work when there's a storm. And so like that's the first thing. So like I reach out to Corey Dunn, I'm like, hey, are we like good to go? And he's like, yeah, come on through. 7 a.m., man. Our asses were here in the door, setting everything up, getting the power back on, throwing away all the trash. The lights just went out randomly, right? So there was just trash everywhere. It's like, man, we're stretched a little thin, right? So it's like if we could bring out one more person, right? We could have like, someone running graphics, someone can be running audio, and we could be doing multiple listen-ins, and we could have multiple cameras, and we can do all that good stuff. But the truth is, right, we're only so big at the moment, right? But we are taking steps forward. And, I think if things continue to work out in the right way, I think that we can really do so really well. We did take a moment to shout out the YouTube Super Chat, and I do want to take a moment to shout out the support that we are getting on Twitch. So, Aguari, shout out to you for the resub. We got Poopy Shorts, also with the resub. Dallas Snipes with 5 community gifted subs 45 minutes ago, and then Meet CE about an hour ago. So, some of these probably came through this morning when y'all woke up and Barcode was still streaming. So, shout out to you guys. Big Bird's Toy, King 0422, Xavier, Arctic FPS. Shout out to the support that we've been getting. Of course, all the follows, all that stuff helps as well. But yeah, we're here for the community, and so it's been a process, right? Right now we're early. We're just kind of like talking bird's eye view sort of thing. So shout out to James for also, bringing himself out, right? So it's like that's the thing too, right? Like I know that you're talking about getting the video on the LVT channel. I think that you're absolutely right that like if there's an audience for it, it is built into the LVT Halo channel at the moment. So shout out to you. We're gonna do everything we can to like get that in front of as many eyes as we can, and hopefully someone can pump some funding into it, because I do think this is something that's desperately needed. Something that Garrett's been like bugging me about, and I'm like, man, I can only do so much. No, we're already like working everything we can, and it's like
hey, everybody
Spanish stream win, dude. I'm
Spanish stream win.
Yeah, everybody in the chat talking about looking for live player audio. It won't be live, but all of my players for the documentary were mic'd up for their matches.
They're mic'd up for the matches?
Mic'd up for the matches.
Wow,
y'all look, no leaks, but you might hear some things.
Hey, let's go.
That's
hey,
great.
That's what we're here
It'd be beautiful.
for.
Yeah, I didn't know you were
Oscar
bringing up the
Forrest with
matches.
5 community gifted subs. Thank you. Brand new 5 community gifted subs. Thank you so much. King J's in the chat. What's up, King J? LVT alumni. Is that right to say? I don't know.
He's one of the few people that have been officially a part of the LVT brand outside of a production role.
Yeah.
But we had Piggy,
It was Diagram,
King J, Sab,
Piggy,
Diagram,
Sab, King J, and then Thug Nasty.
Technically cherished for about like 5
Cherished.
minutes.
Yeah, Cherish.
That worked out much better for Cherish, by the way, King J. So thank God you guys dropped Cherish so that TSM could pick him up way back in the day. That was crazy. Yo, hey, shout out to the gifted sub. What is that?
Yeah, I'm
10?
having a hard time controlling my phone right now.
Yeah, I got it on the iPad. Take a look. Armed drunk donkey.
The
All
donkey.
right. All right.
10 gifted community subs. That's huge. Thank you so much. And then Catalyst, right? Is that how you would say that?
Yeah, Catalyst.
Gifted community subs. We must be in an ad
Love
right
Catalyst.
now. I noticed that we get community gifted subs when we're in ad. It's like there's some people that can't sub, right? And so like they're kind of forced to watch ads. And by the way, like that's how all this happens, right? We're not. I think we already mentioned this, but we're not like getting funding from some big organization. The funding comes from largely the Twitch chat. The YouTube is growing substantially this year. It's already like tenfold, like done number, like I think 4 times the numbers yet as last year. So shout out to our YouTube viewership. Will behind the last person talking into the YouTube chat. But yeah, thank you for the support.
Yeah, and the reality is like if we can find sponsorship money that can cover the show, like we can then reduce the frequency of ads and make the show a better product. Because it's like we don't like to run ads the way that we have to.
Right.
It's like we want to lower that number. It's just the reality is like we can't operate in the red. Like
no, it's impossible.
Yeah, it's like we
would have
can't
to
do
stop.
what we do. Like yeah.
We're at a level 5 hype train. I just realized.
Hey, and I haven't heard anybody mention checking their Twitch Prime.
Oh, Twitch Prime. Look,
Twitch
dude,
Prime.
this guy,
Hey,
dude,
hey,
he's behind
hey.
the camera. He might need to be in front of the camera.
Wait,
he knows about
hey.
the college.
Beige,
I'll stay in my lane.
Bro, we had just a ton of subs coming. So Beige dropped
look at that.
25.
Look at that.
Teflon dropped another 5. Executioner gifted 5. The Teflon Dom gifted 5. Dude, insane. Yo,
See,
thank you guys
y'all
so
are
much for
y'all
this.
are rolling, but see that they know what it is. They know that this channel is gonna be the sickest coverage of the sickest day of Halo that we've had yet, and they don't need to see ads for that. They're just trying to be here. But see, look, all of you guys who are grabbing your own subs, help each other out. Right? Help gift a couple, provide that gift to somebody else. You know, save somebody else from some ads so that they don't miss anything. Because we want you here with us.
The only
we're at level 9.
Yeah.
Or I guess it was the mass gifted that just happened that pushed us to level 9. So we're at
Patty Slay gave another 5.
69% through the level 9 hype train. Giggity.
Holy shit, dude. y'all are
Exotonic.
going crazy.
You called out Patty Slade. Typhlone. Let's go. And then Beiji once again. Oh, it was 25. Dude, my bad, brother.
Jeez.
I said 10. My bad. I didn't.
Have we talked about any of the other stuff that we're trying to do? So what have we talked about? The stuff that we want to do.
With the open bracket streams and all that good
I mean,
stuff?
just like at LVT, period. You know, so just to give an idea, like stuff that we're working on, things that we want to accomplish, and the support that's needed to like kind of get there.
Well, yeah, so we've sprinkled in some fantasy, right?
Oh man, I want to do fantasy at a much larger scale soon.
Yeah, fantasy is actually something that's been going through our conversations in our little think tanks for years, and I mean like 5 years. So it's something that we've been keen on doing. It's just like it takes, I think, much more than people understand to run a fantasy. Like stats have to be
The
tracked.
stats guy probably hates me. I'm like, please.
Stats
update
guy
this,
hates
please,
us.
please
Graphics
update
guy
this.
hates us.
yeah.
But they also love us. Shout out to you guys.
Almirage and Foxbot doing God's work.
Yeah,
for
so
us.
you're right, paired with the fantasy are stats, and with stats have to come presentation, and with presentation comes graphics, and with all that comes a cost. So if you want to sponsor the fantasy stuff, the stats pages, all that stuff, right now, the LBT stream largely goes unsponsored. I know that we put the grassroots logo down there. There's a lot of support that HCS gives us, like on the I guess like the bottom end, we get drops every single time that we're live, pretty much, unless we're not doing a tournament.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I live for drops.
Hey.
Right? First thing I do when I open Twitch, go check out the drops. Just go down a little bit, find Halo, go where I gotta go.
He's the guy. Me, I just like.
About the grassroots program though, like online, right, drops, all that good stuff. Like when we're like in between events, we obviously get we're the North American region partner for the open series for all the online stuff, right? But more importantly, through the grassroots program and through HCS, right, like these elevated stages are possible.
Yeah.
This stuff costs money, right? And if I just were to call them like, hey, I want to do an elevated stage, we want 2 of them, right? We need a TV, we need speakers. Like, okay, cool. $20,000. Right? Those are just totally bogus numbers right now. But I'm just saying that like there is cost associated with stuff like that. On top of that, right? Like, shout out to the admins. They're literally walking by. Like, there's people that they got to put up there too, right? So it's like, it's a team effort, right? And that's in large part like through us, our partnership with the grassroots and HCS, right? So shout out to HCS for obviously making this possible, right? It's like we didn't make the stage happen, right? We made this little corner happen, right? But working together, right? We're building a better product, a better experience for everybody, the fans and the players.
Beiji said to hit him up if we need a fantasy app built. I guess Beiji works in software, I guess? Hey, Beiji.
Listen, the best partners that we have found are the people that have realized I have something to give that is not money.
that is insane. So
and
you see our
very
graphics,
skilled
right?
people.
Like
Yeah.
our whole graphics package is amazing. That's because Foxbot, the guy that does our graphics, like watched our show and he's like, dude, I hate your guys' graphics package. he said, let me make you one. We're like, hey, make a graphics package for us. Go for it. He delivered something that was, I think, way above our expectations. And we haven't not talked to the man for like a week at a time for the last 3 years, it feels like. he has actually become like such an integrated part into LVT. Like having the show feel and look the way that it is thanks to like true diehard fans of Halo.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, that was one of the kind of bigger ones that really like latched me on to, especially like how great the open bracket is. Like when you go out there, it's like the people you're gonna run into, the who you're gonna talk to, the person you're gonna be even just like standing next to watching somebody play. Like the community, especially around like open and competitive Halo, is so clutch, so tight knit, right? Like I've had like so many like good friendships and like so many people I've met and like so many awesome, genuine people.
Yeah.
And I think that just it really comes back to the community side of Halo.
Yeah.
I mean, none of that would be around if it wasn't for like y'all, like right now in the chat, or those of you guys who are maybe tuning in before you head to the venue today, or wherever you are, but you're here, you're in Halo, you are that community. And like that is like such a powerful thing for us.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, I don't want to dunk on any other esports, but I mean, Halo's
But
kinda,
we will.
Halo's kind of special, though. I'm not gonna lie. Halo's hella special. I mean, we're.
I like the idea of like going out, calling out every esport. It's like, yeah, COD's
Shit
not
on.
doing
What
this.
games you used to play? What games you used to play? Oh yeah, they suck too. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, we're about to be a DreamHack. We're about to have some
Yeah,
other
DreamHack
game
will be
neighbors. We
fun.
might have to be nice for a little
Yeah,
bit.
DreamHack will be fun with all the other stuff. I want to give shout outs to some subs that came in while we were talking. Pure Delight gave 5. Shout out to the Canadian legend. Giggle18 gave a sub. He gave out, 1 sub. We had Texas Guy cheer 510 bits.
Let's go.
We had a Texas Guy give out his own sub. Beiji gave another sub. Soul Raver subscribed. Master Chiefer gave out a sub. Extonic resubscribed. Patty Sly resubscribed. Tylome subbed. Beiji. Okay, that was like where we were before. Teflon Dome just gave another 200 bits.
Let's go.
Halt Zimmer.
Oh, are we still in the hype train?
Yeah, we
It's
are
still
level
going?
10. We're a
Yo,
minute 22
let's go.
into less
10?
than a minute 10. Star Slayer just gave out 5 gifted subs. Yo, thank you, Star Slayer, for those subs. That really helps us out here. And right, there's a lot of things that we want to do. One of the big projects that I've always wanted to do at LVT Halo, and I would love for I always am a big fan of the Latin American region.
Yeah.
I think it's
And then today or this weekend,
severely underrepresented. And I think one of the biggest shames in Halo is that if you are a Spanish-speaking viewer, that you don't have a live stream to watch the top-level competition. Like I appreciate the fact that like we try to provide coverage for Mexico, and like the Spanish guys do a great job at that when they're given the opportunity. But they're like, just because you're from Mexico doesn't mean you're not an Optic Gaming fan. Doesn't mean you're not a Shopify Rebellion fan.
Right.
Like, and you want to hear those like broadcasts in your language, and that's something that I want to bring. Right, I want to bring Spanish broadcasting to these top level teams. We experimented it with a couple weeks ago. We want to keep doing that, and I would love it if y'all can get behind that. I want to say we're like 10 seconds away from the hype train. Anyone? But I actually
Any saviors?
crazy. Any saviors?
Come on.
Yeah, there was a
There it
savior
is.
actually, dude. Teflon Dom. 5 gifted subs getting us
Let's
to
go.
hype train number 11. Freacher also gave a prime sub. Poseidon 99 gave a sub. Furzilla is right, dude. We've been working hand in hand with Furzilla. He's a
Shout
great
out,
guy.
Furzy.
The reality is Furzilla
Sorry we
needs some
couldn't get
help
you here
as
this
well.
time, right? He has been with us before. We're just a little pressed right now. We're trying to work. We're trying to work through this, right? Halo's going through a lot of changes, and esports is going through a lot of changes. The economy's going through a lot of changes, right? So it's just like, we're working through it. But I also saw somebody ask, what's the first thing we're going to see on broadcast today? First thing today, the Pro-Am Showmatch. So the top 4 from the 1v1 showdown. We did observe the 1v1 finals. It was Furiously versus Deputy Goober. It was a hard-fought match. But I think Deputy Goober won. It was just the best of one, right? In 1v1 showdown.
Bound is gonna be.
Yeah, so it's Deputy Goober at 1, I believe 15-12.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was pretty damn close. That was here. It was observed. There was a crowd watching that. Same time, The 2v2 winter quarterfinals was here being observed on the elevated stage too. So cool little moment right there. Yeah, but the top 4 from the 1v1 showdown get to play in a pro-am show match featuring Optic Gaming. So to my knowledge, they're splitting up Optic Gaming 2 and 2, and they're taking 2 of the top 4 and making 2 teams of 4, and they're gonna play something.
I thought it was just. What I thought it was just 1v1s. Like they're gonna play the 1v1 playlist against those players.
Oh, maybe so.
And they're just gonna get all 4 of them.
They're gonna play 1v1 show match. Yeah, maybe
So
I don't know.
Deputy
It's kind of-
Goober versus Bound is gonna be hype. That's all I gotta say. Bound.
It does. Okay, yeah. It
be
says
ready.
1v1 finalists.
Deputy Goober is gonna be coming for that throw. I'm very excited for that one.
Immediately after that, right, we got Optic versus Space Station, the elimination semifinal. Then they're going to do the winner final, which will be Shopify versus FaZe Clan. And then after that, winner of the Elim semifinal will play. Then the lower final will play, right?
There's an ad starting soon, by the way. If you don't want ads,
yep.
Prime sub. I was planning on snoozing the ad. I just forgot. So.
Yeah, go check that Twitch Prime.
Sorry
look,
if you're gonna
Amazon,
be in an ad. My bad.
Amazon. Look, Jeff Bezos is doing all right, man.
Yeah, we
And
have
if
a
you
little.
don't use that Twitch Prime sub, man, that's free money for somebody else. That's money that
I think it's
you're
like
just
17.
waving.
It's 17 cents a day. Value that's lost.
and really quickly, like about the ads, right? So like the ad manager it's like a very aggressive thing. It gives us 3 snoozes, and those snoozes, they eventually come back after
It's an hour.
Is it an hour?
Yeah, it's an hour after.
So yeah, you get 3 an hour, right? But once you use it, like if you use them all, there's no mercy.
yeah.
And also,
crazy.
right, what we've been doing the last 2 days, and shout out to our casters, because like we've been putting you guys through growlers, but like we're literally just jumping from match to match to match to match to match. So like we took maybe 4 breaks all weekend, right? Like, I'm talking about breaks walking away from the couch, right? And
You guys have been here
it's
like the
been
entire
nonstop.
time.
So with
It's been-
that comes ads during gameplay, because we're just covering everything possible. It's impossible to avoid. So
Yeah, especially on land.
I'm sorry to those that miss like important moments in games. It's like at that point, right? I kind of just like we have no choice but to just let it do its thing, right? Because it's essential to us being here. Like we wouldn't be here without the ad schedule. So thank you.
Hey Louis, I just want to say we're at 1584 subscribers on the Twitch channel right now.
Wow.
So I guess we're 16 away from the big old 1600. What's our record? I think we were like
It's gotta be-
2200 before.
I thought it was like 17 something, but
Oh, was it? I
could
thought we
be-
got like 2K. During,
Maybe we did. It used to be 17, perhaps.
Oh, okay.
Let me pull up some stats.
If it is 17, we're pretty close to that.
I saw a comment asking about what happened with Complexity. I think Gen G sent him home last night.
Yeah.
Oh, we
yeah,
have- we
yeah.
have
Yeah, that was
recorded.
a game
We
5,
had the pop off for that.
Yeah.
right? Yeah,
Should I
that
play
was
it?
that was some.
Yeah. Let's
Put some
pop
energy
off.
on that
Dude,
one.
we should build a playlist of all the pop offs and just react to them.
You want me to do that right now?
Yeah,
we
yeah.
can do that
Yeah. I'll talk to chat. I'll talk to the subs for a second while we get that. So we're gonna line up all the pop offs that we've had recorded, and we're just gonna watch them, react to them. But real fast, we got Bren Skis. Hopefully I said that right. Hey, tell me if I didn't say something right. Bren Skiz, 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much. We had I'm Cardiac subscribing with a Prime sub. Sens TTK sub. Edgepool subscribed. Shivrin subscribed. And I believe that does it for our hype train. Oh, no, wait. Yeah. I think that does it for our hype train. Thank you guys so much for support. We got to level 11. We're 3 subs. Hey, 3 subs away? Can we get 3 for 1600? We're 3 subs away from 1600. Look at it. There's a little chest.
Okay.
I'm like trying to hit this thing. It's like it's blocking my chat. I'm like trying the hype chat. There we go. Come on. Please.
No, so yeah, why don't we like? I mean, we're kind of community focused. What about you guys? I tried to answer that one earlier about what I was looking for that. What kind of like I saw there were some comments about like looking for listen-ins. I think we already answered that one. Talked about that one.
listen-ins.
What other kind of like what's gonna get y'all to be hyped?
Yeah, I mean,
with
you
us?
guys should always tell us like if there's something that you want, like let us know, like what coverage you want. Because a lot of times, like I feel like we have a pretty good grasp of like content to play and present, but sometimes it's we like miss the mark on not understanding that something was important to someone, or that there's content out there that's not being served. And I just want to say 1,600 subs. Thank you, Space, for that last one. Brensky's also helping us get the 15.99 with his 2 gifted subs. Thank you guys so much. It's been a while since we've had that many subs on the Twitch. That's huge. Thank you guys so much for all that help. I'm Tools. This is James. James is helping us do a documentary this weekend with the open bracket. You guys should be able to check that out soonish. It's going to come out before DreamHack Dallas. Yep. So if you're interested in what the open bracket is like, you can experience that.
Yeah. Question in the chat. Showmatch should start in about an hour, right? Showmatch is.
Yeah, I guess. Ooh, it is 11. Wow.
Yeah.
Time flies.
Just having fun on the couch.
I think that means the
with
doors
our people, man.
are opening, right? Yeah, Louis, what time does the door open? 11?
I think that's now.
Dude, 11?
Look, if you're in the area and you aren't trying to get down to this venue for this electricity,
hey, I will say, I think we still have some shirts. Our goal today, we want to sell 15 shirts, right? 15 shirts. You want to come to the venue? Come grab an LVT shirt if you're at the venue. The other thing is, like, we have, so I guess we gotta figure out a way to do. I guess like we could get the shirts signed by Infamous and then maybe do like giveaways and then just give them. I don't know. We gotta figure something out with that. The Infamous team wore our shirts this weekend, and we were like, we're gonna like sell them to you guys online and then like give them the profits.
I think Active had a great idea to do the bid on eBay.
On eBay,
and that way anybody online can like place a bid for the shirts, and I think ideally that probably would generate the most revenue for the guys, right? So the idea, right, is we gave them the shirt to wear during the event. I'm sure people noticed that they were wearing the LVT shirts, but they weren't called LVT, right? So what we told them is that like, hey, we want to sort of auction these off. They like, you guys sign them. That's the actual shirt that they wore, right? So you can like pick a shirt and you can put a bid in, and the idea is that you'll get the shirt. We'll get the cost of the shirt, which is $30, and then the entire rest of that will go to the individual player that wore the shirt, right? Or is it like a cut? We'll figure that out specifically. Yeah. But shout out to the boys for getting that done. So also, right, with the shirt, right, we brought 150 of them. We're close to halfway, but like our goal was like the halfway point. So I think we sold 55 shirts so far, which is amazing. And I think that if we don't sell out, I think that we'll take them and we'll sell them online, right? So like, if we don't, I will say this too. There are a few sizes that are just completely sold out, right? So I think that we have like a handful of like mediums, and then I think we have a couple dozen larges, and we have like maybe a dozen extra large left, something like that, and maybe a select 1 or 2 of a certain size. So not unlimited quantities available right now. We get them all, and these are like handmade shirts, right? Like we bought them all in advance, right? We're not doing pre-orders anymore. These are just like once they sell, they're done, right? So this is a limited edition shirt, and if they don't sell out today, which it doesn't look like they will, there should be a chance for you guys to buy them online also. So
cool.
In the coming weeks.
Yeah, and if we still have some, maybe they'll be at DreamHack Dallas. So we're not really sure what the situation at DreamHack Dallas is yet.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll have the ability to do so.
We're gonna get that. Do we have any 500 XLs? I do. We have some 5 XLs.
500
XL. 500 XL.
500 XL might cover the whole main stage.
Yeah,
hey, if you're a unit like that, bro, hey, some people are just built different. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you guys so much. Someone said.
I got the pop-off thing. Yeah, it's ready. And also like I just set it to like run through each of them one time, and then theoretically it would just transition back to us. We'll see if
perfect.
We'll see if it worked out like that or not. But I wanted to make it to where we can at least hear it too. So I'll just double check that, and then I'll pop that and I'll walk back over.
Perfect. All right, so folks, for those that are tuning in, this is going to be all the pop-offs that we've seen throughout the open bracket, the pool plays, all that great stuff, all that footage that we have. It's living here and now. And here, James, thank you so much for coming on. We got Tim. I think Tim's going to sit down here for a second. Dude, Tim's all dressed up in the SSG. Hey, wait, James, where can people find you on Twitter?
So on Twitter, you can find me. LVT's been doing the due diligence, tagging me, but it's at DelSys32. That's DELSYS 32. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really post too much, but you know, I think that's gonna be changing here with getting this open bracket out.
Either way,
doing justice to it all.
Oh, you see, we almost did the classic esports thing. I guess we
Sorry,
are
we got
now currently doing the classic esports thing.
It's all right. Hey, we're about to get our mans back on this couch. Get y'all some familiar faces.
Yeah. Hey Tim, welcome in. We've been talking for the last hour or so. We went on a level 11 hype train.
11?
Level 11. It was like 100 subs. So shout out to everyone that subscribed.
That is awesome.
What we're gonna do here, Louis is gonna come join us.
Yep.
We are gonna watch all the pop-offs that have happened that we've recorded.
There's been a
Show
lot.
everyone. So Louis,
Yeah.
I think we play it and then we snooze a sub we snooze an ad so that they can actually watch it.
There's been a lot of pop-offs. Crazy ones.
All right, let's do it.
Damn, the point he said, dude, that felt personal, bro. He pointed at somebody and said, "You're fucking ass, bro."
Collect looks. He's got an aura, man, huh?
Yeah, he stays aura.
Oh, yo, shout out. These are the shirts.
There they are.
That you'll be able to place a bid on eventually. Okay, so that was them. And who did they take down right there?
That's a Jimbo in them.
Oh man. Shut up, you live in a what?
Nah, I think they said a slur.
Oh, okay.
I'm not saying that. That's crazy. Honestly, don't do that in the crowd. That's wild.
Ryan was just smiling, man.
He's
Shout
just
out to Break
upset.
a Shot, dude.
Break
Yeah.
shot a chip. Like
That
they
was
dropped
personal,
it.
man.
They dropped
Yeah, that's
it.
personal.
It's definitely personal.
That's a big accomplishment for him. I mean, a lot of people at Gen G not doing well. This
Ryan versus Spartan. Yeah.
It is. He's very happy.
Okay, so this is the winter semifinal. Command Station was in this event, and she won. She had such a lead. She put the controller down. She hung up the headset while the game was still rolling. So shout out to Command Station. I believe she got 6th place in the final.
That's a reporter Liek doing her job there.
That's awesome.
That's Ali actually was actually getting out with the phone, getting some footage here and there. And this is Isaac.
Ether versus Complexity. Soy tu
What did he
padre.
say? Is that what he said?
That's what he said.
I'm your fucking dad.
I'm your fucking dude. In case you didn't even catch it the first
He
time.
gave us the English translation. He gave us the
What a
English
nice guy.
translation.
What a nice guy. Okay, Spartan, translate. That's good.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Fucking dog shit.
Okay, so this is Luminosity versus Ether. This was game 4.
Give it up.
Luminosity just forced game 5.
Give it up. Time your cameras, bro. Give it up.
Time your camos.
Freaking.
All right, I believe we're going to see game 5 after this. Yep.
Adios.
Adios, assholes.
Ether knocks out Luminosity.
Stupido means stupid. Right? I don't know.
Where the fucking onliner? Who's cheating in these teams, huh? Who's cheating? Go back to open bracket, Jackson.
Wow. Go back to the open bracket. They fought their ass off through the open bracket.
¡Puta pendejo! ¡Ya ponte a llorar, pendejito! ¡Ya ponte a llorar!
Oh, this is from game 2.
Yeah. Little out of order.
¡Puta basura!
Love the passion.
Ahí es donde pertenecen, en la mierda pertenecen los cuatro, tú más, pinche onliner.
The
crowd.
You got his teammate there. I like that.
Cloud9.
I like Maddie's little.
This is Cloud9 eliminating Ether. So it was kind of hype. I think that we were really not expecting. We knew that if Ether won, we would have had a whole nother set.
Instead, we got bye-bye.
Yo, shout out to those jerseys too, man. Those are nice jerseys.
those are
nice.
nice. Throwbacks.
Remember that round 1 of lower bracket, they had 3 game 5s in
It
round
worked.
1 of the lower bracket. Oh, we didn't have the lucid one. I guess we didn't have that one recorded. It's like it was live. So
Yeah, it was live.
He
Yeah,
was overly tired, and he was just like done. He's like, "You guys suck," you know.
oh, the lucid one.
That's
Yeah.
not what he said.
I felt like
Said
he
something
was
different.
full of energy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He said you fucking suck.
Well, yeah. I'm not gonna say that though, but yeah, that's what he said.
That's what he said, bro. It was on broadcast
You're just
yesterday.
Quotes. You gotta quote it
This is what
the
we call
correct way.
disinformation.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Listen, you gotta, you just
He's
gotta
passionate.
Say it how it is.
Yeah,
Just kidding.
he was passionate. Though,
I'll do
right?
that. You can continue to.
I love it though. Like, you know what I love is like that. You know, obviously, all of us went through, you know, whatever 16 hours, whatever. All the players had to play that long, and still SSG kind of comes up clutch and performs when it matters the most. But it was close. Like that was very close. You know.
Yeah. It's we talked about it earlier, man. It looked like it hit Cloud9 pretty hard, right?
Oh yeah.
To get that close, right? And to have them on the ropes, and like, let's be honest, right now SSG seems to be like a team in the works sort of situation, right? So
Well said, yeah.
It was a chance to take down a great, and you know, they were right there, right? It's hard. It's
I think
I
Manny-
can't imagine the feeling, honestly. Like,
Yeah, Manny tweeted about it. He said he's heartbroken.
Yeah, it
It's
was a tough one. I
understandable.
mean, you could see it really meant a lot to him in that game. I was listening to them. I don't know if it came on camera. They're talking about like what potentially went wrong. I think they had something specifically about the King of the Hill that they're like kind of upset about that they're gonna go back and look at.
ooh, they felt like they should have won something.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
like that's always the worst, right? It's a game that felt like you punted
I
away.
think they had like a 3-hill lead or something.
Did they?
No,
Yeah,
I'm
see,
not sure.
I wasn't on the cast for it, so I was like not able to like get.
Yeah,
the
I might be
intricacies
confusing
of it.
another game.
It's all blended together.
Yeah.
Yesterday was a big
It's all
blend.
just soup.
But yeah, those are. I'm just glad that you know, I feel for Cloud9, but I'm glad SSG kind of get another day because I want to see what they're capable of on Championship Sunday. This is a different kind of day now. Like, you know, you have all these implications, LAN and lights, and now it's Championship Sunday.
And they already iced up on Championship Sunday last night.
Right.
Game 5 was on Championship Sunday.
Yeah.
God, I can say they lost on Championship Sunday. You know?
Hey, yeah,
That's
Cloud9,
true.
you guys. That's what. I had replied to an HCS tweet because they like did like a meme thing of like the guy looking around like what's going on because it was like Championship Sunday.
Yeah.
I put W, but I meant to put W for both teams for making it to Championship Sunday. I was so tired, bro. I couldn't even type anymore. I was just like, I'm gonna leave it, man.
I saw that tweet too. I was like, W, yes.
Yeah, I meant to say like a W for both teams get the championship. It was just like a meme too, but like
Yeah.
whatever. It's,
Yeah. It's fun.
yeah.
It's a good time. We've had an eventful weekend. Lights turning off, things shaking up a bit. Is it bad that I like the chaos? Like the lights turning off, like it was like a change from the monotonous same thing. Everyone's chaotic. I don't know. That sounds weird, but it was kind of like a nice. I don't know.
The projected top 4 are the current top 4.
Yeah, it's funny how that works.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah.
I'll say that like there are been some big differences between like how online's played out this season versus like what happened on LAN. Like obviously Luminosity was looking really, really good.
Yeah.
They didn't have the performances that they wanted. Complexity looked really, really bad online. They looked much better on LAN. Gen G looked bad online. They looked much better on LAN. So it's interesting to see how like things have kind of shifted. And usually it's just like I think it's really an experience thing. Like, the more experience you get on LAN, the easier it is to continue your performances online to win.
And I want to say something about that because I wasn't really worried about Cyclone Last Shot at all, but I just, you know, they're young. And that experience is there, but not fully there. Like, they don't have the same experience that a team like SSG has, for instance. But they came to play. Like, Last Shot was in that moment. And I believe one of the series, he pops off. He's like, this is me on LAN or something like that. And I was like, okay, all right, you know what? Like, I got you. I hear you. And, yeah,
Damn.
I mean, yeah, some young kids have it, you know?
Yeah, got you. All right, boys. What else do we do? I mean, I think we've gone through a lot of.
We won.
11-15.
We 1v1 and I destroy you.
Go to 1v1, I
No,
guess.
I'm
the
kidding.
stage is up.
No,
We
I'm
can
kidding.
1v1.
I'm kidding.
It's up.
I don't have a keyboard and mouse.
Louis has an observer right
Oh
there.
my God, they plugged everything back in. They had unplugged everything yesterday. I guess they decided.
You wanna go play?
I don't have a keyboard and mouse. Sorry.
That's what I mean, chat. Like he says he wants to play, but he never actually wants to play. I'm ready. See, there was no hesitation for me, but as soon as
You want me to play on a controller?
Sure, I don't care.
What's
It's a
that gonna
1v1.
do though? You're just gonna have another thing to say. Remember at Arlington.
It's fine, bro. Don't worry. I'll let you. Like you can just do it at home. You
I
know?
played
I'll-
Tools on LAN.
That'd be a good one.
Halo
No,
2.
I did.
Oh, you already did.
Yeah.
Yeah, you played me 1v1 in Halo 2.
Did you
The
win?
Halo 2.
Did he win?
I don't remember.
Of course you don't. Of course he doesn't remember.
Yeah, Garrett choked his.
Game was so old.
Garrett choked. It's
He
all
choked.
good.
Okay, so I will say this. I definitely gave him a couple kills because I wanted to make it 14-14. And then, because I was at 14, I think he was at like 10.
I hear John's.
I think I had 9. Yeah, I think honestly. I
He had
think
like 9. I was
dude.
at 14. He was at 9. I was like, okay, I'm gonna like try. I was like throwing for content. I was like, let's get.
Oh,
the
okay.
Then I was gonna. Then I was like, oh no. I started sweating a little bit. He started getting a little gas, and I was like, oh no. And then
Yeah.
he just pinned me.
Well, there you go.
So it is what it is. Louis got.
I'm a
the
mouse
win.
and keyboard player, bro. That was
Yeah.
my first time using a controller.
I don't think
in
I've held
2 years.
That's
But
kinda
it's
crazy.
Halo 2.
An Xbox
I'll say this
controller.
right.
That's
I
kinda
did come from that generation that was playing on CRT, so it's like it was like second nature. Like I picked it up. It took me a couple of kills, but like the carbine was
The
ripping.
carbine.
Oh, I
was
love the
insane.
carbine, dude.
I didn't
It's such
remember
a
it
fun
being that
weapon.
good, but I was like, dude, I'm just
Oh.
gonna keep picking this damn thing up.
I
Like,
love the
Dude, the
carbine.
carbine was awesome.
Hey,
Carbine's awesome. What's up?
what's going on?
Say hi to wave to the stream.
Yeah, the carbine is like my favorite Halo 2 weapon, besides the battle rifle, of course. But I love the carbine so much. I pick it up every time. That Halo 2 event was something else. Like I'll never forget that. Level 50 land was something else. That was cool.
Yeah, it was a fun event.
Same thing with the Orlando LVT event. I'll never forget that one either. Like those are like
Man.
stamped in my brain, you know? Like it's like really cool moments where I got Orlando, we get to play and we get to cast. Like that was so cool, dude. It was good to be in that element again, you know?
Yeah, shout out to the Titans of Orlando event. It was a fun event. I'd love to have another LAN one day, but we'll see. It's kind of tough right now. It's like it's always a tough dynamic to like judge because you can't have a LAN and not have competitors.
Right.
So it's like
Yeah.
when is a good time for people to try to come out, like that sort of thing.
HCS
Like, and we
schedule's
understand like
already
not
busy.
everybody's gonna come, and
Yeah.
I think we had 13 teams at Titans of Orlando, something like that, and there were 2 pro teams. And so shout out to Shopify Rebellion for flying out their team for that event, and then Bound, Renegade, Legend, and Tusk
Basically
came out
Optic.
on their own dime.
Yeah.
At the
They're
time,
like-
they weren't Optic, but yeah, you know, maybe they knew they were gonna be. I don't know.
And they beat Shopify Rebellion in 2 best of 7s.
They did.
That was an insane
The live
series.
fire. We played live fire.
Fire.
like,
We played live fire 4 times in one series.
in one best of
It's
7.
crazy.
Because we'd pick in bands.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
and so
insane.
they like band catalog. There was a couple maps that back then. That
They
were just
love
like that.
live fire, man. Everyone you talk to, all
Live
the
Fire
pros.
is a good map.
Yeah, all the pros say live fire is their favorite map on the game. So
All right, Tim. I'm gonna get up for a second. You're gonna take over my position. You don't have to sit here. I gotta go get some.
sounds good. Sounds good. Ladies and gentlemen, a level 11 hype train is insane. By the way, I wonder if we
yeah.
can beat that today on Championship Sunday. Like obviously this is like pre-show.
Yeah.
Like that'd be sick if we could beat it today. That'd be
Yeah,
nuts.
So Garrett earlier had mentioned that we were like past 1,500 subs, and like in my head,
Wow.
I'm like, that doesn't quite sound right, but it does because last time we hit our hype train record and our sub record was, I believe, Charlotte, where there was no broadcast for pool play. I think this was 2023, right? So what we did is we went out onto the floor and we streamed from the camera or from the phone.
Yep.
And that was the first time that we had set our hype train and our sub record because we were just doing it from our phone. And for some reason, when we stream from the phone, man, people support. Every single time
It's
we've had to
crazy.
do that,
Yeah.
it happens. And so Friday, of course, right, we're here deep into the open bracket. I believe it was the elimination. It was the elimination semifinal. I'm just gonna call it the semifinal because it was the elimination side, but it was the round before the qualifier for pool play. And these guys were in heated series, man. 50-49 Slayers, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Game 5s. And everybody knows Nemesis at the time was winning 2-0 against
2-0.
Optic. Or 2-1, excuse me.
Yeah, you're right. Yep.
And then boom. Pew.
Yep.
And power goes out, right? So and when power went out, it went out for everything. All right, the entire arena went black, and so like immediately, like I guess it was like kind of a you had to be here moment, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
It was like it happened, and like it was like for like 2 seconds, it was like dead quiet. And
Yeah, it was.
and then all of a
It's so
sudden,
weird.
you like hear a roar of fans. It's just like, woo!
Yeah, it's so cool.
And
dude.
like suddenly the arena just had like this different vibe, right? And immediately like shout out to the esports arena staff because I think they handled it really well actually, right? Like situations like that, like there's people that like, you know, step up. It's kind of like a fight or flight sort of situation. And you know, shout out to the esports arena staff because they immediately they busted out the flashlights. They're like, "Hey, if you're not staff, get the out."
Yeah, get out of
They
here.
weren't cussing at people, but they obviously right. Like, dude, that becomes like a big hazard, especially like you're in a building with I don't know, probably 1,000 people, right? And it was just like they handled it really well. The only reason I noticed that, right, or not the only reason, but like my father is in emergency management, so it's like it's just. It's a beautiful thing to see people that can really step up and like handle things really well. So
yeah, it can get really chaotic, and it's crazy too. The you know that phone game when you tell someone something and then they have to tell someone something, and we had that 100%. There was so many rumors of what happened. Some people said like 5 people got arrested, and there was this and that. And I was like, whoa, dude, like there's. Yeah, and then we found out it was just.
Shout out to the Tools because I didn't know this happened because I had to walk away at certain points, right, to handle some things. But I saw a clip on Twitter where Tools walked up to the police officer and was like, "I'm with LVT News. What happened?" And the guy just started telling him everything that happened. It's like
so good,
yeah,
man.
bro.
So
It's
good, dude.
man. I come from a news background, right? And so like, dude, the big thing is like you just can't be scared to like go and like if you need to do something, like let's say you need to get a camera angle, or, like no, you have to just be unapologetic. You got to go and you got to do your thing, man. And
That's
so, like,
right. Yeah.
Tools did that then, and then also Tools stepped up, picked up the camera during the SSG Cloud9 series last night, and literally pushed people out the way to get our camera shots.
Oh, that's
Shout out to
awesome.
Tools,
Yeah,
man.
you
know,
got to
that's
do
like-
it. Yeah.
That's the mentality you have to have whenever you're media, man. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's like you get the scoop or you don't.
Exactly. That's how it is. And it's the same with like paparazzi and all of them. Like you get the picture or you don't. That's how they get paid. So that's crazy. That's a crazy world. I'm going to be honest. I'm one of those guys that's like, okay, you know, excuse me, can I get by? Like, I wouldn't be good with a camera. Definitely not. But yeah.
LVT, there's the Lucinity's in the chat. Shout out Lucinity, our
let's
moderator, our prediction manager.
There we go.
Talent for LVT as well. So she's the one that clipped it and put it on Twitter. So if you want to see it, it's right there.
Tools is my spirit animal. I love that.
Hell yes.
Tools is a very upfront and outspoken man, and like unapologetic is probably the perfect word for Tools. He's definitely a great dude, great personality. And we love you guys here as well at LVT. You guys are the reason I get to be here. So again, a shout out to all the love. Shout out to all the support that has been given the stream all throughout this weekend. We've got Championship Sunday today. If you know that today is the big day. Today is the day where, you know, all of that, and I hate to say this, but like everything else is done. It's in the past. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Right now, it's 4 teams that now have to fight for that #1 spot, and a lot of implications. Obviously, the big prize pool. I mean, I don't want to make you biased because I'm obviously very biased here. But who do you have maybe taking the whole thing? Are you sticking with the safe pick of Shopify or Optic, or are you going somewhere else with it?
I'll be honest. Like in my heart,
Yeah.
I want Optic to win.
Okay.
I'll just come
Okay.
out and say it. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't I haven't shied from it at all this
Yeah,
year.
there's no
The
need to.
moment the Optic team was announced, I was like,
They are.
yeah, listen, it's Bound and Renegade. Everybody that's been a viewer of LVT since Halo 5 knows that Bound and Renegade ran shit on our stream.
Oh my gosh.
In the 2v2s in Halo 5, people at the time, like, nobody knew what Bound looked like. Like, there was at point we used an Apex character for Bound because we didn't have any pictures of him. We were trying to put on the best show possible.
Yeah.
So I think it was like Tracer or something like that. I don't know. We gave him Pathfinder. It's Pathfinder. We gave him a sprite. And someone just randomly told me, like, oh, I think that fits him well, right? Because I think he has, like, a grapple, and it's like he's a very fast player.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, I think that describes Bound really well, so we did that. And then I was like, I got a DM from Halo. I was like, hey, you can't be using other people's IP. And I was like, okay.
That's
We need to figure something out.
That's awesome.
So we
man.
ended up using, like, a ghost, like, kind of silhouette picture of Bound. But that was, like, back in the day. Anyway, so, like, Bound and Renegade, right? They ran Money Tuesday. They never lost in Halo 5. They, like, we threw everything we could at them. We even like
everything
pulled from like the the deepest depths of the Money 2's pool to find like the grimiest players we could to try to beat them, and so like we couldn't we put pros, of course, right? I believe we had Frosty and Trippy. That was like kind of like the most hype Money Tuesday we ever had in Halo 5.
Yes.
We had Druck and Soul Snipe go against Bound and Renegade multiple times. Druck and Soul Snipe was the only duo that took them to a game 7.
Okay.
And Bound
good
and Renegade,
memory.
yeah, Bound and Renegade. What these were very special times to me.
Yeah, of course.
It was a time where, like, I'll be honest with you, like I was just like, we were putting up $1,000 prize pools, and it was like between like my wife and I and my family, like we were just like, what can we do? You know? And like we were just doing what we could. And
Kept Halo alive the entire time.
Yeah,
Throughout
and,
Halo
and
5,
like we knew that like we wanted to be involved with the pros. We knew that we wanted to put on like hype stuff right at the time. So yes.
And that's why that happened.
This was the beginning, right? So it's like
crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, they never lost, right? And then like we went from pros, and then we were like, okay, well, like, let's do some talking to the guys, like who really are the best that could like beat them. And it's like, okay, well, so there were names thrown out like Vimsy at at
Yeah,
like,
I remember Vimsy.
Pyretic.
Yeah, Pyretic and Evolving. Yep.
Honestly. Well, he wasn't. He didn't play with Evolving back then.
Okay.
He played, I think he played with somebody else. I can't remember exactly who, but like, that was probably the funniest Money Tuesday.
That was like the slow paced games, if I remember correctly, right? They were very.
Yeah, nothing about Halo 5 2v2 was slow
That's
paced.
true. Yeah, that's true too.
Nah, and that's why I will say that we kind of just haven't gone back to 2v2s.
Okay.
Is because like in Halo 5, it was its own beast. It had. They had the Money 2 rotation figured out, right? Truth, Plaza, Regret, and it was like some sort of iteration of the 3. And the way you can move the map, the way you can manipulate the spawns, the way you can make like these spring thrust jet jumps. I don't even remember what you could do in Halo 5, but like these players were hitting all kinds of like kneecap shit and like flying up to the top of the bid and hitting people right when they spawn. Like it was crazy. And so that was like the start. So like that's why Bound and Renegade, like dude, like the moment I heard that they were actually going to compete in HCS together, that was the moment I was just like, this is my team. Like, I don't care about anything else. I'll be real though, like if anybody's been tracking like my picks throughout the years, I've always followed Renegade. I do favor Renegade over Bound. Sorry, bro.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, yesterday when he was taking over games in that reverse sweep, like, dude, I'm like,
man,
I'm just there clipping replays, and I'm like hitting perfects and double kills and all kinds of reversals, and I'm like, dude, Renegade is popping the fuck off, and I'm loving this shit, man.
That's what he does.
Optic is my pick. I'm trying to take this all the way back, right? And so that's why Optic is like my pick. It's not that like I'm just biased because we're like at the Optic Stadium or because they are working with us in some sort of way. No, it's like they are like Bound Renegade, close to my heart. Yeah. Legend, big fan, right? MVP from last year. Love like his emotional reception of like the MVP award, all that good stuff.
That was awesome.
And then right, Formal, the fucking goat of esports, or FPS, I should say. So like, or if, in my opinion, right, like
esports in general.
Yeah, like the goat. But
I agree.
I just don't watch other like genres.
Yeah.
So like I just don't. I'm uncultured, but still, like I am the biggest. Like I love that Formal is in Halo, and I love that he like went out and he like, you know what, it's like it's all or nothing right now. Like he went out and he found his team, and it just happened to be like my two fucking favorite players in the world, and so like Optic is my team, man. I'm just being honest. So
it's a good team to pick.
That's my heart.
They're pretty
right?
dominant.
That's my heart.
Yeah.
Optic was struggling against Nemesis, and Nemesis put a hell of a fucking fight. Optic took Rebellion to Game 5 just like usual, but I mean, now let's be real, like that can't. Like the odds of us going the distance in every single series, it can't be possible. Like it to just continue going on like that. Like but it happened again.
It happened
here
again.
In land.
That's what I'm trying to say.
In the setting.
Oh,
but now it's Championship Sunday, and it's just like, man, like who put in the work, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
Like I will say, like Rebellion, like they played through like the off-season tournaments together. They seem like they're clicking, they're vibing, all that good stuff. Like I think they're gonna be extremely tough to beat, and it's just like the cold hard truth. We got SSG and FaZe, and like I'm just totally discounting FaZe, who doesn't have a loss in the tournament yet.
Right.
I know like Suppress can like show up any day. Trippy was going off yesterday, hit the overkill, the probably hypest of the moment, hypest clip of the moment in the tournament so far. And so I think it'll be close, but I think in my heart, I think Optic pull this one off.
And here's a lot of factors too. When you talk about Renegade, I love that like you bring him up as like your player because we've seen what he can do. We saw it in that reverse sweep. We saw it at Worlds on FaZe.
Yeah.
The man can take over, and when he does, I said this yesterday. So you put every single player on this table. We have all the players. Every single player in their flow state, right? Every single one. Renegade's the best. Period. End of story.
Let's go.
Like that's just the way. That's the way it is. It's the truth. Like there is no one that plays at like that peak, that level, except for Renegade. In my opinion, I think Legend is scrappy, do it all, dirty kind of player, do what needs to be done. I think Bound can hit that stride, but no one does it like Renegade, fully taking over.
You know what's funny is like you're saying this, and I remember you specifically like after that Forbidden CTF game where I think they went to overtime, or they were in sudden death before overtime, and like there was Renegade had a flag out, and he was like hiding like near a Mohawk, and like the play just didn't work, right? And like it felt like when they went to the overtime, right? So the game resets. So what the mainstream does is like they take cameras because they got cameras out there.
Yeah.
So like luckily we got to see the camera, right? And we got to see the reaction, and it's like you saw Renegade maybe trying to explain himself or something.
Yes.
And
yeah, I remember that. Yep.
that's a pivotal moment because like to me, it's a moment like that where you either step up or you like
Or shut up.
Yeah,
That's it.
or you like you go into like the fetal position,
That's
right?
it. Yeah.
And dude, after that game, dude, Renegade,
He got mad.
dude, he couldn't be touched. The very next game, he literally couldn't die.
Yeah, it's like
And he
8
went
8-0 or something.
Yeah, and it was bomb, and like he planted the bomb, and he was just living in like Car2, and
It's
like
crazy, man.
he even had Wootum like pinpoint accurate, like trying to hit him in the face, and like he still like backed him off, and somehow the crew came through. What's up, boys? Yeah, and so like, dude, it's crazy like that. You can just have that bounce back just immediately, and like
I didn't
that's
expect it.
that's experience, I think, up
Yep.
there. Like that's and it's also cool too because this is something that I noticed that like I guess maybe you guys maybe don't notice, but like when someone like Cycle or Last Shot's popping off, it's like immediately we just start comparing them to people. But like when Renegade's doing something, it's like nah, that's Renegade, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
his legacy is like set, right?
Yes.
So like now he just needs to go cement wherever he's gonna land in the top 25. And like that, like it's days like this where he makes that climb up the ladder.
Yeah, and you said it yourself. I think like you talked about the close games between Optic and SR, and how can they be that close? Like
Yeah.
because online we were saying okay, it's online, whatever, fine.
Yeah.
But we come to LAN and we're talking about 1 point between every single game in the series, and I'm like, dude, wait, how? Like how is that possible? And Renegade in those series, I don't think he was playing like top echelon Renegade, like what we know he's capable of. If he does, I think Optic win the whole thing. That's the scary part.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
dude.
Like,
I mean, and then of course like there's Bound too. Like Bound liable to pop off at any fucking time. Legend, the literal MVP. Like, and not only like is he like the Swiss Army knife or
yeah, that's
French
a good way
Army
to say
knife.
it. I like that.
Like dude, he's like literally like he can go off, and then there's Formal. Like, how can you ever discount Formal?
Everyone,
It's like
yeah, it's
they have the recipe to make something amazing.
Yeah.
Right. And it's just like, can they get the pieces working together? Can we get the seasoning just right? It's gonna take just right to beat Rebellion.
Yeah, Renegade makes me look bad on cast all the time because I'll say, okay, this is a bad play. It's not going to work. And what does he do? No, he goes in and it's those low percentage kills. Once again, like the kills that you get 5% of the time, 6%, 10% of the time. He gets them every time. And it's like, how? And I think that's what really throws off teams is because they don't expect him to take the routes he's taking because they're not optimal routes. They're not. And he takes them anyway.
Okay.
It's crazy.
I know they were Glaze and Optic were really fucking
Yes.
hard right now.
Hey,
but yeah, we'll get there. I want to talk about Rebellion for a quick second, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's as if when we brought Origin to the HCS, it's like, and this is just my opinion, right? I know Frosty is who Frosty is, but it's like when Origin came to Halo Infinite, it's like Frosty was cryogenically unfrozen.
Yeah.
And he just stepped out. He had a fucking sniper and just like, dude, he hit a couple shots on Origin yesterday against Optic Gaming that I'm like, I don't know how that's possible.
Yeah.
But this is on land, so you can't deny it. He's hitting shots that are crazy. And not only that, right, but like something about this team is just opening the door for him, and maybe like, you know, Frosty and Renegade being on the same team and for FaZe, and also having Royal 2 Snakebite, like somehow like there just wasn't room in the building for all 4 of them. But now it's like they've kind of separated, and so it's like, not that they were a duo or anything like that, but what I'm saying is like it seems like in the years of Halo Infinite prior to now, Frosty was like a small step backwards.
Yeah.
Just how it feels. But like now on this team, dude,
he's opened up.
He's looking like MVP Frosty again, and that's like we all know like he's a multi-title like phenom.
Yep.
Just like Formal, right? And so it's like it's such a good thing to see that back. And I'm sure for Frosty, it feels fucking good. And I bet you he's not gonna let it go.
I don't think he's gonna let it go either. I think you said it perfectly, because with this team, what is he? He's the leader, right? He's the guy that's got the experience. Obviously, Royal 2's there, but we know Royal 2 is like he's quiet, right? He just slays and shoots. That's what Royal 2 does. He's not like a really outspoken. Frosty is the leader of this roster, and I think that truly allows him to be in his element, like you said, and it makes him more comfortable. It allows him to play call without any contradiction, and I think that's why he shines. And on Origin, we got to look at these series layouts, because if there's an Origin in that winner's final, I don't know.
Hey, my phone's right there. I could definitely go get it. But, dude, Rebellion, they're undeniable right now. Royal 2, also one of the GOATs. And then we got Psycho Last Shot, this duo that's just like suddenly like become very, like, they're dominating. They're dominating people.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Div? You want to come on? No? All right, I got you. You know, you got to sit on the couch anytime, man. So, yeah, Last Shot Cycle, dude, wow. It's just like they've busted onto the scene, and like they're just wreaking havoc among the pro players. Like, let's be honest, like they're winning very low percentage pivs. And on top of that, it's like someone like Cycle is just... Somebody said it on broadcast yesterday, it might have been you, but like he just stepped onto the scene, or maybe it was Eli, and immediately was playing like a veteran, and that just doesn't happen.
It doesn't. He's being compared to Pistola.
Yeah.
Like, for people that watched Halo back in the day,
Crazy
that comparison is insane. But it's valid. It's 100% valid. His ability to stay alive is nuts.
Like the glasses and the hair, like it kind of gives Pistola vibes.
Yeah,
too,
it does. It does. We miss Pistola, but yeah, I agree 100%. I think Last Shot as well. He said to me on his stream, he said, watch me on LAN, like watch me this season, because you know a lot of people are like kind of, I don't know, guess doubting him, you know, as an online player, when you shouldn't, because the guy played on Wi-Fi, right? You shouldn't doubt him at all. But a lot of players were, he was playing on Wi-Fi for a while. Satellite, yeah. And so I don't know how people are doubting him, but I think there was like an online qualifier where he ended up beating Optic, and I went on to stream, and he just said like, I'm done, you know, cowering down or whatever. He said I'm gonna, you know, create something, you know, this season. And I was like, wow. I mean, that's awesome to hear. Confidence is so key against these players that have been here for a long time.
Yeah. Wow.
And then we have SSG.
Yeah.
Which in my opinion, I mean, I talk about them
we'll say
a lot.
FaZe for last.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, FaZe, you're last. No, I'm just kidding. But for me, SSG is a big deal, because these are players that all have accolades.
Yeah.
The question in their game right now is their pacing. They're not fast enough to the punch. They're not fast enough to find those openings on the map. And that's just kind of, when you look at the squad, they're slower players. They're, you know, the veteran slow type players. So can they increase their speed, and will that be the solution?
Yeah, and I think something to add to that is that it seems like here in year 4, the meta seems to be push.
Yes.
Take your advantages, hedge your bets, right?
Yep.
And it's like SSG is like the type, like, let's think about what we're doing. It almost feels like that. But you got like, I might have to change the noise gate now. We had to lower the noise gate earlier because there was nothing going on in here, and it was like our voices weren't coming through. Now the audio is clearly back on, so I might have to step away real quick and fix the audio. No, I think that you know, you got Stellar and you got Lucid, man.
Yeah, I mean,
to even act like they are not a contender is blasphemy.
Yes.
And I think that after what we saw last night, like it just re-solidifies in my mind that they do have that experience. They know how to not lose games that they should not lose, and that is dangerous because like that's a type of team that like if you make a mistake, they capitalize, right? And if you make another mistake, they capitalize, right? And then maybe they might be down on the scoreboard or something like that. But every little mistake that you make, let's say that you step 1 foot too far, or you step out of a spot like a spawn block zone or something like that. Somebody gets a random spawn, or even like the fucking lottery spawn that we have in the game right now, right?
Yeah,
like if they get one of those, dude, like they know how to press their advantage too, right? So like this is a type of team that I just think that has no ceiling. Maybe they're not just clicking quite like Optic and Rebellion are right now, but like. Or FaZe, I guess. FaZe in winter finals at the moment, right? So it's just like, man, I don't know how you can discount that roster. On top of all that, right? Lucid obviously left the Optic team, right? Gotta have a chip on his shoulder in some sort of way. Or he's the type of, I just can't tell. Like, he's like so reserved, right? Like, I can't tell exactly how he feels about the situation. And like, admittedly, I haven't been tuning into his streams, and I haven't been buying into all the drama content like on YouTube, right? So I don't know what his opinions have been on like the whole situation about leaving Optic Gaming or being dropped. I don't know what happened necessarily, but there has to be something in his mind about like being where he was, like the face of HCS, like quote unquote, and then now being on a team that is like reworking things from the bottom up. It feels like, I just wonder how that feels internally, right? But he's the type of player that's like solid as a fucking rock, and like he has his motions in check. He's got his posture in check. Dude, he's probably got his like morning checklist in check. I know Stellar's the one that had like the nose thing, but like, dude, I know someone like Lucid's probably gotta have like this method, you know, to get through his day and to get into the right place and get into the right mindset. And I keep looking at his picture while I'm talking about this, but like he looks like a stone-faced killer.
He does.
Like that. He looks serious as hell, bro. Like he looks like he's here on a mission and he's ready to fry.
And you know what's crazy? When you look at this roster, you don't think that anyone has those because there's some players that have like mental blocks, I guess you could say, or get mentally checked sometimes, or let their mental get the best of them. There is no one on this SSG team that allows that to happen, in my opinion. Not one of them. Eco, Stellar, Snakebite, Lucid, no one.
So I got to 1v1 Eco in an Octagon.
Yeah.
And the game started off fairly close. He was like definitely fucking around. but I'm a mouse and keyboard, so like Octagon low key is like, it's like one of our strong suits.
Yes,
right?
agreed. Yeah.
So it's like there couldn't have been a better situation for me to like play against Eco. And on top of that, like we're in the same voice chat, right? And he's like I started hitting some no-scopes on mouse, right? It's like, it's at the beginning of the game, I think it caught him off guard just a little bit, and he's like, yo, that's not fair. And I'm like, what's wrong, bro? You didn't put your glasses on today? And he's like, we're mid-fighting, right? Like, and he goes, ha, 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 bro. And then just literally started perfect me.
That's so
I was like, all right, bro,
That is so funny. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I think I ended up losing like 42 to like 21.
That's so funny.
Like, he whooped my ass after that. But like, dude, it's cool. But like, the reason I bring that up is because like, you're absolutely right. Like, he has that composure about him, and he's been there. He's done that. He's won championships, and clearly they had the season they had last year.
Yeah.
And so I think you're absolutely right. Eco, also somebody that like is just stone cold and like knows what he's here for.
Their comms too. We got to listen in for a little while on the main stage. It was a little bit of a listen in, but one of the things that was said was like, they are so different than every other team. Other teams are like, yeah, even Shopify Rebellion, loud, yelling, like they're all in it. SSG are just calculated in the comms that they make, and I don't know if that hurts them because there's not that energy. I think the energy is good, so that's interesting, but it's more of a conversation on SSG. I think if I'm actually thinking about it, they have the best comms in the league right now, just based off of what I heard and what I've heard from everyone else. Like, they are very structured, and again, it's their maturity, like in the game, how many years and how many rings are on that team. So what do you think about FaZe though? I mean, this FaZe roster, I truly think that not losing a map all tournament long, like, that is kind of crazy.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I
haven't had the chance to watch. Sure.
Yeah, like, it's insane. Like, to be able to get to that point and not lose, I mean, that you're talking about dominance on a FaZe, right? So like,
I'm not surprised.
Against SR though, it's gonna be it's one of those things. It's gonna be tough.
It'll be tough. It's also the first match of the day, right? Or no, excuse me. It'll be the second match on main stage.
Okay.
But for these teams, it'll be the first match of the day, right? I think that if there's ever a chance to like, maybe gain a little more ground than normally, it's like that first match of the day, right? Like these players are still warming up. At Championship Sunday, right? Like, granted, every single one of these guys have I think been here before.
Yeah.
And so it's like I think they know how to get into gear, but. I just think that FaZe is like a team that you just can't count out. And my mind like I know you mentioned Trippy, but like I like to look at people that have something to prove, and I feel like that's Suppressed.
Okay, yeah.
And
I like that a lot.
Suppressed, right? He's a former Latino.
I love it.
He's got 3 brothers, right? And I'm sure like growing up that close to that many brothers, like. You grow up, you have this scrappy mentality, and I think that's what we're going to see out of Suppressed today. I wouldn't be surprised if Suppressed just starts to take shit over.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, take over. When you said I wouldn't be surprised, I was going to say, in my head, I was like, if Suppressed takes over, because that's what he does. And on top of that, like on every team he's been on, he says his team says that he brings the good vibes. Yeah. And for me, dude, that's important, right? I feel like, having good vibes on tournament day is so important, and he brings that as well as doing massive amounts of damage. Trippy, a chip on his shoulder, 100%. You can hear him talk about his previous roster. The way he talks about it, he says, my other roster that you guys might know. Like, you could, I don't know, even with, same thing with Lucid, there's something there. We're all human beings. Getting dropped is not fun, right? You don't want to get dropped, especially from an Optic Gaming roster. Optic Gaming we know they're the top echelon org. Yeah. Getting dropped is not fun, and I think that's in everyone's mind that is not on that team anymore.
Yeah. An important note about FaZe. Shout out to Aliak. I believe she was the one that noticed, but they're not being coached by Tusk. Or at least they weren't yesterday.
Interesting. Okay. Wow.
And we snapped a picture of the coach. For a second, like my first thought was like, oh, it's probably Tally, right?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I look at the picture, I'm like, that's not Tally.
Right.
So
interesting. That's
we couldn't get confirmation of who it was.
Yeah.
We had asked somebody from like GSQ, owner of FaZe, if they just knew by looking at the picture, and maybe I should tip. Anyways, I didn't know who it was.
Yeah.
And like if I had any idea, or like if I had to guess without seeing the picture, I would have guessed it was Tally that was sitting behind them.
Yeah.
Right? And so it's like, no, it wasn't. Like it wasn't Tusk. I'm curious if they made a coaching change.
Tusk was at Kason Land, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So that's interesting. That's really interesting.
But yeah, you mentioned they haven't dropped the map, and I imagine like power up control, power ups, like that's important. Timing things, even equipment, right? Like all that's very important. I'm curious if whoever this mystery person is like managing all that, or if like these guys are just clicking.
Yeah.
Because like, I mean, it's hard to tell.
It is.
And I don't get to hear the comms, and I know on the office stream they get to do listen-ins.
Yeah,
but,
I wish we should get them here too, so we can hear what they have to
say. Yeah, we did it one time at DreamHack. Shout out DreamHack 2023.
Let's go.
They hooked us up with the comms. And
that's
then,
awesome.
Yeah, unfortunately that won't happen again. But
it's good to hear, though. I like the comms because it really like sets the tone of like what's the mood on the team. Because there are teams that like in game 5s they get very frantic. They're like I can't do that. On a team, if my team's like freaking out in a game 5, I'm like, guys, relax. Let's step by. I'm more of an SSG, like step by step conversation. Let's
What's
make a
the plan?
Right,
yeah,
Exactly.
Let's have some organization. Let's be strategic here.
But apparently that doesn't work right now in the meta because everyone's just running and gunning.
It's only a matter of time until someone like Eco, Snakebite, Stellar, Lucid figure out how to combat
counter.
That.
Yes,
yeah, it'll happen.
Yep,
I think.
absolutely.
And I love what I think it was Eli said too. If we put these teams into a simulator, who would end up on top? And he said, I'm willing to bet it would be SSG. But there's only enough. We only have X amount of time.
Exactly.
We can't put them through a million games.
Yes. That's a good.
So they
I
can
like
figure
that.
it out, right? Because they won't figure it out.
Yeah,
but it's like,
how much time do they need is the question. Yeah, like will they be ready today? Will they be ready by the next event?
They stepped up. They beat Cloud9. That's step one.
That's a big deal. I mean, that's definitely a hump, and I didn't expect that when I saw them that they went to the Game 5 because they were up 2-1. When they went to Game 5, and I was like, oh no, we're talking about Cloud9, one of the best Slayer teams in the league.
Yeah, they got Sab. So the Sab's a beast in Slayer.
Yep, Septify, it's like, but they close it out, and I think that's big. You know, you end the day
pretty handily too, right?
It was. I think it was like 9 kills or something like that.
Not necessarily close.
Yeah, so you end the day on a good note, and now you can continue tomorrow, and you made it to Championship Sunday. So I'm sure they're happy about that. And yeah, I think their conversations are always, I'm sure, very productive too on how to fix things that are going on. So
yeah, and I want to talk briefly about the winter final because this is something that I've noticed in LANs is that even though you can make it to the winter final, you can guarantee like top 3. We've seen multiple times teams get to that point to the winter final on Championship Sunday, and boom, double loss.
Shopify, it's always Shopify. They always choke on Sundays.
I believe Pure. I believe it happened to Pure in Atlanta. They got to winter final. Immediately 2 losses. I mean, that's just the nature of championship. There's only 4 teams left. And so it's like, I would love to see that not happen, but that would mean that FaZe would be taking out either SSG or Optic, which tough task.
Right. And I was talking about Optic as well, And
I'm sorry. I just glazed over the fact that I guess that just implies that Shopify will beat FaZe.
Right. I think that previous Shopify always struggled on Sundays. Literally always. They're always third place because they struggled on Sundays. I think it's a big fact to bring up. But I want to bring up on the other side, Optic going in that lower side. It's kind of a buff for them, is it not? More reps under their belt, and now one of these teams is going to be waiting in that grand finals, like maybe Shopify, and now Optic have more reps to go all the way through. I think for me, that's going to make Optic more scary. So
yeah,
we'll see the implications.
There's 2 factors I think with them being in elimination. One, you're the first game on main stage of the day. It seems to be that you're sort of the guinea pig playing on these setups, right? So and you have to play, right? You can't just sit there for 3 hours and
yeah.
Something's not right. It doesn't feel right. They're like, well, what's wrong? And it's like, I can't tell. You can't have that, right? So it's you become the guinea pig on the main, or in any setup, right? If you're the first on the set, it's gonna take a couple reps for people to get everything calibrated.
Yep.
And so there's that for Optic. The other thing I want to mention is that Optic played at 8 a.m. yesterday, or 9 a.m. So they are the first match of the day, but they also woke up early yesterday, and that's a good thing in my opinion because their sleep pattern probably kind of acclimated for that. They didn't have the late game, right? They weren't SSG playing at midnight, so they got to go back and probably get a little more sleep than some of the other people playing today. So it's I guess SSG specifically, right? They got more rest than SSG theoretically. And so that's something to keep in mind, right? So it's you have the first match of the day, any one of these players, it's like a lottery. Oh, my PC is the one that's not right today,
yeah.
Right? It could be someone on SSG, it could be someone on Optic, or they could all be perfect. You never know, right? And so that's one thing to keep in mind. SSG had a late light last night. Optic had an early morning yesterday. They both play early today.
Interesting, yeah. Interesting.
I think that favors Optic a little bit.
Yeah, and you talk about the setups a little bit. I walked by because on the entrance there is the section where the SSDs are, which is where the pros get their SSD so that they can put it into their computer. And there was a lot of conversation. It was actually Lucid that's you know what? I really like this one. If I can keep this one, the rest, you know what I mean? He there's a specific SSD that he used that he used that he likes. And you make a good point there. It's consistency. You have to.
Yeah. This one feels good.
Yeah. So keep it the rest of the time.
That implies that they think that some of them don't feel right.
Right, exactly. They don't all feel the same. So it's interesting how that works.
It could be a head thing. It could be. It could be true. I mean, it's Lucid, so I feel like you have to give him the benefit of the doubt. He's probably onto something.
And you know why? I saw a clip on Twitter. This is about basketball, but just give me a sec to build this, all right? I saw a clip on Twitter of, I don't remember. I'm sorry, the player. He's a really good three-point shooter. I don't know why I can't remember his name. But anyway.
Steph Curry?
Yes, thank you. Curry. He's walking around.
I don't watch basketball.
I haven't watched it in a long time. I just couldn't think of his name. He's walking around the basketball, bouncing it, right? And then all of a sudden he stops. And everyone's looking at him why is he stopping? He stopped because when he bounced the basketball in this one spot, the floor was dead.
Yeah.
And then he went over there and he bounced it on the spot, and then he bounced it to the side and it went higher. And like that's just an example of how these pro players are. When you put that much time into your craft, you know when something's off.
Yeah.
You know it.
That's a great point.
Yeah. So I mean, it's important to have these SSDs and to keep them. And again, I'm sure they have like one that they like, and they'll try to get that one. And but the sleep is such an important thing. I think that again, they need their sleep. 100%.
Important asterisk about the SSDs: you can't bring your own.
You cannot. Don't bring your own.
Yeah, yours may feel great. You can't bring it.
That's so funny, dude. Chat, we appreciate you guys. Hope you guys are all doing well
they
today.
got the perfect person to just talk for 2 straight hours. Hey, this is my show, bro.
Yeah, heck yeah, man. Like listen, man. This is what we do.
I know, I'm not on broadcast. Right?
He doesn't get a chance to be here and talk.
The thing is, I did go to school for communication, and I was in the news business for 8.5 years. So
That's so crazy.
I may not be practiced, right? But I've been around very, very polished, speakers, talented speakers, and people that are, ingrained in media. I've been ingrained in media for 20 years now. So it's so
cool.
I love to talk too sometimes, but it's all good. I'm sorry if I'm just boring you guys.
No,
here,
you are. I think everything, and I'm not biased. That you're my boss. I think everything you're saying is awesome. And I truly do. So yeah, you just go get some breakfast or a coffee.
Yeah, I mean, it's also important too because people in chat will just randomly ask me, "Hey, LVT Halo, who do you got this time?" I'm like, "I'm always Optic Gaming." And immediately in the chat are like, "Oh, you're biased."
Biased.
Blah 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 blah.
We got to see your side of it.
Yeah, the truth is, there's a reason.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
I said it already. I'm not going to go through it again.
Yeah. I mean, I have my reasons for these guys. I think in terms of how humble they are. I love how humble they are. Like that's my thing. It's and they're the underdog right now. So everyone's got their team. We're allowed to be biased here. I mean, it's fine. We still cast with unbiased. We have to. But guys, again, can't spell bias without LVT. Steezy. Listen, man, it's okay to be it's okay to be biased, man, every once in a while.
They got the schedule on screen right now. 12 o'clock, they're going to do the showdown.
Awesome. Showdown.
12:30, Optic versus Space Station.
Oh, there you go.
Officially.
12:30, Optic versus Spell. That's going to be a crazy
So that's
match.
in 30 minutes. Theoretically, Optic versus Space Station up on the main stage.
They better be warming up. There's some stats from Space Station Gaming right now. Lucid a 1.21. It's his current series, but I'm assuming this is just the previous series. Okay. Previous series. Yeah, Tools just yelled at me. I didn't hear what he said. But stay quiet.
Yeah.
I mean, that damage per life is insane. That's 4 kills per life, the average damage dealt. That's nuts. 404 is nuts.
Yeah.
Very high across the board.
Immediately, right? I used to be like a math guy.
Okay, yeah.
And then I went into media, and I haven't done math at all. So I just look at their pictures.
I love that.
Look at Snakebite, bro. Look at this motherfucker, bro. He is locked the fuck in, bro.
I used to
and then I look at Optic, man. Listen, I love this
it.
because on the opposite side, Formal is locked the fuck in. Look at him, dude.
It's crazy.
And then, dude, it's funny. It's like you kind of do this in basketball, right? You have matchups.
Yeah.
And you can kind of do that in Halo.
Yeah, I agree, 100%. In terms of stats, Renegade yesterday was it a 1.92, I think, for one of the series, I believe it was. I'm not sure. I don't think it's for the day. It was for one of the series. A 1.92. That's insane to me. Having that sort of KD in a tournament setting is just nuts. But those guys are warming up and preparing. Chat, you should be warming up and preparing as well. Go get your snacks. Go get some coffee or whatever. The show match is coming. And again, thank you for all the support and all the love as we get ready for Championship Sunday. Who is everyone rooting for today?
I'm gonna step off the broadcast.
Everyone say bye. Everyone say bye to LVT.
Appreciate you all hearing me out. Sorry for the 2-hour monologue. We have to do it because we have to build our viewership. Because if we don't, people choose to watch elsewhere, right?
Yes.
So thank you for choosing to stay with us. If you're gonna stay with us, thank you so much. I'm gonna let people that are more talented than me get on the broadcast, start talking. But LVT will be back on the producer end.
Awesome, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to have LVT on here, and again, hearing thoughts of why does he pick Optic Gaming? Everyone, I want to hear yours. What is your favorite team, and who are you guys rooting for to win today? I think that's really important. Of course, it's Easter Sunday, the Resurrection Day, of course, and it's good to be here and be able to cast for you. I'm very excited for that, but let's see what the chat says. We see some phases here. All right, we're going to actually see the show match. Never mind, ladies and gentlemen, the show match and some highlights are what we're looking at.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Royal 2. Royal 2 with the highest damage differential per minute at HCS Arlington with a plus 68.9 and comes away with the best support medal. Man, coming out next right away for best coach, it's the best man. The coach of Shopify Rebellion. Best man yet again, 5-0 in this tournament, and also with wins over Optic and SSG. One more time, everybody, give a round of applause, make some noise in the chat as well for your event combination winners.
kill. Triple kill. All block. Snipe. All block. Enemy has the ball. Kill. Frenzy. All block. Snipe. Killing spree. Double kill. Enemy has the ball. Ball drop. Snipe. Ball drop. Enemy has the ball. Ball drop. Last shot. Double kill. Double kill. Enemy flank. Double kill. Enemy team took the hill. Double kill. Triple kill. Enemy team took the hill. Defeat. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree.
Hello and welcome everybody to the HCS Arlington Open Series. We're currently watching the HCS Arlington Showdown match between Bound and Legend versus Formal and Renegade. And if you see some other names on the board, these are the 1v1 Showdown finalists who got a chance to join up and team up with them. This is pretty cool. Joining me on the couch is Tools, Active, and also Mr. LVT himself.
Hey. I just got to point out, I was right, Tools. Sorry, bro.
We're right. I was like, I was talking to Div, and like Div came over. He's like, "Oh yeah, this is the format," and I was like, "Oh, I would have done this." He's like, "Oh, that's a good idea." So I was
Nah,
like,
bro, this is way more hype. Nobody wants to watch that 1v1 Showdown. BS. Nah, just kidding. So I would love to say that Deputy Goober had a chance to hit a great team in year one, and Laz was just telling me this. He said that they were ready to give that man a contract, but he told himself he didn't have the time to dedicate to 4v4 because it was going to take like 8 hours a day, scrims, all that. He couldn't do it at the time. So he, for the better of the team, did not take the contract. So I want to see how Deputy Goober does in this type of lobby. And so far, he's keeping up 4-7.
I'll say Renegade.
5 assists.
Letting his team down right now. Come on, bro.
He's saving his energy, Tools. All right, there's a big match coming up next. He's trying to just, this is a warm-up.
That makes sense. I'd probably do the same.
Yeah, you can't let it all out.
He probably, like, who's got, he does have shock. I was going to say, he probably gave the shock to, like, Fleurs to, like, go off. But never mind, bro. He said, nah, I'm him, bro.
He is, like, hungry for that shock. Every time that thing is on the floor, you'll see him just running at it. But this is a crazy lead for Bound and Legends team here.
Reverse it.
Revan Knows is a player that's in matchmaking all the time. Obviously, we know Deputy Goober, so this is pretty much a stacked team on this side. Obviously, you've got Fluriously on the other end, but...
And I should have played, if I would have played in the 1v1s, I could have been on main stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could have on main stage playing with your favorite player of all time, Bound.
Stout.
Tools is a Bound fanboy.
Sir. By the way, we had to kick up the noise gate because the speakers are back on, so we might have to speak with your
My
chest.
giant friends.
Yeah, okay.
Hello, ladies and
Can
gentlemen.
you all hear us?
Guys, give this up if you can hear us right now. I'm just kidding.
Look at that.
Kidding, but not kidding.
I'm deeply not. In fact, it is pay to chat from now on.
Pay to chat. That's subscriber
Yeah.
mode, Tools.
There's a name for that.
So we've heard of the name Goober multiple times, especially during FFA. What has he done in the FFA? What has he not done?
He's the infinite GOAT. He's won the world championship. He's won multiple lands. I think he should bat in like 90% on making finals in the FFA. It was honestly a shocker.
Yeah,
This time.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The 90% is only because of the event. This event, somehow he did not make it in that finals, but yeah, he studies. He studies that Aquarius map really well. He's put a lot of time into it, and he says he doesn't have time to do fours. I would love to see him enter the fours arena, though, to be honest. Like, get back into fours again,
Yeah, one note about Goober. He went out in the winter quarterfinal for FFA, and we did get a chance to peek at this lobby live on stream. That specific lobby that I'm talking about that he got eliminated from. And the comment from, I believe it was Eli, he said that this is a final caliber lobby. And I guess it's because of that, right? I mean, he didn't quite make it.
I also believe after he won the world championship, he said he was going to take a break from like grinding it as much. So I don't think the FFA regulators were out in force. That was Fluriously that just hit that cross shot.
Not surprised.
He's kind of good. A student gamer athlete going at it.
Is he still a student?
I hope not. Dude,
He's the alumni gamer athlete.
Seriously, one of the few players out of Nebraska. There's actually quite a few like high-level players in Nebraska.
Fluriously was in the last 1v1 at Worlds, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's not his first time on main stage in the recent time.
Guy is really prolific in those 1v1s.
He won an FFA and Halo 5 on the main stage as well. He's kind of there.
If Fluriously is the one that played Bound in the 1v1 showdown, right? And I think they went down to the final life and Bound beat him. Bound was like, he put the controller down at the end, I remember, and he was just like, woo! He was like, I almost lost that shit.
Yeah, it's close. That's funny.
And now they got a chance to go against each other again.
Yeah, there you go. This is dominant, though. I mean, this is insane. 214 to 65. Formal's having a really solid game. But I truly do think that that's like a fact. I don't know. It was for me. You only have so much in the tank. You know what I mean? And you don't want to put it all on the line here for one of these. This is fun. This is like a fun little warm-up thing. So But Formal's taking it very seriously, and I think Formal's one of those guys that takes every game seriously. He's that friend that like you're trying to have fun, and he's like, no, we need to win.
Yeah.
19-13.
And let's be honest, one of these four probably have the chance to play on the same setup that they're about to play on. So this is your chance to work it all out.
That's cool. Yeah, that's a good point.
Hey, it's probably a little bit of a gamble, right? Obviously, two of them not on their setups, and two of them could be. If I was Optic, I would be like, that's my setup. I want to sit right there.
Yeah.
That's where I sit.
Yeah. I was like, if I was Optic, I'd have all four of the Optic players on one side.
Listen.
It's like, we don't need to sit next to each other.
I'm about to stand up. Are you sitting
playing in just a few minutes.
Nah, I doubt they're sitting like that.
That's going to be a crazy match coming up next. But this one looks like it's going to be over very soon. Double cap in.
Renegade's double negative.
Hey.
He had a 2.0 KD. He's like, plays in the show match. He's like,
I wouldn't even, yeah.
Hey, he's the guinea pig. I told you, it happens to somebody every time. Yeah, like it feels like there's something wrong with the setup. I'm not making excuses for Renegade. He might be my favorite player, but hey, listen, I guess he didn't quite. He didn't play up to snuff that time.
Well, this showdown is definitely something. What a cool experience for the AM players to have a chance to go on main stage and maybe sit next to people they look up to, or people, places where they absolutely want to be. And actually, we got a camera on the actual setup. Let's see, is that Renegade setup?
Renegade and Formal sitting next to each other. They appear to be on the left side of the stage. I assume Optic's going to sit on the right.
I love the hand warmers. It's like even Renegade.
It looks a little funny.
In a show match,
It looks a little funny.
In a show match, he's got those heat warmers in his jacket, and see Flurry Sleeve, and he's just playing around with his
He's got one too, bro. He's locked in, bro.
locked
in.
He's experienced. Like I said, he was here last year.
I mean, it's got to be freezing up there. I see some coffee.
Yeah,
there.
he's got a coffee. He's ready to go.
That's Formal's coffee. I like that.
Renegade looked at Formal and was like, yo, can I get a swig of that, bro? Like,
I will say legend with a KDA of 11.7. Maybe he's just not giving his all and still just popping off in this game.
Yeah, maybe.
This is just the way he is.
He's
the way
peaking early,
built.
though. He's got to relax a little bit. Like, you can't peak too early.
Hey, you think he's still jet lagged from like France? How long does it take?
Yeah, that's
It's
a good
been-
question.
Yeah,
It's
like
been a
what?
while.
It's been 4 months.
You think he's
I think it's been longer than that.
you think he's accustomed to it yet?
If anything, if Nemesis, they're the ones that should have a complaint to file.
Right. They were here for what? Nemesis for like over 2 weeks, actually.
Were they here for 2 weeks?
I think they were all, what is it? What do you call it? Yeah, they were boot camping.
I didn't know that. That's cool.
I didn't
What
know
is-
Nemesis were. That's awesome.
What is Renegade's tag? TBSA.
The best round.
I didn't know that until just now.
The
Thanks.
I
best.
just made it up. So.
Oh, the best.
I
Wait,
think it's the best sniper alive is what I think it's supposed to be.
Hey.
Okay.
Hey, that's kind of hype. I don't know.
That goes hard.
What's,
10 assists for Formal too.
Formal.
Teamwork.
Formal, what does V27 mean? Version 27?
That's his version. Yeah, this is maybe the 27th tournament. He's been in many more than that, right?
I'm about to say, I think he might be on 100, bro.
I was gonna say that'd be really cool. That's a cool little tag. Like, how many tournaments you've been in? V1, V2.
Ooh,
Okay.
Goobs with a turn and burn, man.
What do you guys use for your tags?
Tim.
Louis. Louis.
I think I don't actually know.
Allie?
I changed it 4 years ago, and I never looked at it again. Probably Ali K or Aliek or something. I'm not sure how many letters can you fit? 4?
Quattro.
Yeah,
That's
probably
him.
some sort of Aliek without an E, maybe.
Yo, we got a series layout. Okay.
Let's go.
Hey, look. We got some
Are
orange
they
tools.
gonna play all three, or are they only gonna do?
It's a best of 3.
Best of 3.
But I mean,
So they might play all 3 tools.
no, Formal
No.
Renegade. I gotta request.
You want to see Origin?
Please win this next game. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's get ourselves the.
You
let's
really
get
want to
ourselves
see
the
Origin? Yeah, you love Origin.
Bro,
When I cast with you tools and I see Origin in the series layout, I'm excited.
Fluriously is gonna know what
Same.
to do.
Yeah.
That's why I
Fluriously
brought it up.
Yeah.
All I know is that Optic is going to win, and then Optic's going to win again. So
Oh,
we're gonna
wow.
have
That's a good
maybe
prediction.
they'll flip the logo or something, or have an alt color for the
Yeah,
other
let's
team.
Turn it upside down.
Just flip it.
Yeah, I guess Optic's going to win, huh?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Some great predictions going on.
I think
here.
this is a great, how cool is it that you can just walk up to a side tournament and have the chance to play on main stage? And it's not like a tournament, right? It's like
Yeah.
if you, I'm not sure the exact format. I believe if you play really well, like you have great stats and like the stats put you on a leaderboard.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, what a great opportunity. Shout out to HCS for giving people the chance to play up there.
I got experience with this. Fortunately for me, it was during the MCC days. They did a Pro AM tournament on Reach MCC, and I got to play with some pros, and they carried me, and there was a prize pool. It was a big prize pool, and I made some money getting carried by pros on MNK Reach and MCC.
Who was your pro?
Oh gosh, I think there was a couple tournaments that I was a part of. I think at one point it was
they won
Snakebite.
you money, and
Yeah,
you
yeah.
don't remember.
Lethal was really. By the way, Lethal's really nice when he's on your team. Like he's really cool, really nice. Lethal was one of them. I don't remember the other. I have it on my channel, on my YouTube, but I don't know.
I want to point out that they just had that close-up, extreme close-up of Renegade.
Yeah.
He wasn't looking. He was looking at his monitor, but he was looking through his monitor. He's thinking about what's next.
Yeah.
He doesn't give a flying fuck about what's happening right now. Like, he was looking through the monitor, dude.
I'm telling you can't. When a player like that, like when you enter one of these, I just feel like I'm the same kind of player. Like I have a certain amount of energy. I don't want to just put like. People, like for instance, the teams I've been a part of, they want to scrim before a tournament, or they want to play matchmaking in between tournaments. I'm like, no, I am not doing that. I need to turn my brain off, and I'll turn it back on when the game comes up.
No, absolutely. And there's so much on the line for them this event. So.
Yeah.
But hey, it's the Optic Major, so they got to do a show match and get on stage early.
Yeah, we got to get a little extra content, right? Hex always says, if you're not winning, you better be making content, because you can't do neither. You got to do one or the other. You got to win, and you got to make content.
Win and make content. I love that.
Yeah, they're dropping Sniper somebody.
I love that was Goober dropping it for Bound or something.
Oh, come on, Goobs.
Yeah,
Go on,
you gotta
bro.
just take it, man. Look at Renegade.
There must be something wrong.
Just play it out.
Or maybe he was just going to do an epic G-slide.
Or maybe he's looking through his monitor, like you said. He's just trolling.
There's something
definitely
wrong.
doing a little
I'm not going to lie,
dance.
boys. This is an official match. You should probably just play through whatever problem you got. Okay.
Yeah.
3 down. Former Renegade. Yeah, just play. Just play it out.
We don't have time for this shit.
Unless it's your setup and you're trying to, make it better for the next match.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, there's something wrong, right?
That's going to be, of course.
Maybe they're just, goofing around, having fun.
You got to have fun sometimes.
It would be fitting with Deputy Goober in the lobby, right?
Yeah, just turn your brain off. I don't know if I've ever told this story, but speaking of Deputy Goober having fun, there was this one player in Halo 2, sorry, Halo 3. I think it was Halo 3 or Halo 2. Anyway, he was the best FFA player at the local LAN, just always winning FFA, and all he would do is smile and say, just have a good time, man. And he'd just be like the happiest person alive, and he would just win by like 20 kills every time. Like, it was so aggravating. Like, get serious.
For those of us, for those joining in on the stream, this is the show match for the HCS Arlington Major. And if you're looking at the screen and you see, who are those players? Who are they? Well, they are the 1v1 Showdown finalists, and they have teamed up with they split up Optic into 2, and they made 2 separate teams. So this is what you're watching, the Bound Legend team alongside two of the top 4 1v1 finalists, Showdown, and former Renegade on the other side.
Yeah, and a little bit of insight from the 1v1 Showdown. Goober versus Flaherty was the final. Definitely Goober came out on top 15-12, I believe.
Oh.
So number 1 seed, Bound and Legends team. Number 2 seed, probably former Renegade.
And Goober got to pick his team, and he decided Bound and Legend were the players he was going to pick. That's kind of interesting.
Oh, they got to pick their players?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's right. I was
okay.
overhearing the guys talking about it. So
that's kind of cool, man.
That is cool. Who would you pick? Would you pick Formal and Renegade, your favorite player, or would you pick Bound and Legend?
I'd pick Bound and Renegade.
I think it's like
one or the other.
You have to pick the
damn,
one of the two.
Bro, they gonna do me like that?
That'd be unfair. Bound and Renegade on the same team. I don't know.
I have to play with Renegade.
I've
never had. Actually, I played against him one time in Halo Infinite.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna lie to you, like I literally did everything in my power to just run across the map and challenge him every chance I got. And after the match, he was streaming. After the match, he was like, "Yo, you're just like me, bro." I was like,
"That's awesome. That's awesome."
Let's go. It was one of the best moments of my life.
I bet that happens to them all the time in matchmaking.
Oh yes, absolutely it does. And they make it clear, like when they notice it too. They're like, "Can you?" What they say there's a term they say. I'm not gonna say it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say it here on stream, but basically stop having a for me and
There you go.
Yeah.
Driven Nose, shout out to Driven Nose because we've been observing open bracket matches. He was actually on the elevated stage for a couple rounds here at the in the early part of the open bracket. So Driven Nose, competitor through and through.
Uber, I mean, this kid is so good, and we've seen it in free for all many times. I did not know that. Thank you so much for shedding the light on the fact that he had a contract offer. Cluster lock out of Goober, all 4 down for formal Renegade.
But he's on a roll. He's about to hit another double kill. He's on a killing spree. Finally goes down to Renegade.
If you're one of these like lower tier, no, I can't say. I hate saying lower tier players, but if you're not down in Legend or 4-1 Renegade, I feel like this is your moment, right? Kind of. Maybe you can kind of like have a performance and maybe you get noticed a little bit. I think it's a little tough, but
Some of us get to main stage and we step up to the occasion. Some of us get to main stage and just jump off the map by accident with camo in your hands while you're popping it.
This
Sorry,
is a
guys.
crazy story.
Sorry.
Almost
A little PTSD from my main stage appearance in front of 500,000 people at the time. It was like year 2 of Halo Infinite. There were a lot of people watching.
That's so funny.
I mean, sitting up there, like it's a whole experience. It's a whole experience.
Yeah, and there's a funny story too because I was on Uber Nick's team and Uber Nick was the quote-unquote captain of our team. Yeah. And whoever made the seating layout got it backwards. So they were supposed to have Uber Nick facing the crowd, like closest to the crowd, and whenever they walked us out, they put me in the seat that was close. I was supposed to sit furthest. No. And so like it looked like I was the main focus and like you know what, it was a whole ordeal.
That's hilarious.
Shout out to HCS and the Grassroots for making that happen. It was really cool.
What about you, Active? When did you get to sit up there?
Back in 2007, I got to sit on main stage with 3 of the GOATs of Halo. And that was a cool opportunity. But yeah, it was a long time ago. My main stage appearance was beautiful, and no one expected me to be there, and I'll never forget it. I really will never forget it. But I've never been on an HCS main stage, so I'd love to be on that one time as a creator or whatever. I think it'd be really fun. It's a good experience that everyone should experience, in my opinion. That's a lot of people.
That's a lot of
That's a lot of people to get up on the main stage.
Yeah, you just you'll never lose it though. It's like this competitive itch that comes when you experience that and a crowd's cheering for you getting a kill or something. There's nothing like that. You will have that itch for the rest of your life.
There is an absolute energy or aura that comes, like you can just feel it when you're standing up there. I thought Tools was gonna say something.
Oh no, I was like, are they gonna play game 3? No, they're getting up.
They're getting up. It's time for business.
Yeah.
Yo, shout out to Bittersweet Celeste, the GOAT admin.
Oh, there she is.
Hard worker.
Co-founder or owner of, excuse me if I'm quoting it wrong, of DSA. They are the unsung heroes of Halo, especially the online tournaments. They admin damn near everything that you see on LVT.
Yeah, and they were also working really long hours yesterday.
Monkey,
Just
right
like
there.
us.
The other admin, former CLG. Also somebody that's helped LVT in the past as well. Listen, there's LVT everywhere. Like, just, a couple steps removed maybe, but, a lot of people have helped LVT get to where we are.
I didn't know Monkey was working here today.
Yeah, he's at every single event, man. He's one of their main admins. Obviously, they probably put the best of the best up on the main stage, so.
I'm just going to point out what you said about saying, I think Legend has his seat, but Bound had to come over to his side. So that's interesting. I think Legend and I don't know if they all had theirs. They didn't all have their seat. 2 of them had their seat, and 2 of them had to come over.
Yeah.
So kind of cool.
Yeah, just the reference to that conversation, we were saying that usually for the first match of the day, there's a couple technical aspects that you got to calibrate for your setup, and having the chance to play on your setup in a series before your series is probably really good.
Yeah, it's a buff. Driven knows. I've seen a lot of matchmaking, I believe, or at least I see his name a lot somewhere. Like I know the name, which is
it's like whenever you send hate messages to people you lose,
I don't ever send hate messages.
Like Driven knows 9.
I only send hate messages to you.
That's
just you. Yeah. Sorry.
Interesting.
That makes me feel worse somehow.
Can we come on cam, Isaac? I just want to point out how good everybody looks, dude. Look at that jacket on Tools, bro. Like, hell yes, brother.
It's warm in there. That's nice.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's
we're going to see how I brought another shirt of clothes because I'm like, man, usually this venue's really cold. So I was like, okay, I'm going to dress warm. And then, so I was like, I have another thing, or if it gets too hot, I'm going to be in Cloud9 gear.
Oh, okay. There you
Like,
go.
I'm
There you go.
Cloud9 gear.
Perfect.
I will say it was extra cold in the venue today. I think they left the AC running last night.
Nice.
And just left it feeling like a fridge in here. So he is doing the right thing
Yeah.
with the coat.
That new transformer just kicking in. They said it was going to buff the AC, and
She said it.
they weren't lying.
It
Yeah, I
was
was
Boss
surprised.
Lady who said it.
I was surprised when we got here day one because I was like, man, it is like warm compared to like what it usually is in this venue. Because I swear, I feel like it's gotten 50 degrees in this venue before. It's like it gets cold.
I don't know about you guys, but
Yeah.
I love cold. I'm a very warm person. Very, very warm. All the time.
I'm from Texas. We love our AC. That's all I'll say.
I thought he was gonna start rapping
By the way-
right there when he said, "I'm from Texas."
I'm sorry that I have shorts on. I didn't plan on being on broadcast, and also
Nah.
like I have to break down later, and I need it to be 50 degrees in here because I'll be loading equipment nonstop.
No one's gonna complain about you like they did me, saying that I had, I was blinding them with you're not pale, so
What?
you're good to go. Yeah, I was wearing shorts one event. It was
like a
Orlando, I think, and people are saying, "Oh, I'm blind," because like I've got pale legs. You
Yeah,
know,
it was like
it's not
you
the same problem here.
You put him and Eli
Yeah.
with shorts on at
Both
the
of
same
them
time.
at the same time?
It's like,
Okay, come on,
Oh,
it's like
bro.
blinders.
We'll have to
Come on.
recalibrate the cameras. I'm just kidding. You're gonna burn a hole in the sensor, brother.
Luckily for me, I got that farmer's stand, so I know the pants stay on. I don't. It's like I'm real white under.
Yeah,
good.
definitely need to get in the sun. It's just touching grass is so annoying.
Yeah, we
don't
were
wanna do
forced to.
that. Yeah.
What is it, Brennan?
Have you guys had the chance to like hold this thing?
No, we
I'll
haven't
never
yet.
get one of these, so I might as well hold it right now. This is awesome. Look at this. This is
Yeah, so
sick.
apparently YouTube, when you get an award like this, right, they ask how many people are on your team, and they'll send out multiple. Unfortunately, Twitch was not willing to do that, but so we got one. It's been in my house, so this is y'all's chance to get your hands
That's
on it.
so cool. Very, very
Wow.
cool.
Very heavy.
Yeah,
It is. It's surprisingly
This
heavy.
This is the Twitch Bleed Purple
5
Award for
million hours.
5 million hours watched.
That's so much.
5 million
Wow.
hours.
That's so much.
That's a lot of people watching for a very, very long time.
That's
Thank
insane.
you,
It's
everybody.
It's actually just one really dedicated viewer.
yeah.
Hey, I heard they
You know
have the
who you
same
are.
account.
Sound off in the chat if you're that one viewer.
Yeah, I heard it's just one guy that has the same account,
Oh,
and then
yeah.
he just logs into multiples.
Yeah.
He's able to.
Yeah, let's see
to
if we
get
can
it
spot
going.
him. See if we can spot him.
So cool.
I will say I had no idea that Twitch even gave trophies or plaques or anything. So I was surprised that this even exists.
Get
Yeah,
to watching.
so-
There's another one, right?
There are
There's
more.
another?
This is the first tier. There's 3 tiers. They announced it, and we hadn't hit it yet. We literally hit it a couple months after they announced it. So probably one of the few that didn't already qualify for one that qualified after the program was announced. So
That's
shout out
awesome.
to the viewers.
Wow. Thank you
keep
so much,
watching, guys.
everybody. Or that one viewer that has so many accounts. Thank you so much, everybody.
Oh, look,
Here's
there
the-
they are.
There they are.
Oh, hey,
See?
viewer.
It's proof. We just have one viewer.
There it
One
is.
viewer.
That's funny.
Thank you, one viewer. I'm going to place it right here so y'all can see it.
Beautiful.
What is it? Bleed purple?
Bleed purple.
Bleed
Twitch is purple.
Yeah, the next one I believe is I don't know. One of them's
Silver?
Marble. I think the last one I believe is Marble.
Is it?
There's-
It's not
there's-
50 million, right? That's too
Oh
high.
yeah, there's
Yeah,
50
it-
million
it-
and it's 500 million.
Okay.
Next one is
okay.
50.
Wow.
Yeah, well, it's gonna take us 10 years to hit it, but
No,
you
we're
know,
gonna get it.
we'll get there.
Hey,
Right?
we're
Sure,
gonna get that.
eventually.
That happened. I'm not trying to plug myself or anything. This happened in a very short time. I've been a streamer for 11 years and I still don't have one. So this is an accomplishment. This is
goal
awesome.
is-
5
Compliment-
million
Get the
watch hours.
Accomplishment for all of us.
Yes, it's awesome.
yeah.
That's really cool. Seriously.
The YouTube plaque to go with it next, right? That's the next big goal. Shout out to
YouTube?
Yeah.
Is it
Yeah.
100K, right?
We
YouTube,
reached
100K.
16,000 subs.
Hey
on
guys,
on
up to the YouTube if you haven't already. Everyone, just press the button. It's free. Just like
It
that.
is free.
Yeah, on
Free
YouTube it is.
subscribe
On
button.
YouTube you can subscribe for free. Yep. Or you can, pay
Ah.
if you want, be a member.
I mean, it would be a shame if someone on Twitch subscribed thinking they were subscribing to the YouTube. I don't know what I'd do. I'd be beside myself if someone subscribed on Twitch thinking it was the YouTube.
That would be crazy. And did you know that some people also have primes? Prime
Oh,
subs.
is that like
there's
another,
a
is that
button.
another way to
Wait, what's
sub
that?
to the
Yeah,
YouTube?
so there's a button on the top right of the screen that, when you click on it,
Yeah.
it's just a free subscription that you can give. You just won. You choose a channel and you just drop
Did
it.
you check if you had a Twitch Prime sub right now?
I'm already subbed, bro.
Oh, let me check real quick if I have.
I'm sub 2.
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry.
am I the
Yeah.
only one not subbed right now?
I'm 50 months in, baby.
I'm definitely like 45 months in, but
I'm not subbed. Apparently, I just get gifted 2, 3
They
nonstop.
didn't let you.
Sorry, bro.
It's infinite.
Yeah, I got to see if I'm subbed. Sorry, guys. I'm on my phone. This is really
Is
rude.
there anybody not subscribed here on the LVT?
Park- There's one.
Parky B
What?
says, so I'm a pure fanboy. You know, actually, I assume he was talking about the pure Halo team, but actually, after reading that, maybe not. Maybe he's talking about Space Station.
All right,
I think he's a fan of Space Station.
My Twitch Prime's available on May 7th, so I will.
May
Twitch
7th.
Prime's
Drop
available on
it.
May 7th.
Wow. Last
grab
one
that
did
real
not
fast.
come to us. Okay.
So
I'm just kidding.
calendar May 7th. I just want to make sure.
Wait, why are you putting in the calendar?
Accountability, Yeah.
Right
Oh,
here?
what?
Yeah, we'll add it to
Okay.
the LVT Halo calendar.
It's active. Make sure you put 2 E's in there.
Oh, sorry.
Why does that
I
have to
won't
be
able
2
to look
E's?
up-
Let me
I
edit
won't be able
it.
to look up the username. if I
Oh,
don't.
goodness me.
Active
Yeah, and then we're
double
gonna build an AI that's
Prime
gonna
sub.
start calling people, and you'll be the first one that we'll test it on.
Yeah.
We'll set it to call every 15
Dude,
minutes
imagine
until
you get a
sub.
phone call that's like, "Hey, your Prime sub has
It's available.
expired."
I was thinking about how
Dude.
lucrative it would be to have a bulletin board on the highway, like a big a billboard.
A billboard?
A billboard,
Yeah.
yeah. A billboard on the highway that says "Use your Twitch Prime sub here, connected." And
You know why they
how many
call it-
people are not Twitch are Amazon members but are not using that Twitch Prime sub? Think about how much that is.
It's a lot. Do you know
It's a
why
lot.
they call it a billboard? Really?
Because it's a board.
No, that's what's really funny about it is it's
Yeah, what?
because you think it's because it's a board, but it's actually an advertising text. So it's a famous marketer named Bill Board, BILL.
No, it's not.
Board.
I don't believe you. So
And
can someone confirm?
He revolutionized the way that we commute.
I can tell when you're lying now. I'm
He said
better
you
at
can
this.
tell.
Yeah, I'm better at this. Like he's been lying to me since I started 5 years ago on LVT.
Damn.
And
Yeah, I said day one. I told him, "Hey, that was a good cast," and ever since then,
my cast was terrible day one. Look, I'm surprised you didn't fire me. Goodness me, it was really bad in Halo 5. I remember it was Coliseum. I'll never forget it. I was like that. I got off that cast and I was like, okay, I'm probably done here. That's what I said out loud. Yeah, I'm probably done here. They're probably not going to bring me back, but you did. And I love you for
You're
it.
kind of not lying a little bit, actually.
she just looked it up. It's right.
Yeah.
What?
Well, it's
Billboard.
it's
Oh.
not 100% correct.
Oh, okay. Look,
Thank you, Elliot.
But-
you didn't have
But-
to. You don't have to expand or you know. it's-
I have to. We are educating the stream right now about billboards for some reason.
Someone sub with Twitch Prime. Look at that. See there. Thank you.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah, you're not giving it to Jeff Bezos. Is he still the owner of Amazon?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
pretty
you're not
sure.
giving it
I'm pretty
famously
sure they
the
went to
owner
space,
of-
and they're still.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, don't give it to Jeff Bezos. He's got enough money.
100 gifted subs. I'll get married to Jeff Bezos and go up into space.
You won't get married to Jeff Bezos.
Is that like
You don't think
is
I
that his
can do it?
condition? Like if you marry him, you got to do it in
I don't know,
space.
That's at least one of them.
The first
was, right?
marriage in space. Maybe there has been.
Yeah, that's the next step. Is like he's gonna start getting married in space.
In space.
Okay.
Dude, I love space, man. Oh, space is so cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
We should all go to space.
Oh my gosh.
Actually-
that's a dream. I'm not joking. I would love to travel to space.
We can all go to a space
Yeah, I
station.
mean, it's just
Oh, we could do that. Yeah.
Yeah, Salt Lake City. It's already been announced. I don't know if you knew that.
that's space. Technically, we're in space right now.
That killed me. I don't know why. That's funny. That
Yeah,
was
it was-
good. I just think it'd be so cool. Tell me how many people.
5.
Stop it.
Three?
How many people's lives would
Three.
change if you were on the moon looking at Earth?
At least.
Tell me your life wouldn't change.
Yeah,
What?
I would
What do you
probably
mean?
One
Die
singular
up
person.
there.
One person.
I'm just saying-
The
no, I'm just
person
saying.
that's on the moon's life would
If-
change. That's it.
Listen to me. If you could see the Earth from
Yeah,
the
yeah.
moon,
I am
I think your
visualizing
life would
it.
change. I think.
Hold
you-
up, I can't.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
I see.
Yeah, I just feel like
It's
you're.
like viewing the Halo ring for the first time.
Yes. Yes.
Did you get blinded?
No, I'm just no.
By its
Like,
majesty.
I forgot he doesn't play the campaign.
I hate you.
My bad.
You've never played the campaign.
No, can you listen to me? He tried to roast me on Twitter for not playing the campaign because I didn't know about rampant AIs. I'm sorry I didn't play a terrible.
Wait.
Okay, I'm sorry. I take
You
that
mean you
back.
haven't played the Halo 5 campaign?
I'm sorry.
That's fair.
I'm sorry.
But
This is not the,
I
this is
didn't
the
play
Halo
the
four-
Halo-
This is the Halo 4 campaign.
I
which
did
is-
not play the
Halo
Halo 4 campaign.
Also Halo 4 campaign. Fair.
I didn't play the Halo 4 or the Halo 5, and I'm sorry.
Fair,
I have
fair.
not played the Halo Infinite campaign.
Hey,
I'm
chat,
sorry.
Chat.
It's
One
true.
if he didn't get my reference. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, were you blinded by? That went over his head.
I
completely
Went over right.
Yeah.
to
You know what? The only reason I played campaign is to get the little skull with the shield that says you beat it on legendary. I just wanted to show off. I didn't give a crap about the story. Now I care about story. I care about lore. I'm older now. It's appreciated more. Before I just wanted to get headshots.
What's Master Chief's name?
John 117.
You think his last name's 117?
Yes. They were categorized by numbers. What's his last name, Tools?
He doesn't have one, bro.
That's why he's John 117.
Just John, dude.
Any lore masters in the chat know Master Chief's last name?
There's no way he has one. Does he have one?
John Halo, of course. Yeah,
John
Halo.
Chad knows.
I have a short story about campaign.
Okay.
Tell us.
When I first got into Halo, like I was just all multiplayer, like bam, 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 bam. Right? I just skipped right past campaign. I went and I played my cousin. He was older than me. And he whooped my ass. And I said, "How the hell did you get so good?" He said, "I beat the game. I beat Halo 2 on Legendary 100 times." And he was dead ass serious.
Oh my goodness.
And apparently that was like a feat back then.
I mean, Jackal snipers are crazy in Halo.
And so
The Halo
since
2
then, I was
campaign
like, you know what? I need like the first thing I do when a new game comes out, build your craft through Legendary, through campaign,
Smart.
and then go into matchmaking, and you'll kick ass.
I will say the Halo 2 campaign is on a whole nother level compared to the other campaigns. Like that is like, it's kind of torture. You load in into the map, and as soon as you walk out, you get sniped by a Jackal. Like
Yeah,
that,
Jackal snipers are terrible.
the aim, it's just no. So I replayed it a few years ago, and I don't remember being this angry when I played it when I was little. I was definitely more angry now against the Jack. Like it was, I almost quit the game. I almost didn't
funny.
finish
I've
it.
only ever had a good time playing the Halo campaigns, but I started with Halo 3, so I think I missed out on the.
So you
Jackals.
roasted me
So
on
you
Twitter
haven't
for
played
not
the-
I
playing
have played
the
the
Okay.
campaign. I said I started.
Okay.
Started. Emphasis on the word
Okay.
started. Some of us were born a
And
little bit later
This
in life.
is why he loves the Halo 5 campaign.
I'm a little bit of a zoomer. It's okay. Fantasy?
Fantasy?
Yeah,
Fantasy?
Are we going to do fantasy now?
We're doing
How we
fantasy.
can.
There's 4 teams.
By the way, so if you look behind us, right, you could see like gameplay for a moment. They're showing highlights and stuff. They're doing their death segment also. The moment that there's live gameplay, I promise you, we will be watching it here. You don't have to leave to go watch the gameplay.
yeah.
We're gonna be watching it here.
For sure.
Not
100%.
missing anything out. You're just hanging out here with us.
Yeah.
We have prepared. Are we actually doing the fantasy?
We can.
what
there's
do
4
we
of
need
us.
to do, Tools, to make this happen?
Yeah.
All we need is 4 players. We have all the cards printed. I have all the stats ready.
Okay.
So we just need 4 people to draft.
Okay. So, 1, 2, 3.
Oh yeah, I'm 4. Okay.
4?
I guess like
Oh,
if
yeah,
we
yeah,
could. Do
honestly,
you guys want
yeah.
to play fantasy? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
Eli-
yeah,
Okay,
time out.
okay.
No,
Eli
because
has-
I probably should help like run the fantasy thing.
Okay.
Is what
You're
I'm
not
saying.
playing?
Well, I think at this
Ideally-
point in time, I probably need to help like
Garrett
actually
is,
run the stats.
Garrett is the fantasy master right now.
Yeah.
So here, come take my spot, Eli.
It's a skill gap, and I haven't acquired it yet. Sorry.
I'm also dominating my leagues right now.
yeah, you know
I-
what? Get this guy out of here, bro.
I was hoping for an Eli versus Tools rematch here on the Fantasy Halo draft, but Tools is retiring to help run the fantasy draft. All right, everybody. So if you are hanging out, we have decided to run a fantasy draft, a Halo fantasy draft, and here's how it works. There's going to be how many players? 4? We're still 4.
So
Okay.
that's 4?
There's 4 teams
I think
left.
it is 4.
Oh yeah, sorry.
I can't find these.
Yeah, we do have to. Are we using all of the players on the table,
No, we're
or
just
only
using
the ones that are
these.
still
But I
active
don't.
on
I
the
cannot
tournament?
find 2
Can
players.
I draft the trophy?
Ooh.
Yeah.
You
gonna have
can hold the
highest KD.
trophy.
Hold it like this.
Unless they're like below. So I don't know. I'll look. I'm bad at looking for stuff. So.
So we are going to be in a snake draft format. We will be choosing and creating our team, our fantasy Halo team, and the
they're not
person with the team that collects the best stats at the end of the tournament today will win. There's 4 of us. We have moved over players that are still active, right, in the tournament.
Yeah, we're missing 2 players right
we
now.
are indeed missing 2 players.
Someone stole.
Oh, we are. Oh, really?
I think
Someone stole them?
I don't know what else happened to them. Where did they go?
We've been trying to get them signed. So,
that might
so
be
yeah,
why.
they could be like
I
Like in the
automatically go to
back.
stealing.
in
Always.
a team room. No, I'll say this:
Are you drafting?
the lights went
yes.
out. I don't know. I didn't hear about anything getting stolen, bro. And the lights were completely out, and there were 1,000 people in this building. So
That's true. I thought
shout
that
out
it
to
was,
the Halo community.
You guys
thought
are
it was
awesome.
shocking there was no Xboxes missing the next day.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. You guys are awesome.
Love that about Halo, honestly.
Yes.
Like at this point, right? the people that really care are still here.
I 100% agree with that. I do. And then you know, you have those people that will come back when it's back to the limelight one day.
We got
They'll
some,
be like, "Oh, I never left. I was a Halo
So
fan
it's
for
just
20
our
years."
top 4 teams, huh?
Yes, we're just missing 2, but obviously we know who the 2 are. So
Do you have
they'll be easy.
do you have any more cards that we could like?
Yeah, actually. I just need a Sharpie and some scissors. We can
Wherever
create
those
the
ended up.
last 2. The last 2 players. All right, so we're only drafting from the top 4
We grab a
teams
Sharpie
right now
from
and
the desk?
creating our team. So it's going to be a top 4 fantasy
you, sir.
draft.
We
She
could
asks for a
also.
Sharpie, she gets a Sharpie.
Should we just write this down or something?
Right, what?
Are we gonna use the board or like? Write down who our
It's going to
teams
be done with graphics, to my knowledge. But
Frosty. We're missing Frosty.
by the way, shout out to Walshy and Red Bull. I don't know how many of you guys know, but I get Red Bull delivered to my house every month.
Shout out to Walsh, dude.
Let's go.
Can I get on that list?
I can ask. No promises, though. It's not my decision.
All right, we got Frosty and last shot. So now we got anybody got scissors?
I got you.
Oh, he said I'm the
Oh.
human scissors. Watch this. The origami
Okay.
master.
But my brain immediately went to Human Centipede.
That's crazy.
Like,
That's the most insane thing I've ever heard.
All
Good
right.
morning, chat.
We're getting started off on the right foot.
absolutely. Let's see. I'm looking at chat right now. See what you guys are saying. Let me see.
What up, Pure Delight? You know how I am.
Here.
I gotta keep it moving. Oh, here we go.
Eli going for the back-to-back win. That's
Yeah.
your last time for Worlds, which was the first time we ran the fantasy draft. Eli was the champion, the winner.
I did win, so let's see if we can go back to back. This is hard with less players.
Yeah, there's safe picks
Yeah.
and there's gamble picks.
Yeah, yeah.
That's essentially what you have in this pool. Safe picks and gamble picks.
I'd like to say also that normally Twitch chat and Aliak get paired together. I would love to be paired with Twitch chat this time. You
Okay.
can make your own decisions.
Damn, that's
you
crazy.
can make your own choices.
She said you figured it out.
That sounds good.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, so how are we gonna order? How are we gonna order who
Well-
gets first picks?
Yeah, okay, so let's
Should we
take
do like a
the...
snake format?
So,
Ooh, we got stats on the screen. Aliak is number 1. We're going to go
Alex,
down
let's
the
go.
Okay.
Go in
Okay,
line.
sounds
the
good.
order has been chosen. I'm number 1, so in order of... here.
Okay. I mean,
I don't know where
just hold
we're...
ourselves.
I guess so.
Yay.
I
We're
love to
putting
hold
this
my...
on.
Hey, yo.
No board? No board. Oh, okay.
All right,
I made a gesture that justified what I said, but
Glad it's not on cam.
I actually need to...
We are on cam. Okay.
Let me go ahead and open my iPad so I can see this these stats on my screen closer for
I don't know
us.
if I'm getting old or what.
So you
but-
guys are able to see the fantasy database. So this is the data we have on all the players currently, and I'm
I think-
opening it.
Yeah, I think
here.
I can decipher day 2 points. It's
Okay.
Trippy with 135 points, Legend with 113, Lucid and Falcated tied with 111, Renegade and Suppressed have about 90, but we're going to put this on the back rails because it looks like we're loading into suites at the
Are.
moment, and I believe we would like Mikowski on this broadcast
Yeah,
at the
let me
moment.
yell at him because he's
Oh,
distracted.
he just
as
walked
always.
away, so I can hang out for now, but... Optic versus Space Station, correct, Aliak?
Yep. Optic
man's always
versus
wandering
Space Station. This is the elimination semifinal. Space Station Gaming and Optic have 1 life left, and this is it. One of these 2 teams will go home and get to, get their top 4. Joining us is Eli and Mikowski. We're getting ready to start the Championship Sunday.
Starting off this elimination semifinals with a marathon oddball game number 1. The series within the series has begun as Formal, landing 5 perfect shots. Takes down 1, but Snakebutt cleans him up on B shortly after. Even 2-2 split for now, but Optic seem to make it away with the camo, but Space Station make it away with the time.
Okay, both these teams looked incredible yesterday. Probably the best we've ever seen them. Optic, I think, maybe stumbling early, but towards the end of the day, that reverse sweep on Nemesis was impressive. Let's see if they can maintain some of that momentum. We saw Renegade going absolutely insane. He's back in that World Championship form. But I tell you what, this guy on your screen, Lucid, I feel like he's playing with some fire now. We saw him actually talk a little shit yesterday, which we don't used to see from Lucid, so I'm excited to see what he brings.
You guys effing suck! Quote unquote, Lucid. 2025 Arlington, Texas. Deep into Championship Saturday. It was technically Championship Sunday when they took down Cloud9 to get to this point today. Stellar lands the double, goes for the triple. He gets it. Shot to the heart of Formal. 3 go down, and Space Station securing more time. They're looking good off the rip.
Yeah, this is impressive. This is Optic's best game type. I want to say they're 33-1, probably the best Oddball Streets team. So the good news for them is this is a long game mode, and I think that's why they're the best. It's because it's a mode that you have to go the distance. Over time, you have more chances to come out on top. The shorter the game, the more coin flippy it is.
Yeah.
The longer it goes, the more likely the cream rises to the top. So let's see if Optic can bring this back.
Yeah, you could. That's a good point, Eli. You could fluke out. I use that in quotations. Fluke out a win in a strongholds, right, where you just earn 5-6 team wipes off the start.
Okay.
That's only going to get you a couple seconds here in Oddball, so you really got to be able to put it together for the long haul as Optic Gaming have their first good hold of game number 1.
Legend has the camouflage, lurking around, looking for the next movement of Space Station. Renegade picking up a pick right now is actually huge. That's going to really slow down the push from SSG. They're going to have to take their time and decide how they would like to reroute. See how they've completely halted the push until that player came off spawn, and now they are going. They do get 2 dead. 3v2 situation. Repulse being used, I think. That player repulsed the oddball player so they could not play the ball. I think that was Snakebite there. That was huge, but Renegade might be able to clean things up.
Oh, Renegade has been cycling around the flowers, the PD, and now top A as he avoids the spiker damage. Enough so to recharge his shields a little bit faster and get right back in the fight. Another back smack for Renegade. You gotta call out his location or he's gonna make you pay, and finally goes down. A huge double for Stellar. Regains control for SSG, but it's only a 5-point game.
I think more often than not, Stellar has to be the answer for Renegade. He can go toe-to-toe with the demon himself. On Easter Sunday, SSG's may rise to help SSG come out on top when they need it most. So far in the lead, but this has gotten mixy.
Formal. Mando in that back pocket. He can YY or transfer to the automatic gunfire. That weapon. Grenade toss goes out. That should clean up Eco. It does. And now he's got an even better arsenal to work with. He's got the Stalker, but the shots behind him, he's got to worry about. Snakebite penetrates into the Optic side of Streets, but Renegade with another back smack and or melee. He's been doing it all with the fisticuffs, Eli. And he's got 11.
See the way Formal was trying to kind of position himself to move with the squad, but when his team goes down, reroutes. He gets hunted down, though, by Eco. Big pickup. Now with Camo coming up, numbers advantage. Even actually for both sides. Now Space Station going down. Optic looked good to finish this fight, but no, Lucid's going to turn things around with a double kill. But someone did sneak away with the camo. Someone from Optic, I believe.
56-33, and it's SSG once again in the lead comfortably as they look to bring that oddball back into C. Lucid playing bodyguard as Eco rotates the oddball towards the back of Tram. Lucid with a big win on the cuts for the spree. Shot caller, shot hitter. Lucid's heating up.
I think Lucid has to have been listening to these people talking about what Space Station needs to change. A lot of people are saying this team has too many players that play slow. Somebody else has to step up and start holding forward with Stellar, and this is the most aggressive version of Lucid I think we've seen in a long time. He is not afraid to hold forward, and I love that. The guy's so talented, he's going to outshoot the majority of the individuals he runs into, so that's a big reason why they do have the lead, but Optic look to turn the tide.
After 3 go down previously for SSG, they'll all spawn back up toward PD, and Renegade's now got the objective in his hands. Legend setting up for the back smack. Ooh, Lucid spotted him out, does enough damage to allow Snakebite to clean him up as he looks to penetrate the back of C. Oddball needs to be dropped here by John to take on this fight. Picks it back up, that pushes Snakebite, forces him back into the fight. Renegade played him right into his own plan. That was diabolical.
To the plan and into the plants of the back of the subway. He goes down. Renegade recognizing the push is coming in. Lucid breaks in through the commando side, utilizing the pizza jump. Renegade utilizing some discipline to disengage. Doesn't matter though, there's too many forces on the map. He's gonna get shut down. And this lead has been dwindled down. Back into the hands of Space Station though, they get it into Ivy. Stellar now in a position where he just wants to cut off members of Optic that look to push ahead.
Stellar and Optic, or excuse me, SSG crossed the 80-second threshold, which puts them very close to taking round number 1. Stellar gonna like to not pick up the oddball. That's because he's still got some opponents inside of C that he needs to clean up. Bound Legend,
Nice.
and they both go down. Not before Stellar trades out. Ooh, but Formal has the positioning inside of C. He's going to bait the oddball. He's not going to grab it, and if he does, he's going to try to rotate it, but Snakebite's right there. That alerts him to his camo, but Snakebite cannot make him pay. There are too many members of Optic here. Just absolutely strong-arming this oddball location, and split spawns occur, but they pick it up. Optic could have gotten pinched and flanked here, but the comms seem on point.
Snakebite spawned in red right in front of the entire team. That was, I think he did and had nowhere to go.
Enemy has the ball.
Ultimately, works out in Optic's favor for the short term, not the long term, though. Snakebite playing his life, recognizing he's on an island away from his team. Catches Formal off guard as well. Can he get more? Keller in a 1v1 against Bound. Bound comes out on top for that. This is getting very mixy. We're in the last minute of regulation, but Space Station have been just a little bit more efficient.
It's been very difficult for both teams to discern where the push is coming from. We've seen so many backspacks in the feed, but it might just be a 1-0 lead for SSG if they can continue to hold on to this oddball for 2 more seconds on the trash can. They get it. The gold found beneath the trash bags of Streets, and Space Station take round 1.
What a great start. I tell you what, before this tournament started, a lot of people might say you're crazy if you think Space Station's going to beat Optic. Optic have made every single grand finals, even winning 1 or 2 of the tournaments. So, but this is a different Space Station. I think that throughout this tournament, between Friday to Saturday to now Sunday, they've gotten better and better every single series, and we're witnessing the difference.
Yeah, you can quite literally see the improvement, not only from series to series or game to game, but even within the game. They seem to be making micro adjustments via maybe even Coach Elamite that have got them back in the mix and in contention here on Championship Sunday as Bound, utilizing the shroud screen and the camo. That's going to make him mostly invisible, but after that shroud screen disappears, Bound is now caught out. He goes down in the cuts, no value out of the camo, but hey, that's a distractionary bait. Optic already have 40 seconds.
40 seconds is huge to start a round. Don't know, almost sneakily so. Paying attention to the fights, didn't even realize Optic pulled the ball throughout. Legends gonna chuck the ball back to center map, which will essentially reset the map entirely for everyone to fight. Once we get a few slays, that's when the ball will get picked back up.
Down, back to it, no camo, so he's being loud, aggressive, and playing his game now, hitting the G-slide to bring that oddball quickly into C. One more member of SSG remains, and it's Lucid. Looking to make a big play, and he does! Tommy with a double kill. Renegade will take him down, but the damage has been done.
That was such a clutch kill. That was Lucid, last player alive, getting the double. It does get shut down, but it certainly slowed down Optic for the meantime. Renegade now with the ball comfortably in the back. They're about to cross the 50-second threshold. Is this round just going out of control so far for SSG? Still not over yet, though.
Optic at the halfway mark, forcing a round number 3. They're content to drop that oddball out, play for more slays, and force SSG to get their hands on the ball for the first time in round 2, which they do.
Okay. Legend has survived for quite some time. Finally, life gets cut down to the end. New camo's up. Formal gets away. Stellar can't land the headshot or the melee onto Renegade. Does enough damage. Will anyone pick it up? No. Formal's still alive with the camo, but 3 members of SSG in Subway, so he can't just comfortably walk in. Looks like he's waiting for a teammate to distract him. Legend's going to be that guy now. He's going to announce his presence as they get 2 down, make it 3. But Snakebite with the clutch kill will slow them down.
Despite the discipline on the trigger, Formal still goes down, but it is all for naught for SSG. All 4 go down for them. And Optic regain control of the lead, not before allowing Space Station to cut this lead in half, but with Optic with the oddball in their hands, they're looking to extend on it. Now Eco pushing through the middle of the map. Teammate support through the middle. Lucid on the spikes. He's making his move, and so too is Eco. As he makes his way towards the trash can. He knows the oddball is just above him. Is he going to hit the pizza jump? Does he want to wrap back around? He's not going to have that option. His Formal's there, and he gets the trade.
It's a good trade. I was really interested to see the way Eco played that. First player up goes through the center lane, which is not traditional. Most players typically go through the perimeter first. Or
defeat.
What happened?
Oh, guys, it looks like somebody from one of the squads just dropped out.
Hey, I feel good.
Yeah.
Celeste is on it.
Wow.
All right, everybody. That was an absolutely crazy first start of the match, though. It looked like Space Station Gaming was just looking, they woke up different today.
Yeah, I feel like yesterday was a big day for them. They were able to ice up against Cloud9 in that Game 5. You know, some people might be like, well, why did they even go to Game 5 against Cloud9? You got to give Cloud9 more credit than that.
Yeah.
This team has got top 5, top 6 very consistently, so it's no shocker to take them to distance. But in that Game 5, SSG was clearly the better team, and I think that they're growing. They're starting to trust each other more, and it's really showing in game.
Yeah, we really got to see yesterday. When on that Game 5, we had a camera on stage with them, and we got to see what they, like the chemistry that the team actually had at the end of that match. They just looked different, and I had never seen Lucid like that either. It was incredible to see that the team seems to be really, really obviously wanting this, but not only wanting this, believing that they can achieve this. And that round 1 is, I believe, where it all started. Now, let's talk about round 2. It didn't go their way this time. Well, somebody did drop, but at the start of the game.
It felt like Optic were just way more efficient. I don't know, maybe they had a quick pep talk between rounds, like, hey, we're going even in slays. Why are we not even in ball time? And this time they just quickly grabbed the ball off the opening break, and then they were getting enough kills that they could just continually hold the ball for about 50 seconds. So had a massive lead, which should carry over into the reset, by the way. I think we'll load in round 2 with Optic having a strong lead.
I believe we have they had about 80 something?
There's less than that.
Maybe 65 to 29, I think is what I last saw.
SSG started cutting into it towards the end.
Well, there's a lot on the line for both of these teams. Optic Gaming wanting that first major trophy, especially here in front of their home crowd. That's what they've been wanting for. That's what this squad was built for. On the way is Space Station Gaming, a team that is desperate to prove that they can reach new heights. Like, they're not just top 4, that they can be top 3, top 2. And this is the moment where they can prove that they can be that team.
Yeah, you made me turn my head a little bit when you mentioned Optic looking for their first trophy, and I'm kind of like, man, they're world champs in my eyes. They're multiple LAN champions in my eyes. But you're right, Aliek. It's been the curse of top 2 for Optic for the last 12 plus months, maybe going on 18 to 24. It has been a long time since Optic and Formal specifically have been able to hold that trophy high above their heads. What better place to do it than on your home turf?
Looking here at some stats between Lucid and Renegade, what stands out to you?
I mean, to be honest, Lucid stepping up. I feel like Renegade, his numbers have been off the charts for quite some time. They look like normal Renegade numbers. Lucid didn't quite look like this leading up to this tournament, but now he's coming into his own. He's coming into the Lucid of old that we used to know of. And I think it's been on the back of just speeding up a little bit, trusting his teammates have his back and not playing so safe. I think that's been a pain point for for SSG so far, is playing a little bit too safe. They need to take a bit more risks. This game is all about risk reward, and yeah, it doesn't always work out, but when it does, that's when you get a lot of chunks of time for objective or a lot of kills in a Slayer, and I think Lucid's starting to figure that out.
Well, Lucid was that player in year 1 and year 2 that everybody was talking about, and this would be huge for him if they were able to upset Optic here and prove that they are that team. Is Lucid the one that has to, carry this team forward? We have 4 veterans, 4 world champions on that team.
It's not so much that he needs to carry the way, it's that he needs to change the way he carries himself in-game, because I love the way he handles himself out of it. But to Eli's point, you had too many ARs, if you will. I'm going to use a Call of Duty term on a Halo broadcast, probably pissing people off, but it was almost like having 3 ARs and 1 SMG in Stellar. You need to 2-2 split that, especially with the likes of an Eco, who likes to play far back, play the back lanes, play methodically, and then you got PJ on the OBJ more often than not. So now we're seeing this new duo form between Stellar and Lucid. Previously, it would have been Stellar and Eco, since they're the remaining teammates from SSG. I think Lucid's just figuring out how Stellar wants to play it, and he's molding his game around it.
We got to see Stellar pick up a triple kill at the beginning of that round 1, and he was looking incredible.
Yeah, Stellar's one of those guys that, like, when he is feeling himself and he gets in the zone, like, he's, in my opinion, like top 2 with Renegade. It's like those two are interchangeably the most individually talented players that we've seen throughout the history of Halo Infinite. I think that Last Shot and Frosty are making a case that they could be those guys today. But throughout the history of Halo Infinite, it's really been the Renegade and Stellar show. When these guys get power weapon in hands, the opposition needs to watch out. And so far this weekend, Stellar's in form. So that's scary for everybody else.
Well, it's interesting to point out that we actually have the old Space Station game. So we have the duos on Space Station, Eco and Stellar, and then on the other side we have Bound and Renegade. So this is the first time we get to see them going up against each other in a major.
Yeah, it caused quite the stir in the offseason when Bound and Legend left SSG. Now, historically in Halo, there's a lot of team changes. That's not a surprise. But historically, it's usually everybody outside of at least the top one team. You might even see top two switch up. But if you just came off a LAN win, much less the Halo World Championship, we have never seen a team dissemble themselves like we did for SSG. Bound and Legend felt like the grass was greener on the side of the green wall, and now they find themselves donning Optic green instead of SSG yellow. This is incredible. This is a little bit of a grudge match going on because you got Lucid going up against his former team and Bound and Legend too. So there's some rivalries brewing here.
Absolutely. What do you think, Eli?
Yeah, it's I mean, you got 8 of the best players to ever do it on the same stage right now. They've all had success. They've all had some disappointments here and there. But here's Eco and Stellar's stats compared to one another. Eco really stepping up. A lot of people had question marks around Eco in the offseason as far as his performance online. But, bro, that's just online. Like, Eco does not care about online. He's showing up here as the team need them. I would like to see Stellar's KD numbers get pumped up a bit. He's typically a bit higher than that.
I'm a little surprised by that.
I don't know what the stat margins are here. Like, is this within?
That's all of Arlington.
Just the whole tournament so far?
Yeah, and I was, to your point, Eli, I'm feeling like a 1.2, 1.3 KD out of Stellar based on what I've been seeing, a 1.7 or a 1.8 KDA. I'm a little shocked to see his stats look so low because it feels like more often than not, he's dropping 40 in the oddballs. I feel like more often than not, he's got a 2.0 KD. When we watch him play, he's popping off with triple kills. He's playing at a high level, so really shocked to see him below a 1.0. His game doesn't look like it.
Well, let's talk about Eco's role in the Space Station squad.
Yeah, he's not the guy that's going to be slaying out. Like, you don't really look at Eco's numbers. Like, he needs to keep up, of course. Like, he can't just be out there dying repeatedly, which he's not. He's keeping up the pace, but he's also orchestrating the symphony behind him. He's the composer, if you will, behind Space Station Gaming as they move across the battlefield. He's telling you in those late game moments, hey, let's push out PD or whatever it is. Just a few words makes that call. Team trusts in what he says. They execute, and that's why they typically come out on top. But this is still a very young squad. This is a very new squad. They're still figuring things out, and this is their first opportunity. They're growing day after day.
Absolutely. I saw some repeated questions in the chat about the stats we just saw, and it's about power weapon percentage.
Okay.
I noticed that Eco had 0% on power weapon percentage, and for anybody wondering, okay, power weapon percentage, what?
Eco's
it's the kills that this player has obtained using power weapons.
Eco ain't grabbing any power weapons. He's orchestrating, like Eli said, the power weapon grab and who's maybe closest or has the best chance at grabbing the camo or grabbing the rockets or the snipes. So Eco's the one quarterbacking the grabs. He's not grabbing it himself. So despite seeing 0.0 power weapon percentage, he's still very involved in that, Eli.
Yeah, power weapons percentage is specifically for the tier 3 power weapons in this game, which are the gold weapons. Just the sniper and the rockets when it comes to HCS. So you're going to always see low numbers, but like the highest numbers you see typically are Frosty because he's always the guy that gets the sniper and the rockets. I mean, maybe not always, but at a very high frequency. Here we've got Legend and Bound. You see Bound not typically the guy to grab him. Legend gets quite a few though.
Yeah, Legend and Bound. Comparing to, Eco with 0 power percentage, we also have Bound over here with 0.68. What is Bound's role in Optic Gaming?
It's a correlation to his entry frag role, right? He's the one busting down the door. He's using his bandit to do so. You could bust down the door with the rockets, but more often than not, you want to make sure that player has a little bit of space between them and the opponent or any geometry. So Bound's the tip of the spear. That's why you see him with a 0.68 in the power weapon percentage.
Now our first, this is part 2 or the continuation of the Streets oddball match. But if we're looking at it from an outside perspective, who has the best chances or the data to win this oddball Streets?
I mean, if you look historically, it's 100% Optic, but I don't think the data is going to do any justice because any data before this weekend from Space Station was a different team, in my opinion. They look like a totally different team today than they did on Friday. So for all of the scrims that they did, all the struggles that they got, that was them accumulating their own data, honing in on what they can do differently, and now this is the performance that they've been practicing for. So I'm throwing all those stats out the window, but of course the stat sheet says Optic. They've been so consistent on this game mode.
It is Championship Sunday, so everything does change today. And both of you have competed in the past before. So why don't you fill us in on what it feels like to compete and how different it is to be on a compete on a Championship Sunday compared to Friday, Saturday.
You wake up with a little bit less gas in the tank. I remember my first time competing on Championship Sunday, I felt like a truck hit me. So being able to ride the wave, to be able to know when to go sprint mode and know when to maybe go jog mode during that marathon, you got to be able to put it together on 3 different days. That was probably my biggest learning curve when I got that far into tournament. Was I don't think I'm mentally and physically, energy-wise prepared for this. These guys don't have that issue because they've ran this marathon. They've got plenty of 25Ks under their belt. But even despite that, they probably still woke up, again, with a little bit of less gas in the tank. It's up to them to find the muster and the strength to pull a little bit out of the reserves.
I don't know. For me, it's kind of the opposite. I feel like Sunday is, I've already had time to sleep in this new city. I've had time to go through the routine. I know where I'm getting breakfast. I know where I'm finding my coffee. And I'm settled in. There's no more nerves like Friday or like Thursday. Like, there's still like the nervous energy. But like by the time you reach Sunday, you're like, okay, I proved myself. I belong here. And now it's time to just execute. And I feel like it's a little bit easier to be comfortable in the position that you're in because they've already been on this stage. They've been literally sitting in the same seats they've been in right now. So they might feel a little bit more cozy, but yeah, hopefully they've been conserving their energy for today because they're going to need it.
Could you gain power, height, momentum from just sitting on the main stage as well?
Oh,
yeah.
For sure.
Oh, yeah. No, that's oh, man. Now, the MLG main stage was a little different back when Eli and I were competing. There was more of this, like, bowl-shaped arena feel to it, which I always got a rush just from simply stepping onto the carpeted MLG logo back when we used to compete. But, man, look at what the stage looks like now. I mean, it's got the glitz, it's got the glamour. It really feels like a high-tone event. So there is absolutely some extra energy you can take from walking on the main stage. And then it comes down to the fan support, getting a little chant going. I remember, Eli, I had to start a chant, check your pulse, check your pulse. And it got the whole crowd screaming our team name, and that is something that you cannot replicate.
Well, while we wait for this match to get started once again, let's continue on our end and build our own fantasy team.
Uh-oh.
Should probably rapid fire it, low-key.
Yeah.
Rapid fire? I like it. All right. Let's do it.
Nervous.
So there's 4 of us playing, and we're only going to be choosing from the top 4 teams, and we're going on this order. So I'm number 1. Tools will be the last player to play.
Yeah, and there's a spreadsheet that Louis has access to that should get updated as we pick. And we also have stats for everyone as we pick.
Yeah, we'll
Perfect.
just hold on to our cards and then.
Yeah. So you can just keep
All
remembering.
right, so you pick first.
I pick. Oh, that's true. I pick first. Ooh, this is. Ooh, okay.
The power.
This is
Might have been the
exciting. I
worst
get to
person
go-
to pick
Yeah.
first. She's like,
She's way
there's so
too
many
deep.
options.
No, oh man, no, I'm excited. Okay, I've never been first before.
Wait, I don't have
okay.
active in here. Get his
I need
face
to
out
see
of here.
faces. I need to see faces. Okay,
Active
okay.
put his own name on SSG. It's like a-
I'm definitely choosing somebody from Optic or Shopify Rebellion.
Okay.
So I'm gonna narrow it down, and then I am going to go with okay. Oh shoot, who's gonna pop off today?
This is crazy.
This is
We
so
said rapid
so
fire.
many
We said
op-
rapid fire.
I know,
Stop
but you
thinking too hard.
chose. Okay.
Who do you want? I'll grab it.
Okay, so.
This is wild. You gotta pick one.
Can't do this.
Just pick one.
Royal.
Gut reaction.
Royal 2. Let's go.
No.
Let's go. Royal 2.
What do you want?
Give me a second. I can't. This is hard. Let me see what Chelsea. I got two.
Don't trust chat. No, that's not the time to look at chat.
Give me. What if I do Frosty though?
Frosty's great. Frosty's number 1 in the stats right now.
I'm gonna do Frosty.
Okay.
Goodness gracious. Okay.
That was the longest
Renegade.
verse
I'm
overall.
sorry.
Oh,
This
there we
is a
go.
tough choice.
Last shot.
There's so much on the line.
Last shot. I'll take. Oh, you already took.
You get back to
Renegade.
back.
Damn. I do get back to back. I'll just take the 2 Shopify Rebellion boys. Cycle and Royal 2.
Okay,
Gotta
Meg.
go to me.
Damn.
Guys, we actually they're milking the hell.
Give me
out of
Legend.
this Sunday.
Trippy.
Trippy it is.
Stellar.
You get 2.
And Snakebite.
Snakebite.
Solid.
Take Lucid.
Man. You know what? Give me Suppressed.
Suppressed? Hey, I will take myself a little bit of formal in my life. A little bit of phallicated on my team.
Where did that just come from, bro?
Wow.
Okay.
I don't know if I can make a pick after that.
Guess we can show what everybody.
So I've got between Eco, Bound, and Penguin. Give me Bound.
I'll take Eco.
And that leaves Allie with Penguin.
Penguin. All right. I got the Shopify Rebellion squad. They bet it. The Space Station Gaming squad. They were playable today. All right. Space Station Gaming versus Optic Gaming.
Hello.
Elam semi-finals. The continuation of the round 2 oddball.
All right, we pick up right where we left off. And we were pretty close on the predicted score. 66-26, I think is where we started. But Optic are already looking to make it a 3-round match 1 as Renegade has the oddball playing quarterback. He's identifying the push through the middle of the map, sensing the push below him, drops the oddball out. He thought the flank was coming through, but Stellar just busted right down through the door.
Lucid trying to regain some of the heat that we saw from him in round 1.
Ball drop.
Stats reset. Hopefully our fantasy guy has the pre-reset stats. I need those.
I need that.
I need that. But so far, this is a great start for Space Station. They were trailing this round, and I think the reset's a good opportunity for them to come back.
Yeah, despite the quick grab off the rip from Optic, it's SSG with it momentarily. Not long enough, though. Lucid, the last player alive. He's going to hold off on his push, let his teammates all spawn up, but he does not have much time. Lucid waiting for that push so they can make one final stand. 10 seconds before Optic force round 3.
Looks like we are very likely to head into this round 3 here, especially when Renegade's hitting shots like that. Repulse is up to now Bodyguard, Ivy, and that is going to be it for this round. We're going to a round 3.
What would you expect as Space Station and Optic are deadlocked here at 1 in an oddball on streets? Hopping on board here with Renegade off the start. He takes high side positioning next to the battle rifle. He can pick this up and hit some long range shots. Looks like what he's trying to formulate here. I like that plan there from Renegade. Stalker used to spawn there, but might as well pick up the BR now.
I like the way that Space Station played. They've had the most impressive smokes that we've seen. Every time they use the shroud screen, perfectly optimized. They use it to rotate it through the tire side, but Renegade just goes straight into the back line. Looks like he should be able to finish off Snakebite as well. And now he's got control, but Lucid is still lurking here on the A side. I think he snuck through.
Yup. Lucid making his way through the back of A. Camo is up as well, and it looks like a member of SSG just picked it up, but Stellar might have burned it. And Bounce stole it, but he goes down. He does burn it. Double kill for Lucid. 2 down for Optic, 3 for Space Station. It's going to give them back control and a chance at the reset. The oddball back at its starting point.
Okay. Renegade with camo. Just a couple shots from the Snakebite, but Snakebite has the route scouted. Gonna be able to round that corner. He gets taken down by a teammate, though. Optic always having members in all 3 lanes. That's what makes them so good at this map and game mode combination. There's really no safe part of the map for SSG. Lucid, after his teammates go down, looking like a sitting duck. Now Snakebite going to be hunted down as well. And Optic are starting to roll, but only now pick up the oddball.
Yeah, I love Renegade's decision to not pick up the oddball. With that camo, he remained active with it and got a few slays because of it. Now with it depleted, starting to play a little bit more aggressive with Optic, holding on to the oddball and regaining the lead in round 3.
Again, staying very forward in this setup to apply extra pressure. With no shields, gonna shoulder that corner to try to get some intel. When he sees no one, rightfully assumes that they're likely already through. But now look at this, he often focuses on the first spawner, and after taking Lucid out, yes, he gets assassinated, but you know, just making sure there's one less player in the fight for the rest of the squad is a big deal.
Instantaneous pickup from Eco as soon as you saw all 4 go down for Optic. Kevin had it in his hands and now has the lead in his possession once again, 21 and rolling to a 13 stagnant for Optic. Stellar will go down. The opening break that they needed to push through PD unabated. Everyone goes down. Eco, he's got the hounds on him. He's going to go down as well. 4 go down for SSG now. And despite the double up on the lead, Optic could very well regain it.
Legend immediately going to the B rail here. He knows where the enemy's spawning. He wants to cut them off as they try to exit Ivy. He'll be shooting them in the side, but also has to be worried about driveway. So trying to juggle the different routes that Space Station could choose in this moment. So far doing so beautifully as he outshoots Snakebite. An impressive 1v1, but he gets taken out.
Uh-oh, Renegade's got the Stalker in his hands, and Eco might be the next victim. Coffin corner, he goes down, bury him in the grave. Renegade now working his way through the B rail, looking right at potential spawns at the cooler, but they're occurring on the C Spikers instead. As all 4 spawns C Spikers. That might force a 4 push through Cafe unless they're willing to split and go driveway. No, they're gonna all push Cafe. 1 splits driveway. Intriguing, Eli, break it down.
I mean, the spawns are a little bit nebulous at times. I think the first spawner of Optic spawned in Ivy, and that's why Space Station spawned in these weird corner positions. And it just happens sometimes on these smaller maps. It's easy for a lot of places to be blocked at the same time. Renegade with a great positioning of that plasma grenade. He's going to rotate through and see what he can do. He's got another plasma grenade he just picked up as well.
It was just 15 to 29. It was SSG with the double up on the lead. Now at 29 to 66, it's Optic up doubly instead. We just saw the seesaw of death occur, and it puts Optic close to winning game 1, but 4 go down, and Lucid once again instantaneously picks up the objective right after seeing all 4 go down. That objective efficiency might just bring Space Station back.
Okay, Stellar almost gets bound. Fortunately gets taken down there. Eco was able to get the camo though during the distraction, but this is a pretty decent lead so far for Optic. Eco needs to get some value out of this camo.
Eco on the Cafe. His way towards PD. Renegade's got the oddball. You got a member of Optic in the tires, a member of Optic behind A as Eco and Formal trade out. Even 3v3 for now. Renegade still with the oddball in his hands, crossing the 75-second threshold. Space Station got to make their move, anticipating the push. Renegade repulses that oddball out to center field, takes down 1, baits a push into the oddball for 2. No, Lucid cleans it up instead, but he gets cleaned up shortly after. 1 member remaining inside of PD for SSG. Bound trying to find him. He can't, but he finally does. Stellar was just 1 shot, so Bound, despite not the quick pickup, he takes him down nonetheless. Goes down shortly after. 38-77. Optic still on top.
Action has been insane, but it feels like Optic have just been narrowly winning a majority of these engagements. That's why they have such a strong lead. This isn't over, but it's not looking great for Space Station right now. Only minute 45 on the clock. Need to start winning the fights, to be frank. They need to start slaying out so that they can get control of the map, hold this ball for a bit longer.
Waiting for Lucid to come online here in the reset. Round 3, but Legend gets 2 instead. Might pick up the oddball here despite the presence of SSG at the Spiker series. They're going to get an angle on him right here. He's got to be careful. Oh, but he still makes it into the tires. A little mini strong side. Gets Legend out towards the hologram. 15 seconds left. Space Station got to make their move, and they got to make it now.
This is not looking good. Ball is comfortably on the PD side here. Look at the way Legend plays this. He's using himself as bait. That's going to be it. No way that Snakebite can stop this. Wow, Optic play it beautifully in the in-game, and that's why they're so good at that game mode.
Game number 1 going in favor of Optic. How do you think the momentum changed after that drop? Because it was a long wait for both of these squads.
I mean, to be honest, they were already kind of in control when the when the reset happens, and they were able to just kind of pick up where they left off. I think it was Space Station that it was their job to take advantage of the break, I guess, and they kind of looked like it for a short minute, but right thereafter, Optic regained control. They're just too good at that map.
Mac, what are your thoughts on the last match we just watched?
Well, I'm looking at the last match, seeing that Optic won it, and I'm looking ahead a little bit to Live Fire, which is Optic Gaming's domain. I feel like 99.9% of the time, Optic, regardless of the game type, win on Live Fire. So I think in looking at the series layout, Eli, that was borderline a must-win for SSG. They started off strong. They had round 1, and now they're stepping into a situation where Optic likely has the better chance of winning game 2, which would put them up 2-0 in the series. A reverse sweep would be death-defying for Space Station to come back from.
We had a moment where we got to see some of the stats there, and we saw Renegade going extremely positive.
Yeah, that's why I picked him on my fantasy team. This guy, he gets a lot of kills. Maybe on the lower end of the objective scale because, you know, his team kind of opened up the map and allow him to pop off. But he had 72 seconds of oddball time before the reset, so he had a very strong fantasy performance here. If you guys have him on your fantasy team at home, you should be happy right now.
Well, team, I do not have actually any Optic members on my team actually, so I'm pretty scared. But you know what? If you did build your team, you have everybody who's watching has a chance to win 1,000 Halo credits. So pop on over to our Twitter. There's a post on there and it tells you how to enter. All you have to do is pick your team using a set budget of $10.
I would say there should probably be a cutoff after this series because you're already seeing, like, you can't just wait to see who does good and then pick your team, obviously. So get your picks in now. It's we're gonna close the submissions here shortly.
!fantasy in the chat to start playing and earn your chance at 1,000 credits. All right, we talked a bit about the second, Mac, you talked about the live fire Slayer. You had your thoughts on that, but Eli, Slayer, are you feeling the same way? This is heavily, is this heavily in Optic's favor?
I wouldn't say heavily. I feel like Slayer is still a very coin flippy mode among any two good teams. If Space Station can control the power weapons, they can come out. But Optic has been extremely impressive at getting the power weapons and then using them to get the next power item as well. So that's really going to be Space Station's goal here, is to just keep that sniper out of John's hands because, man, Renegade has been in Renegade form, hitting every single snipe, and that's a scary sight.
Well, who needs to be in form or their best form on the Space Station Gaming side to take advantage of everything on the field?
Stellar. Stellar's the guy that needs to have the snipe in his hands. It's going to be a sniper duel between Renegade and Stellar, two of the best snipers we have at HCS. Unfortunately for one or the other, there's only one snipe top mid on live fire. Only one can claim the power weapon. Whoever controls more of that in this game, I think wins it.
Well, game number 2 of this elimination semifinals is underway. Who will take the win? We're about to see.
Optic Gaming up 1-0 over SSG, looking to make it 2-0 here. So we have the early goings of this live fire Slayer. Bound, looking intently and focused into his monitor. Renegade looking
Looks
left.
like a reset.
And we might just have another absolutely.
Well, better that it happens at the beginning than in the middle of the game, but this has to be definitely not a fun thing for them on stage because they want to be done. They want to move. They want to use their energy towards the series.
Well, if you use your car as an example, the most energy is taken from starting and stopping the engine. And I think the human body is very similar in that sense. Even the human mindscape is as well. So for Optic and SSG, hopefully they both got a little maintenance done before this LAN event because that's a lot of starting and stopping. That's a lot of, okay, here we go, I'm locked in. Just kidding, I got to back up and
relock in.
Yeah, make sure I relock in afterwards because you don't want to be locked in right now. You might be listening to your coach, your teammates, but not in the sense that you're about to start firing off that bandit.
Well, we haven't talked about the coaches yet. We had a moment there where we got to see Lunchbox. So it's up to the coaches to keep them all hyped up when the games start and stop. So as a coach, what are the strategies that you could employ to keep your team awake?
I mean, to be honest, the coach's job in this exact situation is more about keeping track of what you just saw in the opening strategy because that's a big part of this game right now is opening strats. It's such a solved game that whoever has the best opening can generally ride that momentum to the end in a short game like Slayer. So I think that both coaches are now taking note of what they saw the other team go for and might be starting to theory craft some potential, like how are they going to change their starting strat and how can we counter it for the next play?
That's a really good point, Eli, because off the start, it was Legend pushing towards the camo, getting some side and back of the headshots on SSG, meaning they were not expecting Legend to occupy that space so quickly. Now, if Elamite is really on top of it, he's going to jot that mental note down in the back of his head and alert his teammates to what they saw or should have seen in the opening break, but didn't. So this is actually interesting because it looked like we only saw 5 seconds of gameplay, but it looked like Optic had the jump on him. Really curious to see if we see more eyes and focus towards the camo, especially from Snakebite, who would look to have gone top A to play towards green or maybe even top mid for the snipe, but Legend got some free shots because of it. So keep that in mind as we reset.
Well, it looks like the game is actually ready to begin once again. Hopefully we don't get to see any more resets today. The Slayer live fire, who will have the different strat to start out? We will find out.
Looks like they're doing this. No, different strat. Okay, so this time they don't send players out.
Wow.
This is kind of what I expected Optic to do. They were going to just completely send them the other direction now this time. Bound gets the trade onto Snakebite bottom center, but yeah, completely different starts, but it's Renegade with the sniper top tower, and we just talked about, hey, this is probably what Space Station can't allow, and that's why.
Completely different starts, but more of the same from Renegade as he's got the snipe, and that is a clutch takedown, only allowing Renegade to get one with the snipe. It's a massive shutdown for SSG, but Optic have the camo.
Have the camo, and it looks like SSG actually had good positioning to shut it down, though. They get 2 dead, take the camo out of the equation. Stellar still alive as well, continuing forward, running past the grenade. Love the way Stellar just played that engagement. Also repulses him into Eco.
Wow.
These guys have been teaming a long time when you see skills like that.
Have I introduced you to my friend Eco? Shake hands and kill each other. Pretty much what we just saw there. As Formal now looking to push through the rat tunnel. Instead elects to anticipate a push through the scoreboard door, but there's no one there. Lucid top mid with better shots than his former teammate. Lucid shuts down Formal.
Probably feels good every time Lucid gets the chance to shut down Formal. As there's been some trash talk between these guys in the offseason. I think Formal has said that his team didn't feel like they were ready to win, but I think Lucid wants to say otherwise this weekend.
10-10, still tied after 20 total kills in this team Slayer. Renegade now starting off with a 2.0 KD. This is one of the guys you got to watch for. I called for Stellar on the other side, 2-1 and 2, so we're still getting started. Renegade charges up that plasma pistol. Perfect hit into Eco, but the help was there from the garage door. Lucid, if he won that against Legend after taking down his previous opponent, that would have been a nasty turn on double. Space Station, though, up 1, now 2.
Big win. The teamwork of SSG feels a little bit better right now. It feels like they're finding opportunities to team shoot and work together a little bit more. Feels like they're ready to trade each other out. Until now, all of a sudden, Optic finally have a map positioning advantage as they win that fight. They've also now staggered the spawn of Snakebite, so curious to see how Space Station responds. They can't turtle too much. They know Optic are about to be holding forward into their location.
Back and forth we go. So many lead changes and ties already occurring in the first 2.5 minutes of this one as we're notched up at 16. Now Formal looking to win a 1v1 against Eco, does that, but he has pressure on his front and backside as he'll go down. Renegade now looking towards that doorway where Formal just dropped, anticipating a push, but it's not coming through. Instead, Space Station are backing up, taking what they got. 17 all. We'll reset. Things are slowing down a little bit here, but now's the push coming through. Mid and the sandbags. Lucid takes down Renegade, and that's the green light to go.
I love what I'm seeing in this new version of Lucid, just constantly applying pressure, G-sliding right into their face, saying, I am here, you must deal with me. Renegade somehow gets the new sniper again. Is this guy the best in the world at not only using it, but also picking it up? Been insane.
They've allowed Renegade to grab 2 snipes, but he's only gotten 1 kill with it. I would take that if I'm SSG, but Formal looking to take the snipe instead. Steals it with the use of the repulsor through the trap door up top. And now Formal, one of the best snipers in FBS history, has it in his hands.
Okay, what does SSG do now? Looks like they've gotten a couple slays. I don't think they know exactly where Formal is yet, though. His location's not been spotted. They know he's generally on this half of the map, but exactly where, currently unknown. He needs to use that to his advantage and get a headshot here.
Stellar cannot, or excuse me, Formal cannot find Stellar or the rest of SSG. Again, it's been all sniper control, Eli, for Optic, but they've really done nothing with it. Great shutdown plays. Those are 3 or 4 shutdowns of the snipe. Now I'm just waiting to see if Stellar or anyone, maybe even Lucid, can get it in his hands. But what do you know? Does he have the snipe on a string? Renegade's got it again.
Eco made the sickest play there to shut down Renegade with the sniper, or sorry, Formal with the sniper. 2 shots, peeks, doesn't expect to re-peek, just walks back out, 3 shots him. Perfectly executed, but like you said, doesn't matter if Renegade now is the one that has it. He does seemingly have radar connected to this weapon. He's tracking it at all times. The skulls that adorn this Optic sniper rifle, the skulls of his victim in years past.
29 to 30, still way too close to feel who's got the advantage in this game. Two Slayer, Renegade lining up the pre-fire. Lose it. Do not be. You will lose your face. Renegade takes it. Claims another soul with that snipe.
It's so hard to land that snipe when they just peek for just a second. Lucid got the intel that he wanted and was ready to exit. But Renegade with the fastest reflexes, able to go ahead and land that shot. Very difficultly done. Camo up. Now Renegade opting to try to bait it from the cut side, but you know he respects his opponents. He knows that they're going to be expecting him to do that.
Wow.
Well, look at this. 3 go dead. Perfectly executed push by Legend and Bound. The roommates working together. Should be able to get out with the camo, and that's a lot of momentum now for Optic Gaming.
Ooh, and you've got your most aggressive player with the camo. That's going to allow them some more free time and space to push up. Looks like sniper control for Optic also pushing up onto the nest bridge. They previously tried to hold it at the snipe tower, and now 50 cal shots ringing out toward the backside of green. Eco down to 1 HP after Lucid already gone down. Bound with a double kill. Claims another one. It's the largest lead of the game, 38-32. Optic on top.
Like this rotation through bottom mid as well as the camo expires. Trying to find routes. We talked about him being the entry fragger. He's always going through, finding ways to clean up the damage, and it has been all Optic the last couple of minutes. They have absolutely taken control, and look at how they're controlling the next set of spawns. I don't know how Space Station come back from this.
Optic are steamrolling Space Station as they get wiped off the floor once again. In the blink of an eye, it's 32-45. Optic could skip their way to a 2-0 lead.
Look at the way Bound plays this as well. He knows the spawn system. He says there's a chance they spawn dummies, but also a chance they spawn tower, clearing every step of the way as he advances forward, feeding intel to his squad, feeding the vantage point to Formal so he can land a snipe, and it's just 3 kills, and this one's over.
It was 29-30. So a 5 to just about 16, 17 run for Optic Gaming, and they're not stopping yet. They're sprinting through the finish. Formal with the snipe, and Optic with the win.
It feels like Optic did not let go of that sniper the entire game.
The couple times that Space Station were able to grab it, I don't know if they got a single kill with it. It would quickly change hands. No. Optic just clearly prioritized it every single time it was coming up, and I really think that was the difference maker. Ultimately, just suffocated Space Station in the in-game.
Well, the game was tied, though. The game was tied, and the momentum shifted completely in Optic Gaming's favor.
Well, it was actually Formal with the snipe. We thought Renegade would be the one popping off with it. He did hit some nice shots. This is a great one on Lucid here. This is why reticle discipline, pre-firing, and centering are so important. You don't even need to necessarily aim if you're Renegade there. You just need to time the lineup of Lucid's face appearing around the corner, and he took that despite only having what looked like half the visor.
Yeah, this was a great play from Bound with the camo. He really waited for intel from his squad. I mean, Bound was just cycling around the map like a madman. Just right place, right time. In my eyes, he's been kind of the story of Optic this weekend. I think Bound's performance has been incredible thus far. That was a nice shot. The ×10 quickscope.
Fade away.
No, just the fade away. Okay.
I almost feel like both Bound and Renegade were just, well, specifically Bound in this match, he was just able to really run around comfortably throughout the map, especially at the end of the game, and was not punished by Space Station Gamer, or they were unable to do so because they were on the respawn screen.
Yeah, they're respawning. They're on the back foot. Optic perfectly spreading out on the map to allow them to spawn where they want them, and then just surrounding them and collapsing on them on repeat. It's a perfect execution of holding an advantage state in Team Slayer. I mean, if you want to study the book, that's exactly what you're supposed to do in this game. You get the 4 dead, spread out, force the spawn, collapse, spread back out, force the next spawn on the opposite side, do it again, rinse, repeat until the finish line. That's what we saw from Optic.
Well, now Space Station Gaming has a hill to climb if they want to not go out of this tournament as the top 4. They have to win the next 3 matches. The next 3 games, recharge King of the Hill. How can they do so?
I mean, this is a game mode that Space Station could come out on top. They've got to be executing their setups and their breaks perfectly, though. I feel like Optic has started to figure this out as well. So, I mean, Optic is just such a powerhouse roster. Even despite losing winners round 1 to Shopify, I still had them making it to the grand finals. Now down 2-0, Space Station back against the wall, but Optic are just too. I mean, this man just smiling. He's just giggling, bro. He's just having a good time.
He's having fun. I think he's just visualizing that trophy at the end of the day. But I mean, they still have to defeat Space Station Gaming and then go up against either FaZe or Shopify Rebellion. So Shopify Rebellion and FaZe Clan will be up next once this series is over. And it's exciting to see FaZe Clan be undefeated. So can't wait to see what the result of that match will be. King of the Hill Recharge, game number 3. Tough hill for Space Station Gaming to climb, but they absolutely have to win this next one.
Looks like we'll have a momentarily break in the action. Yep, players still shooting bots, resetting that recharge lobby.
Yeah, I wonder if they're experiencing some sort of server issues since each game we've had either a disconnect, and this time, hopefully it didn't happen. Maybe they just decided, wait, before we start, let's go ahead and make sure that it does not happen this time around. Well,
looked like Bound might have disconnected from the lobby as the match was loading in, so it never actually started. But yeah, hopefully that stops. We need these games to keep going, and it's hard on the players. Like you said, just the start and stop. It can really mess with your mental.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting ready to on Space Station Gaming side, like you have to play perfectly to be able to defeat an Optic that has been playing unbelievable, and they're just going to keep getting better as the tournament goes on. And if they don't stop them now, there's no way they'll stop them.
It does feel like, I mean, you said it best. You said it's a tough hill to climb. In this case, it's going to be several hills to climb as we're playing King of the Hills.
True.
They have to climb one hill and then climb the next one as well. So I don't know, man. I'm going to be honest. It's hard for me to paint a picture of Space Station even winning this game. I think this might actually be a 3-0. Optic right now just feeling like a leg ahead. And but if it's possible, obviously it has to start here. I think they're going to have to come out hot with like a 2 or even a 3-hill lead. And that's the way that they start to bounce back.
Well, what player needs to be the one to who's the key player here for Space Station Gaming to be able to make that happen?
For me, it's Snakebite. I think Snakebite is like a mastermind when it comes to positioning, knowing how to not only play for a hill perfectly, but also set up for the next hill perfectly. I think that if he is making some good shot calls and also opening the map for his squad, I think that he'll be a huge key to their success.
Well, I'm rooting for Snakebite because I do have him on my fantasy Halo team. So give me some good stats, please. Thank you, Snakebite. How are you all feeling about your fantasy team since we didn't get a chance to talk about it?
Who'd you end up getting?
Well, Bound and Legend were the 2 top slayers actually in that last game too. So I'm feeling pretty good about my squad. Still haven't seen Last Shot or Suppressed yet, but I'm feeling pretty good. I'm liking my chances.
Yeah, you have no members of SSG, which I think is a little bit OP in a way because if they lose here, they don't have any chance to earn more points. I'm happy that I have Lucid, though. I think that Lucid's still doing good this series and has a chance to bring him back.
Yeah, I didn't think about it like that, and I just picked 2 Space Station Gamings off the start. I could have picked 2 more players, but you know what? I have faith in the Space Station. These 2 players, I picked Snakebite and Stellar, who have stellar stats. But let's take a look at Optic's stats here from what they have in the current series.
Yeah, I'm happy. My Renegade pick, that was my first pick. He's just kind of going crazy this weekend. Damage dealt per life, that's got to be the highest we've seen so far. That's only across 2 games. It's only across 2 games, so it's a small sample size, but man, that's off the charts.
Okay, when is Renegade gonna deteriorate a little bit? Like he had a 1.5 in pool play. That was Friday. That was like eons ago, it feels like, and he's still maintaining that efficiency against not only teams in Champ Bracket, but here on Champ Sunday.
Yeah, these teams are ready to get this started. So I feel their pain, and why don't we go ahead and take a look at Space Station Gaming stats. I see Mikowski pointing at something on the screen, so I'm curious to see what stands out to him.
Yeah, I mean, Eco's practically double negative. I mean, that is tough, especially when half the series so far has been a Slayer, where the only objective is to bump that up a little bit. So Eco's going to have to step up, and it looked like just with a quick glance across the screen, everybody for SSG is going to have to dig deep here in Game 3.
We've seen Space Station Gaming do really well before when Eco does well, so let's see what this team can do. Space Station Gaming versus Optic Gaming, game number 3. Space Station Gaming's live is online.
SSG with their back against the wall. Will SSG's rise or fall here on Easter Sunday?
Oh, no.
I think they just answered that.
Yeah, I think he's going to fall. At least for now.
Oh,
At least for now.
that's tough, man. Yeah, and you need that spark, right? Down 0-2. You need a spark. You need to see something that makes you believe in something. And for SSG, that's got to be a little mentally deteriorating to just look up at the top left and see everybody down off the start. And Optic already rolling with time.
At the same time, though, the good news is they haven't really suffered too much for it, as looks like Optic only got about 6 or 7 seconds here. Now, interesting rotation. Snakebite's not ready for it. Formal said, yeah, I know Snakebite needs to step up. Let me just take him off the map real quick.
Oh!
And Formal's not missing. I feel like he's just diffy on Sundays.
It's another instance where Lucid just walks right into the pre-aimed centering reticle of once Renegade, now Formal. You cannot give these guys any easier snipes than they already have. There we go. Now Lucid, de-scoping Formal. Lucid with the crouch strafe, making it much more difficult for that pre-firing, that pre-centering to line up. Because of it, Formal goes down.
Yeah, you got to, even across the map, employ your strafe and make yourself a difficult target, especially against the likes of these players. A lot of time here for Optic early. Space Station come off spawn. The good news for Space Station, they are on the side of the map for the next hill. So in theory, should be able to set up for next, but it looks like they're making a push through center. I don't know what Eco's doing here.
Oh, what?
Snakebite looking the wrong way when he drops into the hill. That's going to come back to bite him.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm thinking play for next, but 3 to go down, make it 4. So Eco's the last player alive. Can he force the closer spawns? No! The door opens for Optic instead. They were actually in an advantage because they were the first to go down in that sequence. They were the first to spawn up with C platform spawns in the hill and Whitehall. Optic score and then get right back in the hill. That's tough.
Yeah, that's why sometimes you make the call to play for next, because it's risky. You push forward, you die, that gives the other team a free rotation. That's kind of what we're seeing here. We see a good looking push here from Space Station with Lucid's camo, but not sure if it's going to be enough to hold on for very long. Okay, that's a good kill, but it's traded. That means the next 2 players on Optic can push forward.
Renegade going down in the batteries. Now Snakebite, battle rifle, bandit combination, so he's got the options to play close and long range as he hangs out in the sneaky. Teammate in the hill, he's looking to play a little Overwatch here. He's also got some support through the long haul. They're going to take on the fight to bound. Great grenade work from Lucid, and Snakebite helps clean up 1, 2, and now 3. Formal, the last player alive for Optic Gaming. SSG on the verge of tying it up, and here's where the difference is. Optic will play for next year. Unlike SSG that tried to contest an unwinnable hill, let's see how this all plays out.
Yeah, when you have the hill lead, you know, if you just trade hills back and forth, that means that eventually you win, right? Like, goes 1-1, 2-2, 3-3, and then the team gets 4, will win. So, yeah, I think Optic, now that they earned that first point, totally fine to play within flow, but that does open the door for Space Station to maybe make a good push and change that flow.
It's that decision-making difference of playing for next. And it's hard to just give it up. It's hard to concede when you're one of the best players in the world, but you got to know when to hold them, when to fold them. And Optic are playing flawless. They've had the first points on each of the rotations, despite already scoring 1. We're tied up, though, with 3:26 left in regulation. Formal looking to lock down the hill location. Players pushing through the red pipes, and it's Lucid with the shock rifle. This could open things up for SSG.
Got to beat out the storm of incoming grenades. But this is looking good. I think they need Lucid to land a couple of snipes here. Doesn't have the reticle pre-aimed on the long haul as Legend pushes through. Gonna be able to de-scope him. Lines it up, but it's not connecting. That looked pretty good to me.
Both shots look good.
Yeah, but good job by Lucid to stay alive here as the push from Optic is coming in.
All 4 members for SSG are in the elevator, and they're about to exit into the lobby. High style with loaded weaponry in their possession. Formal with that camo, playing sneaky, cheeky around the batteries. No chase grenades going out, so he's going to step forward.
Yeah, this is really interesting. They actually push Space Station all the way into the corner and now are able to get some hill time as they advance forward. It's going to continue on. Snakebite, I think, was still in the elevator. Okay, no, he actually tries to escape through bottom center, but this looks like Optic Hill written all over it. Space Station need to learn from their prior mistake and just set up for next.
Formal planting the stickies. at the expected push. SSG, and he's got it right. Lucid's right around the corner there. Formal, like a laser beam, burning a hole through the door.
They step out of the hill here. This is so smart. What they want to do now is get a pick. This is basically a free hill. There's no way that anyone stops them, right? So with 1 second to spare, it's their strategy to burn some time off the clock, see if they can get a slay, and then finish this hill off. So really well, this is like the perfect time to do the strat. So now that Renegade gets a kill, now they're going to cap it. Now they're going to rotate. Perfectly executed from Optic. Let's see if they can get control.
Wow, the differential in King of the Hill strategy, whether it's the opening strategy where we saw 4 go down for SSG, or the rotation, or the Ryanoop strat. Optic Gaming are throwing everything, including the kitchen sink at Space Station Gaming. 2-1 lead now for Optic as they've already rotated to next. Again, Eli, every single one of these rotations has been won by Optic, and they'll win it again. 4 go down for Space Station. Optic will get in the hill.
Such a smart call here, man. They're just playing in a way that gives Space Station so few avenues towards a W, and it's beautiful to watch, honestly. They're just really putting Space Station to the test, and I don't know if Space Station are ready for it. They do make a good push. They get 3 dead for Optic. They've now taken control of this hill, but should this game remain in flow, Optic would be able to set up for next. I believe they're going to contest this hill quite hard, though.
Legend with positioning at the backside of C. He's going to force those close spawns at the elevator as opposed to on the opposite side of the map in gold. And that allows Optic to stay in the fight and get right back to it. They've taken down the team of SSG, and that all started with Legend staying alive.
Staying alive. Oh, sorry. I got a little distracted there, guys. Optic still with map positioning. I think the plan too to burn all that clock off of the Needles hill is because this has grown into the hardest hill to capture because it's so open. You're exposed to Needles, you're exposed to Bat Ledge, you're exposed to back C, Long Haul, Sneaky. There's so many places that players could be lurking, waiting for you to step foot into this hill, and Optic know that the pacing between these teams and how many times they slay one another, it's unlikely that either team caps this hill. So if they just get that lead, and then they put Space Station in this predicament, this is exactly what Shopify did to Optic yesterday. It's almost like they said, oh, that's pretty smart, let's do that to Space Station. And they're doing it so well.
And it goes to show how hard it is to score points on this particular hill. Space Station do regain the lead after taking down all 4 members of Optic, and Lucid, too bad he just ran out of shock rifle ammo because it looks like SSG have just tied things up with 1 minute left. One final push for Optic Gaming as they push through the middle of the map, and the long haul. Formal's coming, and Renegade goes down. That's going to make it very difficult, I would imagine, for them to retain possession.
Oh, wow.
But Formal with another big win.
Clutch.
1 in the long haul, 1 in the C platform. He finally goes down, but not before Legend cleans up on Eco, and Optic have a chance to make this an unwinnable game 3 for SSG.
If Lucid wins that 1v1 on Formal, they're almost certainly capturing, but because Formal wins that 1v1, the entire complexion of this game has just changed. If Optic cap this hill, it's basically over, but SSG in the hill, both teams in the hill, it's contested. They need to get Renegade out, but he's camouflaged.
He got it! He got it!
Oh my god.
And it might just be the series win for Optic Gaming. It looked like SSG were about to tie it up at 2, but Optic are too clean, composed, and calm in the most crucial moments of this series. A 2-score advantage with 45 seconds left, Eli. SSG might as well start heading to the airport.
I mean, that's true and real, to be completely honest with you. The spot of mid-hill is so difficult. They're 4 dead as well. 30 seconds on the clock. This one is going to dwindle down, even if they somehow heroically capture this one, which is already extremely low probability. They're not going to get the one after that, so we will see the end of Space Station. And hey, thank you, Renegade. Please continue padding these stats for my fantasy team.
So I was just thinking, I'm like, the only thing left for Optic to do is pad the stats for all of our fantasy draft picks as Renegade adds another kill. 20 in the lobby. He's the top fragger, the top slayer, and one of the best in the game. Goes for the double on Eco. Grenade toss goes out. Snakebite protecting his teammate, but it's too little, too late.
I mean, these guys are probably already fist bumping, right? Like, there it is. Space Station will fall in 4th place.
4th place for Space Station Gaming. Optic Gaming live on to fight another day, exactly as a lot of people predicted that they would, but Space Station Gaming had some chances in this last game to tie it up. It almost felt like they were always playing catch-up. That mid part of the game where they almost tied it up, Optic Gaming always felt like they had something in their back pocket.
Yeah, it felt like Optic just played the chess game a little bit better. They're also winning the fights slightly more often. I mean, Space Station are showing, though, that they've got some promise. I mean, they win a Streets round. They get a hill. They played pretty close in Slayer up till the 30-kill mark. Like, they've got the pieces of the puzzle. They just got to more tightly put them together.
Differently today, the Optic crowd has shown up for Optic and they have screamed, "Let's go Optic!" The green wall has showed up for them today. I think yesterday was a little scary for them, but today they seem to be awake.
Yeah, we were watching the match last night, Ali, and we noticed how little green wall and "Let's go Optic" chants we heard during that Nemesis series. The fans were nervous, maybe Optic were too, but now settled and locked into a Championship Sunday lower bracket run for the ages. The fans are back alive.
We have a bit of a replay here.
That was where they lost the game. That was where Space Station lost the game. Trying to contest an unwinnable hill, they went 2 down, and that's so damning because 3 went down for Optic, but Space Station didn't afford themselves the numbers advantage to rotate to the next because they lost too many players in the process of trying to win a hill that was unwinnable.
They did ultimately win this hill, but they burned a lot of time doing it because of that. It's like they could have way more cleanly, I think, captured the second hill and maybe had more time to work with in the later stages of the game. So it just goes to show that every single second matters in this game mode. And Optic, I think this is where they won the game, is when they waited to capture that third hill, and then after they got the pick, pushed forward, ultimately got control, and made Space Station just kind of regret their decisions.
You said every second matters. That 1v1 Formal versus Lucid.
Man.
I think it might be coming up here, or no, it already passed the replay. But yeah, this Lucid was still alive on the silo. Formal just confidently walks into the hill. He's the one that's revealing his location by stepping in the hill, right? The hill lights up blue. Lucid knows that he's there. But still, despite having the heads-up awareness that that's where he is, still loses the fight because Formal just hits perfect shots. Lucid's shot wasn't even bad, but he missed one shot, and I honestly think that one shot completely changed that game, and that just goes to show how tight the competition is. You miss a single shot, you're done. You can't miss. Sorry.
Well, Optic Gaming move on through the lower bracket, and up ahead will be the winners finals. Still alive, Shopify Rebellion and FaZe in the upper bracket. Those two squads, that series, Shopify Rebellion is almost, pretty much undefeated, right? And this is the major to prove that they are #1. FaZe, though, have not lost a series.
Yeah, this is interesting to me. I think FaZe are looking extremely strong, but Shopify haven't faltered. Yeah, this is the 1v1 fight, by the way. Lucid shot one bullet into the wall, another one into the wall there. So he actually missed 2 shots in this fight. And Formal just pushes through. See, this is where the hill lights up. And just like that, the jumping fadeaway headshot to finish Lucid ultimately kept Lucid from being able to capture this hill. Because, by the way, Eco had a pick here on the Renegade.
That's a great first match.
If we can hear
Let's take a listen in to see what Formal has to say.
Okay, they definitely wanted to take down their old team, and you guys managed to get that done. And not just you, I want to talk to you about Renegade as well. Renegade has been playing out of his mind throughout this entire event. How does that alleviate pressure for you guys and even makes the game that much smoother when he's in that flow state?
Yeah, John gets so many fucking kills. He's been in MVP form this whole weekend. So, I mean, it makes the game a lot easier when there's people dead all the time. And it definitely helped us out.
Definitely did help you guys out. Now, still a long road here on Sunday, and I want you to get back and prepare and get ready to watch this next series. But what do you want to say to the fans in this venue that came all throughout Texas, that's in the chats, in the watch party right now, that want to see Optic Gaming get another chip?
Yeah, we want to hear you guys get loud today. Loud.
Loud, he says. Let's hear it, Texas. That's going to do it for me and Formal on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Wow, interesting that he called them out. I feel like he called them out. Look, get loud, get loud.
We're literally in Optic Stadium.
We were mystified and almost shocked.
Yeah.
I stood up from where we are in the LVT area and had to go walk towards the crowd to be like, it's late in the day. Did people just go home? Because they were not making any noise. And you know what? I bet Formal, he's been on Optic so long, he's like, hey man, where the hell are the green wall chants?
They must have
Where are our fans? And I think that was him calling out those fans from last night. Like, hey, you guys did
100%.
not bring the energy. We need you today. We have home court advantage. And what advantage is it if you're not making some noise?
Yeah. That was the moment they needed it, right? Like for the Nemesis match, they could have been out of this tournament. They were just one game away from not being on Championship Sunday here today. And it looks like the team did feel it, but the crowd has shown up for them today. And Formal has asked them to get louder, because the Championship Sunday is going to get difficult as we move on further in the bracket. And up next, we do have our winners final. So FaZe versus Shopify Rebellion. This is an interesting matchup. FaZe, they got top 3 in the Kason event. That was their chance for us. No, they got 4th place, but they came in 3rd seed.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so 4th place, but this time in the championship bracket, they're guaranteed top 3.
Yeah, I mean, this team looks like the best transition from online to LAN. I mean, even compared to Optic and Shopify, if I'm being honest. Like, Optic and Shopify have not had perfect tournaments. They've been dropping games to each other, but also to other teams. So I think that the fact that FaZe is currently the only team that has not dropped a single map, that says a lot. And I think that players like Trippy are really finding their comfort zone on this roster, and I think Trippy's here to prove a point. I think he's saying, you guys forgot about me? Let me remind you who I am, and I think he's done that so far this weekend.
I love that you said that he was, looking. Did you say comfortably? Is that what you said?
Yeah, a lot more
comfortably.
comfortable.
I'm sure a lot of us got to see that tweet, that post, that clip from yesterday, where Trippy just made the lobby look like it was a match-making lobby. It was an absolutely crazy. He just went on a rampage.
It actually could have been a kill-tastrophe, right? Because he dealt damage to all 4 members, hit all 4 of the opposition. I think it was SSG with no scopes, and then rotates through top mid like a bull in a china shop, gets to the Nest Bridge, and then pushes down into B, where he, what do you know, hits all 4 again with the snipe and the bandit combination, cleaning up with some kills as well. He had some nice nades in that as well, but that was 8 in a row that Trippy had his hands all over.
It almost felt like, I don't know, Trippy's like coming in to the tournament, not only just with a chip on his shoulder, but also like, he looks different. He just looks different. He looks angry. He looks like he wants to prove everybody, you should have picked me up, guys.
I'm pretty sure he was, number 2? He was either 1 or 2 on our fantasy for the weekends. Look at these stats. I mean, this is his overall stats, a 2.12 KAT. I mean, that is astronomical numbers. Damage dealt per life over the span of the tournament, 421 is one of the highest numbers we have seen. Damage efficiency looking good as well. Here's that clip, the overkill, as he pushes through the backside of B. No scope. I mean,
bro,
how much time was between kill 1 and 4? I almost want to count the seconds. I feel like that's one of the fastest. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
What's actually
7 seconds between
really
kill 1
cool
and
about
4.
this clip is that this overkill, he did like 2 kills with a sniper before.
Yeah.
Yes,
he just did some, I believe they were no scopes, so through the
that
long
clip began 10, 15 seconds before that.
He was on not an actual rampage, but he looks like he was going on a rampage. Nemesis was definitely taken aback by that for sure. And here looking at the stats for FaZe Clan.
Wow.
Yeah, Mac, what stands out to you?
An average KAD of 2.0 plus. We haven't got a chance to see FaZe much on the LVT stream, but wow, it's no surprise why they're here on Championship Sunday. Everybody came to play, and I think, Eli, that's what was missing online for FaZe, was falcated and suppressed, being those main Slayers role, that main Slayer role. You picked up 1 and 2 essentially from last season's Slayer category. They're popping off here. They're looking like the main Slayers of HCS once again. And then you got Big Game Trippy playing his game, Penguin filtering in and playing the OBJ and working his game. This is looking like a FaZe that is firing on all cylinders.
What's really interesting to me is okay, let's just say hypothetically, Shopify win winners bracket. I think that Optic don't want to run into this version of FaZe. FaZe have already beaten Optic multiple times online. They've not done so when it mattered most, but I would not be surprised to see a FaZe just come out with some fire. They might even win this series. I don't know. They look so different this weekend. It would not surprise me if they somehow come out on top.
Well, let's talk about the actual series. What are the chances here? What games could FaZe win here?
Looking at the map layout, I think they're probably somewhat even on Origin, maybe slightly favored on Shopify's side. Recharge might favor FaZe, actually. These guys are all insane with the shock rifle. They all look like they're very comfortable. I know Trippy says, I think Recharge is his favorite map, so he should be able to have a big game. Live Fire is probably dead even split. Might as well be a coin flip. If we get to Aquarius Bomb, I think that's probably the one that's most heavily in Shopify's favor. But otherwise, these maps are pretty close.
Well, we have to not forget about Shopify Rebellion, and that first game will be on Origin, and we have Frosty here, the leader of the fantasy Halo stats, but also a name we just can't seem to stop talking about.
So he makes montages in real time with casters overlaying his gameplay and the crowd watching and hanging on to every shot with that sniper rifle. So when the lights are on the brightest, when the stage is the biggest, Frosty plays his best.
What is enabling Frosty to play like this? Because Frosty has been great, right? But this season, though, there's something different about him. And a lot of people are saying that this is the return of Halo 5 Frosty.
I mean, this is like the most comfortable we've seen him in Halo Infinite, I want to say. I mean, he never had the chance to shine on that prior FaZe roster, the one that was just full of superstars. You know what I mean? It was like the full superstar lineup that everybody thought was going to win every tournament, but we never saw Frosty really be that guy that we knew he could be, because I think he was overshadowed by players like Renegade on that lineup.
It almost feels like he just found like his team. He found the perfect environment for him to become not just his best, but become somehow even better.
Okay. Yeah, I can't wait to get into this one. This will be a fun series.
Coming in to cast this series and join us for the conversation of the series, Shopify Rebellion versus FaZe Clan, is Tools and Active. And I'm sure Tools has come on to the couch because he has a lot of things to say about Frosty.
Yeah, Frosty, I mean, I think right now is playing his best Halo that we've seen in years. And I think he's been really excited to get back onto a main stage, back into this chance to establish himself as the top professional player.
This isn't good for FaZe Clan. Okay, you've got Origin as game one. I'm scared if I'm FaZe. In fact, I'm turning off my PC and I'm walking off stage.
Well, we can't give up on them that fast. Active. But I will say that's why I was bringing up the Origin. I was like, guys, this is Origin.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. That's awesome.
This is Origin we're talking about here. We talk about Frosty, but we also have Royal 2 on the other side as well.
Yeah, so Royal 2 for me is that player that said it best. He said this year, this season, he said this at the case on LAN, is a fresh beginning for him. And he feels like an amateur player trying to prove himself. And that's exactly what we're seeing out of his KD right now, his KAD and his KD. Absolutely love it.
Royal 2 brings a special, I don't know, Frosty and Royal 2 have teamed together before, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, they've been together for, years now, right?
Years.
This is the duo that has never left, it feels like, in the HCS. I mean, it was a big deal when Snakebite had left Royal 2, but, I mean, they had been teaming together for, 10 years? It's been it's been 10 years for, wow, it's 2025.
2013 is when they first started playing.
Yeah, but then it's that's 13 years. But then Royal 2 and Frosty, that's 10 years. I mean, they started teaming together in 2015.
Wow.
Well, and then they team up with two players who are absolutely vibing together. Psycho and Lashot look like another duo. So this is why this team seems to be so unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, this is a duo that I hope that we see for 10 years. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
It's like we're finally seeing this established team. And what I love about these two players is they're the same age, right? They're coming up at the same time. They're experiencing the same things. And now they have a chance to win their first championship together.
And they're very different, too, which is really interesting, right? You said they're the same age, coming at the same time. Very different play styles. We have Lashot, who is, my goodness gracious, I've said this before, he's got all the makings to be that dynasty-type player, the player that will transcend history, I truly think. And then Cycle is that player who we compared to Pistola, which You guys all know Pistola. We all remember Pistola.
Maybe
When-
not. Maybe not. Maybe we can
If
tell
you
the
don't
chat.
remember-
Maybe we got some young players. In the chat.
right.
If you have some, I mean, if you,
I just want to tell you, Cycle and Last Shot, they were born in 2005.
Yeah.
So they might not remember Pistola.
Like, who's
to
this
be
Ola
honest.
guy?
Ola,
Who's
Ola was the one of the most entertaining and talented players to watch back in the day in Halo 3 and other Halos as well, Halo Reach as well. But yeah, I think Cycle really compares to him in the regard that he does a really good job playing his life. And you don't necessarily see that he has a 2.0 KD or anything like that that's crazy, but it's the time that he plays his life that delays enough for his team to come through. He's very difficult to kill.
And what I love about these stats in particular is it shows how the play styles of Cycle and Last Shot differ but help each other. Look at that damage taken per life. Last Shot's going to be a frontliner getting in your face, and you expect him to die a little bit more, and that's why you see his KD's a little bit lower. His damage taken per life is a little bit lower, whereas Cycle, his job is damage and living, right? And you see that reflected in his stats. His KDs are going to be higher. His KAD is going to be outrageous throughout the tournament, and the one thing that you need to see from him is a high damage taken per life. You want to see as much value in his life. If he's able to keep that number up, then we're going to see a very effective Cycle. And I believe I was talking to my fantasy guy. He said when you look at damage efficiency, if you're at 200 is excellent. That is top level. If you go below 200, that is top 1%. You don't see that too often. Cycle sitting at 200.81. Maybe he can get down into the 100s.
My favorite part of the Shopify Rebellion squad, or my favorite story, is that these are the only two players that have not held an HCS trophy in their hands, and I just feel like they have to be envisioning that for themselves right now, especially as they sit here in the winners finals. And Last Shot said that nobody wants it more, and here he is.
I will agree with him saying that, and it's not evident only just in his gameplay. It's evident in the pop-offs after every win. He is such a passionate player, and he just got that mentality too. That when he says when Last Shot says no one wants it more, I truly believe he actually believes that. And there are players that will say, I'm going to dominate all tournament long. Everyone knows how to talk, but I think when Last Shot says something, I can definitely agree and believe him.
I know how to talk.
Yeah.
I'm one of those people. I know how to
Okay.
talk.
Chirp, chirp.
1v1.
I
had to bring it up. Chat was asking yesterday, so I have to bring it up today.
I don't have my
During the
keyboard and
pre-show,
mouse, chat.
During the pre-show, he looked behind. He said, the stations are on. I said, do you want a 1v1? He said no.
I don't have my keyboard. He wants me to play on controller
okay.
so that he can come to me and say, I
didn't say I
beat
wanna
you
play on
in
controller.
Arlington.
Well, hold on. Let me go DM Woodham, maybe?
Yeah, Woodham has
Woodham's
his
mom?
stuff.
Oh, I'll
We
tell
can
you. Yeah,
communicate
if
with
it's
Woodham
touched,
for us.
if
and
it's
get
touched
it.
by Woodham, I'll use it 100%. The guy knows what he's doing.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we can get a keyboard,
If I can get a keyboard and a mouse that's not trash, yeah, I'll
that's
absolutely.
not trash. Okay.
Has to be a good keyboard.
I was
and
going to
mouse.
ask you about which one, but
Well, Woodham's got him. So if you can get Woodham, I'll take.
Woodham's keyboard.
Yeah, it has to be Woodham's
It
keyboard.
has to be Woodham's. I feel like he keeps moving.
I'm moving the goalposts.
Yeah. How about
I'm very scared of Tools, guys. I'm scared of him. I don't want him to destroy me.
I'm pretty good at the one. No?
You're pretty good at the game, Tools.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we should do LVT 2v2s, like.
Well, didn't
like
we
talent
do?
2v2s.
Do you remember we did a LVT 4v4 on stream? Do you guys remember that by any
I
chance?
got the winners round 2 on that.
I just wanted to know. We did
Where
it. We
did I
did one
play
on stream, and it was me against Tools. And does anyone remember the outcome of that game? It's crazy. Do you
I
remember?
actually
don't
didn't
know
play.
what he's talking about.
You don't know?
I thought you were talking about Orlando.
No,
versus-
Wait, hold on. I also don't know.
We're talking
so
about online.
I think you
when
dreamed.
LVT
Online.
got everyone together in a Discord and we played 4v4, and I obliterated you. That's what we're talking about.
This sounds made up.
Louis, look at me. Is he telling the truth?
Do you remember?
Dude, Louis doesn't
saying
remember what you're talking
no.
about.
I hate
think-
all of
I
you
think
guys.
you had a
You're not
dream.
funny. You're not funny. None of you guys are funny. I
chat-
don't
Okay,
think you're
where
funny.
where was I? When was this? Yeah.
He
yeah.
tagged everyone in the Discord.
Uh-huh.
Chat, type
And-
1 if you remember this.
I hate all of you.
Type 2 if you don't.
Active was pumping those games. Thank you, Dino Mike. Thank you.
I really
I
don't.
appreciate it. You see how he genuinely forgets things when he gets destroyed?
There's a couple.
Does
people
everyone
typing
see
1.
that? Does everyone see that? Okay.
Oh, Queso typed 1. I
One.
believe Queso if he's like not trolling. Queso, are you trolling or not?
It's crazy,
When did
man.
This happened in Infinite?
I mean, I destroyed you so bad, I would forget too.
Was it in year
It's all
one?
good.
Why did you
Like,
only
when
just
was
bring it
this?
up now?
Because I don't like to gloat about destroying him. He's
Who was
a
I?
diamond player. I don't care if I beat a diamond
Who was
player.
I playing?
I thought he was gold.
Oh, gold. Sorry.
Yeah.
Who are you playing? We
Yeah,
had
this
random
season.
teams on
Don't remember
LVT.
who I was teaming?
No, I don't care. It didn't matter that much.
Dude, this is insane. I feel like I'm being gaslit to like this extreme level right
Well,
now.
I wasn't there for sure. I don't
Yeah.
know. You know I wasn't there.
I've been looking
You were not
around
there.
at
See?
everyone
Yeah.
on set. Everyone's
I actually
like,
don't know.
I don't know what he's talking about.
You know what I'm talking about? You don't know what I'm
Isaac's
talking
saying no.
Dude, he pointed at
You don't
Isaac.
know?
He said
he
I-
says I agree that you're the best in the world.
Oh,
yeah, that's
okay,
what he
okay.
said.
He
no one
said,
can hear
I
him.
don't know, but I agree. There was like a, I agree.
No, he said
I
that
agree.
you're the best in the world. Yeah, that's what he said.
Hey,
Yeah, Callis thinks I'm the best
Eli,
too.
can you put on a headset real fast?
Eli wasn't
All right.
there, I don't think. Was Eli there? I don't remember. Do you remember when we
Suddenly
had an
none of us were there.
LVT
Who
community
was
4v4?
there?
You were not there though, I don't think. Were you there?
Orlando?
No.
It
See,
was
I thought
online.
you were talking about Orlando.
It was online. And I don't think you were there.
He's saying we had a.
It was
we had
literally
an
brought.
online
I will
2v2
literally
randomized
I will
teammates.
bring up the broadcast.
Yeah, I
It's
don't
in
remember
the
that at all.
broadcast history. You weren't there.
This is insane.
Yeah, you weren't there.
Dude, he's
See?
gaslighting everyone.
You were there. The fact that you don't remember is bad.
Eli doesn't lie.
I mean, my
Does he
memory is
actually
shit. I'm
know?
old. I might
But
have
he-
Alzheimer's.
Oh,
like,
you
gross.
said
If he wasn't
memory's
there,
trash.
he's not going to remember. Everyone in
Hey.
the chat remembers. I don't know what to tell you guys.
Just like one or
Just
two
one
people.
guy being like, yeah. I remember.
Chad, if you remember
I'm your
when
biggest fan,
LVT came
Active.
on stream and did a streamer 4v4, type 1 in the chat. I don't know what to tell you. I can pull up the broadcast. I don't really think it's
All
that
right.
important though.
If you send the clips over, we'll believe you. Apparently, we
Yeah, you're
have
crazy,
memory
Taylor. I'm
loss.
with you.
I am
Yo,
crazy. It's all good.
huge shout out to Topher coming in with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. I want to know if Topher remembers it. Topher, do you
Yeah,
remember?
what Topher would remember. Topher's been around with us for a while.
Like I said, beating a gold player is not very much an accomplishment. So I'm not really.
Then
know.
you should be able to do it with any keyboard.
Fine. Give me any keyboard and mouse, and I'll do it.
All
You see
right,
the one that
somebody bring
Louis
over a
produces the show
keyboard.
on?
What?
Do you see the keyboard that Louis produces the show on?
Sure, that works too. I'm
Yeah?
done with this conversation. I'm going to destroy you, and I'm.
What about the peak mouse? that we
Listen, I
use
don't
for
want any
production?
money from you. I don't want anything from you. I want one thing: to never ever challenge me to a 1v1 again if I beat you.
You know, it's well. I mean, you're never gonna accept any challenge. So it's
I
all
just
good.
did. I just told you I'll do it.
That's the thing, yeah.
Yeah, I
you
just
did,
told you
did?
I'll do it. Whenever.
Dude, we have time. You want to go up to
Yeah.
the station right now?
Do we have time right now? I don't think we do.
I think we do.
We
Louis,
can get a
can we
camera
do
over.
it? Can we go 1v1?
You're
real
making
fast?
Maybe up
you're
here.
making the producer do things that is
I'm
off the
down.
script.
I got my controller out.
Up here, we got the camera. We got Isaac with the cam.
Yeah, Isaac go remote cam. We can do this right now, brother.
Let's do it. Are you shaking yet? There's a little shake there.
Just a little bit.
The last time we played,
Thank you, Zoe.
People saw me in the
I will.
cam,
I
you
will
know.
let you know. The last time we played, I literally it was like a leaf in the fall. She was shaking so much, dude. Yeah, this was you when you were talking to me.
Yeah, but the scoreboard.
Whatever, man. But I told you I didn't sleep. I don't know what to tell you. Like, what is your peak CSR? Tell the people. What is my peak CSR?
I don't know.
1963. How?
No,
that's a pretty big difference, right?
CSR or birth year? What did he say? Sorry, I was born in '97. My bad. 1997.
Okay.
Sorry.
Stuck in Respawn, thank you so much for the Prime. And I think we have my iPod kind of disconnected from the internet, so I think I might have missed a few things. But I think we have a hype train started.
Hey, let's go.
Yeah, thank you so much, everybody.
Ego?
for
Yeah, I'm gonna ego you, sir. I'm sorry. I had to bring up the chat guy. He's saying I have an
Every
ego.
single ad you guys watch,
Yeah.
you're helping us get to Dallas, okay? Every single ad, every single sub, every single tee, if you got one or if you're here, you're helping us. You're helping us ship the entire team, fly over to DreamHack, which is that what day is it today? But is that a month and a week away?
It's less than a week.
It's
very,
it's
very
like,
close.
It's like a month and
So
a
it's a
few
month.
days.
Yeah.
420
Four-
today, so. Sorry.
I thought he was making a joke. Is
No.
it,
It
Is it-
actually
is it
is
act-
420.
Eli
I guess
X, where you
should've- Yeah.
Is it actually for 20 today?
I
Okay.
actually explained so much about the venue today. I was like, what feels different right now? And I was like, it does feel just a tad bit different.
Yo, White Edge with the 10 gifted subs. A huge shout out to them.
Let's go,
This
man.
hype train is about to get started.
When is White's Edge gonna come to a LAN again? You know?
Who?
I want to see
What?
White's Edge at LAN.
Oh,
White's Edge,
White's Edge.
we love you, dude. Thank you so much for all your support, seriously. And you were saying it too. I think it's really cool that you guys support us. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool we get to sit here and just talk about Halo.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I want to go sit up there and play some Halo.
And do the 1v1.
No one wants to watch us 1v1, but
Type 1 if you want to watch the 1v1.
That's all
Type
I'm
2 if you don't.
No, we
want
can do.
to?
We can do it next time we're off. We can go record it, and people we can like play it during.
whatever you want.
Well, you accepted it,
Can I
right?
choose?
This is happening?
Sure,
So I
whatever.
can choose your keyboard and mouse.
No, you're gonna choose something
I thought
stupid.
Hey,
That's what
quick,
you
look at the
said.
screen over there.
Oh my God, there's so
Oh, that's a
many
lot of
ones.
ones.
You're gonna get embarrassed in front of all these people. Are you sure you want to do that?
Dude, I
haven't played in 2 weeks. You sure you want to do this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Marathon boy saying, "Oh, I haven't played."
I haven't.
Well, he's probably like, you know what? It's okay. I'm just going to go play Marathon anyway, so it doesn't matter.
No, I will destroy him and
We
leave.
both haven't played for at least like 5 days at minimum.
Okay.
So is this happening today or a scheduled day?
Whenever, wherever. I don't care. We'll take it to the ring. I'll take it to the ring. Let's get some
There's
gloves.
a ring right there.
Yeah.
Why are you trying to give me a ring?
No, like
you're married. Chill.
boxing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We'll go
Add in
anywhere.
a different space.
Anywhere you want. I'm down.
All right, this is happening then. TBD on the when and where.
So, this is where we get an example, a pure example of someone that talks, someone that walks. I don't think he's ever going to challenge me. I legitimately don't think he's ever going to play me. If by DreamHack Dallas we have not 1v1s, chat, I want you to really rub it in his face.
By Dallas. If you haven't
Dallas.
1v1.
I don't understand.
What
Why-
about-
I'm not mad. Why is this a conversation? I transcend you in every regard. Why is this a conversation?
Transcend you. That's a big word.
Yeah. Why is this a conversation? Why are we talking about it?
I'm just here to help stir the
pot.
Stir the pot.
Bro, I got
yeah.
an Aliak play from you. It'd be okay. She gets you on every lane, every damage, efficiency, kills. You got it, right?
I mean, she outBR'd Elamite in Halo 2, so
Honestly, I
And
think she
Lunchbox.
kind of mogs you in Marvel Rivals, though, low key.
I never played Marvel Rivals.
She's kind of goated.
Yeah, she's better than me at Marvel Rivals. Yeah.
That's a guarantee.
Yeah, it's true.
You've always said no to play Marvel Rivals with me.
No, I didn't.
It's because
Yes, you
it's
did.
because he doesn't
He
like to play
does-
with people that's better than him. I'm telling you, that's what it is.
Why am I getting roasted right now? What is that? What is going on?
Because you apparently transcend us in skill.
I didn't say us. I said him.
Oh.
Not you.
Not me.
Him. This
Okay.
is targeted at him. There is a target on his head.
I thought he was gonna like brush my hair.
When did this rivalry
Were you
start
about
though?
to, like,
Because I
lean
feel like
in or
this
something?
has been brewing for a while. We need to tell the story of how this began because this isn't just like, oh, you want me, bro. This is something else that happened previously.
Yeah, I mean, we 1v1'd in front of 50,000 people, or sorry, 50,000 seats at Kauffman Stadium.
How many people were in those seats? How many?
Matter.
Oh, wait. I was asking you. How many?
We 1v1'd.
How many people were in the seats?
Dozens.
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 Oh, wow. That's a lot.
But it was on the main stage.
Oh,
Look,
man.
Someone said they hope I win. That's good.
They hope Tools
See,
wins.
this is the problem.
I hope I win the lottery.
This is the problem is that he won't play me and he won't be humble about it. So it's like it's
No,
a-
he
it's a
transcends
double-
you.
Yeah, he transcends me. So it's like you're building up these expectations. It's gonna be real.
He doesn't
bad
blink
if
when he says it either. So
No, it's
look at him.
What do you guys,
wait.
guys, what?
Tim, let's do an exercise. Look at me, deep in my eyes.
I don't want to.
Come on.
I don't want to make it so that you can't stand up. So I'm not going to do that. Nope. We're not doing this.
I was gonna do the thing.
Thank you. Let's focus on the real players here.
Wow, look at these shots. Guys, we're getting ready for the winners finals, Shopify Rebellion versus Fizz.
I'm excited for this one. Shopify Rebellion have shown themselves to be dominant not only online but also on LAN, and it's been multiple open series in a row. The case on LAN as well, and you can see the intensity and the crowd. They're ready, and honestly, these players, they have the entire, I would say on Shopify, they have the entire ingredients or the group of ingredients that make a championship roster, that make a dynasty roster.
FaZe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just gonna agree because I think Tim just said that almost perfectly. What I was gonna say, I was like, I 100% agree with what he said.
I 100% agree with what you say too.
Like it's a chain. 1, 2,
It's a
3.
I just want to comment on how cool that shoot was. Falcon, it seemed to be standing there though. He was like, okay, sure, I'll look at this thing, and it looks serious.
If you have to do the esports thing, like what's your go-to pose? You know what I'm saying? Are you arms crossed?
Oh, like if we do like esports pose?
Yeah. What's your esports pose?
Probably like a something.
I like the Renegade.
Oh,
put it down.
Sheesh.
Oh, is that what it is? Sorry.
Oh, come on.
What?
That's so 2020.
Why are we targeting me here
That's an
today?
old meme, Active.
Guys.
Nobody says that anymore. Maybe we should leave Active alone for a second and focus up on the winners finals. It is Shopify Rebellion versus FaZe. Only one of these teams will find themselves in the grand finals. Will it be Shopify Rebellion or will it be FaZe? Origin is the first map, and here we go.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Frosty on your screen, and if you don't know about Frosty and the map of Origin, just pretend like this is Frosty's house, and right here, this is Frosty's garage, and he's got the entire map locked down. Everything about this map, he understands to a T, from the intricacies of every jump to every mechanic as well.
Shopify Rebellion went really heavy into that rocket side, trying to get those power weapons, but they overextended themselves. It was FaZe that was able to get through the base and get a flagpole, but Rebellion able to recover, and this is what's dangerous. They're already on an attack.
A double push, or a double defensive hold, I should say, by FaZe in that scenario. It's going to be, of course, last shot that goes down first, but it's Frosty and Royal 2 that come in to clean up a couple of players, and it's Trippy, though, with that snipe in his hands. The flag is returned.
But it's only suppressed. That's alive for his team. We'll have to basically wait until those spawns come in, but caught out a bit early, and this is going to stagger the players of FaZe. It'll be tough for them to be able to get into a position to fight out and eventually get expansion on the map.
Last shot's trying to push up again. He's done this before. Gonna try and maybe get a flagpole here. Can he do so? Ends up going down, I believe. It's 3 down for FaZe right now. It's an opportunity for Shopify Rebellion to pull this flag, and they do it. Still Frosty with that snipe in his hands once again.
And already fast to the swap out. It's going to be a flag that's out and away. Going back for Shopify Rebellion as Frosty charges into those front lines. Only Trippy is alive. He's stuck at the back of the base as Shopify Rebellion just refills those positions they had just left.
There it is, refilling those positions, so important. Penguin down to no shields in the back of base. It's gonna be Royal 2 nice and patient there to clean it up. And because of that, Royal 2 will continue on. He's got the timing on multiple kills here. Falcated down to no shields as well.
Royal 2, the most important part, right? Just stay alive, wait for your teammates to be ready to take on this fight. Being a bit aggressive as he has to drop down. Never quite got those shields, and doesn't matter because FaZe, they didn't know where to look. He's staying alive. The thrust is just giving him extra livability. And Cycle pulls out a flag during this entire process. How did FaZe just let this happen?
And it's all 4 dead for FaZe right now, and they continue off a spawn, and they continue to fall. That flag is out, and it's Penguin trying to play some defense on his base, but Royal 2 with the thrust, and it's Shopify Rebellion up 2-0.
Nothing but clean Halo gameplay from Shopify Rebellion. You're seeing a large emphasis on the Rocket side. 3 players from FaZe are here. If they go down, they're going to give up this lane and the Rockets at the same time.
It's 2 players on elbow here. It's suppressed that has to stay alive. It's again him, the piece of the puzzle, and he gets taken out immediately. And now Trippy goes to the front of base. That allows Cycle to get the Rockets, and he gets that kill as well.
He knows where Falcade's at. He can cut that angle, get his shields back. They have 1 rocket to help secure this flag run back home. Falcade, though, is able to find that first kill. Cycle, he must go hunting.
This flag is down, but Cypher's up as well. Cycle's got to understand what he wants to do in this scenario. What is the play here? He has a rocket to utilize. He has a player in front of him. That rocket will whiff. Cypher was scooped up as well by someone, I believe, from Shopify Rebellion. And Cycle, once again, doing what he does best, playing his life.
Royal 2 with that sniper. And this has been a big difference in so many of the series that Shopify Rebellion has played is power-up control. They have the best in the HCS when it comes to having those rockets, having those snipers. FaZe must make the most of the opportunities when they have them.
And just keep it out of Frosty's hands. You have to, at this point, cycle down no shields. A great cleanup by Penguin. Pushes through and stays alive, and he's got multiple shots to work with.
So far, FaZe, it feels tepid. There's no real attack. There's no teeth to their push right now. Shopify Rebellion has had so much freedom on their way up the map. Notice Suppress working on that long-range flank. If he starts finding kills in the feed, this could be an opportunity for FaZe to pull.
And last shot ends up finding a clean-up player. That gets cleaned up by his teammate there. That flag is being pulled by FaZe Clan. The flag of Shopify Rebellion, but do they have enough kills to facilitate that flag pull? They do. It's 3 down Shopify. Falcon running the flag.
Yeah, but Last Shot's in a great position to at least stall and wait for those spawners. And the spawns, they came at the elbow. So Last Shot, although he was last alive, was able to at least buy his team an opportunity to fight for the reset.
Slays heavily in the favor of Shopify, and that continues to be the story here in this game. But you can see this flag is essentially being forced through. They found the staggered kills, and they get the cap. It's 2-1.
Love the way that FaZe played that. It would have been easy to try to track back to that flag quickly and try to force it home. Instead, they played towards Shopify Rebellion's base, got crucial kills, and with that, a flag capture. Now, the kills are starting to roll. It's another 4 down. FaZe it has all of this momentum as they roll into the base of Shopify Rebellion.
It's just a beautiful set of teamwork there. You saw that. Once again, the teamwork out of FaZe coming true. Against Last Shot was the last time we saw it, and now we're seeing a push coming into the base of Shopify Rebellion. It's 4 dead once again, and they'll pull this flag.
That's a rare sight. Shopify Rebellion rarely goes 4 down twice in a row. Trippy has had so much freedom to move and get to his spot. I don't think there's anything that can stop him. Despite being weak, he will bring this all the way home.
I mean, look at the slays here. They're getting outslayed by a little bit, it looks like, and they're still capping flags. It's 2-2. We're all tied up.
This is a completely different Shopify Rebellion. They can't buy a kill on the map right now. FaZe has had complete dominance in their control and continuing a completely different team from both sides. This is an aggressive FaZe and a Rebellion that, quite frankly, looks a bit shell-shocked.
I talked about it earlier. Aggression is where that confidence comes in. You're aggressive and you're confident. That's where those fights are won. And once again, it's 3 down. Shopify Rebellion spawns coming on the elbow.
We saw a big shift for FaZe when they were able to get that first sniper off the dead body of Rebellion. Now they've had 2 snipers in their possession, and the power weapon control seems to be a big motivating factor for Shopify Rebellion's pushes.
Only 1 more bullet to work with here for Royal 2 with this sniping. He's going to make it count. It's 2 dead for FaZe. They've got to be careful here. This is the last flag cap for both teams. And with 2 down for Shopify as well, Royal 2's looking to even up the odds with this bullet. Not able to find a target just yet. It's Penguin. Takes a body shot, but he's going to scurry away and get his shields.
Notice how Royal 2's always looking every lane. He's not going to get preoccupied on just one player. As soon as he's able to, he will look for that next engagement.
Penguin staying alive as well inside of the cave of Shopify Rebellion. Or his cave, I should say, as Shopify pulls his flag, but the flag will be continued on, I guess, by Cycle. Is there enough kills to keep this going? I believe so.
I think there is. Suppress is the only one that's there. He gets taken down with perfect shots. Royal 2's home free.
There it is. Royal 2, no one there to contest. This should be the last and final flag cap here, and it is. Shopify Rebellion lead the series 1-0.
Wow, what an absolute great start to this winners finals. We got to see incredible teamwork there from FaZe. It was at the end when Shopify Rebellion was able to score that 3rd flag, but the entire series was incredible.
I was really impressed by how both teams were able to flip it on at those moments, right? FaZe came out the gate. They were able to win those initial gunfights. Rebellion didn't let it bother them. They immediately got to their spots and pulled out flags in rapid succession. FaZe, they could have easily just given up at that point, let it be 3-0. They were able to get a little bit more momentum and show their colors, but it's always the ice factor for Rebellion that I think is making the difference. We saw it in all these grand finals during the Open, during the K-Son event, and now earlier in this tournament when they played against Optic Gaming. They know how to close games.
Active, there was a moment there in time, though, when FaZe almost was just one flag away. What was the big factor working in favor of FaZe's side?
Shopify Rebellion going 4 dead 2 times in a row. That's all you need at that point, right? You're able to get the slay. Shopify leg tools, it said, can't buy a kill on the map at that point in the game. And when you don't get kills and you're going down 4 dead twice, it's it's FaZe that capitalize on it. They do a really good job of it. They don't waste any time. They make sure to get those 2 caps.
We did see a different Shopify Rebellion there. Like Active said, they went 4 down twice, helping FaZe capture those flags. But why did that happen? Who made that happen?
Really, it was those flag capture. I feel like almost every flag capture had a very similar syntax to it. Aggressive play of a player getting forward into the base alongside power weapon support to help swing players in. But the priority on almost every flag capture was implementing that first player in, and that first player understanding their responsibility. Find a slay, pull flag. Do not waste any time. And both sides, Shopify and FaZe, were extremely efficient at that level. It was just Rebellion that was that bit better at preventing FaZe from getting into the base.
I love the fire with how both of these teams started the winners finals. Will that fire continue on through the second game? Recharge Slayer.
Yeah, you got to look out for, of course, both teams controlling that shock rifle. It has changed. If you're maybe just joining us or you haven't been here in the off season, that shock rifle now on a weapon pad, which means the cooldown is increased on the shock rifle, as well as the fact that it is exposed if it's up or not. So a lot of information given if you do get that shock. It's no longer a secret whether you pick it up or not, and that's a big impact that a lot of these teams are understanding now over time. You've got to essentially use stickies to get that shock rifle off the pad. That way you can get it without being noticed.
Tools, you mentioned that Trippy, this is one of his favorite maps, and that's where we're going into.
Yeah, Recharge is a playground for Trippy. It's just a map that really allows him to excel where he's best, and that's being able to work with teammates to take on close engagements. And you're going to say Recharge, I mean, this map's so big. How is there close engagements? It's the ability to cut off the middle of the map. Notice a lot of gunfights in the pipes, in the long haul, in A, away from the center of the map.
Well, Recharge Slayer will be the game that will help us determine who is the best at Slayer here today on Championship Sunday. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a very important game for both teams here. Shopify Rebellion have solidified themselves on Origin many times, but I'm not going to lie to you, that was a very close match that we witnessed, and now we're seeing Trippy with the camo doing some work. This man's got a chip on his shoulders. He was dropped off the Optic roster, now trying to showcase that he belongs at the top.
I love how much purpose is in the reticle of Trippy. You can see him trying to prioritize his targets, working towards what his teammates need and executing on the best kills possible for his team. Not only does he have 4 of them to start, but he's also earned the shock rifle, what little remains, to put some more damage on map.
Shock rifle ends up going out there. Now
it really
it's
is his jungle gym, huh?
Yeah, it's that ledge is utilized so often now. That's all it is finding one thing that other teams find out first, and a big example of that is camo, right? You know, camo, Optic and Shopify both have camo eyes. We believe it's a setting that they have on, but they're not sharing that setting with other teams.
Keep it you, lock and key. We don't share trade secrets around here. Shopify Rebellion, 3 players stuck over towards that elevator as FaZe. They have a 2-2 split. Valkaden is trying to work back towards those teams. They are feeling that pressure from Rebellion, but they weren't quite able to get back to help. And instead, they're going to have to take a 2v3. It's just not going to work.
Shopify are just stacked up. Wait a minute. Suppressed. Somehow finds 3 on his own. What is that?
You might as well call that a 1v3. Yeah. That's insane the way that he was able to close that space and maximize damage. He's been known for his ability to make something out of absolute nothing.
Well, because of that, he starts 5-4. That camo's up, so you're gonna see the push towards the long haul side. So they can get that C-plat rotation and get that camo, but Royal 2, once again with the commando, gonna win that fight out.
There's only 2 players alive on the map, Royal 2 and Falcated. They know where each other are.
Wow.
Just not able to get away with the camo. Royal 2 waited until he thought he was safe and was able to basically capitalize on him trying to escape.
Great, clean and crispy, the name of the game here. Beautiful job once again by Royal 2. one of the best shots in the league. But it's, of course, last shot that comes in. 8-4 to start this game off. And look how calm this man is on your screen. There is no fear in his eyes whatsoever. In fact, it is just aggression and confidence.
Lash, maybe a little bit too much confidence. He's trying to get himself into a 1v2 at the tower, and he had no help to solidify a challenge there right away, but Cycle, he just plays cleanup crew, says, hey, Lash, you didn't even really give that much damage, but you gave me enough distraction to make the play.
6-kill lead now, it's been extended. FaZe Clan have to slow down the pace of the game if they want things to happen here. They've got to do so with the start of Cycle. That's the first kill.
Shopify Rebellion is going to absolutely refuse to let FaZe slow down this game. Slayers are often a two-way street. It's up to both teams to decide how the pacing is going to go. Now, there's obviously counters to both plays, but I don't think Rebellion's going to let off the gas at all.
Yeah, Lashot needs to let off the gas just a bit here. He's got 3 players inside the pipes, and he is just forward with this shock rifle. Still 3 shots left to use.
Royal 2 is putting up pressure on that stairs. Last shot just didn't feel confident enough to help him. So instead, it's going to be about getting away with this shock rifle and maybe getting value on your way out.
It's really important for him to stay alive. They know his location, but they're not pushing him yet.
No, look at FaZe instead. 2-2 splits. They're going to work as pairs. Take a friend with you.
And the camo's coming up soon, so Last Shot needs to get this kill. Most important kill, the trade comes out.
And with that, FaZe, with only 2 players alive, are stuck in the middle of the map. That's open season for the players of Rebellion. Not only do they get another kill, but a camouflage that gets away. The deficit now 9 for FaZe to overcome.
Such an important trade, and it turns into that camo. And now we'll see how Royal 2 can use this. Can he get a kill?
Love that play from Cycle. He's coming up top. He's listening to the comms of Royal 2, and that's the easiest kill you'll see all day. Penguin, the only player alive in Royal 2. He's hunting endangered animals.
It's just really, the score has just really opened up, and it happens so often. And then once again, another kill for Royal 2. Last Shot will get 1 as well. And they continue on as Last Shot gets the double. All 4 down for FaZe.
It's the first player in from Shopify Rebellion that's just creating chaos that the rest of the team knows how to handle. What we're often seeing is that last player alive, that last player in is coming in and getting double, triple kills, cleaning up that damage. Keep an eye on the assist column. That's where you're seeing Rebellion's true benefit.
Last Shot once again uses some of his accuracy benefit that he has as a player to get that kill. And Frosty, again, trying to stay alive. It's a bit of aggression from FaZe, but too little too late tools. It's 44-32. There's no way this happens.
This path is going to be treacherous for FaZe. And the thing for Rebellion is I wouldn't let up at all. Don't let FaZe even feel a change of pace. Continue to fly. Continue to enforce your will.
It's now down to 10 kills, the lead, and I don't know. I don't want to call this possible. It's a very big deficit still at 10.
I don't like the sign of Rebellion starting to really slow their pace. You had something that was working for you all game long. I think it's important for you to be confident for these last few kills.
And a lot of space being taken on the map by FaZe, which makes that aggression by Shopify so strong. And there it is. Finally, that aggression turns into 2. It'll be 2 down and another player weak.
When things start to roll the other way, when you start to see FaZe having a little bit of momentum, it was Frosty that was able to come in and get that big double kill to at least stemmy it for now. Only 3 kills left for Rebellion. FaZe, they're looking much better now, but it's a deep hole to climb out of.
It's unfortunate, right? It's unfortunate when you're in a deficit like this and you finally start to pop off, and there it is. The nade will explode for the 50th kill. Shopify win game 2.
Absolutely aggressive game here from Shopify Rebellion. We did see a little bit of that at the beginning from FaZe, but the game just got away from them.
I think that Shopify are a very aggressive roster. When you have 2 young guns that can shoot and are very confident in their mental, you can tell when you talk to them that they exude confidence. When they do, that's when you start to see that aggression, and it's working for them. FaZe were fighting from the back the entire time. They were aggressive at times, but Shopify punished them often.
And what I noticed was oftentimes that first player in was creating chaos. I called it in the game where I thought Lashon was making a mistake to go up to White Tower where there was 2 players waiting, but it was those chaotic moments that opened opportunity for their teammates to come in and get double kills. I had a feeling that if you were to go through that stat sheet and see what the double kills were, that's where you'd see the big difference in the game. It was the multitudes in which FaZe was going down, that was pretty brutal to deal with.
And we saw one of the doubles there by Trippy. And again, even at this point in the game, it's tied up at 15. Trippy was trying to do all he can, but it's those little 1v1s that make a big difference. It's not getting away with Camo right there. That also makes a big difference. And those little differences really add up.
Anything else that stood out to you, Tools, that FaZe clan could improve for the next series?
It's just not letting that game get out of hand, right? When a mistake has happened, don't let the punishment go more than one respawn cycle. Find your recovery right away. It was 17-all when that camouflage was burned, when Royal 2 baited it at the bottom of the map. It was 2 players alive. But from that mistake of that camouflage getting burned and Royal 2 finding that value, FaZe started to spiral a bit out of control. I'd like to see them be okay with making mistakes and put them out of their mind and allow themselves to just work their way back into these games.
Now we're swapping over to King of the Hill Live Fire. Now, this is a map that both of these teams like very well, but who has the edge here?
Yeah, I think every pro player it really enjoys Live Fire. I think it's one of the staples since it came out in beta, and I don't think that's changed. It's one of the most competitive maps as well. I mean, as it looks right now, Shopify are looking very solid in their decision-making, their ability to stay alive, and I think that FaZe, although they started to light up at the end of that Slayer game, I don't know if it builds into the next game, into Game 3. I don't think it does, but we'll see if that momentum carries from Slayer.
Well, we have seen a FaZe that just keeps getting better, and here on Championship Sunday, things could change for them.
That's the one thing FaZe has rolling for them. There are 4 experienced players on this roster, multiple championships between them. They know how to perform on Championship Sunday. And, fact is, Shopify Rebellion have 2 very young players that don't really have much experience on this day.
Well, King of the Hill Live Fire is ready to begin. Will it be Shopify Rebellion that will move on to the grand finals, or will FaZe start a reverse sweep against one of the top-seeded team here in the scene? Shopify Rebellion. Will it be FaZe or Shopify Rebellion? Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's game number 3, Live Fire, King of the Hill, and again, we got to talk about it, right? They started to pop off towards the end of that game number 2 phase. Of course, that doesn't carry into an objective, but I do think that this team is filled with experienced players. I will push back and say that Cycle and Last Shot almost look experienced. They almost look like they've been doing this for years. These guys are seasoned in their mentality, and it really has carried on into their gameplay. Will they be able to do the same when the lights are the brightest? They have not played on a stage like this for this much money yet. And that's just how it is.
I will say these tools you mentioned, these 2 younger players, they have so much confidence. And it's not just like young confidence, it's confidence backed up by things they have done.
So far, I think these 2 young players aren't showing their inexperience at all. In fact, I think they're leading the charge for their team, in particular Last Shot. In these last 2 games, he's had a 1.52 KD and has eclipsed the 2-point mark for the KAD. The big thing, though, look at the damage that these guys are dealing per life. Last Shot Royal 2, almost hitting 400 and 1 surpassing that. That's next level. That's next level execution. And I'm extremely proud of what Last Shot and Cycle have been able to do. I mean, it's nerve-wracking being there on Sunday.
Here we have Last Shot and Trippy. Stats from the winners finals so far.
Trippy, big game Trip, of course, always the player to watch in these tournaments, and that's just because he comes together when big games need to happen. So I wouldn't expect that to change at all. I think Trippy could potentially carry us to a reverse sweep, but we'll have to see.
We'll have to see indeed. King of the Hill Live Fire begins now.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go once again. It's, of course, King of the Hill Live Fire. And you know what? I'm ready for this one. If there's any game that FaZe can come back in, it is going to be Live Fire, King of the Hill. I am expecting to see some big things out of Big Game Trip, the man you saw on the stat screen. Can he take this game under his wing? He needs to do so. He is one of the players that can really turn around an entire series, but cast act now. There's not a lot of time left.
Royal 2, unfortunately, could not continue his push because of FaZe getting early kills. That leaves Trippy to get this power weapon, and that's something that Shopify Rebellion has been so dominant in, is the power weapon control. If FaZe has a chance in this series, they must take away that aspect of their game.
Trippy, once again, he's got the snipe in his hands, and this is why we call him Big Game Trip, right? There's a big game on the line right here. You win this, you continue on to the winners final. I'm sorry, the grand finals. If you don't, you end up in that lower bracket.
Ross is going to take the engagement in the 1v1 with Camouflage.
Great
it's
trade.
a trade out, but who wins the spawn? Suppress going to be able to refill FaZe. Continue with the sniper control.
Great trade. He's looking for the snipe there. I believe maybe it's through the crack.
Did it go through the crack?
Yeah.
That's insane. So unlucky for FaZe.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what. You got to use that scan. I would assume he did, but regardless, it's still down there somewhere. And the spawns come out from Shopify. Not necessarily the spawns, but the hold comes out from Shopify on that B side. Royal 2 takes a crazy route. They're not expecting.
There was no reason for Suppress to expect that push at that time. FaZe, they thought they had all the knowledge, but it was Royal 2 that found that back-breaking punch. And that, I mean, FaZe, they're just getting kept out of this hill.
Love that by Royal 2 as well. It was just beautiful, right? He repulses so that it can potentially repulse the player below him as well as repulse himself to safety in the air. And because of that, it's still Shopify Rebellion that have this hill. They've got back B, they've got control, and they've got 2 down for FaZe.
Crossy knows that there's challenges coming, but
good shots.
He tries his best. Going down first shot, though, is never an easy fight to get out of. And FaZe, they've been able to stemmy Shopify Rebellion at the right time. They're right back into this hill. They just need a couple more kills.
That's a very important hill for FaZe right here. You got to start off this game strong. Being down 0-2, you need this first hill in this game, number 3, so you can have a bit of confidence and momentum going into the rest of the game.
2-on-2, both these players at the green. It's going to be last shot getting damaged, but the health goes down. Last shot will follow. FaZe have started to take control of green, but I don't think Rebellion's going to try to vacate too soon. Instead, FaZe roars in.
The nades are too good, and because of that, FaZe roars into a cap. They don't have the rotation on the new hill, but they do have that first cap of the game, which is what they needed.
And they're winning those couple kills off rotation. Ping, oh, dirty. As Suppress gets the camouflage as well. FaZe not only execute on the first, but win the rotation for the second. Shopify Rebellion are reeling.
The rotation for the second, the camo, that's pretty much everything in the playbook that you're looking for, as well as the sniper. It's all in your hands right now. It's what you do with it, and Suppressed already, showcasing why he's one of the best players in the game. The double's clean, and 3 down for Shopify.
Suppressed likes to hit the no-scope. He doesn't really like to hit the scope, and you saw him hesitate on that long-range shot, but you can see why. He rarely misses with this weapon when it's in his hands. 8 kills for his team, leading the lobby.
This is how FaZe come back in this series right here. It's 1 kill that turns into 1 game that turns into a series game 5. And it's going to be up to Suppress right now on the top of tower. Things slowed down just a bit. Shopify don't want to expose themselves to him. They're 2 down right now, so they don't really have a strong push ahead of them.
But look at FaZe. They're 90% of the way and 99% of the way in. That's perfect. And they're going to hit out these rotations a little bit.
They only lose last shot here, so this rotation might be 1 again. 3 down for FaZe, though. Suppress the last player, and they get the spawns. This is beautiful.
How do you get the spawns? Shopify Rebellion, they were committing towards that hill. Despite it being 99%, they let the spawns flip.
This is interesting. They decide to overextend towards B, maybe understanding the spawns come out on the outside, and because of that, they take out last shot, but Royal 2 gets 2 because of it. So I like the snipe by Suppress, but still, you're giving up a lot of hill time here.
Suppress might be able to just make up for it with his individual play.
Oh no.
Frosty, what a timed nade.
And that nade flew up right in his face, so no chance for him to repulse, even though he had a repulse in his inventory. Now it's up to Penguin at this point to stay alive, right? It's very important to do damage and live. Wait for your teammates to push on in. That's exactly what he does. 2 down.
Played that so smart by waiting, right? Being patient. He understood where the push was coming from. Let the rest of FaZe get to that gunfight, and he minimizes his damage taken while maximizing his input on the map.
Now it slows down once again. Trippy looking for the rat hall. Very important to look for this angle. It's a flank that could potentially happen. There is no more ammo in that snipe though, but he does have a repulse to work with. He's gonna have to deal with Frosty first. Great nade, return to sender with a repulse. And will be 1 down for each side. And Suppressed goes down as well, but once again, FaZe win the spawns if they can get this kill. Falcon looking for it, but Cycle once again staying alive here. Very important live for him. He gets the spawns at the big door, and once again, Shopify continue to push.
It mirrored action from both sides. I mean, that help comes in at the same time. It's just the execution that's been a little bit better for FaZe. The slays trickling in their favor, and wow, it's 3-0. But there's still plenty of time for Rebellion to stage a comeback. Over 3 minutes of neutral time.
The timing was just not on their side there, right? Cycle does a good job staying alive on that pillar, but the timing not on his side. He only gets Frosty to spawn. They don't have enough firepower because of that. That 3-0 is going to be devastating here. Shopify need to act quickly.
Just aggressive play from Penguin, trying to hit out that back tower. Even if he did get Royal 2, that trade was going to come in right away. And finally, for the first time in this game, we see the sniper change hands for Rebellion.
And it changes hands into someone's hands that we are scared of. It's going to be Frosty if you're on that FaZe side.
For good reason. I mean, he has the highest power weapon percentage kill in the league. This man feasts with the sniper.
He gets one. We're already seeing that come to fruition, but the spawn's on B happen here, so once again, has to watch this angle, and Penguin trying to make him miss those shots, right? He wants to make him waste ammo here, but he's not wasting very much ammo. He's getting damage in.
So far, I mean, they're expecting this push to come towards Camo, but there's no one there. Instead, Frosty's going to try to hit a quick flank with this snipe. This seems awfully aggressive from Rebellion, but with Royal 2 with that support, they're eager to flip the map. This is a very interesting play from Rebellion. I'm not sure I agree. They've let Trippy essentially get to the back tower. Now FaZe has a line through the hill.
Frosty, he's trying to stop that line. He's got the commando to his back. Can he live? No, they take him out as well. Frosty goes down, snipe on top center.
There's a bit of frustration in his body when he did go down. I think Rebellion's getting really frustrated with how FaZe is playing. They expected them to play into the hill with 3 minutes left, but they've played time early. You're not going to see FaZe step in. From 3 minutes and 20 seconds left in this game, they've decided to play Slayer.
What's his name, Tools? Big game Trip, 15 and 10. Already in this game. Now he's got a camo. Now he can watch the spawns of Shopify Rebellion as well. It's one player in front of him. That's another snipe for him. He's looking for Cycle as well. You better run because he's not gonna miss a shot. Frosty, watch your face. It's 3 down. Last player's Frosty, and Trippy's playing with them. Oh my word. Big game Tripp's here to play.
He's in flow. He's in flow. He didn't make a mistake. Even when that shot misses, he doesn't give up an easy life. He stays alive. You can see the value in which he's trying to get for the team. When they needed him most, the captain stepping up to the plate, living up to his namesake.
Now they've got a hold here as well. This time will continue to tick down. Time of death, 1 minute, potentially, for Shopify Rebellion, at least in this game, but they're still up in the series. And I'm sure that they're aware of that.
Rebellion finally got the control that they wanted. They're into that back hill. They're starting to expand on the map. Less than a minute of time to work with outside this hill, but I'm starting to see some very good signs from Rebellion.
They don't have next though. Trippy's literally on the tower side. This is the next hill being top center. You want that tower side control. Trippy's already there. Now he's got to do some damage, and Cycle understands the objective, but there's 3 down for Shopify Rebellion. Somehow Cycle gets 1, but he goes down very quickly.
Ooh, aggressive re-challenge onto that player at tower, but that just shows you how much importance they're putting on them. They know that as long as tower control's on the other side, there's no real easy way to get into this hill, and now every second feels like a dagger into the back.
We've got some players here who have a chip on their shoulders. You can just see it. Like, you know, we always talk about playing for another reason. Penguin and Trippy are playing for a different reason than everyone else here in this game.
Now Rebellion gonna have to stage at least one last desperate push, but we're starting to get into that stage of the game.
I don't know if
which
that went
we
off.
like to say perfect halo.
Yeah, it's gonna be really tough. I don't think that sniper went off. I'm not sure, but it is 3 down for FaZe, and this is an opportunity for Shopify to take advantage of that.
And Frosty's staging himself to at least play in fast behind these players at spawn. If he can hit this right, they're going to get another clean 3-4 down.
Hitting it right is exactly right. The timing just wasn't there. Suppress was ready for it. It's about understanding the game state and understanding when those pushes are coming. 3 down FaZe.
Despite Frosty getting caught, though, it pulled players back from FaZe. If they would have just sent all 4 because of Frosty's timing being a little bit off, they could have gotten into that hill. Instead, FaZe must punt. And, well, I mean, never say never. 13 seconds, 1 hill needed. What are you made of?
Like you said, they punted early, but they weren't punting to get that hill. They're just getting location on this hill. They're getting information now on the players pushing. All it is 3 seconds. That's all you need to hold them out for. Falcon is the man right here with Trippy. He gets the kill. There's the double. 1-0. There it is. FaZe put a series score on the board.
FaZe playing absolutely incredible. It did the thing that a lot of people did not expect them to do. I saw the chat. They were saying, I predicted 3-0, and it did not happen. FaZe took game number 3. Tools, you mentioned that Shopify Rebellion seemed to be frustrated by the way FaZe was playing. Can you tell us more?
FaZe was valuing their life at almost all points in time. It felt like they could never quite get the clean kill. It's something that was the exact opposite in the Slayer, right? In the Slayer, it felt like Rebellion was able to enforce their will. Not the case this time, and Trippy was a big part of that. The biggest thing, in my opinion, the difference between this game and the rest that we've seen even throughout the Open Series and Kason was the camo, the sniper. The power weapon, power-up control was clearly in FaZe's hands this time.
Active, we have a look here at the stats. We have a lot of positives here on the FaZe side.
Yeah, for me, it's the assist, though. I mean, look at those assists out of FaZe. I mean, you talk about Penguin and Trippy once again. I said they had a chip on their shoulder. I meant it. That is a large amount of assists compared to the other side. And that's what you love to see. This duo, they came together after being dropped from Optic, and they said, you know, we have something to prove right here. And they have. So far in this series, that first game, that starts everything now. Now there's a reverse sweep potential.
I'm curious to know what Shopify Rebellion is thinking right now and wondering if they're maybe somewhat surprised at FaZe taking 1 game away from them.
I think that Shopify Rebellion have so much experience behind them, not only with their duo that's playing with them, but a sick play for Trippy. Not even with the duo that's been playing with them for this time with Frosty and Royal 2, but the coach behind the best man. He's been around, he's experienced, he knows what it takes to go far into these tournaments. I wouldn't be too concerned about Rebellion's resolve.
Now we're moving on to Aquarius Bomb Active. I know you said we were gonna get a Shopify Rebellion that was dominant, but what could stand out to you on this map? What team could have the edge?
Shopify Rebellion, they've talked about that they're the best bomb team in the game, and without looking at the stats, watching these tournaments, I would say that they are. They've really enjoyed this game type on both maps that it's on, and they've showcased brilliance. But at the same time, you have a FaZe that know that this is their last game in the series. If they lose this, they go to the elimination bracket, and that's not really what you want to do. You want to sit nice and comfy in that grand finals and just wait for the other teams to kind of get through what they need to get through. So FaZe are going to give it their all, and one thing I will say is I'm assuming that maybe that last game, maybe Shopify let off the gas a little bit. You know, I hate to say that. I'm not saying the players weren't trying. I feel like people take that out of context. Letting off the gas meaning they're not on their P's and Q's. You're not dotting their I's, crossing their T's. They're just kind of... They're just there, and they're playing normal, but not giving that extra umph, I guess you could say.
Well, there's no sniper. There's no camo here to help FaZe. So, Tools, what do they have to do to defeat and stay alive in this tournament?
It's all about map presence. It's all about map control, especially on neutral bomb. It truly is just a game of possession. Whoever's able to have those attacks on the opposite side of the map for longer periods of time often find themselves successful, and that's where Rebellion are some of the best. They love to get into those deep enemy lines.
FaZe on the edge of, with 1 life on the line, who will take game number 4?
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. FaZe looking pretty good after that game, but not looking so good to start this game. They're 4 dead.
Yeah, that's almost immediate, and what's even worse is Last Shot's up there to play that back base. Royal 2 can help facilitate the fly run as well, I mean the bomb run as well. Cycle just
good nade.
How is he?
It's great movement again. Like you know where that nade's gonna bounce. You know the geometry of the nade. You back up. You avoid it with that wall. And again, really well done. This is why he's Pistola-like. This is why we compare him to Pistola. We wouldn't dare compare him to Pistola if he didn't deserve it.
Count how many times Cycle goes down to one shot in this life. Just do it. And we're on number 2 already. This is a man that has a plan. He's not trying to go down anytime soon.
They have control of FaZe's base right now as well, and this is so important. Look at the timing that he gets. 3 down for FaZe. Once again, Trippy the last alive.
Now let's call that number 3. He went about half shields right there, and he's still alive. Penguin, the only one alive for FaZe, and Frosty's already in planting position.
I love that too. Toss the bomb onside the bomb plant position. Back up, get your shields back. Be ready for the fight. You stay healthy here. He's down to no shields once again.
Cycle. Oh man, he almost got his shields back there, but staying alive as long as he could, stalling those players until the help could arrive. Just in time.
Frosty, again, really heads up play to go for that bomb plant instead of trying to fight. Normally, you try to fight with your team in that scenario. He understands they've got the fights. They've got 2 1v1s. He can sit there and play.
Anytime you're moving that ball into a base or that bomb, right, it's a battle of attrition. If you don't have the resources that's the offensive team, the defensive supply coming from spawns is always going to be much quicker to that attack. Smart from Rebellion, get it in as soon as they could.
Frosty, once again, Camel top center. It's a big death out of him, actually. Royal 2 goes down as well. That Camel being top, somehow scooped up by Last Shot with 2 down for Shopify. I'm not sure how that happened.
But Last Shot has to worry about where this bomb is headed.
I don't like this. No, he stays alive somehow. I guess the other players from FaZe are overextended. They are 3 down as well. Trippy, the last player alive.
Last Shot, that was ultimate trust in his team. He could have gone back towards his base with that camouflage and tried to secure his own. Instead, he plays into those front lines, trying to cut off the resupply.
He's still staying alive too. That camo's gone, but they don't have his location. This is one of the things that makes some players so good, is they'll figure out a way to route differently and just get lost in the grass. And that's exactly what Last Shot's doing right now.
So far, FaZe has just been struggling to have 4 players alive at the same time. And oftentimes, that's when things start to get out of hand, right? There's no one to really help fulfill the finishing kills that they need.
Wow, that is a big win by Suppressed right there, though. It's a bit of a confidence builder.
Well, that's what Donnie's all about, right? He loves to take those close challenges.
Just 2 down for Frost. Frosty gets 2 down in the kill feed. Suppressed. Challenges are important, but making sure to know when to take them is even more important. And right there, that challenge didn't work out for him.
That's what you're going to get with Suppressed, though, right? You're going to get the great, and you're going to get some over challenges sometimes.
Speaking of over challenges, Cycle don't care. He goes for it.
Well, you know, sometimes when you're a player that's known for staying alive, the thing to do to stay alive is sometimes to take the challenge, right? Take the unsuspecting challenge. The player that's not ready to see you come up one shot.
It's Frosty inside once again, the base of FaZe, and this has been a factor, and this is something we see pretty much every time we watch Aquarius on Bomb and Fortress Bomb, is we see these dominant teams in the base of the other team the entire game.
Shopify Rebellion, it's really been Royal 2 that's leading the charge. He has been decimating the numbers of FaZe. It feels as if anything he wants on the map is his.
All he wants is camo, and Falcon is stolen away, so he makes sure to make him pay for it. 3 down once again for FaZe. Trippy, the last player alive. There'll be a 1v1 against Royal 2. Royal 2 didn't have a lot of shields. Trippy makes him pay for it.
So far, this bomb, I mean, it's been getting moved, but it hasn't really been going anywhere. You know what I'm saying? It really is just a game of neutral in the middle of the map.
Jeez, dude.
It's so hard for either side to get these advantages. You see how much work it takes to get some of these kills.
Great shots by Frosty. Takes out Penguin. That's a triple for him. The killing spree as well. Last player alive is going to be Suppressed in the back of base.
And that's what's dangerous. He's in the back of the base. There's no presence for FaZe in the middle map. The spawners will try to at least fill the top middle, but I think Frosty's got a plan for that eventually.
Frosty, 2 down for Shopify Rebellion. Still, once again, past the halfway portion of the map. Very confident in his gameplay enough to get that shot, get the perfect, get the trade.
Yeah, that's a 1v2 that he just says, hey, I missed the first player. That's okay. I'm just going to gun your second. 5 shots later, he's able to find that trade, but it wasn't enough to stop FaZe from at least taking control of the map. They're in a spot in which they can facilitate an attack. It's just going to come down to execution on Slays.
All Slays are in the favor of FaZe now, so because of that, they push up the bomb inside the base here. There is a spawner on the back of base, though. It's Frosty on the pillar, and that pillar is divisive. It is so good to be able to stay alive there. It is so deep as well. You can play your life for a while.
FaZe is going to give up on this push right now. Camouflage is what's going to be more important as you see Trippy trying to secure the middle map.
Trippy pushing forward here. Big 1v1 against Royal 2, but it turns into a 1v2, so Trippy gets out of dodge, which is what you need to do. 12-9 for him so far.
Trippy still not letting up. He wants to get that damage, but a bit aggressive, and last shot just completely spot suppress, and now he's just trapped in this corner.
I love that, though. It's going to be Falcon that tries to save him there, and because of that, Suppress turns it into a double kill.
But because his teammate went down, there's no one to keep moving that bomb forward. It feels like a game of neutral in which the FaZe is struggling to get it into drive.
Beautiful shot there by Suppress, though. It takes out one. The bomb's still bottom center, so they're not going to be able to pressure that bomb forward. And because of that, Suppress backs up, understands he doesn't have help. No one's there right now. It's just Falcated, but Falcated plays his life as well. They understand the objective.
And this is the problem is right now Suppress is doing his best, right? He is jamming his foot down onto that gas pedal, but he needs someone to reach across and shift that car into gear. They're having no movement on that ball. FaZe, all those Slays are useless at the end of the day if you can't move that thing.
Last shot gets some Slays of his own. It's 2 down for FaZe already, and Last Shot continuing on, putting damage in and staying alive the entire time. This is what you love to see out of Last Shot and why he's one of the best in the game, but we got to look at Frosty. 21-11 out of him.
Hey, he came to life. Remember, we saw Royal 2 at 12-6 earlier this game. All those Slays that he was getting have started to move into Frosty, and honestly, that's when Rebellion's at their best. When Frosty's been able to get these kills, that's when they really start to find their momentum.
All Frosty ends up trying to push through. He cleans up or helps clean up the second here. 3 down for FaZe once again.
The big thing, Camo's coming up, and oh no, FaZe just went 4 down, and this is going to be the difference, right? When Shopify Rebellion gets their kills, they're getting them 4 at a time. They're having a lot of freedom to move, and that bomb's already halfway armed. Trippy will desperately try, but not succeed at stopping that. That's a second in for Rebellion. They're 1 bomb plant or 4 minutes away from their grand finals appearance.
It's not even about that, though. They're also 2 down at the same time. It's just such a big deal, right? You're continuously being cycled off a spawn. And yes, Shopify left your base, but they're still chokeholding you inside of your halfway portion of the map.
2 players alive for Rebellion at the moment, but Frosty didn't want to give up on that attack. Into the enemy lines he goes, but maybe a bit too zealous in that position. Finally, we start to see quick movements from FaZe. This is what we've been lacking all game long. I love the idea of getting 1 kill and move. 1 kill, move. Just start to find something to get yourself into position to score.
It was 3 down momentarily for FaZe once again, and Royal 2 is going to directly go towards the util. It's 3 down again for FaZe. They're getting outslayed heavily here, and it's Frosty doing a lot of it.
And that's been the big problem. It's them going down in multitudes. They need to find trades. They have to make this game more complex for Rebellion, as Frosty not only gets punched, but shoved into the wall. I mean, looking like me in middle school, into the locker he went.
Last shot ends up going down. That's 4 down for Shopify for the first time in a while here, and it's an opportunity for Trippy to bring this bomb directly towards the util. There is no one there to contest for Shopify just yet, but FaZe Clan are waiting and ready for that push from the base.
And with that, Trippy waiting for anyone to come support him. Frosty's gonna check that corner, get that knowledge, and try to stay alive, but Trippy, he set his trap, and he's letting it spring. There's the kills that they've needed, but where is the movement of bomb? There's no one from FaZe to continue it forward.
3 down. FaZe not able to push up at all. Lots of damage goes in. Frosty down finally from Trippy. Suppress gonna grab the bomb, not give any information, but there's still 2 players to deal with here. They're going to have to deal with him right now and suppress the first person forward. He gets a couple shots in. There's a flank coming in from the B door as well. That's going to be Penguin. Great shots by him, but Royal 2 playing his life like a genius. 4-down FaZe.
FaZe didn't have any mid-map control. Cycle took immediate advantage of that. Was able to get the help they so desperately needed, and look at him. Into the breach we go. He heads to the front lines, and that's a sacrifice that he's willing to take. All Shopify Rebellion need to do to win this game is slow FaZe down. Play the clock. There's only 90 seconds left for 2 bomb arms to come in.
That's not a lot of time whatsoever, and you haven't slowed Frosty down if you're FaZe. So they've really got to do something here very quickly. Shopify have all the cards on the table right now, and they've got control.
Finally, 2 clean kills. There was no trades, and they're going to be able to finish the rest as well. No! Cycle, are you kidding me? Once again, he lives, he gets the kill, and that is slowing FaZe down. Last shot lets them know an ass full of lead.
Last shot feeling confident. I spoke about this. The fact that he's coming into the season with a new attitude, a confident attitude, and we're starting to see that here with the body shots. He knows he rules this place, and with this win, Shopify will sweep the series, or I'm sorry, lead the series 3-1, but regardless, it's just massive domination on the side of Frosty. Look at him, 27-18.
And right now, if Last Shot knows that there's really no chance of Falcade getting this back. This is really just a victory lap. Shopify Rebellion coming back home to show the home crowd, to let everyone know what is going to be awaiting them in grand finals. This is a next level Shopify Rebellion.
I just would love to hear Last Shot's comms right now. He is chirping something in his mic as he's rotating that bomb. No one's in front of him. It doesn't really matter what he was doing in the game. He was saying something, and I would love to hear those comms to know what that was said. But regardless, it is Shopify Rebellion making it to the grand finals.
You all asked for a Shopify Rebellion with only one foot, guys, on the gas pedal, and that's exactly what they did here. FaZe struggled here on this bomb. Tools, break that down for us.
They really just didn't get the clean numbers, right? So every time Shopify Rebellion were starting to feel that pressure from FaZe, they were able to take 1-2 players down. And what was important was where they would take those players down. It was often the player that was close to bomb. So even when we saw great sprees from Suppress when he's getting into that base, creating opportunity, they needed someone to advance that objective state. And that just didn't happen throughout that game.
Active, I know you're thinking about something right now, and I want you to let me know what it is you have your mind on.
I really love that Frosty's really catching fire. He's a player that I know has had the ability to catch fire, and I know there's a lot of times where he's kind of said with his gameplay, I'm still the best in the game. Stop forgetting about me. But now he's on a team that really just makes him better somehow, and it works out so well. It is just beautiful to see. He's in his element, and I love it. He's been capable of this the whole time. He found a team that really makes him shine.
Shopify kept FaZe Clan on the respawn screen. Tools, you said there was rarely ever a time where all of FaZe Clan was alive.
No, that's always a struggle, right? Especially in these game types where numbers play such a factor in the game. That's where Rebellion had true advantages. They were able to get those 3-4 downs, and that FaZe never really had those same chances. Anytime they even got these kills, right, they always went a couple too many players down after, like that, where Cycle gets that kill. And you know, we talked about Frosty a little bit. We talked about the damage that Last Shot did earlier in the series and what we've seen from certain players. But really, a player that I want to give impact to is Cycle. And his ability to stay alive throughout those games was second to none.
Can you expand more on Cycle's role here and what he did for the team in this game?
Well, Cycle was one of those players that was tanking damage. That damage taken from him per life was probably higher than everyone else in that lobby, just from our first eyes glance at it. It was really impressive to see him continue his trend forward because he's staying alive. He is swimming forward against the stream, but never giving up, never folding to that pressure, keeping his life at all points in time and getting himself into those positions to win games for his team.
Well, it was a great effort here from the FaZe side. They took one game away from Shopify Rebellion, and they did so beautifully. It was a fight, but they did so. FaZe Clan, I think, has done something here for themselves and proven that they have what it takes to be top 3. Let's go ahead and take a listen in to Frosty after this winners final
How
win.
does that feel?
I mean, it feels great. Pairing up with this squad, it's like getting a grand finals first event. It's an amazing feeling.
It definitely is an amazing feeling. Now, coming up here against this FaZe Clan team, they had not lost a map before they, ran up against you guys. Seeing that on paper, planning for, what was your game plan to go up against them and kick the series off?
It's honestly just making sure we're doing our thing. They're a strong team. As long as we weren't just falling over, giving them free kills, we were going to be able to get ours. And I mean, that was pretty much the game plan for Sen.
There you go, and it worked out very, very well. Now, as you go to a grand finals, you got 2 new teammates you're going to be playing with in the grand finals, their first grand finals. Well, talk to me about how proud you are of Last Shot and Cycle for the skill in which, they've shown all weekend and the composure to make it here.
Yeah, I mean, super proud of these guys, doing what they're doing this early, with how much experience they have, competing against, world champions, you know what I mean? They're doing such a good job. I mean, looking forward to the grand finals, but yeah, I'm sure it's a good feeling for them as well.
I'm pretty sure it is. And lastly, get the Shopify fans hyped up all around the world. What do you want to say to them as you get prepared?
Hey, I appreciate you guys as always. We can hear you out there, and much love, much love.
All right, you guys, that's going to do it for me, Frosty.
Exciting to hear there from Frosty. I was just thinking how exciting it must be for Shopify, for Cycle and Last Shot to now be for the first time in the grand finals of the HCS.
Yeah, it's got to be a great feeling, and I said it earlier. I think that as young players, they came in with, and Frosty said it, they came in like they have experience. They're playing against world champions. These guys have been through the ringer. We're talking multiple events, multiple championships, multiple games, and these guys are coming in like they played the entire time, and they got all that experience. Almost like Eli had said a while ago, it's almost like they were run through a simulation, and they've already experienced all this, and now they're just showing us what they're capable of. It's beautiful, and honestly, now that SSG is out, I'm rooting for Shopify so that I can see how happy they get when they get their first championship.
You are wearing your Space Station Gaming jersey. You were doing your job as a SSG fan here today. Well, congrats on Shopify Rebellion for setting themselves in the grand finals, and I cannot wait to see when that game is underway how this team gets to do their best. Our next game will be the elimination finals, FaZe Clan versus Optic Gaming. This is going to be a tough one for them.
FaZe, I think, have a really tough road ahead of them. Optic Gaming's coming red hot off their games from just a series before, whereas FaZe have little to no momentum behind them. This is 2 completely different stories to start the day.
Well, FaZe Clan active. I know you're rooting for Shopify Rebellion, but you got to pick a team here now. Optic versus FaZe.
Yeah, I'm an unbiased. I'm not a biased caster. It's all good. You know what? I'm gonna root for Optic because our Louis likes Optic, so I'm gonna do Optic this time. I think Optic are really good. Seriously, I think that they're individually very talented. To me, it just comes down to, will FaZe shut them down? Will FaZe have an answer or not? And that's kind of the big thing, right? I know I'm so sorry. It's so simple to say, oh yeah, whoever plays better. But in this regard, with Renegade, Bound, Formal, and Legend, if they play well, I think they can take over a series. If they don't, FaZe will make them pay.
Well, Optic Gaming wants nothing more than a rematch against Shopify Rebellion, so I'm sure that's fueling them.
Oh, yeah.
After the K-Son event, when they didn't get their rematch against them, when they were on the upper side, I'm sure they're like, all right, this tournament has a bracket reset, and we're going to make it happen, and FaZe is just, they're just in their way.
Yeah, FaZe is, I think FaZe, I want them to really take this challenge and live up to the moment. But for Optic, the way that they've been playing, and especially since the second half of that Nemesis series when Renegade started to take over, I think anyone in their way might look a little bit more like a fly on the wall. You just swat that thing away. That's what I anticipate, but I would love for FaZe to prove me wrong. This is a team that has a lot of exciting pieces to it. And I think they want to show everyone here today that they belong in grand finals.
Absolutely. We saw some shining moments from them against Shopify Rebellion. I think each player on the FaZe side had great moments throughout that last series. All individual players are playing at their best, and I cannot wait to see what they do up against Optic Gaming. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break as we get ready for our elimination finals next up.
Again.
Double kill. Killing spree.
To praise the light, living in the dark. Take your time, we'll meet again. Just speak your truth, hoping it's a lie. You can't sleep, so why not give up? Let me tell you a secret. Just your heart like it's nothing hard. Can shut you through a perfect. Good or not, it's still fun to try. my head. Don't feel like it used to. I miss my homies, yeah. The thing we had discontinued. I'm not lonely yet. I don't wanna talk about it anymore. Yeah, I'm drinking cause I'm bored down by behind locked doors, yeah. In my head, my head, my head. In my head, my head, my head. Get out of my head, get out of my head.
Ball dropped. Enemy. Double kill.
take you on the floor. And I don't wanna cross nobody. I know it's never worth the pain, but I can feel your eyes run down me, and all my sense just floats away. You got me in that dilemma. Oh, oh. 'Cause boy, you a fine looking fella, and you know, no, the grass here is green. I like what you see. You're thinking of how you could get with me. Yeah. Oh, maybe we don't have to tell her. Hey, I'm in a dilemma. Because I want you, but I don't do wrong. I'm in a dilemma. You've been looking over here for far too long, yeah. The more I look in your wicked eyes, the more you're leaving me hypnotized. No, I'm in a dilemma.
Double kill. Double kill.
Sitting under moonlight, checking your physique. I don't think I could want you anymore. Chilling with your girl, I'm jealous that I can't just run over and take you on the floor. And I don't wanna cross nobody. I know it's never worth the pain, but I can feel your eyes run down me, and all my sense just floats away. You got me in that dilemma. Oh, oh. 'Cause boy, you a fine looking fella, and you know, no, the grass here is green. I like what you see. You're thinking of how you could get with me. Yeah. And maybe we don't have to tell her.
Double kill.
Because I want you, but I don't do wrong. I'm in a dilemma. You've been looking over here for far too long, yeah. The more I look in your wicked eyes, the more you're leaving me hypnotized. No, I'm in a dilemma. Ooh.
So far away from it all. Can't feel my face anymore. Want someone to numb all the pain,
All rock.
'cause I can't take it away. So far away from it all. Can't say I've been here before. So empty, I hate it. I'm sick and not feeling nothing. So where do we go? We feel so alone and we can't do a thing about it. About it. I'm done faking it, I can't pretend. In my head I'm running circles again. I'm done faking it, I can't pretend. And I've been spending so much time on the edge. You can see it in my face, though. You saw the mystery once again. Oh no, I know we had this conversation. So don't you know? I've been sitting at home watching the paint dry. Kinda wishing you come over and say hi. Save my life. Yeah. I'm just hoping that you try. So where do we go? We feel so alone and we can't do a thing about it. faking it, I can't pretend. In my head, I'm running circles again. Faking it, I can't pretend. I've been spending too much time on the edge.
Enemy about to score.
Tired of staying up past midnight, scrolling through your good times. If only I had mine. Lazy, watching too much TV, wishing someone missed me. Tired of staying up past midnight, scrolling through your good times. If only I had mine. Lazy, watching so much TV, wishing someone missed me. I'm done faking it, I can't pretend. Faking it, I can't pretend. I'm spending too much time on the edge. I'm faking it, I can't pretend. I'm just being honest, I got you in. You just ride the wave till you disappear. Unrequited love, I can't take it. Kill me more than once, leave a trail.
Good afternoon to you. Mikowski on the mic alongside my duo from 2001. Just kidding, 2005. We joke about that.
Keeps going back.
Just keeps going back. It's like they said they knew each other for 20 years. That's like 25.
Remember when we won the 1996 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle National Championship?
That's right. And I beat you in Mortal Kombat, but you beat me in NBA Jam.
Yeah, it's crazy times.
Yep.
It's been a long time.
Anyways, appropriately fitting with the fitted merch, Optic versus FaZe. El Clasico is up next in a battle for the grand finals. Both of these two teams with no tokens left. This is it. Their tournament lives are on the line. FaZe Clan in that previous series in the winter final against Rebellion looked like they were about to get swept 3-0, but they showed some life, Eli, and they showed something that they could take into this series against Optic. We are not going to wait another second. We're getting right to it. Here we go. FaZe Clan, Optic Gaming, Champ Sunday for a trip to the grand final.
Yeah, the signs of life they showed versus Shopify convinced me that they have a chance against Optic. A lot of people consider Optic and Shopify head and shoulders above the rest. But let me remind you, FaZe have defeated Optic before and done so recently. So let's see if they have what it takes to take them down here on land.
Trippy has been on fire all weekend, and he's not gone down just yet. 3-1-0 off the start. He's got more kills, or at least even with the collective kills of Optic Gaming, and it's even on the scoreboard as well. But Optic do take a narrow lead with control of A and C.
He's been so clutch. He's been all over the place. This feels like the year one Trippy that was always having big games. How he earned his nickname, Big Game Trippy. We didn't quite see that last year, I don't think, but finding some new comfortability, some new life here on this roster, and he is his old self.
Formal, don't peek because your former teammate has you spotted out, but he gets spotted out by Bound. Trip cap for Trippy and FaZe Clan, though. I love that when a player demands all of that attention. We didn't even see Trippy make much out of that shock rifle after earning those first couple of slays, but so many players were worried about Trippy with the shock rifle. He's one of the best in the HCS with it. They're able to secure the trip cap, but that did not last for long. Optic get right back on the board, scoring with control of A and B. Camo up now.
I love this positioning from Optic as well. Bound just kind of baiting the camo from this position. Knows that all members of FaZe still trying to get outside of the C side. It looked like Trippy was able to get through to the catwalk on the other side, and Penguin somehow able to grab the camo. So really impressive work from FaZe despite what looked like a good setup from Optic.
Yeah, that's chess match level ingenuity from Penguin. He didn't go straight to the camo box where a lot of players assume the camos went to. Instead, he went right, stayed within the shroud screen, goes down shortly after though, so he did not get any value out of the camo despite grabbing it, making a nice play to stay alive with it, but it's still Mixie off the start. C resets, so too does A.
They completely flip the map. They're able to get control of both A and B. They let Optic spawn on the C side, and it looks like Falcated trying to be the guy that holds things down over here. Spots Legend, knows that A's being capped behind him. Pressing a teammate to handle that for the meantime, and he's going to come back to finish the job on Renegade. So good teamwork coming out from FaZe. The problem is Optic able to secure B in the process and will score for now.
It was on Recharge where Falcated set the HCS Halo Infinite record with, I want to say, 56 slays in an oddball, no less. So not going to have as much time to stack up that many slays, but he's already at the top of the lobby, tied with Trippy, both with 7 kills. Suppressed the main Slayer, not too far behind. Penguin only has 1, but with 8 assists, he's doing his job.
Falcated has also been doing quite well this week, and it's not just been the Trippy show for FaZe. Need to see Falcated step up here in this series, give them a chance. They're keeping it close, but it feels like Optic is always just one step ahead. They're always getting a little bit more time, and so far FaZe hasn't had the answers. They go 3 dead, and Optic flip the map once again.
That's going to make things even more difficult as Renegade has the shock rifle, good with the Banish and UNSC version of it, showing why here with the perfect headshot onto Penguin. Narrowly misses Trippy. Now grenade chase, toss goes out. He's got suppressed and Trippy, and he's able to manage both opponents so well, staying alive all the while. Renegade disengages, and he's going to get right back in the fight.
Somehow during that, Trippy gets a stick kill on Renegade's teammate though, so Trippy, despite facing heavy pressure, not afraid of anything. This guy is not backing down to anyone. He doesn't care if you won the last 2 tournaments. This guy is showing up. He was going insane against Shopify, and he's doing quite well against Optic as well. Could this be the turnaround that FaZe has been looking for?
Suppressed, captures C, and regains point control for FaZe. Momentarily, it's still just a half minute between these 2 teams, so not much separation in the strongholds in the early goings. Just 4.5 minutes burned off the clock as Suppressed with the camo sneakily making his way to the top of A. Formal has no idea he's there, but he's about to find out. Sticky to the hip, and he goes down. Double kill. Suppressed, not done just yet. Now looking out towards the middle of the map, spots no opponents, and he's gonna not only capture C, but A as well. This AC split is all from Suppressed.
A lot of teams actually favor the AC split. You know, let the other team spawn in pipes. It's kind of the hardest part of the map to push out of. Bound node, it's not hard to push out if you hit every single shot and back down Suppressed, who's trying to stop you from entering the needle side. So really impressive life there from Bound. He's going to try to rotate towards A, but this is interesting. Optic are splitting on both halves of the map.
Optic looked to take C for free, but Penguin pushes in and stops that cap from occurring. So FaZe are bouncing back with a vengeance, now down by only 10 seconds. Suppressed still trying to find his lane, but wow, he gets spotted out. Legend does not let him escape.
Yeah, Suppressed may be overextending there. I don't think he needed to be that exposed to the map. Now Optic look to take advantage of that mistake. We're going to take him down now, easily capturing A. Multiple members of FaZe going down. Last member alive is Suppressed. He gets a trade before going down, so now that Penguin and Trippy have 1 less opponent to worry about on the map, they're going to move quickly to capture B.
FaZe a little staggered out after the previous sequence. Looking to see if maybe when Suppress spawns up, they try to make a collective team push, but Trippy ain't going to wait. He's capturing A. Renegade misses the sticky. He's got the low ground. Trippy has the advantage in both shields and positioning, but Renegade, reversal, flips it on him. But he goes down nonetheless. Trippy, my God, that was about as difficult a slay as you can imagine. He earns it and earns A, and now FaZe are on top.
Trippy has always been so tricky in those close quarters engagements, so good with the melee, that little rock, paper, scissors that you have to play. He comes out on top because of that melee there. So props to Trippy. They're holding AB for now. Like you said, have taken the lead. And it's exactly what we kind of expected. FaZe looking a little bit dippy this weekend. And a little confused about Penguin's stat line. 3 kills, but 13 assists. He's been doing the damage, but you got to imagine he needs to get a few kills to go with it.
Formal with an A in his name and an A to his name as Optic regain control of the map with that split of A and C. Normally it's C, B, or AB, but here on Recharge, you like both teams vying for the AC setup. Why is that?
AC, it's kind of evolved. This is an interesting game mode. AB typically thought to be one of the strongest configurations, but AC is good because if you're spawning in pipes, you have to decide if you're going to go for A or go for C, and it's hard to just choose one. Also, the team that has AC can just watch the crosses and see any route that they opt to take. There's no way that they can move without being seen by the opposition, so that's why it's so powerful.
142 just about. We are virtually tied at about the halfway mark in this Strongholds. Game number 1 is Bound, has the shock rifle, pushing out toward the bottom mid portion of the map. Spots Falcated, takes him down with the back of the headshot. Now working his way back to B. As 3 go down for FaZe Clan, that's going to allow Bound to take this, but Trippy might just have a clutch last Spartan standing play, and Suppress comes off a spawn, and despite having 3 down for FaZe Clan, they're holding the line rather strongly.
Yeah, they stop B from flipping, but Optic have taken AC. Looks like C will flip, as does B. So Optic back in control with the AB setup, but Trippy winning a massive fight. Not only does he take Formal out of the equation, but also earns himself the camouflage. Suppress finding one in the kill feed. This is all systems go right now for FaZe.
Trippy versus Formal. Get used to routinely seeing that 1v1 go down. Once teammates, now foes. It's Trippy with the camo. I like the idea here. Capture B, stay hidden, obscured. And he's going to take that. Finally takes a little bit of nade damage, but not before FaZe Clan eye a trip cap. Optic go up 40 seconds, but if FaZe can hold on tight, they might just have the lead going in the 200s.
I love this process. He takes B, immediately leaves it. He knows that it's dangerous to hang out in that area. He also forces Optic to move from their positions to retake B. Otherwise, they're going to be facing that trip cap, double points. Unfortunately, it looks like a player does drop from the lobby.
Yeah.
They need to end the game. I don't know what's going on. Is it the same setup that's...
Yeah, they might need to
I don't know if they might
swap PCs or SSDs. I don't know, something. Allie, what do you think?
Wow, it's incredible that this is happening at such an important game for both of these squads, but specifically for FaZe, because they have been playing unreal, and the way they're trying to claw their way up that score against Optic Gaming and even gain a lead for a short amount of time.
Yeah, this is actually going to be a tough call for the admin team because like they're already so deep into this game, right? Like you don't want to just give a small differential edge to one team, but like...
Do you just reset this, Eli? Is that what you're leaning in towards?
No, I'm torn between a reset with a point differential...
Of 6? It was 183 to 178. It was close.
It's such a tough call. We got Celeste. She's the best in the business on stage. She's going to be the one to make the decision and tell the players. But I don't know. I feel like if you're FaZe, you're kind of upset about this because they looked good and they were putting up a great fight. And you know this is a really important series for them.
They are playing at the best of the best right now. Like all players in FaZe want this so much, and they're going up against Penguin and Trippy are going up against their former team and teammate Formal. So this is not just the fight for top, for top 2. This is a grudge match for them.
It's absolutely a grudge match. I mean, Formal is the guy that said, "Hey." He kicked them to the side like they were old toys. Like I don't want to play with you anymore.
Drops Woody.
Play the Woody clip from Toy Story 3. Formal acting like Sid in this case. Unfortunately, the players that he dropped are kind of stepping up to the occasion. It is a grudge match. They want to beat their former teammates. And I think they're proving that maybe they didn't deserve to be dropped.
Well, I'm curious to see if FaZe is... I mean, we've seen that they're playing incredible, but could this also maybe mean that Optic might not be playing at their best? Because we're talking about a FaZe, a squad that, plays 4th on the Kazan event, 3rd seed, but need to prove themselves. And then we have an Optic that's supposed to be this incredible, unbeatable squad, unless you're Shopify Rebellion. But this seems a lot closer than it should be.
Well, let's remember, it was FaZe Clan that was giving Optic the greatest challenge outside of Shopify Rebellion leading up to the first major LAN of Season 1. So this isn't surprising. You could even argue this is par for the course. A lot of people probably, if you had betting numbers or favorites on it, probably choosing Optic in this one. But let's not forget, FaZe beat them in a best of 5 just weeks ago. So this is a FaZe Clan roster that could absolutely take Optic down and steal their spot in the grand final.
They look hungry. They look like they just, this has to be so frustrating for them. Eli, I know you had some thoughts in mind.
Yeah, I was going to say FaZe have actually bested them in 2 best of 5s in the off season or the lead up to these, the online qualifiers. The difference is this is an elimination match. And when it's an elimination match, that's when Optic has always won. They might lose in the winner's bracket, but on the elimination side, back against the wall, Optic have clutched up every single time against FaZe thus far. But I do also feel like FaZe is different this
For
weekend.
how long?
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't mean it's been easy. It's just with our small sample size of data, that's been the case so far.
Yeah.
I do think FaZe is coming different this weekend. Trippy has really ascended. I mean, this is the overall kill death leaderboard for the entire tournament.
Wow.
Hey,
And my man
look at
Trippy. Oh, by the way, I got the top 2 on my fantasy squad. By the way, Renegade and Trippy. So I'm feeling pretty good about that.
How insane is it that Shopify make it to the grand final with everybody popping off, right? We saw everybody was above a 1.1 or 1.2 KD. But nobody on the top 5. It's all Optic and FaZe who meet in the lower finals. I'm surprised not to see a Frosty or even a last shot on this screen.
I wonder if they've just had more matches to buff up their stats.
That's true.
I'm faded. Royal 2. There he is in the 3. It's the green and the green confuses
Oh, yes,
me.
I see
so
it.
yes, there we go.
Lead a
That
purple.
makes sense. That's what I was like.
Purple.
Somebody from Shopify has to be there. There we go. Royal 2. Put on your glasses, old man.
Yeah, it's exciting to see FaZe playing at their best because it's making the game a lot more interesting. Like, this actually feels like anything could happen here, especially for elimination finals. And the way Trippy has been playing, Suppressed has also been playing incredible as well.
Yeah, Suppressed stepping up. I think that he had a pretty slow online performance for sure. But we're starting to see the Suppressed that we know. Is Trippy just blow a kiss to the camera?
I think he did.
I don't think that was intentional. I'm not sure.
Oh, he just winked at you.
I think so.
But yeah, Suppress definitely playing insane. I think that every member of this team is stepping up, to be honest. I've seen Falcated kind of prove that he's that underrated guy we've been talking about for a long time. All these guys are destroying. Here we go. We got a quick
Stronghold Kings. Is this our future match, or is this just some stats for us to get ready for the third?
These are overall Arlington stats in Stronghold specifically. So I wonder if they're the top 2 performers. They're both quite close. What do you see here, Mac?
Time and space, baby. That's what you earn your team when you have the slays to your name. Both above a 2.0. I mean, to go 1.02 would be impressive throughout the weekend in Strongholds, but these guys are absolutely popping off. Look how it's almost like a mirror matchup. They're almost identical in stats. They look like twins if you were just stare at that.
Well, we talk a lot about Legend, but Falcated is not mentioned as much, and their stats are very similar.
Yeah, Falcon has really impressed me this week, I'm gonna be honest. Like, we've always known he's capable, but I feel like he's maybe also feeling more comfortable with this FaZe roster. I think that a player like Penguin brings a lot of, I guess, experience. This guy has gotten top 3 at every single major in Halo Infinite history. He's been there, done that. He's got the confidence. And I think knowing that I've got a teammate that knows how to win games and ice up when it matters, maybe giving players like Falcon and Suppressed a bit more comfort and knowing that they probably will make it to the end. And now they want to do good for Penguin to make sure they don't disappoint him.
I love to see the confidence on FaZe's side, and it's just, again, it makes the game so much better when we have all the players playing at the top of their game. After this reset, though, I didn't see FaZe phased at all. They seemed comfortable. I mean, we saw Trippy looking at the camera there for a second. It's like they're not really bothered by the reset. I'm sure they are in a way, but I think they're thinking about how they can continue to have a chance at winning this.
Yeah, before the reset occurred, it was virtually tied at about 180, but it looked like FaZe Clan had more control, had more cap points. They were the team primed to head into the 200s with the lead, so I think no wonder they look calm and confident because they had that game. And if we're being honest, obviously it's got to be played between the 4 and 4 on each side of the stage, but we're about to get right back to it as we take a look at the dueling stats.
Trippy and Renegade here on the stats pre-elimination finals.
So this is everything leading up to their current match. And Trippy outdoing Renegade in damage dealt per life.
Wow.
King Nick, I don't know what he's doing in here. But
Popping in there for a second. Hello.
Hey, by the way, I exist. You do, King Nick. Keep doing you, though.
Shout out to Genji.
That was impressive. I mean, yeah, shout out to Genji. It looked like Trippy actually had better stats overall than Renegade, which is...
outside of KD, he did.
It's hard to say that ever, to be honest.
What does that say here about FaZe? I mean, this is exactly the team, the series we're watching like right now. What does it say?
Well, think about the nickname that everybody called Trippy. It was Big Game Trippy, and it started to become almost like an Achilles heel for Optic last year, where without Big Game Trippy showing up, just getting regular Trippy, they weren't able to win a grand final. They were able to get there. They weren't able to win it. Now it looks like Trippy, he's been Big Game Trippy for weeks and even months now leading up to this point. He has not slowed down, and I'd imagine there's an extra gear to his game as well. So big game Trippy earned the nickname, and he's showing it here this weekend.
Well, he's, playing in a part of a 4v4. So in order for him to be at his best and be big game Trip, there has to be some elements in place on the FaZe squad, the role set or whatever. There's got to be some things that are helping him become what the name he's living up to.
I feel like it's just vibes. I mean, when we listened to some of the formal interviews from that last Optic roster, it didn't feel like the vibes were quite there. It's like everybody's just hoping that things work out, but I don't know if Trippy really felt comfortable. I think he started to feel like the scapegoat, and when you feel like the scapegoat, you're just like, it's hard to get excited. You almost feel like an extra anxiety all the time. Like he didn't know if he was going to be on the squad anymore. Now he's on a squad that all support him and believe in him, and it's a different environment. And when you have that support behind you, it's easy to be the best version of yourself. And I think that's what we're seeing from him.
It's curious to see him shine so well also for the first time without his duo, Lucid, and he's joining FaZe alongside Penguin.
I was just about to say, maybe he's got the duo he wanted all along, because when Formal made that Toy Story reference, I don't want to play with you anymore, I imagine Trippy and Penguin had a conversation like, hey man, I don't feel that way about you. Hey brother, I don't feel that way about you either. You want to link up? You want to keep the gang together and find another team of two? And they picked up the 1 and 2 best slayers, you could argue, in HCS. And I think while Penguin was having a poor performance in terms of kills acquired in game number 1, he had near 15 assists. Who's benefiting from that? It's Trippy. So, and it's not surprising that they sit next to each other as well. So they're forming this duo before our very eyes that has only gotten stronger since they were both considered down and out.
Wow, this is interesting. Okay, so it looks like they're going to swap out Penguin's setup. So we saw Celeste and Floppy, people from the back there. It looked like they had several. We saw Mike there too. So many members of EE and HCS stepping up to handle the situation. I think it has been the same setup crashing.
Yeah.
So the correct call is to just completely take it out. And Suppress is not happy. You can tell that.
He does not look happy at all.
They were about to win game 1.
That's the first.
I don't blame him.
That's the first time we see any sign of frustration here. I think they're just finding out. I think Trippy is also reacting to.
He's got a little grin on his face, though. I feel like he's going to try to find the humor in it. Yeah,
Hold
there
up,
we go.
yeah.
Love to see that.
That's good. That's good. We need somebody on the squad, right, that can bring that for FaZe. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break as we let the admins take care of that PC so that we have an amazing grand finals and elimination finals here tonight. We'll see you guys after this break.
Feels a little too perfect how we are now. You think I throw a little caution, but I don't want this to change. Been waiting too long for a moment like this. Said that you won't leave, better off with me. The kind of feeling I can't explain. Like how it feels drenched in the moonlight. Like how it feels under the stars. A step out of bounds with our own plight. A push towards the peace in the hearts. If it rains down all on us, drown out the noise, and I'll trust the mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it fair to watch me fall? Broken up in pieces. Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? Each day I'm moving along with what fits best for taking me forward and back. It all I know still leads right through to the start of the end where the past can't chase us. You should stay for a while, disregard all the miles. If it's you and I will be okay. Like how it feels drenched in the moonlight, like how it feels under the stars. A step out of bounds with our own plight, a push towards the peace in the hearts. If it rains down all on us, drown out the noise, and I'll trust the mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? Will it fix us? Mirror, mirror on the wall, is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? Mirror, mirror on the wall, is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly?
Can't keep my head on my shoulders. It's like I'm losing myself. I still see your shadow on the wall, like I'm living in hell. Touchdown in a new place, try to escape your poison, and I hate that I miss a mistake. I'm tired of your ghosts, but I don't wanna run away. I can't believe I fell for all of it and it was a show. I know it's toxic, but it just don't feel right letting you go. But you play a game, I can't escape. I'm caught up in the middle. You're running through my head, and all the things we said. I wish I could forget you. And I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes. I don't wanna burn these bridges.
Through the winner's bracket. I only did once, so. And I knew who I wanted to play. I was going to ask you, did you actually have a preference of who you played as a player? Because I actually 100% had a preference of which team I was rooting for going throughout this series. In the one opportunity I had, I said, let me play Soldier 187, please, dear God. But you had so many different ones that, did it just become like it doesn't matter who we play?
You have to have that mentality of, hey, we're ready for whomever. But yeah, of course, in your gut, you're either rooting for someone who you're closer friends with, or you're saying, hey, Carbon's looking kind of scary this season. I wouldn't mind to see an upset here from a 5K or from a straight or whomever throughout some of those seasons. So it was part watching and rooting for that, but then a lot of times too, just really outside like watching the first or second game, really focused in on just warming up and playing our game plan. I don't want to sit there and watch the whole series and get all hyped up and watching that and be like, oh, I haven't shot in 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's how I was. I only obviously had one, but I was just shooting the whole time. I could care. If I couldn't have any determining factor that was
look
I
at
was
the projector,
responsible for.
You look at a stream or something like that, but for the most part, it's I'm focused on what are we doing to warm up, how are we each going through our routines. Some players like to warm up nonstop and keep their hands super warm. Some people can seemingly roll out of bed and hit 4 shots.
The Royal Twos of the world.
Exactly.
Hey, scrims were 30 minutes ago, but where are you? And then he gets on and drops plus 20 game one. I'm like, all right, well, that'll do. Well done, kid. Next time,
I was
run
the
the play.
exact opposite of him. I was like, I need to warm up for like an hour or two to feel like every single facet of my fights, whether it's close range or long range fights, are on point.
We're getting an update here as we take a look at the gameplay. And we're getting a live reel of the situations that were occurring in the game as the issue was flagged. And it looks like it's going to be a little bit earlier on. This is where we'll be going back to now with the new lobby. The issue was actually flagged a little bit earlier than the trip cap, and in all honesty, Optic still have control. We saw what was able to transpire after this. Trippy, of course, having this camo, using it to transfer over B. But we're going to go a little bit further back, which honestly, since we talked about it, Dave, it's at least a few more points that teams are going to have to get in order to end this game one. So there's more of a room for error. There's a little bit further of a distance that these players are going to have to sprint here in this rematch.
A little more room, but yeah, end of the day, it's going to be decided by a few important battles to kick this one off. So we're going to have to see how both these teams decide to play it off the start. But yeah, that's, like you said, got to be incredibly frustrating for FaZe there. They had a nice start, or sorry, a nice finish there as they were going into that near trip cap scenario. And to have that pulled away, they just got to bounce back.
You think you'd rather be in FaZe's shoes in that moment rather than Optic's shoes? Technically, Optic does have the lead. With how the game was going.
With how the game is going, yeah. I mean, if you're getting to, you know, a low double-digit amount of points away and you have a trip cap, I would take the trip cap over the short lead because any single slays there that can go for the trip cap team can extend that so far. And then worst case, a lot of times they're going to stop the bleeding somehow. And if you even just want to play it passively, you can still end with that dub cap and basically the tie or the positional advantage.
Great news, Green Wall. Great news, fans of Arlington and everybody watching on Twitch. The lobby is being created, and we will get into the action here shortly. If the Green Wall remains as quiet as you guys have been this morning, Optic might not make it to a grand final, so I want to hear you guys get loud. And if you're rooting for FaZe, they're going to need you because I just pissed a whole lot of fans off that are wearing green in this crowd.
No,
I like to poke all the bears.
It's the calm before the storm. You know, everyone here is just champing at the bit. They're ready to see these teams get back into it and battling it out. But like you said, it's going to be around a 30-point lead here for FaZe.
142 to 172.
For Optic, 30-point lead for Optic going into this replay.
It's a healthy lead, but nothing to really shy over in strongholds.
It shouldn't. It can be a determining factor, but this isn't a insurmountable lead at some point.
Yeah, if you're FaZe, you don't feel like there's a massive weight going into this game, similar to what we witnessed earlier with the SSG and the oddball. When you're down like 50 points in oddball, it's like, would you rather go to round 3? Maybe.
The only thing this does change maybe slightly for FaZe is that they may get a little riskier if they get that dub cap and try to go for the triple cap.
Because they have more room to make up.
They have to make up that little bit more room. They might say, hey, like, feel free to press our advantage if we have it here, but at the same time, it's still, they can close that gap, that 30-point lead with a dub cap setup at the start of the game.
All right, Bound's got his hand warmers in. Locked, loaded, lobby setting up. I see one player missing. I'm not going to call him out, though. There he is. All players are in the lobby. Let's hit that play button. Lottie, can you press that play button? I know you don't like to do that. She's over there talking.
After a murmur in the action, it's about to get real loud and violent as FaZe and Optic have waited long enough during the reset, Eli, to just about complete the series. As we reset El Clasico, what's wearing on the minds of these two teams?
I mean, I think they just wanted to jump into it. We saw them get billionaires on the bots, but we start...
142?
Yeah, that was because when they actually lagged out was a lot sooner than they ended the game.
Wow.
So that's ultimately going to be the call. It's going to be a 30-point lead for Optic going into this, and this could be short. I mean, if Optic get control early, they could close this out in a hurry, as they only need about 80 seconds to close this out.
Bound steals 2 and the camo. Now he's making his way, trying to clean up on a trippy cross map, but Renegade says, I got that. Now Bound working his way through the blue whirl of the turbine. He gets spotted out from mid-bridge. Penguin takes him down. Keen eyes from the Penguin.
This is great for Optic's start, as Legend's just going to hold down the elevator. I mean, I think the strategy here is to not go for anything crazy. You know, just hold the line. Make sure that you maintain 2 cap points. If you're FaZe, you got to start playing a little bit risky. You got to really quickly move this game into your favor. Falcated trying to use one of those new jumps added to the map on the half wall, but he gets taken down, and Optic looked to close this one out quick.
The opening break after a reset this deep into the game is about as tough to come back from as you could imagine. We saw Bound with the double kill, the camo grab, AC hold for Optic, and they're looking to split not only the map, but the wigs of FaZe Clan, as they have not scored a single point off the reset. Looking a little checked out.
Definitely tough. As Bound late jumps, stays alive and stays in whirl. Unfortunately, the plasma grenades cannot connect, so Brett's gonna clutch out that kill. Formal goes for the insta-explode, but I think accidentally damages himself. And all of a sudden, that might be the door open for Falcated and the rest of FaZe Clan to get control and get back on the board.
FaZe sticking their foot in the door, keeping it ajar, with an opportunity available to come back, but it's gonna be tight and tough. 229, it looks like, to 159. And after Formal goes down, that's a huge takedown. Renegade goes down as well. 3 go down for Optic. Legend, they know where he is.
Wow.
B,
are you kidding
being
me?
secured, but there's not even a grenade coming out until now. Too little, too late. Legend secures it, and despite Optic losing 3 members, they might just hold on to B and C, but Penguin's taking it. Renegade looking to challenge it, but he doesn't have the time or space. Penguin takes it, Suppress takes him down, and it's a staggered blender 3 down for Optic Gaming. FaZe could score a trip cap.
That's exemplifies why we say Legend's one of the best objective players. That stopped them from being trip capped for a long period of time. But now, FaZe still in control. Bound doing his best, trading out, but it's 4 dead for FaZe Clan. Optic should be able to take control, and that might seal it.
Like an oddball on streets where you got one final push up the map. This is it. Trip capped and tripped down previously as Optic Gaming looked to soar to the final 250 threshold. Only 10 seconds needed. It's ticking for 2. Oh my God. It's a speed run in the reset, and Optic take it.
Gotta feel it for FaZe. I feel like as the last lobby crashed, they might have had some more momentum than they got to start. And that became a game of who wins the opening break, and I think both teams understood that. So that was kind of a little battle between the coaches. I think Lunchbox maybe making the call off the opening break that ended up being the difference maker for Optic to come ahead, and that's a strong start to the series.
Yeah, let's talk about the coaches, because Lunchbox reportedly leaves FaZe in the offseason, rejoins Optic Gaming, and we thought maybe Tusk would reoccupy that space, if not maybe compete. But we have an incognito behind FaZe. Is that Fierce Elite we're hearing? I think Ali gathered the intel for us. I think you got a coach for FaZe making his debut, first time coaching, and he's going to make his way all the way to the final 3. Who's Fierce Elite?
Fierce Elite is a name that I have seen in the scene for quite some time. I am having vague recollection of playing this guy in Halo 3 matchmaking back in 2007, 2008. So the guy's got a lot of experience in the game in general, and that's typically the type of person you want to have behind you. I think that maybe, I don't know what the story is, but I guess my guess would be
relationship.
Tusk doesn't make it, and yeah, somebody's like, hey, my buddy said he can coach us, and it's better to have somebody there to help you with the camos than nobody at all. I would imagine the members of FaZe Clan probably making the big decisions for them, but Fierce Elite probably stepping in to help them with timings and to stay on track.
Yeah, not only have someone that you can have time power-ups and power weapons, but have someone that you can trust. And again, I use that word relationship. I imagine one of the 4 members, either Penguin, Suppressed, Trippy, or Falcated, when the team's not on, they're playing matchmaking with somebody, and maybe it's Fierce Elite. So they go with someone that may not be well known in the Halo community, but that's well known to them, and I think that's what matters most.
Yeah, you got to have a strong relationship with your coach to trust and support them. Plus, I think a lot of the coach's job is to just keep the team locked in, you know, the stuff outside of the game. We talked to APG yesterday. He spoke on how incredible of a coach Lunchbox was. He said, what was it that he didn't have one tournament, like Tums? Like, I guess APG had a tummy ache for APG, and he didn't have Tums. And then from that point forward, at every event moving after that, Lunchbox brought Tums.
And it wasn't just the Tums. It was everything in the arsenal. It was everything that those guys might have needed.
Hand warmers.
APG said, yeah, the hand warmers. He had those on deck. APG said, yeah, Lunchbox, you know, glanced out of the corner of his eye. He saw me putting Crystal Light packets into my water. I show up to the next event, and he's got a whole kit of Crystal Light. So it goes beyond the game itself. Coaches almost need to occupy that managerial role where you make sure that all the extra stuff, like booking flights, making sure you've got every toiletry and medicine that you need to perform at your best is in the backpack of your coach. So, man, Lunchbox used to having his teammates hop in a backpack. Now he's got some items for his teammates to take advantage of, whether it be Tums, Crystal Light, or those hand warmers that we see those players routinely spinning around on the main stage.
Yeah, it looks like they're locked in. On the other side, FaZe looks really locked in as well, so whatever Fierce Elite's doing must be good. I know Falcated has like allergy issues, so he needs a little bit of special treatment when it comes to allergies.
Yep.
But here we go. Jumping into game 2, FaZe maybe didn't want that first game to happen as it did, but now have a chance to answer back. Solitude, Slayer, I want to say not one of FaZe's best Slayers to bounce back on, but this is one of those modes that anybody could win.
This is why you picked up Suppressed and Falcated in the offseason. One of the 2, if not 2 best HCS Slayers that we have in competition. They picked those guys up to win every single game 2 and 5. That was their path to beating Optic a few times just weeks ago, and you're seeing the slaying prowess already. A double up on the lead. They've got control of the entire map, the camo, and the shock rifle still up.
Yeah, shock rifle looks like it should go to Optic as they got spawns at the bottom snipe area. It looks like FaZe is aware of this. Penguin playing his process, but he gets taken down. Maybe didn't know exactly who he should have shot in that moment.
6-6 now. Optic actually reclaiming the lead momentarily. Now tied 7-all. Renegade pushing in to clean up on a weak opponent. It's Trippy, but Trippy finds the sticky and takes him down. Falcated still alive, pushing through into the cafe, and it's the shock rifle that really should have been in the hands of FaZe from the start. After the control they earned, they get it right back.
I think off the opening, they actually let Optic spawn at Snipe because it is easy to spawn trap team there. But the side effect of that was they got the shock rifle, obviously. So now that it's back in hands, they should feel a little bit more comfortable. This isn't my favorite place to snipe from on this map, if I'm being honest, but Falcated a bit better with the shock than I am. So he says, here, let me show you how to do it, Eli.
Yeah.
And with camo coming up, they really want to maintain this positioning.
Shut up, nerd. I'm doing my thing. And I've got the pre-fire set up, but again, I think that's such a strong point to... Who better than Renegade to recognize, hey man, if you peek around the corner head level, it's an easy snipe. So what he did there in that instance in the courtyard was he was hopping around like the Easter Bunny on Easter Sunday. Now Falcated has a tougher time staying alive. A lot of pressure. Renegade still utilizing the jump to make sure Falcated has no easy pre-fire shots.
Wow.
Now he's got no more shock rifle shots to work with. Elects to use that bandit instead, takes down Bound, but his team has fallen. They're coming for Falcated. They get him.
Renegade just played that entire sequence incredibly. Only comes out with 1 kill in the stat page, but he held their attention. He did damage to them. He played his life. He was just so much pressure from one player. And then as soon as his teammate finishes 1 kill, he pushes in for the other. Now a collapse is coming through into the tram side. It's 2 down for FaZe. Might turn into more. But with low shields, Legend's going to be forced to reroute. Probably worried about the next set of spawners, though, so he's not going to move too far.
The spacing is way too tight for FaZe Clan. They're all stuffed in a coffin, and the dirt starting to pile up. Optic now up 2. It's Formal. Lays claim to the courtyard, looking to help out Renegade here. Renegade in a sandwich. He's the meat of it. The bread in Penguin and Falcated. And the bread has expired. Penguin goes down, so too does Falcated. Optic now up 3.
Expired bread, bro. I don't want moldy bread. Optic looking good, though. We got a new shock rifle coming up. They've got it. Looks like they're taking high ground with it, but honestly, they don't have a lot of space to work with. You see them trying to extend over to this blue side to give themselves a better position to fight from, but I kind of prefer FaZe's positioning, even though Optic have the shock rifle.
Penguin sprinting towards a Legend and Bound. Nice nade shot there. It's the frag that actually cleans up on the finishing damage. Penguin earns a slay. Has a player behind him at Cafe, so he's got to be careful here. He could take some shots or some damage from the back. He does, actually. Continuing to push through onto Renegade. Renegade wants the shock, but he's not going to be able to hold on to it. He does trade out with Penguin, though. And I wonder how important the snipe side of the map becomes with the shock down S1.
Very important. As you see, multiple members of FaZe rotating over. Doesn't feel like they know the shock rifle's down there, though. Maybe preferring their short window of time to collapse on these tram spawns and start to blend the opposition. I fear that Optic have entered the blender. How long will they stay in it? That's a great trade from Bound in a situation where he should not have gotten that. But FaZe should still continue to control these spawns.
I think you're right, Eli. I think this is by choice. I think FaZe are ignoring the shock rifle because they want to play fast and frenetic. They want to get in the face of their opponents or the back, like we see there from Trippy. So the shock rifle hasn't really made much of an impact in this one outside of one shot, one snipe from Falcated. But now he's the only one up. 3 go down for FaZe Clan, and it's a 1-kill game once again.
Yeah, you take 4 seconds to go pick up that weapon. You lose 4 seconds of timing on the spawn collapse. FaZe correctly prioritizing the situation. A lot of kills trading out here. FaZe have maintained their lead. Still 2 right now. Legend trying to take down Suppress. Suppress wisely backing down. Penguin flying to the rescue. Love the bait and switch.
Yeah.
Put on perfect display there for you.
We're seeing why. They don't want the shock. They want to play fast, bait and switch, and risk reward is what they're playing for. How about Penguin, man? He was having a hard time finding slays in game number 1. He's the top fragger in game 2.
Penguin is insane at this map. I'm going to be honest, I think this might be his favorite map. I've always seen him pop off on it. Seen him even just in matchmaking drop 25 kills in a Slayer. So I think that he's kind of at home here, and the rest of FaZe are just putting themselves in the perfect spots at the right time. They're moving so fast that Optic are often spawning away from each other because they're using their Spartan's influence to move their spawns across the map. So given Optic way less space to work with, they're not going to get comfortable.
You can play for a trade here. Penguin does play for the trade. He actually wins it, but Bound does clean him up. Falcated wins a 1v1 with 1 shot, and he takes down Bound. That was huge. He could have brought the game back to within 5, but now it's back to 7. The largest lead of the game is laid to claim for FaZe.
Look at the way Falcated plays on an island here. He looks across to see if he can find a line of sight to help, but wisely turns around just in case someone's lurking nearby. It'd be horrible for him to die on the other side. Now that he's stayed alive, able to secure this camo, did so safely as well, and they still have a 6-kill lead.
Remember, it was Optic Gaming in a 49-49 match against Shopify. A team nade was the reason they lost this Game 2 Slayer on this exact map. So despite the fact that they're down by 3, they've got to execute. You cannot have any unforced errors if you want to come back. It's going to be tough. FaZe up 4 into the 40s.
Kid playing so smart with this camo. He knows that after he got that kill, revealed himself, he's been called out, but he's perfectly positioning himself to isolate these 1v1 fights. Finally, Formal's going to shut him down, but the damage has been done. Although, Optic, in the meantime, have brought this back a little bit, now only down by 4.
Got to keep it within team wipe into the 40s. That's 1 possession. 1 team wipe could not only tie it up, but you might even just lay claim to a victory here as Renegade has the flank on the hotel, a double kill as well as he starts to make his way through the cafe, but Penguin had the comms. Huge slay there from Zane to stop what looked like a potential spree from Renegade. He's 17-9, so that shutdown was absolutely massive. And once again, just like we saw on the tram, Penguin and the rest of FaZe Clan are stuck together in the cafe, but they worked their way out. Suppressed with a huge opening strike.
That is such a hard fight to win. He's the one pushing in. Bound his job is to just hold that line, and Suppress just confidently attacks and just runs through the opposition. Now, because of that play, FaZe Clan have so much more space to work with into the next engagement.
Massive, 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 because that was when Optic started to stack kills, when all 4 members of FaZe were within, well, arm's length of each other. As Formal now has the shock rifle. Suppressed. Flies through. What? They're going to 2-push it. Penguin goes down. So too to Suppressed. And now Optic are only down 3, but FaZe only need 2. It's a 2-kill game. Optic Formal with the double, the killing spree. This man might pop off for the win.
I don't think so. I think Falcated, with that death sticky from the grave, it's clear that FaZe know all they have to do is trade here. They're going to push now. There's no reason not to, and that's going to seal it. FaZe win a must-win game 2, and we got ourselves an interesting series.
That was a really assured, confident head nod and eye contact that Falcated gave to Penguin when he stood up for the fist bump. It non-verbally told me, all right, we're back in it. We got this. Let's go.
I think so. I think this team is flowing right now. And what's really so cool about this FaZe roster to me is
have their A game. Everybody else is on it.
And here we see some replays. Falcated and Penguin really stepped up. We didn't see a lot of Trippy, but I think he was often making some openings for the squad. Team game after all. And without a player doing that, you don't see the same performance.
We brought this up during the game, Eli, but now that we're able to break it down with a little bit more time, talk to me about FaZe's decision to not play for the shock rifle. That's a win condition. We'll use that catchphrase and buzzword that you guys love in the chat. But they didn't want it. They routinely actually let Optic have it. Here's an example of it here. Even in the end game, why were FaZe so content to not grab a power weapon that's normally so important to have?
Sometimes it's bait. I mean, like, think about how many times you see a player with the shock rifle and expecting them to pop off, and then they get like 4 body shots in a row. They don't get a kill. Like, I'd be curious to see the numbers on it, but I feel like the average kills that someone gets with the shock rifle might be like 2.5 or something. But it's like you can get way more than 2.5 kills on average by, as a unit, surrounding the next set of spawns. It's a numbers game, right? Like, if you just collapse, you're probably having a 4-for-1 trade in a lot of cases. And that's better than the entire 2 clips of a shock rifle.
Yeah, because we saw FaZe win the opening break on the side of Snipe. Penguin was top Snipe with the camo, with all 4 Optic members spawning S1 behind him, and he had no concern for grabbing the Snipe. He wanted to grab Slays with the use of teamwork, positioning, strategy, communication, and some damn good shots. So very intriguing to point out that the power weapon wasn't that in game number 2.
Yeah, and also just allowing Optic to spawn on that Snipe side. Like, think about your movement options from Snipe. If your whole team is there, you what? You run out bottom center through truck. You try to hope that you can make the cross over to hotel, or you play out towards posters, and you're getting lit up from both flowers and long haul.
And to get there, you got to take the lift, which turns you into a clay pigeon.
And it makes the loudest sound in the game, by the way. Yeah, I don't know if there's a loud... You can hear when someone's lifting when you're in yard.
Whoosh.
Like, talk about giving away your location. So
great points.
FaZe totally content with that. The only, like, Snipe side is a good position, but not without a complementary position. You need angles, like often on the opposite side on blue. You need to be in that window. And once you have that team shot dynamic, that's when Snipe becomes powerful. But you force a team to all be there, that's not a powerful spot at all.
All right, Eli, we've broken down the previous game like a couple of professors in a university course. Now let's look ahead to Game 3 live fire. It's going to be an oddball. So short games up until this point. Recharge, the fastest objective. Slayer, arguably the fastest of all the game modes. Now we're going for the long haul. Now we're going for the marathon. 20-plus minutes are on the docket and up ahead. How does this change the dynamic of the series up to this point?
To be honest, this is one of Optic's best game modes. I want to say in their top 4, both Streets Ball and Live Fire Ball, certainly in Optic's wheelhouse. However, we have seen Trippy, Suppressed, and Falcated every match on Live Fire do crazy things if they get the sniper in their hands. As we take a look at some ball carrier stats, ball time per minute feels like it's low. I'd like to see how high this is in comparison to like the highest ball holders. But I think the way that I see this game is if FaZe can win it, they win the series. I really think that the winner of this game will very likely win this series. And it's going to be a long one, right? Whoever fights to the bitter end and doesn't win might lose some juice going into that next game.
Yeah, looking even further ahead to the next map, which is Fortress Assault. I think that lends itself more towards maybe FaZe Clan, and then the Slayer you could argue as well. So this is Optic's one to win. Not only is it arguably their best game mode in Oddball, but it's the map that they have routinely dominated on throughout all of Halo Infinite, Live Fire. And how locked in does Legend look? As Suppressed, having a conversation with his teammates, they're lining up the opening strategies and how they want to win the opening break.
Some stats here. Not quite the big game Trippy we've seen in the rest of this tournament. I think going into this series, Trippy #1 or 2 in the fantasy standings.
He was top 3 in every statistical category.
Which is insane. But so far, what's interesting, they're tied. He hasn't needed to be that guy because players like Penguin and Falcated stepping up. Suppressed has been solid throughout as well. So when you think about it, doesn't that make them even scarier? Like if Trippy does go back into flow state and be that dude once again, I think they defeat Optic.
Well, look what it did from Game 1 to Game 2. Penguin came online. And now if you have Trippy come online as well, and Penguin's able to maintain that level of efficiency while playing that OBJ role like we're known for him, this could spell trouble for Optic Gaming. Here we go, 1-1 tie. Live Fire Oddball is going to determine who takes a 2-1 lead in this series as we hop on board here with Suppressed. Shots going out towards Formal on the backside of Mud. He's going to have to escape. He's communicating to his teammates. Suppressed is pushing him out, but there's no one on the dummies to prevent him taking Snipe Tower for free.
I really love that opening strat from Suppressed. Those grenades were specifically designed to stop Renegade from getting away with the sniper. Unfortunately, he still does. And now they should be able to get this camo as well, and this is what we feared. Optic showing why this is one of their best game modes.
Mom, get the camera. Renegade's about to make a live montage. That would have been a perfect time for him to hit the snipe. As he does maintain control of it, though. At the Snipe Tower, the rest of Optic are pushing through and collapsing on the spawns. And the location of FaZe look like scattered across A, sandbags, and B. It's Trippy on the frags. Takes 2 of those, so he'll throw 2 more out. One of those grenades actually takes Bound down to 1 shot, but he still finds a way to help take down Trippy. Falcated earning a slate onto Legend. Renegade still with that snipe, but with the oddball potentially rotating towards A, he's going to lean out towards the dummies and maybe even push through. He is.
He said, oh, you want to toss the ball on the ground? Let me just take this and run. Love that play from Renegade. What a heads-up position. A lot of players would fall victim to their ego, go for the no-scope or something, win that fight. He said, I don't need to win this fight. I just need to steal this ball and bring it back to my teammate.
Renegade, conduit, to another bit of ball time, and he picks up a snipe distance Hail Mary frag toss. Still staying alive. He hasn't died yet. Hasn't got many slays, but he's playing this one cautious. Plasma Pistol takes him down to 1 HP. Just looking to maintain his positioning here at the Snipe Tower. Got help. Legend's there, and he comes up clutch. Now Renegade's going to work, doing what he does best, utilizing the S7. The no-scope could line up again. It does on the body. An easy cleanup should come through for Renegade standards, and it does.
This guy is a wizard, man. Like, how do you fabricate like 2 assists out of that situation? He actually has no assists. I don't understand how that, I guess he didn't have to get them. But regardless, just finding ways to take over this game. And they've already got themselves a 44-point lead. But it's only a matter of time before FaZe get in control themselves.
It's a 10x advantage for Optic Gaming, which means FaZe Clan need to 10x their OBJ time and efficiency if they want to get back in this one. That's a big lead for Optic here in the early goings, but no matter. Falcated and FaZe Clan still have plenty of time as Falcated works his way into the cuts. Knows Formal's there behind the camo. Camo's actually right there out in front of Falcated. I love how he doesn't just roll for it. He needs to earn the slays first, clear the space, then take the camo. Falcated's playing his process so well, and I think they just got camo because of it. They did. Trippy has it, and what can he do with it? This could bring FaZe Clan back.
That was actually perfect timing to grab the ball, it felt like, but Falcated does get taken down. Trippy, camo, snipe. This is what we talked about. He comes back online. Is this another big game for Trippy? No. His momentum stopped short, and that snipe might trade hands back into the hands of Optic.
Falcated with a double kill, out DMR's Legend, and takes down Bound. Before that, the roommates get tucked into their bunk beds as Penguin goes down. Formal with a quick scope, might have even been a no scope. Formal about to pop off with a snipe. It's been too much snipe control for Optic in the early goings. That's why they're up, but FaZe are still materializing time despite the power weapon advantage for OG.
Look at the way they're meticulously clearing a B. I don't know if they've seen Suppress yet. Suppress does catch Legend off guard, so they didn't meticulously clear it enough. Formal now trying to get a line of sight to help his teammate win this fight on top tower. Probably going to face some grenades. Body shot onto Falcated. That's going to open the door for the rest of Optic to push through. 2 body shots, that's a ton of damage. Both get cleaned up by grenades. Renegade doesn't need any help. Wins his 1v1 against Penguin. And just like that, the retake has completed.
Eli, Renegade's so confident. He knew he could have disengaged and backed down to S1, pulled that opponent at top snipe down the staircase into Formal's waiting reticle. But Renegade says, don't worry about it, dude. I got this. And now Optic have the oddball in their hands. A double-up advantage. Can FaZe finally find a good string of time? It's been mostly Optic in this round number 1. And they're in the waiting moments. Need just a half minute to secure round 1.
You heard Formal in the interview. He said the game's a lot easier when John's just killing everyone on the map, which is big facts. He's 9-4 already. And honestly, I kind of expect by how strong the slays have been from Optic that it would have a better lead now with a 4 dead. They need to grab this ball. They need to do it quick, and not much time is wasted before Penguin's on the move.
Camo up in 6 seconds, but Optic needing to push out this oddball might have to push out of Camo, but no, Renegade's there, so to his bound, so they're going to play for that positioning. Renegade picks up the Camo. He's good enough when you can see him on the map, but what can he do now as the Predator?
Okay, look at this quick positioning to grab this ball. Renegade right there. Make sure it bounds. Can safely get out. Love this bodyguard play here from Renegade. And this is tough if you're FaZe. They're not going to see Renegade. And the melee is strong, though. That's going to shut him down. A couple trades go out. Looks like Optic's still in control for now.
45-88 with 3 going down. Penguin is being triangulated quite literally by 3 members of Optic. He should go down, and he does. And that should do it for round number 1. I don't see enough time on the board for FaZe to come back in this one. Optic take round 1. And despite FaZe Clan getting to the halfway mark with about 50 seconds or so, it seemed rather easy, Eli.
It did. It felt like they had the answer in a lot of what FaZe wanted to go for, but I do also think, oh, look at this opening strat for a second. The delayed, he's waiting for the nades to come through before he reveals himself. I like that. These guys have played these opening strats thousands of times at this point, so it makes sense to take your time. Switch it up a little bit. If Falke gets a stick, he does. But unfortunately, all of FaZe go down. That's going to be another snipe in the hands of Renegade.
And too many 3Xs and 4Xs on the top left of our screen as Optic will take advantage of that. Take the oddball off the start. Another opening break win for them. And another full 8 shots a snipe to work with for Renegade. How many times do we have to see this guy pop off with a snipe to know that's the biggest, arguably enough, usually Eli, an objective. The objective is the biggest priority. I'd argue it's Renegade and taking him down with the snipe that might actually go one above that on the tier list.
I mean, you can't do objective if they're still alive on the map, so you got to use the tools available to you to get those slays that lead to the ball time. So you're right, it is step 1 in the process. The ball time comes secondary.
Enemy has the ball.
And now, going to see a rare A hold. We haven't seen many of these teams take the ball to the garage, but in this case, it was the best option for Optic Gaming.
Renegade looking out toward the small door now, making a big play. Quick scope goes into the face of Trippy and Penguin. He might just get it too. Or Falcade, excuse me.
Oh,
lined it up. But still, 3 go down for FaZe despite taking down Renegade. We said that was the most important thing to do. They still don't have anything to show for it. 14-0 off the start in round 2.
Good grenade choice from Suppresso. Bound still wins the fight anyways. Bound 18-13, most in the lobby right now. Renegade trailing 13-8, hasn't died all that much. And it's on the other side, Penguin kind of needs to play like he was in the last game. We need to see Penguin slaying out before FaZe to start coming back.
Enemy has the ball.
A lot of trades occurring on the scoreboard, but it's a score that continues to build for Optic Gaming. 4-20 here. It's bound.
On 420.
On 420, no less. Shots ringing out through the middle of the map. Penguin jumps up onto the sandbags. Takes Bound by surprise, and by jumping up to the sandbags, he grabs an extra frag in the toolkit, takes Bound down with it.
Renegade with the QT in hand. We've already seen him make some creative plays with this throughout the weekend. Portal sitting sandbags is interesting. Might use it right here, yes. Wants to quickly close the gap with Falcon. It might blink back if he faces some pressure. Doesn't have to, though. Gonna use it now, though, as he faces some more pressure. See if he can re-line up the fight. And I respect the aggression, but it looked like they had that portal scouted. Shut him down, and problem is Formal still holding that ball back green. He's been so good with the oddball this game.
He has 60 seconds to his name, the only player with a full minute of oddball time. Optic have a 4-47 lead here in this crucial game number 3. Bound climbs up the scoreboard, but gets sent back down by Trippy. As Trippy now makes his way through the rat tunnel. Trying to decide which way he wants to push. He knows Legend's there weak with the snipe. That's the priority. Takes him down. But he doesn't go right for it. Interesting to note, he must have had comms that they needed help through the middle of the map. And he let Renegade pick it back up. Ooh. Oh, but he needed 5 perfect shots to take him back down. Can FaZe get the snipe just to simply keep it off of Renegade? I think that's huge for them right now. There's still a little bit left to work with. I think 4 shots maybe.
Yeah, definitely some ammo left in the chamber, but so much pressure on this side of the map from Optic. They're actually kind of just playing Slayer right now, content to run down the game clock. Eventually, it looks like Formal was able to grab that sniper and the oddball. He's going to pass it off the bound so he can snipe.
5 shots.
He's going to have to reload. Oh, did reload.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Expecting a player to swing wide on the turbine. Oh, quick scope narrowly misses both those shots. Pretty close to connection, but FaZe are able to get away with it. They steal it. They've heisted. Rob the bank and now take control of the tower. Look to come back.
Trippy, usually wearing a hat on the main stage, and it's the Bill that gets sniped by Formal. Not enough to take him down with a clean headshot. It works for the wear, though. They ended up taking Trippy down shortly after that. 33-51, so FaZe Clan have brought it back to within reach, but it's unfortunate to see Optic with the oddball once again, and Formal with snipe tower and snipe control. This could be it.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky there. It looked like FaZe tried to play the ball, didn't quite make it off the edge, and that led to this situation we see here before us. Now, they're totally content with more time burning off the clock. 30-second lead, no scope to the forehead of Trippy. Said, how about respawn screen, Trippy? Enough of big talk game, Trippy.
Formal. Great job dodging that grenade. That would have taken him down. Instead, it just keeps his shields beeping a little bit longer. He gets that back up to full 100% vitality. And now Optic are nearing victory, needing just 15 seconds to close game 3 out. FaZe and Penguin gotta make their move now. They have a little bit of help in the form of the camo. Bound gets a backspike on a Trippy, though. The opening break needed to go to FaZe. Instead, Bound's collecting skulls, and Renegade is too with the skull in his hands. That'll do it. Optic take game 3 and a 2-1 lead in the elimination final.
Optic, huge win for themselves here. I think this is the first game out of the series where we see Optic actually have most control throughout the entire series. FaZe has been fighting their way through and making it really hard for Optic, and this is the first time that we see Optic, and I want to know why you think that is.
These are just the type of players that rise to the occasion when it matters most. I mean, I said before this game started that I thought the winner of that game specifically would likely win the series. I think Optic had the same feeling. They said if we lose this game, our chances to win just drops drastically to win this. So clutching up when it matters, icing up on Live Fireball. It's one of their best game modes. To lose that would have hurt them quite a bit.
Any moments, Mac, that you're still thinking about from that last game? There's so many aspects from it that I think Optic did really well.
Just how much sniper possession was allowed. Now, FaZe, I think, made the right call not playing for the sniper in the form of the shock rifle in game number 2. But, man, Renegade has had way too many highlight reel moments this weekend to not keep it out of his hands, and here he is with it once again. There's a lot of moments in this game, and in these highlights, well, you'll see Renegade possessing the snipe, and even if he didn't do anything with it, it's still a massive win for them because Trippy's pretty good with it. The one chance he had, he hit the headshot, but that was such a massive slay there from Bound. My God, Trippy could have popped up with it. They didn't let FaZe Clan get any snipes outside of that one, and there you go. Back in the hands of Formal now. Quick scope. He's just as good as Renegade.
How important do we feel about, I mean, it's always important to have the power weapons, but for this next game mode, it's going to be Bomb. It's going to be on Fortress, and this is one of those game modes that Optic has mentioned that they really need to work on that. They're not that great at, and we do have power weapons on that line. We have snipers.
We have 2 sets of snipers, which means the team that gets control of both often wins that section of the game. We got the overshield as well, so it's actually way more important than the last 2 maps we watched, I think, for these teams to control the items. So far, Optic, even though they have stated that Bomb isn't one of their better game types, I think that's mostly because they've been losing it to Shopify specifically. I think they have been actually winning it against just about everyone else, but when they're able to get the items, I don't know if FaZe have a chance, but the same could be said the other way around. If FaZe can turn things around and get the snipers, they're going to give Optic a hard time.
Who needs to have the snipers on FaZe's side to stop Optic?
Let's see Falcated with it. Someone's got to pick it up. I think anybody could. I think the big key for me, Ali, is that phase in that game 3 were able to take down Renegade and/or Formal with the snipe. But when Renegade lost it, it wasn't changing possession to the hands of FaZe. Even though they had earned that space on the map, it would go to Formal or vice versa instead. So now with two snipes on the map, doubly than what we saw on Livefire, you cannot allow Optic Gaming in a situation where both Formal and Renegade have the snipe.
This is one of those maps that not a lot of people prefer. And I feel like most players feel uncomfortable playing it, but I would love to get your thoughts, Eli, on how to properly play Bomb Fortress the way it is now.
I mean, to be honest, it's similar to a lot of other maps in this game. Perimeter, perimeter, perimeter. You got to play perimeter and high grounds. Whereas the strongest part of the map is the top of the towers to the left and right of the map. The team that controls those regions will likely win the next engagement, but what's more important about this game type specifically is when you win that engagement, you got to advance that bomb very quickly, which means during the fight, you have to have a player near the bomb so that once you win the fight, you can not hesitate. You can get that bomb into the base.
Fortress neutral bomb. 2 snipers on the map. This is going to be the battle of the snipers. Who will get the bombs to the other side of the base? We will find out. Optic versus FaZe Elimination Finals.
Kingdom come. And both teams are going to have to come with it if they want to earn the win here in game number 4. It's a closeout opportunity for Optic in game 4. And they got to close this out right now, Eli. FaZe have shown that they might actually be the better Slayer team, which would be up next in a crucial do-or-die elimination game 5 at the start. We're on board here with Formal. Now bound as he earns the reversal, grabs the OS off the rip, and they're already pushing through.
Look at this. I think it's suppressed with the sniper. No surprise to me that he is the guy they trust with the job. But after that body shot from Renegade, you know the rest of Optic likely to push. They do. They shut down the sniper of FaZe Clan, and John might just get a double stack. No, it's exactly what you said. It's Renegade and Formal with snipers, and we're going to see some spawn kills while this bomb gets moved.
He said this is the most important thing for FaZe to avoid, and in the first 30 seconds, they're already staring down the barrel of that S7 in the hands of Formal and Renegade. This could be a quick cap.
Okay, here we go. Let's see, this is interesting. FaZe finally trying to leave the base. They know the situation at hand. They know there's 2 snipers lurking. They're trying to stay alive. It's a Hail Mary, though. Plasma Grenade gonna follow up on some damage. This should be an arm, I think.
Oh!
As another player goes down, Formal's gonna be the guy to do it. 4 dead. They're purposefully blocking the spawns. Trippy gets the first spawn. I don't think FaZe think they're going to stop this at all, but they need to prevent a double cap at this point.
No chance of stopping that one, and no shots and no damage taken by Formal. Instead, he's dealing it out himself, killing spree, and still with 4 shots, a whole clip to work with in that snipe, and Renegade still got 1 too. FaZe have got to figure out a way to stop the sniper control from Optic Gaming. It's been way too strong.
Okay, that's a big shutdown, though. They get one of the snipers down on the map. Need to take Renegade out as well, though. Suppress does. So FaZe fighting back. They do lose several members in the process, but Optic don't have as much mid-map control as before. As this overshield spawns, FaZe need to move up. Doesn't look like Legend will allow it. So despite losing players around him, he's going to grab not just the overshield, but also the bomb, and they should be able to get some slays here.
Overshield was how Optic initiated the first cap. When Bound grabbed it, now it's Legend with it, utilizing the OS for the triple. No, he goes down. That's a big takedown, but he gets cleaned up. Oh my God, FaZe are in the blender. Strawberry banana smoothies for everyone.
Making me hungry again. Penguin just trying desperately to advance to mid-map, to have a line of sight to the bomb arm zone. But the pressure is here. It's another 4 dead. The bomb is being planted. And FaZe are starting to think about changing their flights to later tonight.
I didn't know you could speedrun Assault on Fortress. This is one of the longest game modes in HCS before we got on land. I haven't seen 1 member of FaZe Clan alive for longer than 8 seconds.
2 members are on breadsticks right now. Someone call Olive Garden. All you can eat right now for Optic.
Not lose this snipe. Suppress has to win this, because then you lose snipe and give it to Renegade, and that is so tough, man. I do not see how FaZe can win this game if they do not have a single headshot with the snipe to their name. Instead, they're giving it back to Renegade, and he's making them pay for it. Headshot Another body shot. Clean up onto Suppress via the assist. And Optic, in just 3 minutes, less than that, are on the verge to 3-0ing.
How can you do anything against a team that's not missing and has every
Oh my
weapon?
God.
Now they're just waiting for their teammates to come in to arm it again. Renegade with the slow lineup. Quick scope doesn't connect with the head, but the body shot is in. Suppress having to scurry away. Bomb still in the base of FaZe, and Renegade said, let me just try to arm this. Has to fight Penguin though. He wins this, it's over. It's over. Good game, says Optic. I don't think that's fully armed, but now it is, and they stamp their ticket to the grand finals.
Wow, a few word exchanges there from Legend pointing at the other side. FaZe excited to, Optic excited to move on to the grand finals to face off against Shopify Rebellion, a rematch. FaZe though, great effort there on their side. They gave it a really, really great, an incredible fight. We did have that unfortunate game one where there was a reset and their momentum was stopped there for a minute. Man, what a game to break through.
This is huge, I think, for Optic. I mean, FaZe, when Optic fell to the lower bracket, I think that FaZe was kind of the only team that would have potentially stopped them. But Optic have ran the gauntlet. They started at Elimination 1 after having to face their toughest competition, Shopify, in Winners 1. They've defeated everyone on the way over, and now they get their run back finally. This is the grand finals we all expected.
The grand finals that a lot of people wanted, the rematch between Optic Gaming and Shopify Rebellion. The fans are excited. You can hear them. They got loud. They're getting loud when Optic is getting when Optic is winning. We're gonna have to retrain the green wall to root for them when their lives are on the line. We have some stats here, Eli.
Yeah, Renegade damage, insane. They didn't have to get that many kills. I mean, it's literally just 11 and 3. I mean, the average kills are just under 11, and the average deaths are 3.5. Like, that's kind of insane.
God.
That was a speed run, like Max said. 4 minutes, 49 seconds, all it takes. I mean, FaZe at no point in time had control. I mean, from literally the jump, from the first second opening break, Optic had full control of everything.
And they lost that game in the first 15 seconds. It only took 4 minutes to win it, but it was 15 seconds in, and it was over. Once Renegade had the snipe to start, Formal pushed into the base, took down Falcated and Suppressed, who possessed the snipe, took it to himself, and started to pop off with it. We laid that out, and I'm sure the coach did. It's not to say, like, oh, do FaZe not know how to play? It's like, no, their coach, and I think everybody knew that you have to make plays with the snipe. You cannot let Formal and Renegade have the snipe. They knew that just as well as we did, and they still couldn't stop it.
2 games of Renegade just running rampant throughout, and this was the one that they needed him to do so, and he did, Eli. It wasn't just Renegade though that was making plays. We had other players on Optic as well.
Yeah, I mean, literally every member of this team are on fire right now. Bound has, in my eyes, Bound has been the MVP of Optic so far this tournament. A lot of people might be looking at Renegade, but the numbers that Bound has been able to put up while being the frontline player is absolutely incredible. Not something that we typically see. And I was saying towards the end of last season on that SSG roster, Bound was making a case to be the best player in the game, and he's kind of picking up where he left off last season.
Well, I want to ask you, too, what were your favorite moments from this last series? Because there were some incredible moments for sure.
I mean, looking back at the series layout here, I think FaZe bouncing back on Solitude was exciting. I think that they were proving they had some fight in them. I think the first game is hard to say that's your favorite with the reset cheese, and people are going to have things to say about that. But overall, probably my favorite part is just that last game in Fortress. I mean, we see what it looks like when one of the best teams in the world gets the entire sandbox and what they can do with it. It was flawless execution from Optic from beginning to end. They turned that game into a montage.
What about you, Mikowski? What was your favorite moment, your highlight moment from this series?
I agree with Eli. I'd say Game 2 was exciting. It was thrilling, 50-46. But then I look back at that series layout, and we talk about it all the time. When you're the lower-seeded team, even if it's by 1 seed point, it's 2 in this case, where the 2 and 4 matchup, or 2 and 3, actually. You cannot lose Game 1. If you're the underdog, quote-unquote, you have to take Game 1. And look back at the series layout. Had FaZe taken Game 1, we'd be going to a Game 5 Aquarius where you probably are making the case that FaZe have the advantage. So looking back at that, I think that was a tough one to lose and a tough reset to go through as well. FaZe had the momentum, and I thought the score reset at about 183 to 176. They only gave them 142 instead. And after Optic won the opening break, that was it.
Yeah, once bound to camo, and after that, it just... Well, congrats to Optic Gaming. They find themselves in the grand finals against Shopify Rebellion, exactly where they felt they should have been all along. They've been running around, just destroying the entire bottom of the lower bracket. Now finally a chance at a rematch to correct the wrongs from the Kason event. Now a chance, but they have to do so from the bottom bracket and have a grand finals reset. We will be right back as we get ready for this incredible game up ahead.
Now you wanna be the best, but you can't even get up and get dressed. Wasted, face it. You're never gonna make it, baby. Rockstar, you won't get far. I know you're confused. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. But damn, what a lie. What a time to be alive. How will I survive? That's the battlefield. 1974. Takes hold, then I just might wind up dead. Wasted, face it. Never gonna be the one. Rockstar, you won't get far. At least you had fun. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. A king or a queen, as long as you got a dream. Oh, no. They just wanna take your life, try to tell you it's a battlefield. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. But damn, what a lie. What a time to be alive. How will I survive? That's the battlefield. 1974.
Double kill.
Well, here we go, folks. It is Championship Sunday. This is the moment we crown a champion here in Arlington, Texas. This is the first major of the season here for the Halo Championship Series. And this is going to be the first time that we see these two in a grand finals. Will it be the last? I'm not too sure. Both are exceptionally talented. On one side, we have Optic Gaming coming from the elimination bracket with an incredible run under their belt. Flawless, to say the least. And then on the other side of the stage, we have Shopify Rebellion, who are really out for blood. They want to get things done. They have done it the right way in the championship bracket and haven't let up so far. My name is Lottie Van Prague. I am joined by Wes, Clutch, Price, and Tony Why Not Be Casting to talk you through this grand finals. Now, before we get into all of the business on the main stage, I do want to let you guys know that we do have an amazing season coming your way. And up next, we have DreamHack Dallas, and tickets are available, so make sure you go to the DreamHack website May 23rd to 25th. If you're free, which you should be, mark your calendars, make sure you get down there, support your favorite teams, or even if you want to go and compete yourself, there's team passes available as well. Can't wait to see you guys at DreamHack Dallas. Make sure you do come along for the ride for some exceptional Halo Infinite. Right, back to business. On the main stage, West, we have two incredible teams. One of them, Shopify Rebellion, have, I think, a lot of pressure right now. They are the favorites coming into this tournament just in terms of online play. Every single open, every single scrim, they haven't let up so far this season, including the Ksan Invitational. Granted, only 4 teams were allowed at that, but they got the job done. They're in the winner side of things. Can they get it done here today?
I mean, they have 2 best-of-7s to get the job done, but this Optic team gives them everything they can handle every single time they play. But what we have seen from Shopify is a mix of veterans that have been there before and done that, having played at the highest level, and the young guns stepping up to each occasion so far thrown at this team. And this is a first grand finals for Last Shot and Cycle, and what a moment it would be in their careers. A moment for Shopify Rebellion, the organization, for them to lift and hoist that trophy at the end of the day.
It's career defining, Clutch. It really is. For these guys, this is the biggest deal in the world. Just for everybody at home to understand this a little bit further, this is what they do for a living. This is the job that they have decided to take, and they are awfully talented at it. But it really does come down to this situation right now, this series, this moment. And it's a lot of pressure for 2 young guys to shoulder here. But with the likes of Frosty and Royal 2 on their side, they're willing them into this championship. They have been here, gosh, Wes, how many times? Countless, way more fingers than we have available, even on this deck.
The second I run out of fingers, I stop counting.
And honestly, mine and Tony's combined either wouldn't do it justice. They are willing these guys along, and I think that says something, Tony, about this team. They know how to win a championship. Do you think they can do it here today?
I really think they do, and luckily for Shopify Rebellion, although it is the first time, like you said, Last Shot and Cycle have been in a grand finals here in a major, well, that's why they started so early during the off-season, during the early season, and even the FaZe Ksan event. You know, they have a lot of tournament wins under their belt so far, but this is a major.
Wes, it seems to be Optic that always pushes them to the limit. It's the only team we've seen manage to do it to Shopify Rebellion. You got any notes for them?
Any notes for Shopify? I think when we watched Optic and Shopify play earlier this tournament, Optic kind of blew it. Shopify are going to have to play better Halo than they were against that Optic Gaming in order to beat this Optic Gaming that is currently on fire right now with the journey that they've been through. I need to see Shopify weather the storm that is going to inevitably come early in this series. With the way Optic are playing, you are going to have to read the pace that Optic are playing at, catch your balance, and then let's go play Shopify Rebellion Halo. And when they can do that, they can lift that trophy.
Tony, who are you spotlighting in this series for Shopify Rebellion?
Well, you know, Wes, when you're right, you're right. You came into this tournament talking about Frosty and him being that #1 player here on Shopify Rebellion. You said #1 player in the league, and dude, Frosty has been that guy. When you talk about what he's been able to do on the stat sheet, as far as intangibles, the play calling, he has been the full package. I'm looking at Frosty.
All right, we'll have to keep an eye out on Frosty and Co. to see if they can get the job done this time around here in Arlington. But on the other side of the stage, we have Optic Gaming. They have quite a few things to take into consideration here. This is their hometown. This is their major. This is their green wall. They're doing this in front of, and not only that, a journey that would be historic. Elimination round 1, folks. That's right, they got upset very early on in this tournament. Wes, you mentioned something. Heating up. How much weight do you put into momentum? How big is that going to be for a roster like this?
It depends on the team, but for a roster like this, it's everything. I think throughout this offseason K-Sun event, there were doubts that were kind of creeping in this Optic Gaming's team. They weren't the God Squad we expected this team to be. The run that they have been on, what they have accomplished this weekend, going into this series, this is why this team was formed. They are starting to believe that they are the best team in the world. They are starting to handle business. Everyone's starting to individually be great. And when these 4 players are great, they're going to be impossible to beat. I'll be the first one to tell you, if Optic Gaming can keep up their momentum, they're not going to lose the series or the next best of 7. I truly believe that they grew throughout this process. I'm not a big fan of saying that loss was a good thing, but maybe that loss to Nemesis early on and the loss against Shopify, the growing pains that we've watched this Optic team go through this weekend, the fact that they have showed so much maturity throughout this game and the way that they entered this grand finals against FaZe Clan on that bomb, good Lord, they look prime and ready to do what this team was built to do, and that's win every championship this year. Obviously, you got to start with road number 1. It hadn't gone the way you planned, but you're here now. Let's get this job done.
It was a very different journey for Optic Gaming than it was for Shopify Rebellion. Obviously, Shopify Rebellion getting into the grand finals through the winner's side, but as you saw on that graph, from elimination bracket round number 1, you said you're not a fan of it. I'm going to say, I think staring down the face of adversity, a little bit of adversity for this squad, actually helped them out a lot. I actually like saying that. I like what I'm seeing from Optic Gaming, and I'm excited to see them here in the grand finals.
I might be pulling something out of thin air here, Wes, but I know you'd be the one to tell me if I am or not.
Oh, I will.
I know you will. Do you think there was an element of Optic putting together this God Squad, which I think, on paper, you're wowed by? These are superstars from every corner of our seasons, every single one of them. Do you think there was an element of kind of like complacency, putting this together, just thinking it would work and not having any kind of problem or competition along the way, and suddenly they just get hit in the face with Shopify Rebellion, the likes of FaZe, all sorts of teams coming out of the woodwork because of the disruption of rosters that they had caused, and suddenly they're realizing actually they need to start putting in some work?
No, I think you're on the money here. I think Optic expected people to fall over and bow down to the kings that they believe they are, and I think that struggle that they had to go through, the growth, the learnings about, hey, it's not going to be picture perfect, but what happens when our back's against the wall? What happens when we go down 2-0 to a team that has already 3-0'd us in this tournament? What happens when we have to go through the gauntlet of SSG, of FaZe, of the team that we lost to previously? Can we do this? And now there is the belief. Now they have been there, they have done that. The only monkey that is still on their back is Shopify Rebellion, and arguably a series where they know they made the mistakes. They feel like that series against Shopify in winner's bracket, Shopify didn't beat us, we beat ourselves. And let's not let that happen again. This team is locked, loaded, and ready for 2 best of 7s.
They certainly are indeed. I actually want to look at the entire journey of Optic Gaming just because of how impressive this truly is. And when you look at the entire bracket as a whole, there is a difference between the Optic we saw coming into this weekend and the Optic I think we're going to see coming out of this weekend. And I think it is down to the fact that they are putting work in and they realize how high the level of competition really is here at Arlington. It's pretty incredible. Now, Optic Gaming start things off, of course, in the upper bracket, and it was very, very difficult from the get-go. They had to face Shopify Rebellion, and that's because they were second seed in their pool, obviously not getting it done against Nemesis on either day that we had to see that series in the morning as well. And then as they push down into the lower bracket, things start to get a little bit dicey and hairy for them, especially in lower 7, where they see Nemesis once again. And I think that's where we truly started to see the pickup of Optic. That's when we started to see everybody have to push together. Everybody has to be doing what they do best. And the teamwork is certainly coming forward, Tony. What is it you love about this Optic Gaming in the second half of the weekend, especially to do with the teamwork, that's impressing you so much?
I mean, for me, I think we saw a very disciplined Optic Gaming. We saw Optic show that they can be that fast-paced team that we know them to be and play that bully ball. What really started to impress me was their ability to slow the game down. I talk about that series against Space Station Gaming specifically. It was that King of the Hill on Recharge where they pulled out of that hill for a few seconds, but they literally could have capped it, forced SSG to make a move, forced them to push that back A side when it was at Whirlpool, and then got a head start over towards the C. We saw disciplined play coming out of Optic, and when they're playing like that, they might be the most dangerous team in this tournament.
I love that your answer was pacing, because that's exactly what I was thinking, and it has been the biggest thing for Optic. Wes said it first, literally on day number 1 about Optic, and that's what he needed to see from them. That hybridness that Shopify Rebellion do so easily, and it comes so naturally to them. Are you starting to see that from Optic, Wes? Is it enough for you to go up against Shopify Rebellion and really give them a run for their money?
It absolutely is. At the start of the tournament, we did predictions, and I picked Shopify to come out on top over Optic Gaming, but I would go back and change, I think, right now. And I got boys on Shopify. I would love for Cycle and Last Shot to get their first championship, but if they stop this Optic Gaming roster, they deserve it. But stopping this Optic Gaming roster, I've seen teams like this in the past. When you come in this hot, it is very difficult to slow this train down, and I'm not sure what it's going to take to stop it. Optic Gaming look like they are min-maxing, playing big picture Halo better than I have ever seen this roster play. And then you talk about pacing, and I think when this roster formed, everyone thought this will be the fastest brand of Halo we've ever seen. I think that Fortress Assault, I mean, I'm scarred from that game against FaZe because that game was perfection. Everyone clicking on all cylinders, max damage, everyone staying alive on an assault game. We all thought it was going to be 12 minutes long. It wasn't. It was about 3 minutes long, and it was utter domination from the green wall. That was eye-opening. That was a different level of Halo, I feel like, that we've seen from anybody. Shopify can answer, but it's going to be very difficult.
Tony, do you think, obviously, with this grand final, 2 best-of-7s, that's what Optic has to get done here? That's a lot of maps. There's a lot of maps and modes, a lot of combinations. We heard on the Optic Gaming podcast that there are some they do not like very much. Yes, we have seen for sure progress and discipline on the ones that they don't like, and we have seen some success on them too. This is Shopify Rebellion we're talking about though, and they're going to be buttoned up on pretty much everything. How much weight is this series layout going to have in this series, in the grand finals? Because I'm looking across here, it's a lot of maps, it's a lot of modes to get through. What are you thinking in terms of stat-wise? I know that you're a stat man, you always have the answers for me. You know, how are they faring here?
Actually, I think this series layout actually works out a lot better for them than expected. I know before they probably didn't want to see Fortress, but as Wes said, their Fortress game has been very good recently. Origin hasn't been their best, and in fact, we saw them lose a Slayer to Team Nemesis on that very same game mode and map combination. But when it comes to the Strongholds live fire, and even specifically that oddball recharge, I like that for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I see this map pool, and I look at live fire Strongholds, and I know it's game 1. Optic have to win this game. Origin Slayer is something Optic have been haunted by Shopify 2 times now in game 5s, Kason and Winner's Bracket throughout their journey. And then you look at CTF Fortress. I'm not convinced. I mean, Optic looked great at Fortress Assault against FaZe. Shopify Rebellion are the best Fortress team at this tournament.
Yeah.
And for them to have some strengths earlier in this series, in this map pool, I love the idea that Shopify, even if Optic do win game 1, they're going to be able to weather the storm. They're going to be able to extend this first series. If Shopify get the house money that live fire Strongholds might be, this series all of a sudden could go in their favor, and we could be talking about Shopify as the first champions of the year.
I do kind of like oddball recharge for Optic Gaming here as well. I do think recharge typically with the toys on the map feeds really nicely into the members of Optic Gaming. They all love that shock rifle, and I think Bull has been pretty decent for them, Tony.
It really has been. I mean, just in this tournament alone, you're 5-1 right now. Only dropping 1 oddball is actually an amazing map record for Optic. So yeah, I agree with you. That Strongholds live fire is going to be strong for them, but that oddball recharge could be a bounce back game just in case they lose Slayer Origin.
Now, I do love this first series layout, but you know what I love more? A second one. And I really want to see what we've got coming our way, just in case, you never know.
There's no way. This has got to be bad juju.
Hey, we always look at both of them just in case, because you never know what we'll be talking about up here. But funny enough, the second series is Assault Fortress, something we just saw Optic Gaming demolish FaZe on. How are you feeling about this series layout?
Shopify is the best Fortress team in the game, so I think if they are to have the bracket reset on them, I think it's a good thing for them to see that as game one, because you've already lost a best of 7. How do you rebound? You want to rebound with one of your strengths. I think even as strong as Optic looked, I have to see them do it against Shopify in order to convince me that they are now the best Fortress team in the game. So right now, I actually love the way that this kicks off for Shopify to be able to get back on the saddle if they do fall off the horse in the first series.
You know, I had to really check my stats for a second, because my man Austin in the back sent it to us. I was like, but there's no way this could be true. Both Optic and Shopify Rebellion here in this tournament are undefeated on Assault. That is actually crazy to think about. That is great. 3-0 for Shopify Rebellion, 4-0 for Optic Gaming. Wow. I was surprised seeing that, especially with how much we talked about how Optic, one of their weaker game types was Assault. Clearly, they've been working on it leading to this event.
That's actually crazy to think about. Now, you're right. I'd be like double checking everything as well. But do you think that might lead us to, when it comes to the mode Assault, an absolute grueler, a battle up against one another? Do we see a long drawn-out back and forth Assault from these guys then?
I think on a map like Aquarius, I would say yes, but on a map like Fortress, it can come down to just who gets the power weapons. I think a lot of it has to do with, hey, if they got both S7s and an overshield, every single one of those players on that stage is capable and more than wanting to pop off in these moments. Give them a reason, you're going to end up on respawn back to back to back, and the score could get ugly quick, as we saw against FaZe.
It certainly can, indeed. We're waiting for a few things on the main stage to make sure that we are absolutely pristine up there for all of our players. So you're going to listen to us for a couple minutes more. Hopefully that's all right with you guys.
That's all right.
I actually wanted to talk to you a little bit about power weapons and power-ups, and we harp on about this, and it's kind of like, yeah, sure, we get it. Yeah, you got to get them.
I know, it's important.
It's important.
I'm saying it's important, but I'm not able to translate how actually important it is.
I know. It really is the difference maker in a blowout at the top teams, even. I mean, and I know it sounds silly to say, if you just cannot get your hands on a weapon that completely converts a map into your control, that's where you start seeing blowouts. And it's funny because I'm sure a lot of fans and people at home walk away thinking, wow, that was terrible. That wasn't close at all. And it's like, no, it was down to one thing. They kept that weapon out of the hands of their opposition and wouldn't let them get back in it. And it's funny because if it's shared, if you're able to get a little bit of both and it's kind of even in terms of power weapon control, that's where you see those tight maps, those tight series. And it comes down to the wire. But it's so funny that we're not really seeing that right now here in Arlington.
Well, that's why you've seen over the years of Halo Infinite, you've seen this new strategy of wasting snipe ammo, throwing the snipe off the map. I think Snakebite probably started to do that and create that meta, and the reason is because he's very aware of what happens when Renegade and Legend both get snipes. Bad things happen. If you can eliminate that snipe by just wasting the ammo or throwing it off in a situation where you are 80% going to die, 20% of you might hit a random no-scope and keep the snipe, you got to play towards the percentages and get that snipe off the map. It is worst case scenario that they get the snipe rather than it gets deleted from the mathematical equation that's going on as the game continues.
And as much as we've been talking about the sniper, when I think about specifically how many times we're going to see maps like a Fortress or Forbidden, what are teams like Optic's win condition when taking over and dominating on those type of maps, specifically on CTF? It's grabbing both snipers, having them in two sides of the map and completely locking down your opponent's spawn. Those snipes are going to be important. We can't undervalue how important the snipers are on the map.
Yeah, I want to say a mistake I've been seeing against teams playing Optic. I talked about it with Dave on the cast last series, but how in the world is Renegade able to we start every single live fire game off with some point of view, and then 10 seconds later, Renegade is top tower with snipe. How does this keep happening? Someone's got to counter them. On these live fire games, I have to see Shopify stop Renegade from being that comfortable, because it is so difficult to get him off that tower. When Renegade has snipe in a power position where everything is in front of him, the game is going to shift in Optic's favor. I'd be shocked to see Shopify make the same mistakes we've seen just about every single team. It feels like we've seen Optic play against so far this tournament. Keeping the hands out of specific players' sniper, or the weapons out of specific players' hands has got to be a win condition for these guys. And it's the same thing with Frosty, obviously. It's the same thing with a lot of these guys. But make them work for it. Make them uncomfortable. If they're going to get the weapon, do not allow them to get the weapon in the place that they want the weapon. At that point, you're asking for a disaster.
Yeah, indeed. I think it's imperative, and I think also between specific teams, and usually it is between the top 4 because that's where you see the absolute monsters on a roster start to come to life. And I think it's all down to momentum too, right? It's like you start feeling yourself with the power weapon in your hands, you feel unstoppable on a map. You feel like you are literally God when it comes down to it. And it is so scary to play up against that. You start just losing all kind of flow and feeling or structure if you're the opposition. It's so, so important. I want you guys at home to make sure you're really checking that out because it's going to be the make or break of both of these teams here as well. We are waiting for the stage. We are so, so close now, guys. I promise you, so, so close. While we are getting closer, I kind of want to know if you think we're going to be seeing a second series here, Wes.
I absolutely think we are. I think if Shopify are to get their feet on the ground in this grand finals, it will be throughout like the middle of this first best of 7. I think Optic are going to come out hot. They could prove me wrong, obviously, but I think when these two teams play, it goes to game 5, it feels like every single time. At the case on land, they split maps, but yes, Shopify come out on top in the grand finals. These teams trade games every single time they play. What in the world would make me believe that they're not going to continue to trade games? At least get me to a game 7 in the first series, and I would be rooting for Optic just because I want more Halo.
All right, he wants more Halo. Tony, what about you?
I mean, I love more Halo as well, so I'm definitely going. Let's get a bracket reset. I will say, I don't know if we're going to see that game 7 in the first series. After looking at the layout, I do think it favors Optic, and I can definitely say I think Optic can get it done in 6 games. But then going into the bracket reset, that's where things get a little bit mixy. That's where Shopify Rebellion starts seeing some map and game mode combinations that they really like. So I'm going to say this goes to 6 games in the first series. We get a bracket reset, and then let's restart it.
And then let's restart.
We should make Tony pick the games.
I'll pick the games right now. I'll pick the games right now. Go ahead, test me.
Actually, speaking of picking the games,
okay.
do you have a favorite game from Shopify? Like, if you could pick a map and a mode for Shopify Rebellion to go to town on, what would you pick?
Origin Slayer. I mean, you've already rocked, and Optic have nightmares on Origin Slayer against Shopify. If I'm Shopify, that game 2, Origin Slayer, get that loaded in as fast as possible. Get me on the server. We have beaten them in multiple game 5s on this. They know we're better than them on this game type. So when Origin Slayer shows up, I mean, if Optic are able to win that, that'll tell you a lot about how this grand finals is going to go. But right now, I think Shopify loves seeing that as early as possible in that first best of 7.
What about you, Tony? Do you have a favorite to watch for either of the teams?
I hate that I'm going to sit here and copy on that one. But when it comes to Shopify Rebellion, I'm going to say Origin Slayer. Back in Halo 5, we used to call it frosting the sniper. Grabbing that snipe, going in for the thrust slide right off the rip, and trying to mimic that same play that was so famous from Frosty back then. But I will say, on the Optic side of things, I will say I'm going to switch it up a little bit, and I'm going to say that Strongholds. I think if you can beat Shopify Rebellion on one of their stronger game types, and it's still one of yours, give me that Strongholds.
All right. Okay. I see where you both are coming from. And hey, Tony agreed with you. That was a huge compliment.
It's Tony.
Oh, unbelievable. It is Tony,
Yeah.
and we love Tony up here. We
It
also
means
love
nothing.
you, Clutch. There's a couple of other faces in this arena that we also do love, and why not bring them in on the conversation while we're waiting for things to go on the main stage? Hello, lads. What's up on set, bruv?
How we doing?
How are you guys doing? You waiting patiently for this incredible grand finals?
I'd argue we're waiting impatiently. Yeah,
Right,
we
that's
want to
true.
get it going. We want to see these two teams throw down because, I mean, every single series we've seen between these two teams on LAN has gone the distance so far. It's been game 5s, game 7s. It has been a spectacle for everybody, and you get the feeling this is going to be something pretty similar.
Yeah, and like you guys have been talking about in the desk, there's clear favorites across these two series, and as we've seen, they're very different depending on if you're talking about Series 1 or Series 2. I couldn't agree more. I think you guys nailed it on the head. There's a few swing game types in this series, really that game 1, that game 3, that are really going to decide whether we see a second series or not.
Indeed. I'm kind of curious as well to know what you two think. You know, you are right, Onset, when you say that, you know, they always go the distance. It's always is incredibly close. Why do you think that is? What is it about Optic Gaming and Shopify Rebellion that allows them to have these insane, intense series?
I think it's just bring the best out of each other. It's something that I notice. Everybody realizes how much weight is on every fight, every decision that's made, and they respect each other. Even though there's bad blood in this series, we know they want to beat each other more than anything. There is that professional respect in, if I make a mistake, it can cost me. So I think there's just this back and forth, and everybody wants to beat each other, but there's the respect which makes them play at their best.
Yeah, I think at this level of Halo Infinite, what we're seeing, and we started to see it develop last season as well, I think you're seeing that, for example, the last player alive, they won't force those 1v1s, right? They're going to play a little bit cautious because Mark said, like, there's a level of respect here. So you're seeing kind of one spawn rotation for one spawn rotation, and with how evenly matched they are, those tend to be about 50-50, and that's about what we've seen in this series so far in terms of the entire season.
And do you fellas think we're going to go the distance? Do you think we're going to see a second series? Are you guys strapped in, ready to go for a second series to cast?
Oh yeah, that's all I'm giving you.
Ready to
okay, that's all I'm giving you.
The cross fingers, no one has a clue. It's okay. If everyone's listening at home on the radio on their way to or from work,
Mark crossed his fingers.
Mark
I'm
crossed his
not a good
fingers,
poker
guys.
player.
Indeed. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We will literally be back on with you very, very shortly, hopefully, making sure everything is good on the main stage. We'll catch them a little bit later on. But while we're up here, we're just chilling. You've actually done this for an hour before.
Yeah, you guys want to hear about my national championship again?
I do, actually. I do. Honestly, for
Just
viewers
a
at
joke.
home, what was the actual difference between a national championship to world championships that are coming in more modern times? of Halo?
A lot more money.
Yeah.
A lot more money. About 4 times as much money. No,
Feeling
about
salty?
10 times as much money, something like that. I don't even know. You guys are rich nowadays, and I'm just a man of the people.
You're a man of the people, that's all right. Do you know what? We're also, I was going to say men of the people, women and men of the people.
That'd be news.
Yeah, and I'm going to let you guys have a quick bathroom break because, of course, we are rambling on up here, but we are waiting very patiently for this grand finals. So head to the toilet because you don't want to miss any of this action. Go get a snack, get a drink, whatever you need to do to prepare for this incredible series. We're going to see you guys right on the other side of this. We are live from, well, I think you guessed it, Dallas, Texas, and we're here to bring you the fiercest Halo Infinite competition from all around the globe.
Bomb arm.
Nice, looking good, looking good. Oh, totally biffed it.
Special delivery. Betrayal. Combat evolved.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and community top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
For Optic Gaming, and we just saw what they're bringing into this game. Formal picks up another one. The triple kill killing spree comes in as well. Two dead, three dead.
Let's go. Top maybe.
You're pushing you. Woo!
It's 19, make it 20! Against his own squad! Oh, no! Legend is him!
But right now, backside guy. Oh, Bound hits another one.
He's hit two, though. Oh, my goodness, Bound!
Grand Finals time, everybody, here at Arlington, the HCS Optic Major. The Grand Finals are finally here. Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming. Shopify Rebellion is just one series away from earning their org, their first trophy, but within their squad, there's two players who are about to, or are just close enough to maybe even imagine that trophy for themselves.
Yeah, Cycle and Last Shot, this will be their first victory in the HCS, and I think they're hungry for it. I think they're confident enough to take this. It will be an Optic Gaming green wall that stands in their way, but regardless, these guys are primed and ready, and that's why they end up in that Grand Finals first.
Yeah, Cycle's been so incredible for Shopify Rebellion. For me, take a look at that damage taken per life. He's 5th in the tournament so far when it comes to that. I think that's going to be key for Shopify Rebellion here today to have further success in this tournament. If that's high, they're going to do good.
Well, Cycle has had a duo along his side that has been making waves throughout the entire tournament and throughout last year as well.
Yeah, Last Shot is one of those players, like I said, his attitude has changed as time has gone on. He's done a really good job of being that standout player here for Shopify Rebellion. If he can perform really well in this series, I think they closed it out in one best of 7. I don't think it goes to 2.
All right, so what does Last Shot need to do to, show up there for his team?
Last Shot's one of those players that moves around the map freely and puts in the damage that's needed, right? The individual piv is the biggest factor for Last Shot. If he can win those individual pivs like we know he can, he opens up the map for the rest of Shopify Rebellion to be free and do whatever they want.
Now, there's been a big conversation topic on Shopify Rebellion side, specifically with Frosty, his power weapon percentage. We need to talk about that.
Yeah, Frosty has been unbelievable throughout the entirety of 2025. This tournament, you can see comfortably in the top 10 in just about every category, but power weapon percentage is where he really shines. And I think this is a combination, not only Frosty getting those weapons and putting them to use, but also best man in the back. Remember at the Kason event, when these two faced in the grand finals, I don't think Optic Gaming got one camouflage that entire series. It was a big difference maker, and I think that is going to be really pivotal for Shopify Rebellion, that control throughout the series.
All right, we talked about Shopify Rebellion and what they need to do to go up against Optic and just take this trophy, you know, win this series, do not let it go to a grand final reset. What does Optic need to do to switch things up? They have to win 2 series.
Optic are looking really good coming up from that lower bracket, right? They've got a lot of reps under their belt. They pretty much bulldozed through the entire lower bracket. I'm really excited to see what they do, but it's going to have to be just pure and unadulterated action out of these guys. Push forward, be aggressive. That's what they're known for.
Well, there's one player that's known for aggression.
Renegade. I mean, did you see his stats? Renegade was unbelievable throughout this tournament, and he's just about leading in every category that really matters to a main Slayer. His KD, 1.44. That's outrageous at a LAN tournament. Remember the series against Nemesis when they went to a Game 5? Hard fought. They were down 0-2. He had a 2.09 KD when they were going into that Game 5. He unleashed himself and it started to guarantee it for Optic Gaming.
And it wasn't just in that Nemesis series. We just saw Renegade be unleashed against FaZe, especially those last 2 games active.
Yeah, Renegade's one of those players that can just completely take over games. And honestly, I'm not surprised. If he takes over this series, I'm not surprised we go to another best of 7. We go to that grand finals reset.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a couple of players here on Optics and that I'm thinking about. We didn't get to talk about Formal active.
Yeah, Formal's control player of the year for a reason. I truly think that he's that good. And honestly, it's been a big deal for him to continue to perform and continue to improve.
All right, it looks like the players are taking the stage. Let's go ahead and listen to the stage host over here for ATS.
Ready to get it done. One more time, make some noise for Shopify Rebellion. All right, now it's time to bring out their opponents. Can you guys help me out? Green! Green! Getting ready to set the stage ablaze. Here comes Optic Gaming. Give it up for Bound, Renegade, Legend, Formal, and Lunchbox. Optic Gaming ready to get it done and get another chip. All right.
I don't know if you guys are hearing this, but the crowd is going crazy. And it's not just the green wall that's screaming. I think the crowd is also cheering for the other side, for Shopify Rebellion, and I love to see it.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've had 2 really strong fan bases going at it. You know, I think Space Station was that first time where we saw someone being able to compete up against the green wall. Now Shopify Rebellion seems to be solidifying a fan base of their own. It makes me really, really excited about the future of the HCS.
Well, we have some stats here for Shopify Rebellion. What do they need to continue to do? They've already defeated Optic Gaming before, but this is different. This is the grand finals. This is the first major. A lot on the line.
Frosty, the player for me, the 1.20 KD. Obviously, we talk about Origin as a map. Origin is in this first series. I'm excited to see what Frosty's able to do after he gets onto that map. Obviously, it's game number 2, but lots of implications on Origin, and we'll see how they play out.
Well, since we're on the topic of players, why don't we talk about who the X factors would be for each team? Let's start with Optic.
Well, Optic Gaming really has a tough challenge ahead of them with how great Shopify Rebellion is. I think one player is the difference maker that can find the path forward to victory, and that's going to be Bound. And it's a bit unusual for many people that are looking at the stats of Bound because they're never really that flashy. He's been having a fantastic Arlington compared to his open tournament season during online where he was on the bottom end of those KADs. Now he's that frontliner, basically the same comparison as Last Shot is for Shopify Rebellion, but you see how valuable he has been for Optic Gaming during this historic run in the lower bracket. That 1.68 KD, his damage dealt per life, and he's doing this all with his Bandit in that front line. Look, he never gets any of those power weapons in his hands.
That's what I wanted to mention here. The biggest difference I see is the power weapon percentage usage active. What does this mean for, what kind of player does this make Last Shot?
Last Shot, yeah, the X factor for Shopify. I think that Last Shot and Frosty for me are the two X factors, but Last Shot is the one that really shines through. That power up percentage, 1.90 is insane. It's 39th, but yeah, the big thing for me for Last Shot is, again, the pivots, right? Being able to enter these fights and just knowing I'm going to win. I'm going to enter this fight. I'm going to 5 you. That's it. End of story. And again, it opens everything up on the map. It just allows everyone to be so free when you get that first kill and you don't have to worry about it.
Okay, you mentioned allow everyone to be so free, and this season we have seen Frosty unleashed. Well, the return of Halo 5 Frosty. He feels like he's finally either back or in a new zone, and it almost feels like he's getting better.
This is the chance for Frosty to solidify himself as his own person. You know, he's always been a part of that trio, a part of that historic run with Tox, CLG, Optic back in the day in Halo 5. And then he started to take a big step back when they added Renegade to that FaZe roster last year. And I think a lot of people forgot who Frosty was. This is the player that was voted the MVP of Halo 5. He was unbelievable in his tenure. He started off his rookie year in Halo 5 winning championships, being dominant. He's a natural born winner. 27 years old. He has more championships than his age, I think, at this point.
Active, you also mentioned Frosty as a potential X factor for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, he is a player that I think last season was very inconsistent in terms of game to game. I think this season he has definitely shown us that this team that is around him has made him better, right? Or has brought him to his potential. And I think it's the idea of him being a leader in this position, right? When he's on this team, he's a leader. When he's on his previous roster, I would say there was multiple leaders on that roster. I think him being in that leadership position and understanding that when he makes a play call, it's going to happen. Everyone respects him. I think he feels better in that regard, and I think that makes him play better in turn.
I'm thinking about differences here between these two, and the one thing that pops into my mind is the experience that both of these squads have. But I'm so excited to see Cyclone and Last Shot for the first time sitting here at a grand finals and what they could potentially do for this team. A potential trophy here, just one series away. Live Fire Strongholds is the next series up, the next game up. Who will win this? The grand finals is ready to begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals is here, and my question is, will we see a reset happen? The times that we've watched these two teams go up against each other, it's always been a very close battle. It's always been neck and neck. It's always been by 1 point or one cap. I'm assuming we're going to see the same thing here today, but the difference is we're going to reset the game, and it's real quick into the game and back out we go.
All right, it's a strat. He's trying to get the better spawns. Remember the Ryan who did this in the finals that one time.
Yeah. Oh, wow. They took some time to, I don't know if you guys noticed, but on one of the setups that they were working on, one of them, they wanted to make this grand finals be as clean as possible, and it looks like we might have that, might have something going on back there. Hopefully they can fix it really fast. Tools, I know you had some thoughts there for our last topic.
Yeah, the big thing, right? We have two rookies in this experience, right? And they're not rookies in the HCS, but no one, never have Cycle or Last Shot been in a grand finals, right? Their Sunday experience has been fairly limited. We saw Last Shot last year with Pure be able to get a top 3 finish, but he went 1-1 on his Sunday. We saw Shopify Rebellion last year featuring Cycle only get top 3, never quite able to get into that grand finals. A huge burden off their shoulders to understand that they finally have been able to get to the promised land, and they are good enough to be in this situation and to have 2 best-of-7s to get the job done. My big concern, just don't let those lights be too bright. And I'm glad that they have 2 veterans who have plenty of experience to help guide them on their path.
Well, on the other side is Optic Gaming, who are plenty experienced, not just being on the main stage, but also have championship trophies under their belt. They are incredible, and they are hungry, and they are desperate to prove, not just desperate for #1, and they are so close to doing so, but they have a grand final reset to get through.
Yeah, they had a first place in the first Open Series. Then it was three second places in a row, and then they got the second place at the Kason LAN as well. This would be devastating if they were to get another one here. I don't even want to know the implications of what would happen. I assume that Optic are they're winner bust here at this point. I don't think they'll separate or they'll change the team in any sort of way. But again, you were made to break that second place curse. You got to break it right now.
Well, Shopify Rebellion has been giving them a tough time, but why don't we talk about the things they have done today? The Optic Gaming that we have seen today throughout the series, they had the longest run in the bottom bracket, which has been incredible. Renegade has been a pivotal player here for them.
Yeah, Renegade's been simply dominating his competition ever since that Nemesis series. When they went down 0-2, Renegade just turned into a completely different being. And look at the way that they handled the other competition in the top 4. Space Station, FaZe, they looked powerless to that Optic Gaming roster.
The grand finals have finally started. Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming.
It took a while to get here, ladies and gentlemen, but we are here, and it's Frosty. Gonna waste a couple of shots of the snipe, which is never what you'd see on Origin whatsoever, but he's doing it here on live fire.
They have a clear plan of action. Do not give the power weapons to Optic Gaming. If they keep them in their hands, they will be successful. That's the thought process.
3 bullets to work with and a repulse as well. It's automatically towards C. It's gonna be Frosty at the forefront of that. 3 down for Optic Gaming was momentary, but now with that, they're gonna get B and C. They've gotta take care of Legend first. The QT comes out, and he stays alive, and on top of that, he's going to contest B for a moment.
With that one quantum translocator caught them completely off guard, but hey, doesn't matter, you catch him off guard. If you have a bullet that goes right through the head, Frosty, you might wish that you had a couple extra bullets of that snipe now.
No more ammo to use, and that's when this fight gets Formal. But once again, it's what makes Formal so good, is that he comes up clutch in moments like this in the grand finals. When it matters the most is when you'll see the best of this man on your screen.
Formal, the #1 surgeon here today. His hands are not going to have one bit of shake. I trust him on open heart surgery.
Once again, it was 3 down for Optic Gaming, though. Shopify are doing a great job of getting these slays. Renegade, though, somehow stays alive in this moment, and because of that, he's going to do some damage to a couple of players, but he'll end up going down at the end of the day. That nade shot from Royal 2 is enough to get the cleanup on Formal, and because of that, they get A.
We didn't really talk much about him in the pre, but Royal 2 has been having a fantastic tournament. He's top 2 in the KD. He's been just about top 5 in every stat category when it comes to slaying. He's been a pivotal part of Shopify Rebellion here today.
Today, behold, here for Optic Gaming, and of course, it is Shopify. They're looking for any sort of way to enter in. Frosty's going to take the first initial push on to A, but he doesn't really have teammates to work with him here. So potentially gets trapped. Royal 2 is on that camo side, which does come up very shortly.
This is a very rare sight to see Optic Gaming really play this slow. Legend is trying to catch some sort of timing by stalling himself that way, but Shopify Rebellion just played on the complete opposite of the map. Essentially, it was 3v4 in Shopify's advantage.
Great double cap here, but Legend goes down. It's going to be 2 down for each side. Frosty, because of that, is going to pick up that camo for himself. Ideally, he wants to go towards A to stop this cap, but it's Formal that he has to get by. Formal's going to get the cap, which means it will be delayed just a bit. It gives enough time for Legend to come on in, but he's going to get double teamed pretty quick, and that goes A into the hands of Shopify.
And Shopify Rebellion are never quite leaving each other too far behind. Even though Optic Gaming are running in pairs, we're seeing a little bit more distance between them. Not the case for Rebellion. The team shot is instant between them.
Triple cap is locked in. Frosty's going to grab the snipe, though. It is Optic Gaming getting C, but Frosty will back up, and once again, wasting a couple bullets here just to minimize the damage if Optic are to get this weapon in their hands. You can see Renegade already searching for it, but Cycle takes him out pretty quick.
Frosty was a part of that original team that popularized this strategy here. In the early days of Halo 5, the dominance of the Tox roster, that CLG, Optic, Rain, they came up with this strategy. Waste the power weapon ammo. When you're confident in your team's macro ability, when you think you're better, don't give them opportunities to come back. Don't give them the ammo to potentially make their way into this game.
DNA cap for Shopify, but they do go 2 down, which leaves Frosty to try and hit some shots, but he will not connect on either one. And because of that, he falls, but I believe only 1 bullet's left in that snipe. That's going to be for Formal to pick up. Now 1 bullet will be used for the body shot, but last shot wins the fight once again.
And that's the play of Frosty coming in to have impact. Wasting that ammo prevented Formal from having the extra needed for the easy kill. It's all just for that play, right? In case if he dies, it's ready for the pickup.
Double cap here locked in for Optic now, and they're starting to catch up on the score pretty quick. Cycle's gonna play slow though. Waiting for an opportunity to strike. It is, of course, damage on the C stairs, and beautiful job once again. Flash Shot cleans that up. The duo of Flash Shot and Cycle coming through and shining through once again.
Cycle does such a great job of playing through the middle of the map to get damage, but Shopify Rebellion just need to start being a little bit more clean with their lives. Optic Gaming are starting to win some crucial fights on the perimeter, and with another 2 going down, Shopify Rebellion might just be in some serious danger. Look at this pressure that Optic Gaming's providing.
Pressure turns into double cap, and Royal 2 now with the nade to clean things up. It's another camo out. Frosty got the first one. It's Royal 2 that wants this second one, and it's not popped. Renegade ends up going down, and Royal 2's putting Legend into damage.
Look at that instant re-challenge from Royal 2. He comes right out that doorway, and that pushes that player off. And hey, it's best man in the back. Keep them on track. Camouflage once again. Keep count of the camos, the snipers that are going to head into the hands of Shopify Rebellion.
Camo in the hands of last shot. Damage has been done, but hasn't been able to clean up much. C not in his favor either. Optic Gaming looking for an entrance towards top center. Last shot's gonna go down because of it, and no one falls on the side of Optic.
That's the tough part, right? These untraded kills, that's what's gonna do them in if Optic Gaming continues this trend. Royal 2, 1v3, 1v don't care. Takes the challenge anyway and is able to at least to take 1, and that's gonna make things a little bit more chaotic for Optic, and that's where Rebellion are starting to shine. When there's chaos, when Optic isn't able to think. That's what they've been striving for, but so far, Optic Gaming just winning these fights on the perimeter, and for the first time, a full sniper for Optic to play with.
Formal's gonna hit 1 with the Bandit though. That will be a nice little cleanup kill. It is, of course, Optic Gaming in the triple cap scenario. That's 2 points every second here as Formal takes top tower.
And everything's been equal loads for Optic Gaming. No one trying to rise above the rest. It's everyone just doing their job, and that's why this seems so clean from Optic, so systematic. Rebellion, it's not like they're not getting kills, it's just Optic Gaming always have had the answer these last few minutes.
C and B now. Optic Gaming finally go 3 down. C, B, and A being taken. It is the spawns that come out on the camo side. Shopify have full control. This is their chance to come back in the game.
I'll take note of the score. It was 88 to 204 when this trip cap went into effect. This is what you play for all game long. We like to call this a win condition. The trip cap is how you get back into this game.
Cycle has to win this fight against Bound, but Bound a little bit too strong, so Cycle calls in a friend, and that's going to be Frosty that cleans him up. Somehow Bound still gets that kill, but it is 2 down for Optic Gaming. Legend goes into Chow. That's going to be a trade out. Renegade, the last player alive on the C side.
And that's a great trade out because there's no one from Shopify Rebellion to immediately follow that up. So Optic essentially have A side presence even though they're not there. Rebellion had to switch their rotation towards C, and Optic Gaming were ready for it. And now they had 1 full sniper. Now they have a camouflage. Rebellion's game plan is starting to slip away.
Rebellion get caught off a spawn as well. The triple cap now locked in for Optic Gaming. 2 points every second. When you're at 240 points, that's not ideal if you're Shopify Rebellion and Formal's not missing a shot, which is also not ideal. Optic Gaming take game 1.
That they do. Important game for them. because they have a grand finals that they want to desperately reset. The sooner they do it, the better. Joining us on the couch, we have Eli, who is also spectating the match along with us. Eli, what'd you see?
I mean, this is kind of expected, right? Optic have been on the lower bracket side. They've been playing a lot more than Shopify. Shopify earned themselves that winner's bracket token, so they're not too worried about it. I think these first few matches, Shopify are just trying to figure out the pace that Optic wants to play, and they're going to adjust accordingly going into the rest of the series.
You said they're adjusting to the pace that the other team wants to play, but what if you want to set the pace up instead?
It's just hard to be the team that sets the pace, coming from sitting cold in the back, waiting for your time to play. I think that Optic, as the team coming out hot, that's just the nature of it. I feel like that's always been a thing. If you're the lower bracket team, you come in with some steam, but that's why winning the winner's bracket gives you the extra series to work with.
Well, why don't we go ahead and break down the way this first game went through.
I was really surprised at the strategy of Shopify Rebellion to waste that sniper ammo. They clearly had an idea of how they were going to combat Optic Gaming throughout this series, but oftentimes at the beginning, right, when Frosty ran out of that snipe, it was almost like you wanted those couple extra bullets to keep that momentum rolling forward, and they didn't have it in those opportunities.
That's what you would think. However, if you look closely at the times that he is burning the ammo, both times he was at least half shield or even weaker. So when he's burning that ammo, it's an insurance play. If I do die, I'm at least not handing John, who's on fire, 5+ bullets to work with. Instead, it would be less. But the side effect of that is, you're right, he has less bullets to work with when he does survive. So it's just like paying insurance for your car, right? You pay a little bit now, and maybe you don't need it to make that payment, but when you need it most, that's when you want it.
Active, we haven't heard your thoughts or your highlights from that previous series.
Yeah, I think that Optic Gaming, like I said, coming from that lower bracket, they're going to have all of that time to heat up. They steamrolled through the lower bracket. I said that the minute they went into there. Yeah, it's fantastic. You know, they meet in that winner's bracket round 1. Of course, everyone's going to be feeling really good about Optic Gaming, but at the same time, or I'm sorry, about Shopify, but at the same time, you really have to understand that Optic had all of that time to get those reps in, and now it's showcased here. The question for me is, game 2. If Optic take this, we're in trouble.
Well, it's Origin, and it's someone's favorite place to run around, isn't it, Tools?
Frosty, he was pretty silent in that first game. Only 8 kills in that entire game. This is his playground. It's time for him to make an impact.
Well, Origin, 50 kills to win. The second game in the series. And a chance for Shopify Rebellion to get their score in and tie the series up.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game number 2. And again, this is a must-win for Optic. I think that if they want to reset this bracket, they are going to have to go up 2-0 in the series, and it's going to have to be on a map like this that is heavily favored towards Shopify Rebellion. Resetting the bracket is going to be huge.
This was the only map that Shopify Rebellion Optic Gaming had played earlier in Formal. He's got himself a full sniper, and they're going to try to change history here. It was the game 5 that Rebellion took in that winner's bracket. Now Optic Gaming, they have all the advantage.
It was 3 down momentarily. Cycle's going to be on the bottom center of the map, a very exposed position. Formal's going to barely miss the shot, but that's still Sniper now located for Shopify. It's now them that have the information of where Sniper's at. You know, the first person looking for that snipe is going to be Frosty. They finally take down Formal. Snipe on the floor now.
And wow, Rebellion has really just taken to that pressure so well. Found is a player that plays with no fear whatsoever. He curb slides into that engagement, almost caught Royal 2 completely by surprise and allowed him to get a trade.
Formal trying to defend on a Renegade here, but Renegade down to no shields. Formal was as well. That's a clean little double. That's going to give them snipe side control. And now Legend falls as well. This is not good. It is Shopify Rebellion that controls the snipe side of the map for now.
With Bound going down on those rockets, it's going to be Frosty that takes over this domain. His job, wait for the kills. You don't want to try to play too fast. No, take it down. I just don't think he had the timing that he thought he had. Renegade will get the full rockets instead.
We'll see what Frosty's able to do here. Like you mentioned, it's that last game. He had a little bit of a poor performance, but this is his playground. And right now, Renegade's making his. It's a clean double, making a triple. Cycle the last player alive. It is Optic Gaming destroying Rebellion right now.
And Renegade's playing predictive. He's understanding where every player is and being able to execute upon it. Now, the only thing Rebellion have going for them after that is this game is still within reach. They've been able to find some crucial trades. Optic not quite getting that distance that they necessarily want in this game.
Optic pushing forward. Royalty's going to get caught out there, so it will be, of course, a 19-14 lead here for Optic Gaming. No trade there for Legend. That's unfortunate, but it is Renegade that does clean it up. It's a 2-on-2 on the map now.
This is a rare sight. Royal 2 has 7 deaths right now. He's usually a player that's known for his isolation play and staying alive, but what we've seen is Optic Gaming have been able to take him down time and time again. Royal 2, if he can find a way to survive in that isolation, that'll be key for Rebellion's comeback.
Yeah, Shopify are just dealing with that unfortunate winner's bracket run.
And there it is, Royal 2 on the isolation at the elbow, gets completely pived. Renegade hit 5 perfect shots.
He's gonna hit another 5. There it is, another perfect, and you see that he's patient on the 5th. Not missing whatsoever is Renegade. 25-20 now, and you hear the Optic chants of the crowd. It's a 5-kill lead for them.
The Renegade's built different. I mean, this is an incredible performance we've seen throughout the entire bracket. This might be historic, the performance that we've seen from Renegade.
Whoa, there's a guy next to you. There it is. Renegade played a bit sneaky. Cycle will lose those rockets, but Legend continuing to do what he does best, and that is to win these pivs. 2 shots to work with. Wastes 1 on the head of last shot.
And that's just Rebellion going 3 down over and over and over again. These guys need to be able to survive. That's what they're usually so effective at, but we constantly see this cycle of 3 players going down.
Speaking of cycle, he's down as well. So it's just, it has been a complete cycle of the players over and over and over again. Again, I talked about this. You let Optic go to that lower bracket, you give them the reps, you give them the time to warm up. They are going to piv you over and over and over again, and it's exactly what's happening.
3 down once again, and last shot, there's no way you can survive in that position. He immediately is pounced upon, and now the deficit has just ballooned. It's 11 kills that Optic have in advance.
Optic are hot right now, and they need to ride this momentum as long as they possibly can. It's gonna...
Oh, don't.
Oh, big win by Frosty. Oh, you see Formal standing up there while he calls out. He's very into this game, and it's good to see. It's a 10-kill lead for
I'll say if Frosty wins that, I mean, if Formal wins that gunfight against Frosty there, it's good night. We're going 4-0. That's a hell of a re-challenge. That's an ego challenge to say, this is our home.
10 more kills is all they need right now. Optic are looking for them. Renegade goes down, though, and it's 2 down for Shopify, so starting to chip away at those 10 kills, and once again, it's Royal 2 on the bottom side of the map, waiting for an opportunity to use those elbows.
And look at who's performing the best when it matters the most in Grand Finals. Formal double positive at 16-8. So much talk about how he went out and just got players to do it for him, and that he was maybe not pulling up his weight coming into this tournament, and that's why they're getting second. I think those rumors could be dispelled.
Formal's having a good game. We'll see if it continues on the rest of the series here. Frosty. Rockets in his hand. This is not over yet. 33-44. It's only 6 kills more for Optic Gaming, and it will be a miracle if these guys were to make something happen. But Frosty starts it off with that nice rocket to the body. It's still a 10-kill lead, though, 45-35.
And at this point, with only 5 kills to go, it's just too simple for Optic Gaming. It's going to have to be precise play for Rebellion. And you see, you have to take risks like that. Frosty has to send that pre-rocket, understanding that, yeah, this might not hit, but I need it to hit.
Formal. Good shots, put some good damage in. They're able to find him out, though. Okay. Last shot with some nice, beautiful movement there is going to get that kill. It's still only 4 kills left for Optic to get, though.
Yeah, it's only 4 more kills. I think Optic gets there, but that's insane from last shot. That's a 180 perfect shot. That might be a good sign that that last shot's starting to get into his groove.
Warming up is important here. Cycle gets a kill as well. 1 more. And Optic will close this out. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 7. Of course, we are on the grand finals, and there's the last kill. What a statement being made. It is Optic Gaming leading 2-0 in the series.
I think you all saw Legend also being almost like shocked and surprised by that last shot. That last snipe there from Legend. Let's take a look at it again.
I love the position up, ready, boom.
He's so excited.
Now, one thing to note, though, right? That scoreboard, once again, Frosty absent. A little bit silent, 7 and 12.
But you know what? I feel like I recall a series between these two where it was exactly on Origin, and Formal was also doing very, very well. Formal, how well does he like this map?
I mean, he was clearly good in this one. I don't know if that's always the case for this squad. What I think was the difference maker, though, was the first 20 seconds of this game. I think that's where Optic won this game, because historically, what Frosty does on this map off the opening break, he just goes straight for sniper and starts no-scoping everybody. Clearly, Optic had that scouted and just created an opening strat where they didn't lose a single player and they got 4 dead. They had the entire sandbox at their disposal and they never looked back.
Now, Tools, you mentioned that they were keeping them 3 dead at a time constantly. And looking at the stats there, we saw Royal 2 also not having the best game. How important is it to have your player that goes around in isolation not be able to stay alive?
That's the key. I mean, that's really the backbone to this Shopify Rebellion team is Royal 2, and having probably the best isolation player to ever play Halo doing his role. And Optic Gaming were able to win some crucial fights. I remember the specific one in Renegade going up elbow from bottom position against Royal 2, hitting a 5-shot that absolutely obliterated him. And that was where this tone was set to me. It was that, hey, you're not going to have your way. You're going to have to fight through us. And once your isolation player goes down, it just makes the other side of the map so much more exposed. And I think that's a big reason as to why we're seeing those constant 3-down cycles.
Active, did you see any signs of Shopify Rebellion finally warming up in this series?
Yeah, there's only one. It was last shot on that turnaround perfect. But again, I think they're going to need much more. And that's, again, why this happens, right? You have a team that goes to the grand finals. There's a reset allowed in this scenario. I think it's important that that reset actually happens. And it's very important that Shopify continue to press forward. If there's one game that's going to make this a bit more impressive, or I'm sorry, a bit more even in terms of how people are warmed up, it's going to be Oddball. Obviously, very long duration. It'll give Shopify more time to kind of get acclimated. Shopify are definitely not playing how Shopify play right now, and they need to step it up very, very quickly.
Well, this is the best of 7, so they're still alive, but this is a incredibly important game here for them. Optic Gaming, I don't think they're gonna attempt to not even let them wake up.
This is Optic Gaming going to try to shut the door, and I think one key important reason as to why they might be able to has been Formal in this game. He went double positive in that last game, and the thing I want to point out is that was Origin, right? He is the only player in that lobby that doesn't have like thousands of hours of experience on that map. I was listening to the podcast, and he was talking about, hey, when we first started playing, we just went with it. It was vibes-based. We just played, and we're going to figure it out later. It was noticeable for Optic when they were playing Origin. These last couple weeks, they started to do film review in earnest, and I think you're starting to see some of the dividends of that with how Formal's moving around that map. The difference between day 1 Formal on Origin and what we just saw there is night and day.
He did say that he was excited to see what they had prepared, and I think we are seeing the effects of that preparation here. Oddball recharge. What can Shopify Rebellion do against Optic Gaming to ensure that they get this next win?
I think this is going to be a great time for Rebellion to start to turn this series around, because it's a longer game mode. They're going to have a lot of time to figure things out. I think that they're very comfortable on recharge, maybe even more comfortable than Optic. So historically, this has been one of their better modes and one of Optic's struggle points. Honestly, Optic's worst map by a wide margin is recharge. So if Shopify are going to start turning this series around, it's got to be right now.
Well, Optic Gaming are equally as hungry for this trophy. It is Championship Sunday. So much on the line. Oddball recharge starts now.
Optic lead the series 2-0, but so much more work to be done. It's, of course, a couple more games that'll reset the bracket if they're to do it in 4, and of course another bracket to work on. So still not even close to over just yet, but there is a chance here for Shopify to regain, and like Eli had beautifully just said, it is on this map right here. You, number 1, got one of Optic's worst maps at the same time. If you have an oddball, it's going to last a very long time. It gets you nice and warmed up.
That might be one of the keys for Rebellion, the ability to have a game that can't just spiral out of control right away. It's almost impossible for an oddball game just to be gone in the first couple minutes. Rebellion have this chance to fight through adversity and to get themselves a game on the board.
One of my questions for this roster on Shopify Rebellion is they were all smiles when they were winning. Obviously, they've been winning a lot this weekend, but how are they when adversity hits? And I think this is their true test right now to see, will these young guns be able to handle this type of pressure when things are not going your way and you're in the grand finals and there's a prize pool of $250,000 on the line? What can you do?
Right now, Formal. Behind the 2, he finds the first, the second is gone. Shopify Rebellion go 4 down, and Optic Gaming immediately expand. Legend goes all the way across the map. They plan to trap this Shopify Rebellion team in the tower.
Great damage by Formal in that scenario. That's going to push Frosty back, but he gets his shields back pretty quickly, and they spot Formal out on the bottom of Elevator. There's the first piece of the break. It's 2 down for Optic Gaming. The ball is rotating.
I'm a bit surprised that Legend didn't try to put more pressure in from this long haul. Shopify Rebellion had immediate action off their spawn. They pushed into tower. They found their break. Legend was waiting for something that just never came.
Legend taking this half of the map for himself. Oh my gosh, somehow Frosty hits the plasma pistol onto him, and he's going to challenge him because of it, but grenades might turn into a trade here, but no. Frosty gets out. That is massive. That is a huge turning point. 3 down Optic Gaming.
But so unfortunate for Frosty there. He was ready to grab that ball and to maximize their time. Instead, he'll have to play through, and with camouflage going up, there is no going back for that ball. It's much more important for them to ensure that secured camouflage.
See, Optic do have that pipe side control. Royal 2 is going to fall to Renegade. See what Optic can do. It's a triple kill on a Renegade. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. 6, 2, and 3 out of this man. This is when he starts to heat up and when things start to get a bit scary.
The bad start to this finals just got worse. Rebellion had done everything they needed there and still wasn't quite able to get their time. Now, it's because of Royal 2 in that back was able to get that kill. They're finally getting a bit of time, but right now, nothing feels certain, right? It's just, there's something feeling like that grinding feeling you're feeling for Rebellion right now. It's nerve-wracking.
Great job by Formal right there, winning a couple damage, a couple shots long range. He's able to at least prevent anyone from really moving on this ball. Created enough time for Optic to get 37 seconds of ball time so far. I would assume the rotation comes towards C, but Renegade's kind of surrounded right now. Maybe the C is not the best rotation to have.
They recognize that. They instead opted for a play ball position. Just threw it out right out into the open, and right now they're content with just playing a little bit of Slayer.
Formal just trying to do as much damage as he can. Good shots go in. Going to be able to continue to put that damage in. Legend tries to capitalize on the damage, and on top of that, he's going to stay alive here. 2 of his teammates are down. Playing his life here is very important. 2, 6, and 2 out of Legend. Renegade 11 and 6 so far in this game.
Renegade, I mean, just continuing on his trend, double positive. It feels like almost every moment in time. This is one of those historic performances that we could look at back on if Optic Gaming completes this tournament run.
Don's gonna scoop up the camo as well, and this has just been the story so far. Optic just looked dominant, and you would expect, you know, at this point, that Shopify Rebellion would start to heat up, but now it's 3 down once again. Renegade in a 1v1 versus Last Shot, but he's got help. Last Shot doesn't know it, and that's a clean 4 dead.
And that shrouded camouflage that Bound has was just enough to guarantee the 4 down.
Oh, no.
Now they have them on Cycle, right? You see Cycle go down as Last Shot spawns. They're going to just be inherently down numbers these next few engagements.
Oh, no. He's just not missing a shot as well. This is just so good by Optic Gaming. They just look so warmed up. It was almost a gift that they went to the lower bracket that early. You're just, at this point, you're like, yes, thank you. Thank you for the reps. You just leveled up our team that much more.
Bound's doing his job, right? If you see Bound with a positive KD, That means he's doing something right. With how aggressive he is on the map, that frontline mentality that he has, if he can maintain a positive performance throughout this game, Shopify Rebellion are going to have a lot of trouble.
Renegade still. Look at him just holding forward here. Has the BR to work with for extra ammo. The slide! That was such a good slide! Goes close to the wall and slides forward. Gets the double. The mechanics of this man are insane. He's still challenging Royal 2. This is Renegade.
The way he went out that door to take that challenge against Royal 2 shows all you need to know. The confidence from this man is, I don't think there's another person on this planet feeling the way he does.
There's so much more to just pushing. You see Renegade pushing and you think maybe you can do it yourself. There's so much more to it. The angles he's taking. Goodness me, Pound goes down, and it's finally 2 down for Optic Gaming. 60 points have been accumulated, though, in that time.
They played time early into this game, opting for this Slayer type mentality, but I don't blame them. Their Slayers are performing. A Renegade just can't seem to lose a gunfight on the map.
Last Shot needs to get this fight. Renegade's gonna get the camo though. Wait, Last Shot just went, I think he's good actually. I thought Last Shot just walked past him, but Last Shot ends up going down, and there it is. Round 1 to Optic Gaming.
Rebellion must find a solution to this 3-down problem that they're having.
Look at this real quick, right? Cuts on the wall. He goes towards the wall, cuts in, and slides past. Did not expect that whatsoever. Those are the things that make Renegade win these 1v1s.
It's essentially using the camera of Halos to your technique, right? That player just gets completely caught off guard. That speed where you come out. And for most players playing on controller here today, it's very hard to adjust that reticle in time. Though Rebellion just found their answer. First time we've seen camouflage really being impactful for them, and that ball hitting its rotation. They're set up early. It's just looking the wrong way. He expected a pipe spawn.
It's insane. I don't know what happened here. Like, I'm just worried that this is going to get out of hand here for Shopify Rebellion. Like, you've got to pick up the pieces now. They're falling everywhere. Every single piece is falling, and the green wall is being built by those pieces. Shopify get a bit of points though, and now they've got a bit of a setup here on the elevator side, but a clean rotation over to see it's free.
Yeah, as he does get around. 2 players down to 1 shot, but Optic Gaming, they're getting that damage from across the map, so there's no immediate action to play upon it. But
oh, so good though.
They found those first 2 kills like it was nothing, and the case of the 3 downs once again. Shopify Rebellion.
Oh no, they're starting to win fights.
Yeah, but I don't think it matters because of the 3 down. Like, Rebellion don't have the numbers to facilitate the next play. Like, they need to be able to live longer, to survive some of these gunfights. Right now, Optic Gaming, if they go down, they oftentimes are guaranteeing the trade.
I'm just starting to see something different on a Last Shot. You're right. Some of these fights don't matter. But I think, like, seeing them starting to warm up a bit is going to be beneficial for Shopify Rebellion. That was the question, right? Can they start to win the 1v1s? Renegade, curious if he'll slow down here. 19 and 10 so far, but 26 seconds of all time. As I say that, he gets another kill, makes that 2 more. He just got a triple. He just got a triple out of nowhere.
Renegade might finish this tournament with like a 1.6, a 1.7 right now with how he's playing this game. There's nothing that can stop him. And what's so impressive, it's not even just how well he's shooting. It's just the knowledge of where all the players are. He's constantly putting himself in the right spot. He saw Cycle, left him, said, no, I'm going to deal with the 1 shot, come back later. He is reading the map perfectly.
It's just beautiful. Right there, knowing that Frosty's 2 shots in. On land, knowing those shots are going to land. You don't have to worry about it. Another perfect. How many perfects is that in this game? We need to check the perfect counter. I'm not joking here. This is insane. This is the man that I think was the real big picture, or part of the picture, of winning Worlds for FaZe in a couple years ago. I truly think he is that guy. And he's showcasing it here. 25 and 10 out of Renegade.
Right now, he's the Grim Reaper. Any player that goes 1 shot, Renegade's found his way to. He is not leaving anything on the plate. It is complete devour mindset from Renegade. He is getting in their faces and winning gunfights.
He's in a flow. It's just crazy. Like I said, you put all the players, every single player, we had all the players on the table. Every single player in the HCS, you put them all in the best flow state they can be in. Renegade is the best player in the game, period. End of story, and I stand by that. 3 down for Shopify Rebellion. And now it's Cycle with a bit of ball time. He's going to scrap it up, and he'll toss it off when he feels a bit of pressure here.
Well, that pressure came immediately, and you can see it's just Shopify Rebellion, they're getting crumbs, while Optic Gaming's having full meals whenever they get their oddball setups.
This is a good shot. Almost going to miss it. He lined it up pretty nicely. Royal 2 stopped shooting him. I think he thought Formal was going to go towards the gold stairs, wanted to pay attention. But regardless, he's dead. And so are 3 members of Shopify Rebellion. This is so big, and now Optic are going to take this ball through. No, they actually leave it in batteries for now. I'm assuming it's rotated soon, though. No, I don't think anyone has a position to get it.
Once again, the woes of Frosty are really becoming apparent. This is the 3rd game in a row where we have not seen the Frosty that we've seen weeks past. Only 8 and 19. He's more than double negative this game. This is shocking to see.
Frosty's just someone I feel like that's going to, you know, I don't know. Obviously, the reset has to happen, and someone that may pick it up when that reset does happen. But at that point, you've given Optic Gaming so much momentum. If they do win the next 2 games, going into that reset, there's still a lot of Halo to play here. This is nowhere near over. It is Optic Gaming in the lead here for round number 2. And it is ball now in the hands of Shopify Rebellion. Cycle, can he do anything here? Yes. Gets the cleanup. No more shock rifle to use. Great shots, great trade. It's a double.
And with that, it's Rebellion back to 3 down. How can you do anything if you don't have any presence on the map? The space is always confined. It's really the map that these sections of maps becoming coffins.
Oh my
for
goodness.
Shopify Rebellion.
He's not losing a fight. He was down 2 shots in that fight, if I'm not mistaken. That's insane.
Rebellion, they're still just seeing the respawn screen together. And this has constantly happened where 3 go down, the last player tries to live. As the first spawner comes up, he goes down, and then the 3rd follows. It is the same story over and over again.
It's a 2.0 KD for Renegade as well. This is insane. Like, he just finally goes down there. But regardless, I mean, this is absolute domination out of Optic Gaming. And you have to ask yourself, is this a save the gas for the reset type situation? I don't know. This is not the Shopify we are used to seeing in these games. We're talking about how these are the closest matches we've ever seen in the HCS. This is not close.
And the problem is there's just no momentum being generated from Rebellion. It's like, you think at some point some gear would kick in, but it's just been a showcase of Optic Gaming skill.
Incredible what we're seeing. Again, I'm not exactly sure who said it, but Renegade will, if there's ever an updated top 25 Halo players of all time, he will make it on that list. It's just a question of where. It's just so incredible. I think that this man is so incredibly talented. Down last player alive on Optic. It is Shopify that gets some time.
And this time's actually important. They're not really down by too much. It's just 20 seconds that really separates them, and they have the time to get this done. If they can start finding the slays, they might be able to seal a way around.
Yeah, it looks like Optic Gaming just opting to slay here. Only 30 seconds left. But that ball gets played. That's 10 seconds now off that.
Oh, Renegade's in the right spot. He's blocking out those pipe spawns, so Optic Gaming gonna have advantage onto this reset, and Formal taking away that shroud screen option. I don't know how Rebellion's supposed to get to this ball.
They're all on the A side. I don't think they can. Royalty's trying to place himself inside a tower, and he'll back Formal off. But again, like, you're all down bottom center, and you're all down, period. You're all dead, period. Cycle goes down as well. All 4 dead. Optic Gaming are just dominating here, 3-0.
Optic Gaming just 1 game away from resetting the grand finals. Renegade has been not just an incredible key player here for them, but an absolute monster on the map.
Yeah, honestly, Renegade playing at his peak, and I think Tim said it best, when you put all of these players in the flow state, Renegade might have the highest ceiling of them all. He's been playing absolutely lights out. Frosty, on the other hand, not the Frosty we're used to seeing, but I think, and maybe The Optic fans are going to say cope when they hear me say this. But
okay.
What's the worst thing that Shopify could do in this first series? They could burn all their energy. They could try their absolute hardest and then still lose it, right?
Yeah.
But the best thing they could do is slowly ramp up over time, and they've done that many times against this exact Optic roster where it is in the reset that we see a very different version of Frosty and the rest of Shopify. So I think there's something to be said about that.
I want to agree with you there. It takes a lot of, and this is coming from Eli, who's competed at the highest level in Halo, in previous Halos. You know how much energy it takes to play your best. It is draining. Why would you want, if you have a second chance, why would you, I'm not saying they're not trying, but why would you want to just blow all that energy on a series that, might not even be in your favor, and then you have to go to a reset where you have to do it to me, I agree. If you're starting to see that Optic has the momentum, ramp up slow, warm up slowly, and then go into the reset or go into these next couple games with a bit of I don't know, oomph.
They're definitely not going at 100% right now.
Right.
They're revving up. They're maybe 85 to 90%.
Yep.
Optic playing at 100, and you're not going to beat Optic at 100 if you're not also at 100. So I think that as the series progresses, Shopify will get better and better.
We saw a quite different Frosty this match, and not just this match. The game right before that, Optic Gaming, have they found a way to shut down Frosty?
It feels, it's either, yes, they're shutting him down, or like we said, that Frosty's just not. I feel like he's holding back for now.
A little bit.
He's definitely still trying. I'm not saying he's not trying, but fights like that, I don't think he loses in the second round. He was down 2 shots in that fight. He's going to hit those shots if this is the reset.
It's like in Halo, there's so many minuscule little things, even your movement, and for me, this is something I noticed for me, is when I'm really try-harding, it's a lot harder to hit me because I'm strafing. I am really, my thumbstick's going to fall off, right? But at the same time, when I'm not giving it 100%.
You mean your D or A key?
Well, yeah, but when I was good, it was my thumbstick. But yeah, I think that it plays a factor. I'm not saying he's not trying. I don't think Eli's saying that either. He's mentioned that. I think it's just maybe there's just a little bit of wiggle room for them.
So you think that they are just, for the story, they're just going to give them a grand final?
I don't know. I'm not saying. I just don't think they're giving 100. When you have a backup plan in life, you don't give, you're oh, I got this. I'm good. I'll be okay. That's why, when they say chase your dreams, don't have a backup plan, that's why. You put it all into that. That's the kind of idea I'm trying to get at.
I think right now, this next map is actually pivotal for Shopify Rebellion, and we're going to the map that I think Shopify Rebellion is their best at, Fortress Flag. I think they've really started to build the meta. They defined how teams should play this map. I wouldn't necessarily count them out of this series yet.
Optic Gaming just 1 game away from resetting the grand finals, while Shopify Rebellion have to win 4 in a row to just win it right here. But first, this Fortress CTF is on the line.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's game number 4. It's do or die for Shopify Rebellion. And I don't mean die, I mean reset. Do or reset for Shopify. Renegade's got the sniper, though, and we know what kind of recipe that causes. It's already 2 down for Shopify Rebellion, and this is where the stats are completely thrown out the window, in my opinion. This is a very new Optic and a very new Shopify.
We saw Renegade to get immediate prioritization for that snipe as well. It's almost as if Optic Gaming is telling him, hey, whatever you need, you get. You keep guiding us. You keep leading us to our championship.
Uh-oh. Legend's like, hey, Renegade, I know you can snipe, buddy, but it's my turn. He gets the shot. That's clean. It's going to be 2 down for Shopify Rebellion once again. Optic will pull their flag.
There's one player hiding in the back. It's last shot, and he could cause chaos. I don't think Renegade necessarily knows he's there. The engagement starts to go in. Last shot won that. So that's sniper in the back of base for Optic against Optic Gaming.
Frosty playing his life really well. Ledge is going to miss a couple of crucial shots, and he'll go down.
And now that ramification is going to come in. Last shot, he's staying alive back there with Sniper. You have the second snipe coming up on the map. Optic Gaming's lost control of their base.
Royal 2's got the snipe in the hands of Shopify right now. It's 2 down for each side. Cycle having a really good start, though. We're not watching much of him. He's 4-1 to start this game off. See what he's able to do as the time continues. That's going to be 5-1 now. See if we get an eye on Cycle, but right now it's Bound instead, putting snipe into Royal 2's head.
Bound was pre-aiming that corner as well. He was like, anticipating that push. A very passive play for Bound that works perfectly for his team. And now they're starting to get these kills when they matter. Next overshield will be up in 10 seconds. And Optic Gaming not only are going to be ready for it, but they're going to be moving a flag at the same time.
Bound trying to do a little too much right there. He ends up going down. Cycle, he's the one that's on that overshield. Legend! He stole it! Oh, he almost popped it around the corner. It's Last Shot who gets his hands on it.
Yeah, I want to say if he didn't necessarily take that first fight, just try to run out, he maybe could have gotten it, but that's a full overshield for Last Shot, and he's going to be able to run this flag while Optic were 3 down. He has extra shields to tank the damage. The only reprieve is that Renegade has pulled out and has their flag on the opposite side. He was the only player alive and was able to create a flag standoff situation.
Yeah, his OS will go away, but getting that flag to his side is so big. See what he's able to do, though, here. He gets information on Legend at the bottom of base. The timing is insane, and Legend gets out. It was 2 down for Shopify Rebellion, and now it's going to be Legend who ends up falling, so no one really in position to get this return. It's, of course, Renegade at the top of tower here, but once again, it's a stalemate.
Despite the advantages that Rebellion had on that initial flag grab, it's really been Optic Gaming that's been pushing and dictating the pace. And
oh my goodness!
Chow. That's nasty.
You have to do it if you're Bound, man. You got to set the precedent. He's 9-3. I was talking about Cycle. 9-3 for Bound.
And look how they pushed in. They came in on both sides. They're basically completely blocking this spawn, not allowing Rebellion to get back. It's a flag back home, and Formal is just steps away from getting the first one on board.
This is such a different Optic Gaming. It's so cool to see. Look at Formal. He is dominating right now. Hits the body shot. Wait a minute, though. You got to kill Last Shot. Switch to Last Shot. What's Last Shot doing? He's getting the return, maybe? I think he ends up... He stays alive.
He's staying alive in the back. But that means they can just touch the flag. He never pulled the flag out. He didn't have the opportunity. Despite Last Shot's best efforts, Renegade gets the flag back home.
This is where I said stats don't matter right now. This Optic Gaming roster is so dominant. 3 down, Shopify Rebellion, and it's Renegade. Only 6-6, but the impact is heard around the venue.
And look at the difference in assists between these teams. Rebellion not able to help each other, and that's because they're constantly on the respawn. There's just no one alive to facilitate, and it's again 3 down.
They're reading every single play. Formal gets the calm there. He reads the play, the perfect nade, and guess what? It turns into the second cap for Optic.
Dominance, dominance, dominance from Optic Gaming thus far. They are enforcing their will on the map. They look like royals in this moment. This is incredible to watch.
The scary thing is, look at Renegade. We talked about Renegade being the X factor. He's not doing anything this game. Yes, 7-6, but he is not dominating like he usually does. And everyone's able to pick up the pieces.
Instead, it's Bound 12-4 this game, and he's been the X factor for Optic Gaming. If he ever has these high stat performances, that's when Optic Gaming's running at their best. That means they're having the freedom to allow Bound to decimate the competition.
Now, once again, continuing to fire, and look at him. He's not pushing aggressively. He's not headbutting things. He's just taking an aid to the face, and he'll go down, but regardless, it's still a 2-cap lead for Optic Gaming.
Normal. Gonna slow this down for just a second.
No.
Even when they slow it down, it's the right play. Royal 2 had no idea that he was waiting in that back corner, and although he's taking lots of damage, he is just playing these corners so well. No one can take him down. Max damage from Formal.
3 dead. It's 3 dead for Optic Gaming, and it's a chance for Shopify to maybe put 1 down, and I think they'll have the opportunity to do so. Renegade was the first to spawn. No one overextended. It will be a flat cap here for Shopify Rebellion.
That's tough. That's a rare miss from Optic in this grand finals, where Formal is giving them plenty of opportunity, getting that damage, laying the framework for them to stop that push, but it never was executed upon. And Rebellion, give it an inch, they'll take it a mile.
And now they have OS as well, so
give it an inch, they'll take it a mile.
These moments are starting to pile up here. Frosty does not get that pull though, and he takes a nade damage too. OS is gone. Got a sniper to work with as well, and he's gonna get peeled by Legend. He's gonna get the double as well. Oh my word, don't pick the man. It's a triple. Royal 2, the last one alive. He had no business getting away with that. The dirtiest play we've seen yet, and he's not done. He's still causing mayhem. He's smiling. He's smiling in the cam. He's happy to dominate. He's happy to destroy. That's a big misstep from Rebellion. They should have known. They should have known that he was there. It was their own sniper that he got the kills with. Goodness me, I've never seen someone smile and decimate an entire team at the same time.
5 minutes remaining.
Still 2-1. Shopify, no opportunity to pull flags just yet because they're 3 dead. It's Cycle, the last player alive. He's at the bottom of base, and he opens it up for Formal to get the return. 3 down once again. Rebellion, when they're in this cycle, that's when things have been disaster. Oh my goodness! Somebody please call the cops. This is a murder. What are we doing? Optic Gaming are insane right now. Given the snipers, they haven't missed many of their opportunities quite yet. Formal. Waiting for a player to come through that reticle. An absolute massacre. Formal missed a shot for once. The assist comes in. It's 2 down for Shopify Rebellion. Formal the only one down for Optic here. The flagpole does come out, and it's Optic trying to maybe get a bit scrappy on the pull, but what are they gonna do with that pull is the question. Overshield is in 4. Rossi's tough series continues, just 6-15 in this game. He's gonna be crucial to their success. He needs to wake up. I don't know how he's gonna wake up. Someone bring him an energy drink.
This might be it. If he can get this kill against an overshield.
Oh, a little mixy, but ends up going down anyway. Flags pulled on both sides once again, and it's 2 down for each side, except, 3 down for Optic Gaming.
Last shot, last alive. Rarely does he miss, and he will be able to shut Bound down. And Bound, remember, he was 12-4 when we talked about him earlier. He's considerably slowed down, and we've seen the scoring of Optic slow down since then.
World 2, what he does best, lots of damage output. Bound's the last player alive. He can't do much. That's going to be a return. That should open up the flag to be put in, and there it is. Cycle's going to tie the game in 2.
Tied game. Unbelievable to even say those words with how dominant Optic Gaming was just moments ago. I think the big factor is Bound just not being able to maintain that output that he had early in this game. He was breathing life into this team.
Everyone's having such a good game on Optic in terms of slays. Shopify still trail. Optic Gaming just are letting them get these flag pulls and letting them get the kills that matter when those flags are out. It's 2 down now for Optic Gaming.
This is tough for Formal. He's sitting in the back base trying to get a pick, but he's seeing his teammates just die on the other side, and there's nothing he can do to help, nothing that he can do to stem the bleed.
They get information, but information is incorrect. Cycle's kind of moved his way towards tower.
We're seeing a completely different Optic. This is an Optic that doesn't know what's going on. They don't have that perfect knowledge that we were seeing before.
Well, they're playing for knowledge. You see them playing a lot slower here. They get the first one, but again, they go down. Formal and gets the kill. That's a cleanup kill. That's 2 players down on his base. He's not been able to push up, and he's not hitting shots with a snipe, which is not a good recipe for success here. But I love the movement once again. This is what we constantly see. It's just not going to matter. He goes down.
Formal said deja vu to the first flag cap for Shopify Rebellion, doing his best to stay alive. They go 3 down. Royal 2 has overshield. Is there anything they can even do to stop him? Yeah. The sniper of Frosty is peeling the heads. Stay down, stay down. Frosty's taking you home.
Oh, this is just beautiful. The flag's not being pulled, though. They've got to get a couple more slays. Finally, Cycle picks it up. The spawns come out. Cycle trying to get in there. Oh, wait a minute here. Bound trying to go for a kill, but he ends up getting taken out as well. It's 2 down for Shopify Rebellion. This could be a counter. If Legend's able to get this kill and the kill on the Frosty, they don't know he's here. They don't know he's behind them. Does he know Frosty's there? I don't think so.
Royal 2 just able to get that touch, and now Legend.
So much damage.
He has to win. He has to win these gunfights.
No way he can. It Cycle's up top as well. We got to switch to Cycle. He's pushing in. Bound's going to get lots of damage output, but Cycle's right above him, so he has to play his life. Cycle goes down. Royal 2 goes down. This is a flag pull for Optic Gaming.
With that, Bound's able to at least get this back towards his side. It's 3 down. Frosty, the only one alive to push forward. He goes down. The flag's back home. It's just moments away.
He's
the
trying to get
reset
in.
is Bound.
Bound's dead. Formal's trying to put it in there. Frosty's the first one down. He's got an opportunity. He gets it. Optic Gaming reset the bracket.
Wow. That was absolutely incredible from Optic. Incredible fight from Shopify Rebellion, but it was Optic Gaming who took that and reset the grand finals.
Tell you what, though, that was an exciting way for that to end, but I'm starting to see some signs of life with Shopify. They started to fight back. They got the 2 dead. They were inches away from that being different. That game could have ended in Shopify's favor very easily. This is supposed to be a 3-2 for that Fortress CTF, but man, Optic are playing insane. I know one of the player that we haven't talked about enough so far, I think, is Legend. Legend has been playing some of the best Halo we've ever seen, and we've already seen him play some of the best Halo ever played. So he's incredible right now.
Do you know why we're not talking about him enough? He's doing the dirty work, and it's so hard for so many people to see that dirty work being done. That's what Legend's doing, and that's what he does best, I feel like. Everything, dirty work meaning anything that needs to be done, and he's doing it well.
I love that overextension that we kept seeing from Legend. He was constantly in the back base of Rebellion. Remember that flag that almost looked guaranteed. It was one player alive. It was Legend in the back base with Sniper, the opposing Sniper. That's when he gets the triple kill that lit this place on fire. And that, I think, is the statement that he wanted to make.
I also want to highlight sorry to cut you off. I just want to highlight Formal at the end. When he has a sniper in the back of the base, he's just chilling in the stairwell for so long because he knew it wasn't his time to push forward. I think a lot of less experienced players would have tried to push forward and like, force a play to happen, but that veteran understanding of the situation ultimately led to them that game not running out of control for them.
Well, Legend was not just a key player for Optic Gaming here in those really specific, important moments, but Bound also was bringing some incredible moments and incredible force to Optic Gaming.
I thought the start of this game and the fact that Optic gets 2 flags right away was all off the back of Bound and his play. He usually sits below a 1.0 KD with his style of play, super aggressive, high death. When he's able to finally get those kills to consecutively go in his favor, he's opening up so much on the map.
You know what I love here? I look at his face. I've never seen someone smile while he dominates. He's just smiling while he gets that triple kill. Like, he's just having fun. It's another day at the office.
You know what I think it was? One of his teammates go, "Holy shit, you're insane." That's probably what happened. And then he's just grinning while he's like lining up the next shot. Love to see that.
No, I love to see that the vibe here that Legend could probably be bringing to Optic Gaming. They're having a good time. They're excited to reset the grand finals. Any favorite moments from this last game?
The one I had, our beautiful producer already rewound it and went through it. It was the Legend double snipe that turned into a triple, and goodness me, it's just beautiful on him.
Well, what's a shame in watching it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't care how many times. I mean, the play that he made there was incredible, and like I said, it's more the state of the game. When he hit that shot, that's so incredible to me. Is him being the last player alive, being in a position in which Shopify Rebellion should have known, right? He has the opposing sniper rifle. That means that is off the pad. They know he's in that elbow. They're calling him out, and he still just puts them all in the dirt.
I think they overlooked it a little bit. Like I think Frost or somebody had picked up the other sniper on the other side when they're pulling the flag. But they just overlooked it. Maybe best man not paying attention.
Eli, you said earlier that there were specific moments where Optic Gaming had, the turning points for the game. Why don't we go through those?
I mean, honestly, it was the really hot start from them. They started out 2-0. And the biggest point was the one we've just talked about 3 times, I think, is Legend in the back of the base getting the triple kill to stop the flag that would have lost them the game. I mean, without that play, we're still in Series 1, but instead we're hopping into Series 2. And let's look at these game types.
Yeah, all right. So we have Shopify Rebellion. You all mentioned that Shopify Rebellion looked like they were saving their energy or waking up, getting ready for a grand final reset. And here we are. The score is now even. Whoever wins his next grand finals will be the winner of the HCS Optic Major.
That'd be a really big meme because Optic Gaming were a little upset that they didn't get anything extra in that case on land, right? You've now got something extra. This time you were coming from that lower side. You got something extra now. What are you going to do with it is the question. Yes, I think the Shopify 100%, maybe just like, again, when you have the backup plan, I've chased my dream. I know exactly what that is. When you have that backup plan, it's like, I don't need to succeed in this because I got that. Like, we're good. Like, it's all good. In the back of your head, it's always going to be there. No longer are any backup plans available. So now we're going to see the best Halo I think we've seen all tournament long.
Well, we finished the last series with Fortress. We're starting the next series with Fortress Bomb, a different game mode.
I like the chances of Shopify Rebellion, though. They finally have a little bit of momentum from that last game, and Best Man's in the back telling them, hey, you felt it. You saw the shift in momentum. You saw yourself winning that game. It was unfortunate that it didn't, and bad things happened, but you have a fresh slate, and it's important for the veterans to step up here and don't let the rookies get into their head, right? Players that don't have this championship Sunday, this grand finals experience, let the leaders lead, and I think Rebellion find themselves in a pretty decent spot going back to the map that they played best on.
Earlier when I brought up the point that, or it was something that Formal had said in the podcast, was that this was the game mode and map that they needed work to do. And Eli, your response was like, yeah, but that was specifically against Shopify Rebellion. Now we're going up against Shopify Rebellion.
This is one of Shopify's best game modes. Since its inception, this team didn't care when there was no overshield. They didn't care when the zone was the size of a quarter. They were going to play it for 30 minutes if they had to. But I tell you what, I think that this is probably the perfect mode for them to start on. Let's be honest, Frosty, if this was class, he was absent. He was not in the class. Like, this man is getting sent to ISS the next time he shows up because he was not there, okay? Now, he started to show up. He stumbled into class late, maybe hair a little disheveled, and he started to show up, and he's starting to pay attention. So I need to see Frosty really be set in his desk chair, looking at the chalkboard, taking notes, because when he is here in his seat, he's going to carry the Shopify team to victory.
And one thing to know about that stat sheet from Frosty was that power weapon percentage. They're still trusting him to get those power weapons. He's still at least hitting a little bit of those shots. It's more the output when he doesn't have those weapons. 11% of his kills coming from either the sniper or rockets that series.
Well, Frosty, let's hope you, I don't know, I don't want to say we wake up, because I think he was just, this last series didn't matter, right? This last grand final didn't matter.
Oh, it mattered.
Now it's even. Now it's even.
Oh, but they could have closed it out, and they could have been home by now. I mean,
sure.
Yeah. Look at Legends KAD. Holy, a 2.06 with 434 damage dealt per life.
Dirty work.
We were talking about Renegade the whole series, and
I know.
Legends doing significantly more damage, has the highest KAD by a margin.
Yeah.
It's like he's just a silent assassin. You don't really notice all the little things he does until he hits a flashy triple kill, I guess. But man, has he been impactful for this Optic roster.
Well, Legend last year was named MVP for a reason, and here he is showing what he can do. Now shifting gears over to Shopify Rebellion, we are not seeing the stats that we normally see from this team.
I think Frosty's just a little cold. Needs to warm up the hands. I think Best Man made a quick trip to the gas station down the street, grabbed a few energy drinks and hand warmers, because Frosty needs to warm up a bit. I think he started to at the end of that last game, but he's going to need to start off hot, because every member of Optic have the hot hand right now.
I'm not joking that might be the worst stat sheet I think I've ever seen from Frosty, period. I don't think I've ever seen him play that bad in the series. Having below a 1.0 KAD is, unheard of in this level of play, especially in the grand finals like this.
Definitely is unusual. We just had a chance at looking at that comparison between the two. Anything that stood out to you?
Cycle was like kind of doing everything he could to keep his team in it. I saw a ton of great plays from him. He had the highest KD on the team as well, 1.05. Despite them getting 4-0'd, he's still positive in the series. That's pretty impressive. Hard to do. So typically if you get 4-0'd, like, everyone on the team's negative, because no one's really finding opportunities to shine. But I think Cycle is kind of like their rock. Like, he is so solid all the time. You can always count on him to do it. He's not an X factor because he doesn't need to be. He's just going to be consistent and solid throughout. And this is the stats from that first series. Despite getting 4-0'd, pretty solid stats.
would like to see a higher damage taken per life. 332 is pretty low for him, and usually the value that Cycle is providing on the map isn't just, that damage and the kills and assists, but it's the fact that he's staying alive and causing pressure. And I think that's just symptomatic of the position that we saw Shopify Rebellion always being in, that 3 down that we're consistently seeing. I think that might be starting with Cycle not living as much as he normally does.
Previously, I asked you guys about what were the potential X Factor players on both teams, and Tools, you mentioned Bound, which was a key player here in the last series. How do you feel about Bound's performance?
I think he was playing exactly what he needed to do. Like, when Bound has a positive KD, he's doing his job, right? We call it, in tactical shooters, they call it the entry fragger, right? Their job, they're the most cracked player on the map. Their job is to maintain a 1.0. You're getting that first kill in, you're doing your job. If your teammate comes and helps you and lets you survive an extra time here and there, that's when you start getting extra value out of those players. It's never going to be pretty on the stat sheet for Bound, but if he can maintain this sort of performance, this is a scary Optic Gaming roster.
Are we seeing a different Optic, or are we seeing a different Shopify Rebellion?
What I noticed, especially in the Recharge oddball game, was Optic flowing with teamwork in a way that we don't typically see. Like, yeah, they're winning a lot of pivs, but more than that, they're trusting each other to finish kills. It's like they get a player one shot, they forget about him, they just call him out. There's always somebody in the right spot at the right time to finish the kills. Almost every kill assisted. Watch the assist column rack up as we go through this game here on Recharge. It was a lot shorter than a typical oddball because they won it so decisively, but it was off the back of the teamwork, and the opposite could be said about Shopify. They had less teamwork than we usually see, but it might be because they're just getting picked apart by Optic.
I'm just thinking about our fantasy Halo teams. Yeah, because, well, a lot of you guys have Optic and Shopify players in your squad, so how are y'all feeling about your chances of winning?
I mean, I got Renegade, so I think I'm feeling pretty good right now.
You're probably fine. I mean, I got Formal on my team. Unfortunately, I do have 2 players from Shopify Rebellion who just had a pretty horrendous cycle of stats in the grand finals, so I think it might not be going good for me.
Well, I don't have anybody from... Wait, do I have any Shopify? No, I don't have any
Frosty, right?
Oh, I have Frosty. Come on, Frosty.
Yeah, it's like maybe not the best for the stats, but hey, Frosty, if you play that bad, you can play that good. You know what I'm saying? You can see a completely different Frosty in this grand finals, and I mean, I would hope that we see the different Frosty in this grand finals. It's clear the impact that he's kind of had on Shopify Rebellion and their success. They look completely different when he's not as active.
Yeah, we did see some moments from Frosty there at the end. You called it, Eli. He started hitting those shots. He had his chance also with the sniper. Do you think that Shopify Rebellion didn't have as many chances at the power weapons or weren't able to be effective with them while they had them?
The first half, absolutely. That's when Frosty was, I mean, look at the stats, right? He's 3-11 at this point in the match, 6-12 as we continue on. But he didn't really wake up until the end of the game. Even in the player cam, I could see him kind of getting frustrated after losing some fights maybe he shouldn't have, or missing a snipe that he doesn't usually miss. But then he started to warm up a little bit, started hitting shots, and that's when Shopify went on that run. They get 2 straight, almost make it 3 in a row, but Optic clutch up in the end. So yeah, Frosty definitely starting to warm up.
I'm so excited to see what Shopify Rebellion does if they do wake up. I want an interesting. Come on, I don't want it to be like another 4. Oh, let's go Shopify Rebellion. Come on, give us the fight.
I gotta say, this is no stranger for Optic, or sorry, for Shopify. Did they not online get 3-0'd in a first grand final, and then they come back in 3-1?
Well, let's talk about the history of Shopify and Optic Gaming when it comes to how they've competed against each other. Usually the map count stays 50-50. So if you go through that logic, I think you might be seeing, I wouldn't be surprised if we see 4 in the other direction. It feels like these guys are always 50-50 on map count.
The second map pool looks heavily Shopify favorite, if I'm being honest. Like, just looking through it, I don't know who made these game types. This is the Optic major, but I know they do it in a fair way where, like, a third party, I think Celeste probably made the game types. But looking over it, it's like Series 1 really did favor Optic and Series 2 favors Shopify. But it's Optic that have the hot hand right now.
Well, with a Fortress Bomb or a Fortress Assault being the first game mode, how important is that momentum there for Shopify Rebellion?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, historically, they've beat them, right? They're 2-0 against Optic in Fortress Assault, as you can see on our graphic here. But if Optic win this, that's when you should start to worry if you're a Shopify fan, because it's like, oh, things are different now. Optic are beating them on a game type they don't normally lose.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head right there. I think Optic Gaming are one of those teams that, again, went through that loser side. They are hot. They are ready. I think it's about this reset right here. What did Shopify have a talk about? You know, how did Best Men reset this team? How are they going to come into this series? Are they going to come in with the mentality that things are fresh and new, or will it be about the same story? And that guy right there, how will he perform in this series?
This story really is about the two players they just showed, Formal and Frosty. Formal is not trying to have his 75th second place finish in a row.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
He's over the second place, and you can tell in his gameplay, he's on a mission today to change the storyline.
We have the HCS Arlington stats for both of these players, and looking at the stats here, we're still seeing Frosty leading with the KD. I'm not sure. Does this include the last series?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because before this, Frosty was going crazy.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it sucks, right? But none of that matters.
Yeah.
Like, the grand finals when, like, right now, I would even say, like, the last series, put that aside, too. Right now, how he performs, he can literally just erase history and in the present, live in the present, and be a completely different player. Because we know he's capable of it, right?
He absolutely is.
So that's what he needs to do. It's like don't think about this stuff. Like, him as a player, obviously we are thinking about this because it's important to look at the stats. But him as a player, forget all of that. Go into this next series, start fresh as a team, and come out with those good vibes that we know they have.
So we talked about these maps, these game modes, this series heavily, or at least being in favor of Shopify Rebellion. What could Optic win here from that series?
Going back to the overview here, I think the Street Slayer is a must-win for Optic. I think the Livefire Ball is a must-win for Optic. I think Shopify heavily favored in Fortress. I mean, heavily favored is hard to say about any game type between these two. It still feels close to a coin flip. When I say heavily favored, it's like 60-40 in favor of Shopify.
Right.
So I think game 1 and 3...
Moderately favored.
Yeah, exactly. Moderately favorable for Shopify for both games 1, 3, and 5. Optic wanting to win games 2 and 4, I would say.
Imagine the implications if Optic are to win game 1, though.
That would be crazy.
That would be devastating.
I really think that's going to hurt a lot. Like, so that's something that they should focus on. Like, make sure we go all in on this game 1 and then start to roll from there.
Did you see anything while we had a chance to look at the player cams? Any of their auras, their vibes?
Body language?
Yeah.
I'm curious to know what Frosty did just now, because, like, he's a champion, right? He's won, like, it feels like so many tournaments. I hope that he just went back, meditated for like 5 minutes, just centered, found his chi, whatever the hell you want to call it, found his center, and then got back to the setup and started shooting some bots to just lock in and just push out all the noise and just be the man that he knows he can be. I didn't see much in the body language. I saw from Formal's body language, though, he was thinking to himself, this could be it. This is the time I break the second place curse.
Yeah.
And, like, you know what I mean? Like, he almost had he took a deep breath, like, this is the moment to end the curse.
Yeah, I think it's really cool that you talk about routines and stuff. Like, what do they do when they're in moments like this? There are some football players that puke before every game.
That's
you know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
That's crazy.
Well, hopefully they didn't do that, but I do know what Frosty was doing. He was shooting bots on Livefire
The entire time.
Oh, so he didn't get up.
I mean, that checks
like
out
that.
because
I don't like it.
I don't like it either, because I would like him to step away from the setup for a moment and like mentally reset. But he could be shooting bots in a meditative state as well, right?
Okay.
That could be its own type of meditation, you know?
He's like floating while shooting bots.
Yeah. But like, he's clearly maybe like uncomfortable with the setup he's playing on or something. I don't know. It feels like he's trying to get in tune with his setup. So
I like
he can hit shots.
Good call.
Well, we don't 100% know if he did get up or if he didn't get up. That's the info we know, that he was playing. He was shooting bots there. We did see Formal walking first. We didn't see the rest of Optic.
I think they were still seated.
Can I say something about that? I love what you just said there. And for some reason, it just like brought this to my mind. Why don't we have like cameras that like in between like follow these players and see what they're doing in a sense? Like maybe not in their face.
That's for the documentary guys.
I just think it's cool because they do that in sports, right? They're like, oh, you know, following the players out and seeing what they do and seeing what their routine is. I think it's cool to know that stuff.
Emotional expressions.
Yeah, I think
I
it's
would hate
interesting.
that so much. I'd rather just cry alone. You
Well,
know?
I mean,
or
you're a
throw up alone. You know?
You're a professional for a reason. You know, I think the spotlight, you should get used to it because like in big esports that I feel like, you know, like in other esports I should say, they do it. So I think it'd be cool to just know what he was doing, you know, because then you kind of build a story around that. In a sense.
We got some player cams here. We saw a little bit of Formal, a little bit of Renegade. They were chatting it up a little bit, and now a beautiful view of the trophy that both of these teams want. Ooh, and these guys are locking in. They're typing R in the chat right now.
This tournament has a lot of implications.
Yeah.
Formal breaking the second place curse. Optic winning their first major in their own arena.
For the first time.
For the first time. So there's a lot on the line here.
Well, what is on the line for Shopify Rebellion?
They have to win this first game. What's on the line is so much. Their first victory, the Org's first victory, Last Shot and Cycle's first victory. They have to do it right now. They have to start right now with this reset.
It says captures the flag, but I saw bomb.
It's bomb.
Oh, okay. Just checking. I was like, okay. Fortress, a bomb. Fortress Assault will be the first game that we will be seeing between these two. The grand finals reset is ready to begin. Duels. Give me your thoughts.
I think this is dangerous for Optic Gaming. Don't take this first game lightly. Shopify Rebellion will not take this lying down.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It's game number 1 of the Grand Finals reset. You're going to be on board with Renegade with Snipe in his hands. We saw what this accumulated to after in that previous series. But right now, he gets shut down pretty quick, so it's Royal 2 with the Snipe
This
now.
is what Shopify Rebellion has really patented on bomb. They get into your armory, they keep that sniper there, and they laser you as you try to work back towards your base.
He stacked it, and he's stacking heads as well. 3 down Optic Gaming. What did we say? They're starting off strong, and it's Royal 2 at the forefront of it all. That's the first cap already for Shopify.
And a real exclamation point from the backside. The flank came in perfectly from Cycle at the same time, for Cycle at the same time. This is just perfect.
It's beautiful, and it's Royal 2. This is his home. He's not leaving anytime soon. Get him out of the spiral right now, because otherwise, you're going to find yourself on the death screen over and over. 2 down for Optic now. Renegade, watch yourself, the stick! My goodness, does he miss?
Royal 2's playing perfect, and now just stay away from him. Unfortunately, taking a little bit too far out. The stairwell will go down, but I think it's safe to say the damage has been done.
Down now. A little bit of a fight back from Optic Gaming. They've worked all game to get out of their base, and finally they step a couple feet forward. That bomb gets reset towards bottom middle, but it is 1 dead on each side.
Royal 2's not slowing down. He just got another double kill to the feed. He's 7-1 to start this game. A completely different Shopify Rebellion in the reset.
I'm going to be honest, we talked so much about so many other players, but we haven't talked a lot about Royal 2 at all. And he's the one taking over. It just shows that year 4 of Halo Infinite, anyone can take over a game. Overshield coming up, Cycle goes down. This might be bounds here at the bottom center of the map.
This is the first time we're really seeing any sort of offensive pressure from Optic Gaming. Yeah, Last Shot roars. He says no, and he's going to continue on his trend. I don't think this offense is going to last long for Optic.
That roar is piercing. I heard that loud with my headphones on from all the way across the venue. And it's him once again, putting damage in. It's Renegade that falls, and now he's got control of the elbow. There's a player behind him. There's a player just in front of him. It's Legend. And he'll leave him alone as he does enough damage to back off towards tower.
Last Shot's doing his job. He's just supposed to get lost in the grass. Make Optic Gaming head back to try to deal with him, and deal with him. They have not been able to. He is just staying alive. Finally, Renegade gets the kill, but not before 3 go down for Optic Gaming.
Bit of a motivational speech that might have been uttered in that break. I just feel like these players are playing with a bit of a different fire to them. It's Frosty now, gets a kill for himself. This is the player that we were watching out for. 5-5 to start, but stats don't tell the entire story. It's Last Shot, though, hungry for his first ever chip. Can he get it right now?
Right, this is really a battle of resiliency. for Shopify Rebellion, for Frosty in particular. He had a horrendous series, and so far he's been making up for it, been making impactful plays, and has a chance to take that sniper right back for his team.
Well, does shooting bots work out is the question. Frosty down to no shields here. He's getting called out. They're trying to take him out quickly. Formal, it's Frosty. Still has a snipe in his hands though.
That Royal 2 gonna slow the game down just for a second. Sniper shots being traded across the map, but with Formal getting the kill, that might be enough for Optic to finally have that freedom to move up once again, but you can see it's not really the pace of play that Optic really want to play with. They're still just slow.
Pound's all the way to their base at the moment. I'm not sure if he's still alive at this point. He is. Renegade with a massive win. That's going to be overshield for him. He scoops it up.
Oh!
No, wait a minute.
He missed the overshield. It cost him. It's going to cost him dearly. 3 go down.
It's a sniper.
Now it's sniper, overshield, everything. Everything for Royal 2.
And he's been dominating with it. He goes right back to his home.
This is where it all started.
Can he do it again? He's got to get these shots. Bound. I missed that one. Down to half OS already. It's pretty much been chipped away at. And Bound is playing his life long enough. He actually needs his teammate in Cycle as well.
I like the pre-fire from Royal 2. Pre-fire from Royal 2 not to get damaged, but to keep him distracted. Doesn't let him hear the footsteps that's coming behind him. Allows the backsmack to come, and Royal 2 staying alive.
The audio cues are deafened, but Royal 2, he gets the slide and the shot. That's clean. The body shot will count. 7 minutes left, so a lot of time.
I love this try. It's basically a triangle in armory. He's going to stay alive right here. This is the first step for any bomb arm for Shopify Rebellion. They've really patented this play on the map.
2 down for each team, though. Optic are going to fight out of their base once again, and this is the same that on every bomb map. You're essentially fighting out of your base, and you try to push that pace forward past the 50% portion. Royal 2 still in the base. They've got to take care of him. I feel like they need to allocate resources towards him. He's on a killing spree, and he's going right back to his home again.
Yeah, don't wait up. He's going to be up all night, burning that midnight oil, and look at the difference it's made. Royal 2 and Cycle both just staying alive. They only have 11 deaths between the two of them.
Take care of him. He is blocking the spiral side. He's rotating bomb at the same time.
Look, if there was a footpath, right, if you could see a heat map of where he's at, it's a giant triangle that's just being emblazed in the map of on the map from Optic Gaming's home. It's clinical the way that Royal 2's been controlling armory. That Optic Gaming, I think, have just given up on even trying to get it back.
Why are they ignoring him so much? He's still here. He's still doing damage to you.
How are you grabbing sniper and not looking?
You need to look for him. He finally goes down. That took way too long. That cannot happen.
Yeah, someone was terrorizing you from the right side, just keep punching you. You just say, hey, I'm the better man. I'm not going to try to deal with it. That's insane. And now the damage. I mean, it feels like it's just still pouring in. It's going to be Cycle this time that closes the space, and that's the sniper of Optic Gaming that's in his hands.
Haven't been able to get any sort of bomb.
Look, they're on both sides. They're on both perimeters. They're going to spawn into an absolute blender. Snipers on either side.
Yeah, they're locked in a setup here. This isn't good. This is not good.
They're spawning into the reticle of Cycle. This is complete control.
This is not good at all. Cycle.
Bound can't believe that he just spawned with a man 2 feet away. That's how much control Rebellion has of their base.
Legend's going to push him. Legend needs to get the kill here. Somehow he gets a beat down onto him, but regardless, finally Optic push out of their base.
With that, this might be the movement that they're waiting for. Legend's going to try to do the same that Royal 2 has been setting up. This is the strat that worked for Rebellion, but can it work for Optic?
He's a copycat. No damage, though. And he's just kind of playing this slow. He's going to instead take the back lane. They're aware of it, though. They put damage into him. He will go top tower, which can be devastating here. Frosty gets a kill on the feed, but again, it's going to be Legend being a pest.
Well, Legend wanted to stay in armory and force a Rebellion to deal with him, but because Optic Gaming have had such soft defense on their own armory side, he's forced to play through the map. He's forced to wrap back, and that's the difference, right? Rebellion's enforcing their will. Optic Gaming is just reacting to the play.
Frosty.
Watch, he's gonna send this thing sky high. No, gonna save his repulses for now. Interesting to take back down. Usually you see that repulse sent to bring it up.
3 OSs in a row. That's a big deal for Shopify Rebellion. That's, I mean, they haven't gotten any sort of bomb plants off of it, but they are still up in this game.
Frosty looking completely different this time around. 17 kills plus 5. We didn't see him sniff a positive KD in that first series. He's completely reset himself, a true professional.
Renegade goes down as well. Trying to just play defense. The ball's going to reset here right now. Never mind, it gets taken at the last second.
Yeah, bomb.
Wow.
They're going to be able to arm. They're in the arming zone. Cycle's going to be able to take the player that's closest to him.
Frosty ends up going down here. Bomb's still there. It gets thrown off by Renegade. But he needs to hold on to that bomb. It's still
holding it to set the timer down. Royal 2, though. Whoa,
There
dangerous
we go,
plays
there we
for
go.
Renegade. He balanced that chaos beautifully.
Great diffuse. Bomb will be back down to 0. And they're just moving up on the map now. It's crazy. Shopify have been doing a lot, but they haven't gotten anything out of it. It's still only 1-0.
Cycle almost got to the spot he wanted. He was going to steal the opposing sniper. Instead, it was Renegade that shut it down, and that might be the first step needed. Now that Formal has a sniper of Rebellion, he can wait for one of his spawners to take the his home sniper, and then they'll have 2 ready to take the heads. And I believe Renegade just picked it up, but look who. Last shot gets the kill. Frosty got his own. They're starting to move up. This might be dangerous. Optic Gaming are 3 down.
Yeah. No sniper for Frosty to utilize, but he does get that bomb at the bottom of Optic's base. Can he do anything here, though?
I love this. Just stay in the front. He is just waiting for info. Once he gets it, he'll act.
So many nades, so much damage. Oh, he doesn't know. They're both on the stairs. He doesn't know.
Oh, the reach out, the repick. He's able to get the kill.
Oh, wow.
And that's 3 down for Optic Gaming.
This is crazy. Good damage out of him. 2 down for Optic.
Bound, last survivor, trying to do the most, but that's 4 down. They're arming, and that's the 2nd on the board. There's 2 minutes in this game.
Not a lot of time to work with here, and that's another overshield. Once again, 4 down for Optic again.
They can go back to back. Cycle's still alive. He's seen multiple one-shots in his view.
He gets one with his help of his teammate. Gets Renegade as well.
Now look on the other side. It's on the armory that's controlled by Last Shot. They're going to be able to control both these perimeters.
Cycle looking for this last player here. It is Legend behind him. He gets one. This bomb's not moving forward just yet. Finally, it gets touched. Cycle with another win. That's a beautiful last shot, 3 down.
Bound always this last player alive, trying desperately to stay alive while the spawners come, but he just can't. Too much knowledge from Shopify Rebellion.
1 minute and 30 seconds. I don't think Optic have a lot of time here to act, and that bomb is on their side.
Rebellion's not really worried about this last arm. They just want to keep it on the side of Optic Gaming. Notice how Cycle tracked back. It's to clear their own base, and it's to clear the heads of anyone that gets in his way.
Oh, what a way to start this series. Cycle once again, another killing spree. The spawn happens directly in front of him as well.
This is a completely different team. You wouldn't believe it if you put a comparison of what we saw last series to what we're witnessing now. This is greatness from Shopify Rebellion.
28 and 12 out of Cycle is insane. 23 and 12 and 24 and 17 out of Frosty. This is beautiful out of the Shopify.
We're seeing everything that Rebellion needed come together. We needed to see Cycle value his life more, get more of that damage taken per life. We needed Frosty to have that positive KD. We needed Royal 2 to play perfect isolation. We needed Last Shot to be that entry fragger. Look at him with 15 assists. Yeah, he's not positive, but he has the most engagements in this lobby by a country mile.
23 seconds, not enough time here. It's gonna be Shopify Rebellion that do eventually get this game 1 victory, and at this point it's just about padding stats, and one stat that I'm looking at, and I'll bring it up a lot, it's gonna be those overshields. 5 OSs in a row for Shopify Rebellion, and what that does is that turns this into the first victory for Shopify in this Grand Finals reset.
Shopify Rebellion winning the first game in this Grand Finals reset. They absolutely look different, incredible tools. You said that they were doing everything right.
Every player stepped up in the category that they needed to, right? We talk about the way that this roster was built, how they complement each other, the yin and yang
a Cycle and Last Shot was working perfectly there, right? Cycle's responsibility, stay alive for as long as possible. Last Shot, make things as dirty as possible. It's that chaotic neutral that we're seeing between them that create opportunity for their veterans.
We see Cycle come out with 30 kills, only 14 deaths, and 10 assists. This guy was an absolute monster behind enemy lines the whole time. But I want to talk about Royal too, because he was the guy that started popping off and I think fed this team with energy.
Yeah.
I mean, he was absolutely destroying them. If you guys could hear the listen-in, you guys had your headphones on. I took mine off during the listen-in. I heard them say they were lighthearted. They were like, dude, Matt's just owning them in their base. Like, let's push up. Like, they were just having fun with it. Like, he's literally doing everything. This sticky repulsor play killing spree. He was damn near on pace to get a killing frenzy before getting taken down, but that wasn't the last time he would pop off that game.
He really was. Royal 2 was dominating, and you guys mentioned that the Armory was their home, was his home. How important is the Armory?
Oh, you're blocking that spawn, right? You blocked the whole spiral spawn. It's important. And then you saw at the end, they blocked both spawns. And what happened there? People just spawned into their face and ended up getting taken out. I want to say real quick, I love how much fun they're having. You know, I've been taught this over my years, is that sometimes you take things a bit too seriously. And yes, this is a serious moment. Yeah, this is a very serious moment. But at the same time, if you have fun and you also succeed, it's just a win-win, right? So I love to see that they're having fun. Even after that win, you start to see the smiles and all that as well.
Eli, to bring it back to Royal 2, can we talk about the path that he was taking?
I mean, he, off the rip, first of all, he gets the sniper off the rip. Part of their opening strat is he gets the sniper. A lot of people would think it's Frosty because he gets it on most other maps, but Royal 2 is such a good long-range sniper. He knows how to position himself to stay alive. He played very patiently forward because he knew Renegade would be looking for him. As soon as he gets a few dead, he hears that a few dead, he holds forward, gets into that spiral zone so that he can start to spawn kill on the opposite side. And he stacked the sniper. He had, what, like 15 bullets by the time he picked it up?
Yeah.
And it didn't feel like he was ever going to run out of ammo. He played that positioning perfect. Like Tool said, just a triangular moving, get a couple picks, go, get your shields back, come back, rotate the other way. I mean, that was flawless execution.
And I think that triangular path was really disrupting Optic Gaming's sense of knowledge on the map, right? How often did we see Royal 2 just shooting players that weren't even trying to find him, despite the fact that he had 10, 15 kills in the same exact 10-meter area? It was absurd to see how well he was able to dictate the knowledge that Optic Gaming had of his position.
Now here on the screen we have Optic Gaming's key slayers here, Formal and Legend. Legend with a 2.0.
Yeah, it's only up for one game, I believe, because they only got one game so far in the Grand Finals, right? I believe those are Grand Final stats. But still, I absolutely love to see that, and I love to see Formal popping off, because for me, a lot of people, and I think Tool said this, have been doubting this man. Stop it. No more doubts. This man is something else. He's a different breed. Do not doubt him.
Will Shopify Rebellion now have the momentum going into the streets? Slayer, can they keep it up?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time. The Grand Finals reset. Game number 2. Shopify come in and win a very, I would say, a must-win game in Game 1 on their best game type by far. But can they do it here in Slayer? Optic have been struggling in Slayers a little bit. Is that going to be time for them to take advantage of this?
And so far, it's just chaos at the middle of the map. 3 players going down for either side. Just Formal last alive, and he missed his jump. That will result in an early death. That's going to really weaken Optic Gaming's ability to get away with camouflage.
Legend's still ready for that camo here.
Well, even though they got that first kill, they're not able to get to that camo. That's because of Formal's absence on the map.
Beautiful shots, though, by Legend. Starting off hot there. That was a fight he should not have won, but he did. That camo's still down.
That might be the classic phase for Optic Gaming, a fight that they should not have won. That's why they went out and got these players, and that's why they were still able to recover this camouflage. A key piece to the equation. Shopify Rebellion usually so dominant on their power-up control.
So we keep saying Optic's not very good at Slayers, but we should have a different statistic to mention how good are they in Slayers in the Grand Finals, because I think this is going to be a little bit of a different story here. Renegade, clean up kill. Beautiful. Shot into one. Another player out of those shields. He'll go down as well. It's 3 down for Shopify Rebellion.
And there's no way you could ever practice or simulate these moments. These Slayers are just so weird compared to what you play online. Every player going to give everyone the respect they deserve. Patient plays and... Ooh, Frosty, that's aggressive into that red room, and Formal punishes.
Formal's very far up. I was expecting him to get taken out. He does get taken out in a trade. But Renegade's there to hold down the B-side lane, and there's another kill on the last shot.
I love that Renegade's always trying to look a different area. He looks for a second, turns right. Looks for a second, turns left. He's always trying to find that different angle. Never caught up on one lane.
Legend, with that first pick, is going to push forward here. It's last shot. That ends up going down, but Frosty, Royal 2 and last shot ended up going down, I'm sorry, and Renegade, because that's going to pick up the camo for free.
The second one for Optic Gaming. This is trouble for Rebellion. One is you let it happen. The second might be a fluke. If they get a third, that's a trend.
It was a difference in that last game. What did they have in that game number 1? 5 OSs in a row. Now it's camos in control of Optic Gaming. Lunchbox was brought on just for this, and Renegade was brought on for that. A beautiful kill onto Cycle. Optic still with the lead.
Renegade's hitting a hell of a pace for his engagement. So far has 14 engagements to his name.
Formal though, knows there's a player above him. I like the reroute here though. I really enjoy this because he has to wait for his teammates to push on forward. Some patience. He's gonna push up. He's got to flank on 2 different players here.
Look at Legend coming in from the back. He's ready to collapse.
He's got to make sure to stay alive though. Legend cleans up 1. This is perfect so far. But there's another player to deal with on the top of C. It's Cycle.
Cycle, I think, just got shot by 3 different players. Yeah, Renegade got the finish, but the distraction was enough for last shot to eventually get that double kill. And most importantly, get that Stalker rifle into his side.
Optic Gaming still up by 2, but that lead is shrinking very quickly here. Pace you talked about with Renegade is still in effect, 7-4 and 5. Keep an eye on that, but it's this man that I really want to keep an eye on. It's Frosty. How is he going to perform in this reset?
So far, he's in high engagements and trying to hit Casper the Ghost inside the Shroud screen.
Oh, no. Oh, that's beautiful. Clinical. They take him out without taking any. Formal does go down, though. Legend playing a really interesting angle there on the caution. Because of that, they'll get a kill and back last shot off.
Hey, you're starting to see Optic Gaming being the ones that force the plays. Last shot, man, he never slows down. He's trying to get right into those front lines, and unfortunately, I think that maybe it was a little hyper-aggressive, that situation. Camo down in the middle of the map. This could be the 3rd in a row. It will be the 3rd in a row for Optic Gaming.
Oh, the teamwork is so good from Optic Gaming in this Grand Finals reset and the previous Grand Finals. It just seems like they've hit another level.
Shopify Rebellion was able to find that bird on camouflage, and let's start to realistically look at what we're seeing. Right now, it's a 6-kill differential. Shopify Rebellion, I'd say you're only down 6 when you've lost 3 camouflages. If they can simply start controlling the sandbox and getting more of those power-ups into their hands, we could see this game still shift.
What was these guys have played in Slayer in this tournament already. I remember it being very dominant on the side of Shopify Rebellion. It's very different here in the Grand Finals, and it's an 8-kill lead. Make that 9 with 3 down for Shopify.
And that's the trend that was so devastating to them in the first game. Those 3 downs are hard to recover from. Cycle will take that first engagement, and Renegade's just going to wait for the cavalry.
Wow, beautiful job by Renegade. Formal's going to clean that up with a nice nade. It'll be a 9-kill lead now. Similar to what we saw in that first one, but on the other side of things with Optic winning.
That's almost a situation where Cycle could have thought about going down earlier just because it kept them 3 on the map for a little bit longer, but up to the respawn, and with Frosty getting that first kill, Optic Gaming might find themselves a bit too overextended. Renegade in danger at the back of this commando hall.
He's going to slow down here just a bit. Cycle's going to get caught out, though. Once again, it's a beautiful couple shots and teamwork coming out of Optic.
And Renegade doing Renegade things once again. Look at him, double positive throughout this game. He's starting to heat up, and that might be the catalyst, Optic Gaming getting back into that momentum they had in the first Grand Finals.
Oh, it always has been the catalyst, hasn't it? It's just, Renegade is just so good, and they somehow get that kill as well, but Renegade is the one that takes over these games.
That's the 4th camouflage in a row for Optic Gaming now. You can clearly see a trend. Lunchbox is becoming more vocal, and Shopify Rebellion, surprisingly,
week at their strongest part of their game in the Grand Finals reset.
All of Optic in double digits. You love to see that spread. 45-36. This is very close to being over here, and Shopify maybe staring down the barrel of a tied series.
All the confidence in the world from Legend there. He did not worry, even though he was down first shot, while Camouflage just calmly, coolly, and, well, precision-like with that last kill.
Look at Formal. One more kill to go. 11, 11, 11. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Lots of ones! But he doesn't get that kill, and because of that, regardless, he and Optic Gaming will tie the series at 1.
Shopify Rebellion might have dominated the previous game, but it was this Slayer that Optic won, and a very important game for them. And how important was this to Optic?
I mean, they definitely don't want to start down 0-2. They would like to bring it back after getting kind of owned in that first game 1 reset. But what I really saw from Optic here was they weren't trying to force anything. They just let the game come to them. They often would just shoot a player 3 times and go somewhere else. And there's always somebody right there. The communication is really flowing with this roster, and it's obvious in their gameplay.
It was around the 30 kill mark when Optic started to really peel away from Shopify Rebellion. What was happening in those moments?
It's the snowball effect of giving too many camouflages away. At the 30 kill mark, that's around the 3rd camouflage that they had that Optic Gaming had gotten. I think that if the power-up control was different in that game, if we saw a couple camouflages go the other direction, I think we're looking more at a 50-49 situation. Instead, Optic Gaming able to use that bit of advantage, and guess who was getting those camouflages, right, and putting them to work? Renegade, who happens to go double positive.
They had 36 assists for their 50 kills. I mean, these guys are working together, man. That's a really high number, and I feel like that was historically one of Optic's problems when they lose to Shopify, is that they're trying to ego these fights a little too hard sometimes, and then Shopify's just like, nanner, boo-boo, I'm going to hide while my buddy kills you.
Yeah, exactly.
But now they're doing that to Shopify. They've completely flipped the script, and I think Shopify are still adjusting in real time.
Active. Let's talk about Renegade and what he did for their team.
Eliak, he's so good. I want to be good.
True.
I want to be like that.
How do you stop him?
You can't. You know why? Do you know why? This is why you can't. Because he's doing things you're not supposed to do. You're not supposed to push a double fortified purple street by yourself. You're not supposed to push down middle lanes and cut the map. You're not supposed to do those things, but he can because he's individually talented. He's got the mechanics, and like Eli had said, now the teamwork's starting to flow for Optic Gaming, and I think that's going to make this team even more dangerous as this tournament goes on. Those reps you gave them in the lower bracket, it's going to come back to bite you.
You know, I still see a tied game.
So you wanted to go to game 7?
It's still tied. It's 1-1.
Yeah,
it's a
true,
grand
true.
finals reset.
Yeah.
This could still go either way. We saw an absolutely incredible Shopify Rebellion in the first game, and then we saw a dominating game from Optic Gaming. But what will change in game number 3?
Game number 3 is completely different in the way that we're going to see the gameplay. This is heavy rotational gameplay. Strongholds is honestly, I think, a map in which a team like Shopify Rebellion start to feast a bit in. Though, remember what we saw in the first grand finals. Optic Gaming looked really strong, but I will say, the more I look at this best of 7, the more I feel like Shopify Rebellion kind of had a pick of some of their best maps.
Have to agree, like we said before, Recharge was one thing that Formal himself said, we suck at Recharge, bro. Like, when they played at Kason, if you look at the number of maps they lost, a vast majority of them were Recharge. So that means that they were aware of it and had time to work on it, though, so maybe they're better at it now. But in the past, this is one that they lose to Shopify. So Shopify have to win this one, I think, because going into the later half of the series, a lot of it gets more coin flippy. So you got to take advantage and get the wins that you're supposed to win to give yourself the best chance.
1.52.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah. One of those
KD
things
for
is
Renegade.
not like
Has there ever been a KD that high on a Sunday?
I feel like 1.4 is the 1.4
that's
is like
not
the
even
highest.
Sunday.
I know. I'm saying that's when they show this. So I'm saying, like, have we ever seen that on a Sunday before? Because that's obviously bracket play. Have we ever seen that? Like, that's insane.
Stellar got like a 1.48 or something
at like SLC.
Yeah, when he like went literal God mode and was hitting every snipe.
Yeah. So someone message Halo Data Hive. Ask him for.
I want to know.
Him what's the highest KDs in HCS history.
Gotta
at
be
the end of the tournament.
Shout out to Cloud9, by the way, with Septify and Sab here on the top 5.
Okay. Interesting.
Shout out Cloud9.
Septify, I'm going to praise Septify's name just for a second. You know, we'll get back to our regular tuned grand finals. But Septify, I think, is the best player outside the top 5 right now.
He's insane.
Dude, it felt like he took it to another level. I think adding Boo Boo Doo Boo to that Cloud9 team really made him good. But we can focus in, I think, on this grand final.
Excited to see, that could change the game later on throughout the year. Shopify Rebellion, though, we have the stats here for the grand finals resets, game number 1 and game number 2.
This is very different than what we saw before. Frosty has literally doubled his KD from a 0.65 to a 117. Last Shot, though, is the guy that I have my eyes on. He's not winning those pivs that we're used to seeing him win. I think maybe not as comfortable as he is at home, with the chickens clucking in the background on the farm. Now that he's got the big lights on the stage, I feel like he's not quite coming to his own just yet.
Unfortunately, one stat that we don't get is the accuracy, right? I'm curious as to what he's shooting at, because that's what his well-known trait is.
I looked at it before Grand Finals started. He was number 2. He had the second highest accuracy.
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Well, in comparison to Optic Gaming, we see an entirely different story here.
Wow, these are a lot.
This is just the last 2 games.
Yeah, the KAD though is
game 1 was so game 2 Slayer. There's only 50 kills,
right?
So you can't fix the KD too fast.
Yeah, I wonder what the stats we're looking at are obviously the entire. I believe the entire grand finals. So yeah, that's just interesting to see. I like that Frosty's kind of.
That game 1 was just very horrifying for Optic. Game number 3 already underway. Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It's going to be bound on your screen to start this off. 2 down for Optic Game, 3 down for Optic Gaming already. And you don't want to start like this, especially when you have the momentum of Game 2.
Yeah, an early trip cap could put them in a hole that's just not recoverable. And the Power Weapon Specialist has everything you need.
It's all about that rotation, right? Make sure if you're Optic Gaming to try and get both A and C, and they do so. They've got some fortifications on both. 2 players, on each side. Frosty's cutting through the middle of it like a cake. He's gonna get bound. Well, he'll get help with bound, but regardless, he's got shock and camo. Don't peek your head, Renegade, as he stays alive.
Shopify Rebellion really put a ton of resources into C there, and I'm surprised at how slow they were on that rotation. They allowed Optic Gaming to at least get an outlet towards B, and although they're not winning that rotation, Shopify Rebellion feeling just a little bit more inefficient than I had anticipated, but keep winning these gunfights. I don't think it matters how inefficient you are.
That was really nice, actually. That was like almost a pre-melee from Bound right there.
Yeah, that's a man that had a plan on how to take care of that player, because the way he put out that punch, I was like frame perfect.
BNC now captured by Optic Gaming, and you see the pressure coming in from the tower side. It's actually a double up on tower side. I see pings coming in. There's someone in the pipes, I believe, and they end up taking him out. Last shot's going to be going down in that scenario. It is Frosty who goes down as well. I like the play by Bound. He gets 2.
Oh, that Optic Gaming being able to try to work their C hill to keep that at home. Legend just going to leave the 1 shot behind. Instead, continues on towards A, where they're just going to let C go to the other direction. They purposely leave C because of the grapple that Legend has. That position at C no longer the power position for camouflage. It's Legend that steals it away, and Rebellion's position ineffective.
The jump up melee. He keeps the cap. No, Legend.
I like that thought process, just a little bit too high. He didn't have his reticle quite in the right spot to hit that perfect slide.
Well, it's a double push now onto A, and it's going to be Shopify getting B as well.
And this is Shopify Rebellion taking an edge and taking it an absolute mile, right? 1 slip up from Legend, and look at what they translated it to. A trip cap in effect.
Psycho gets a remote detonation on the Legend now. Bound trying to overextend towards the bottom center of the map. He's cutting the middle of the map, actually. And he'll go towards the pipe side. Royal 2's going to scurry away and drop out of that ledge, but he'll get taken out pretty quick.
And Optic Gaming, they want to find a quick answer to this. They're going to give a double dilemma, A and B at the same time, but you spread your resources thin, and the Shopify Rebellion start to take advantage of it. It was just a short
reprieve for Optic. In fact, it's probably more of a trap that Rebellion had laid. And now the trip cap will be in effect once again, and Optic Gaming find themselves stranded in the long haul. This is the spawn trap that Quadrant won 17 straight Strongholds games with.
Well, the lead that Optic worked so hard to get is now gone. It's only by a little bit, but it is Shopify Rebellion in control, 2 down.
And they keep finding the kills in a fashion in which Optic will never have 4 players alive unless they significantly slow down the game, but it feels horrendous to do so when you have a trip cap in effect. It's 2 points for every second that you let this stay.
Well, someone said Frosty needed caffeine to wake up. I think he's waking up right now. You love to see it out of him. 7-4. Formal, though. You get C. He's looking for an entry into B. He's got a player on the bat ledge as well, and Camo's about to be up. He'll get the trade for that Camo, and Frosty's down to try and grab it.
He's able to grab that, and with Legend being the only player alive, Frosty can just jump right up with that camouflage, and...
Oh, no.
Enemy team.
Yeah,
Sounds just looking for him, and he wasn't there.
Put him in that blender. He completely bamboozled him.
Oh, B's reset, though. That's kind of interesting.
But it's okay, right? Because Royal 2 is going to be able to watch his cross, try to make sure he's ahead of anyone on that rotation, and they're going to just travel back to C. It's up to Royal 2 to win the fight in the isolation.
Renegade's on A. Trying to get that. It's beautiful by Formal. He hits the plasma nade.
Oh, wow. Optic played that well. They basically took every player of Shopify Rebellion out of the spot that they wanted to.
All 4 down for Shopify Rebellion. The spawns come out onto C. This will be a nice little hold for Optic, but I'm sure they're foaming at the mouth for that triple cap.
Now, this is the first time where we've seen Shopify Rebellion on that back foot, and across the map, BR Renegade starting to find his groove. 3 down once again. Let's make it 4 as Cycle joins. Optic Gaming just starting to get the momentum they need to roll down the mountain.
And they are just satisfied with 2 for now. Obviously, they don't have the numbers advantage to get 3, but see when they act on that 3.
Look how Optic Gaming is very slow on these 4 downs, so they're not trying to really push up for these trip caps yet.
That's what I was saying. They're satisfied with 2.
And I'm honestly surprised that they're able to satiate that thirst, because you see how dangerous it is when you don't try to push in those spots. They lost the engagements on the left side, and it's Shopify Rebellion that's scoring. In fact, Shopify Rebellion has themselves a setup, AC control at the moment.
Well, A is being taken, though. Downplaying a very interesting position here on the trippy box. He's anticipating the long haul push, but it is a player there. It is last shot, and he's going to get taken out.
Last shot, winning that crucial fight, but I believe Camouflage taken by Formal, and everyone trying to find him. They're trying to deal with it, but I think Formal got the value that he needed out of that life. 3 going down once again for Shopify Rebellion. This is the moment that was so dangerous to them in Grand Finals the first time around, and here we go. Finally, Optic Gaming able to put in that trip cap.
I love that right there, too. Down, asking for help. He gets out alive. Now Renegade's got the shock rifle in his hands, but the location is known, and the last shot's there to help if he needs to. Renegade's got to live, though, here. They are looking for him. They're going towards the tower side. This is a really good cut.
Yeah, they completely caught Renegade off guard, but just in time, comes back, and
oh, it's sticky.
He takes 2 with him. It's only Frosty that's alive. Formal will be the only other one on the map. Very rare that you see 2 players out of 8 alive.
And they got the split spawns on the pipes there,
dude, Optic did not expect that.
Wow.
Royal 2 and Cycle got probably the best possible spawn, and Optic Gaming caught completely off guard.
Oh, man, this is where timing just really throws teams off, and that's going to be a bit of a frustrating moment for Optic Gaming.
And look how fast the Shopify Rebellion is to try to take advantage. Royal 2 in isolation at C. He's going to take on the entire army of Optic, and he not only gets the kill, but stays alive. And look at this, they had no idea. He's just gone. They're still looking for him at C. He says, hey, I'm gonna backsmack your teammate at A.
And he gets the beat down and the kill, and now A going into the hands of Shopify Rebellion. Unless Formal can stop it, he does, and he gets the reset. That'll be enough.
Just temporary, though, as Cycle will refill that position, and Frosty will be able to win his fight in the middle of the map. And oh, Frosty, he's feeling himself. He's getting confident on these challenges.
A couple players on the long haul that he is challenging. 3 down for Optic Gaming now.
And he knows where that last player is over at the long haul. That's where they want them trapped. See how he pushes back towards pipes. They let him survive for just a bit longer, saying, hey, it's okay. We know what we want. We know what we need. Trip cap back in. Shopify Rebellion. Here comes a train of points.
Yeah, they just got that reset on A, which is exactly what they were looking for. And now the damage comes out into Formal, who's overextending a bit too aggressive in that scenario.
This is going to be so rough for Optic Gaming to get out of. Renegade would not be able to get any value with his life. And yeah, they'll be able to get C, but not without a Shopify Rebellion perfectly setting themselves up. Frosty at the bottom of A watching cross. Royal 2 checking to make sure no one split spawns, and they have everything needed to win this game.
Royal 2, look at the damage done across the map here. The grapple to go into A. He wants to finish Formal.
Yeah. Why would Formal even expect a player to be behind him? He slid through the middle of the map to do so. The drip cap is coming back. Optic Gaming have been dismantled in these last 60 seconds.
Royal 2's flowing like water right now. He gets it again, the killing spree, and another one. 3 down Optic Gaming, and Shopify Rebellion go in the lead 2-1.
Well, guys, Shopify Rebellion is here, and I think the game is finally feels like we are watching the tied games that we have been seeing from both of these squads. We saw some reactions there from the team, Eli.
Yeah, Best Man just laughing at Royal 2. He probably said, "You're fucking psychotic, bro. Like, what are you doing?" He just took the grapple and launched himself into A to get the beatdown on Formal. Grapples back to the center of map, finds Legend looking the wrong way on the C stairs, and then just attacks 2 players in B to close that game out. I mean, Royal 2 has been the talk. He's been this exactly what this roster has needed. I mean, this guy has been insane at the video game for how long now?
21, 12, and I think I saw 11
13
there.
assists.
13, absolutely insane there from Royal 2. We got some replays here active that we can another flashback of what we just saw.
Yeah, I'm just still thinking about what Eli just said. Like, he's been good for that many years. It just like while we watch these replays, like, how can you stay that good for that long? Multiple titles, multiple games, multiple teams, and he's just good.
So insane.
Just good. Well, how long has it been since he has held a trophy in his hands, and he's so close to it once again?
London?
London? Yeah, London. HCS London was the last trophy that was on FaZe, his previous team. Obviously, they're looking for many on the side of Shopify Rebellion.
Eli, let's talk about the different game plans from Shopify Rebellion and Optic.
I mean, going into the rest of the series, I mean, the game plan for Optic is to just take a deep breath. You know, you were so hot that first series. You know you have that magic in your gameplay. You've got to just stay confident. Shopify seems to have, like we said, maybe Shopify were at 85% effort in the first series, and now they're at 100. And we're seeing a very different series already. I think that Shopify just got to keep their foot on the gas, and all gas, no brakes.
Well, they consistently had a triple cap.
Oh, you're talking about that game? Yeah.
Yes, they had a triple cap on Optic multiple times, and Optic Gaming just holding 2 sides.
Yeah, I think it was kind of strange. I think you said it during the cast that, like, or no, Tool said it. He's like, why does Optic not go for C here when they get 4 dead? And it's they just were kind of playing more timid, I think. Shopify willing to take a mile for every inch that Optic gives them. Optic weren't willing to do the same when the roles were reversed. So I think that's what happened.
And I think we really saw the difference in the score, right? Optic Gaming, they got that big old run, and they stop at 196, and that was the real extent of all that power. Shopify Rebellion, it was like short bursts. It's like a sprinter going down the 40-yard dash. Once they get that trip cap in, they don't have to hold for, you know, that 2 minutes of time like Optic did. They just had to do it for 1 minute. And if you can be dominant for 1 minute, it's better than being good or even great for 2.
The players are locking in. They're looking confident. As quick as they celebrated that last win, they immediately locked in right after they laughed alongside Bestman, and they're ready to begin the next series. It's going to be an oddball on Live Fire.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. It's game number 4. We go to Live Fire oddball, and there's no more backup plans. There's no more other chances. Obviously, for Shopify Rebellion, they would love to go up 3-1 in this series.
This best of 7 has been a journey in the gameplay mechanics, the gameplay flow of Halo Infinite. We started with Assault, a long, drawn-out game type where you have to push in to both sides, into Slayer, into Strongholds, heavy rotations, and now Oddball, the battle of attrition and rotation. You get the entire Halo Infinite experience in this Grand Finals.
There we go, guys. On board with Frosty now, improved from that very first Grand Finals, but can he keep going? Can he keep improving as this series goes on?
Immediate prioritization by Shopify Rebellion to get that sniper in Royal 2's hands. And there was no resistance from Optic. There's only been 1 kill on the map, and I don't think Royal 2 took any damage trying to get this snipe.
And Royal 2 is reading that C-jump so clearly, but Bound's obviously realizing that.
Well, I don't think Bound realized. I think he just, one of the rare times he missed a jump. I think he tried to go up.
A last shot, he's got the camo to work with. Still a player to deal with inbound, who has been just a menace in the mud, going towards tower, now staying alive, curb sliding towards bottom mid, and continuing to push forward. Finally, Bound is taken out, so last shot feels the freedom to push forward here. He's got 2 players in front of him. One of them gonna take height. He'll take him out. It's nice and clean out of last shot again.
Last shot trying to protect that player as well. You saw him hit that pre-fire. Unfortunately, no one there to satiate that shot, but with that last shot was able to bring this ball back in towards his teammates, and Optic Gaming are now going to be scattered across the map. Renegade and Legend are completely disconnected, and Shopify Rebellion, although they're not getting any time here, Optic Gaming are really just spread out. There's no help anywhere to be found.
Well, it's Legend once again that goes down. Now the ball in the hands of Shopify Rebellion. Last shot 4 and 2. He's already getting ball time as well. See what Royal 2 can do on this push. It's going to be Legend, and it's a trade. 3 down for Optic.
And Optic still, even when these players last alive, you can see that that same help wasn't necessarily there. And I'd like to see them start to have that that connectiveness to each other. Don't let these players in Shopify Rebellion take so many 2v1s.
Formal, nice stick, and it's gonna follow him through. Beautiful job by Formal. No more of the Quantum Translocator to utilize, and another trade for Optic Gaming. No ball time being had from it, though.
Last shot gonna take on the one-on-one. He loves to get in those front lines, and Renegade feels the punishment. Perfect shot.
Wow.
And that's a camouflage that goes into the hands of Rebellion. Keep note, 20 seconds until the sniper comes up. Power weapon control. There's no team better than Shopify Rebellion at it.
Camo, let's see what he can do with Camo here. Cycle playing back. He's gonna get his shields back, but he's gonna get targeted. Formal looking and finding him.
Don't do this.
And it's a trade. That's what he wanted, but it is 3 down as a result for Optic.
It's about the value, though, right? How much value do you get out of your life? And it's 3 down from Optic in the worst possible time when Sniper's coming up. It's Shopify Rebellion is so good at this, right? Getting the kills, getting those picks at the right time, but sometimes you just get unlucky. Wraps a corner, immediately goes down and Bound, trying to find the punishment. He'll take 3 to the grave.
No, that's what they needed. 3 down now for Shopify Rebellion. Optic trying to push forward off that, but it's 2 down for each side now. And again, Shopify Rebellion are continuing to slay. Slay's pretty even across the board. Shopify lead by a few.
Sniper for Legend, and this is the snipe that Rebellion should have had full advantage of, but with Bound's pre-nades, it's giving Legend the chance to peel heads.
Wastes another bullet on the way down. That's a sticky, and he goes down as well. Value out of your life is the key, and Legend has that in the bag.
Yeah, they were winning an oddball game until he took a spiker to the knee. That's unfortunate there as 2 players go down. Optic Gaming have control, but Renegade is almost finding himself surprised that he's feeling this pressure. Shopify Rebellion were so quick to refill, and look, it is a wave of Rebellion players that take him down. They are moving as a unit. This is total cohesion from Rebellion.
And Optic forced themselves through to try and help Renegade, and because of that, they find themselves out of position and go 3 down. Now it's Shopify Rebellion that have the ball in their hand, and they'll get some time off of it as well. 3 down, though, for Shopify. A good answer back from Optic.
That was an immediate
immediate answer. That was a much needed answer from Optic Gaming to show that this isn't that they can play together. And I think that's one thing we've seen in this grand final so far is a much tighter Optic Gaming. I'd like to see that continue on.
I love this by Renegade, by the way. Being aggressive, he has the QT to use and just gets out of dodge. With that, he got a bit of ball time as well, so beautifully played. But guys, we're talking about a minute left in neutral time. This is not a lot of time to work with, and both these teams only have 20 seconds of time.
Formal, I believe, has camouflage underneath them, though, and that's the first camo that Optic Gaming has gotten.
44 seconds of neutral time. Ball resets. That'll be another couple of seconds off the clock here. Now they'll
on that kill feed. There it is. The camouflage of Formal comes into play. He's able to hit the shots necessary. And with that, we're starting to look at exchange in lead. Shopify Rebellion go 3 down. The one camouflage that Optic Gaming got.
This is Cycle that's going towards the top center, though. 2 players going towards top center. Cycle ends up
They're disconnecting again. Look, Optic Gaming aren't next to each other. Everyone's spread out, but Foremost desperately trying to get to the help in time, but I guess Legend just didn't really need it. There we go.
They got the lead, and this neutral time just continues to count down, though. So it's 3 down for Shopify Rebellion. Frosty's gonna rechow this, I knew it, and Legend gets out just in time. 10 seconds left.
10 seconds left, that ball. Yeah, I like how Renegade throws it further away. Try to make them run just that little bit further.
He stopped the reset as well. On top of it, 3 seconds left. This will be round number 1 unless they can touch it. They cannot. Optic Gaming win round number 1.
Optic Gaming survived round number 1. I felt like Rebellion played that macro-wise better. I think the one thing they really failed at was maximizing opportunity. We need to see more objective efficiency, and I'd say that from both sides. Look at how little time was put on at the end of that game. I mean, at the end of that round.
Legend spots the player top tower. He's going to end up going down here. It will be Frosty now with the snipe. Ball so in the hands of Optic. Formal's got to get out of dodge. He's got some help here, though, and they get sniped because of the ball.
That's going to be Bound that's able to pick up that sniper and hopefully use it to get camouflage for his team, but he's seeing his teammates go to respawn, and it's going to be a tough moment for him, but able to really thrive in the chaos. He's surrounded by enemies, and he's showing no signs of backing down.
Renegade and Bound are looking really good right now. 10 assists for Bound, 12 and 13. Renegade starting to heat up.
And when did we see the game shift into Optic Gaming's favor? It's when they started controlling the power-ups. It really is a critical piece of Rebellion's game plan.
There it is, last shot, 1v1 against Renegade, or sorry, 2v1, but Renegade comes in, cleans up a couple, decides to stay alive here. Royal 2 decides to chow, but that's 3 down Shopify off of just Renegade.
Forward with instant recognition, picks up that ball right away, but I like that from Frost to take the challenge just to force it down, and who else but Last Shot to come in with no fear. That is aggressive from him, but Legend shuts it all down. He just can't lose a gunfight.
I didn't expect that aggression out of Last Shot whatsoever, and it doesn't really showcase in his scoreline. He's still 12 and 13. It's not going massively negative, so maybe just thought he had an opening. But Optic have an opening to get more time here. He's in the front again, but this time he wins the fight.
Yeah, that's good from him not to back down, right? He knows what his job is, get into that front line, create chaos. Man, they do it so fast. They have that practice down to a frame. They don't lose a millisecond of animation.
50 points and counting here for Optic Gaming, and it's Formal with that ball in his hands. And the Optic chants ring out through the arena. The fans are starting to come alive here, and so is the team of Optic.
This is just a completely different Optic Gaming roster, and this is surprising at how Rebellion have not been able to even get a second of time, and it's because of this. Like, Legend is just ruining them in the front lines.
It's 2 down for Optic Gaming, though. This is a chance here for Renegade to try and do all he can as the last player alive. Great shots into the player cuts. Stops the ball from being rotated as well.
Enemy has the ball.
That ball, though.
Still gets rotated, yep.
Frosty, wow. There's no one next to him, though.
Cycle. Down to no shields. Renegade has to kill him here. Very important. He does. Big win out of Renegade, but Shopify get ball time.
With that, last shot's gonna try to move himself up to that top center. Whoa, Formal almost had the timing, but not gonna be quite able to get that stick. Look at Rebellion, a straight line through the middle of the map. They're gonna try to work together to get this ball back, but they desperately need kills.
They need a lot of kills. That ball still stays. Renegade, gonna back off that fight. Oh, I like this play here. This is interesting. Frosty reads it. I don't know what just happened, but Frosty's gonna stay alive. They don't know he's pushing through though. He's going in towards the bottom tower, but he gets assassinated on the way.
No, I really like that play by Renegade. It's just unfortunate that he gets caught on that timing. It was more that Renegade was reading Frosty than Frosty reading him, and but unfortunately, you can make a great play. And the execution
Oh my goodness gracious! Off the last play where he was supposed to die, he gets a no scope for the killing spree, and look at him keep going here. Watch out for your back, Formal. The slow turn is available, and he's taking it on.
Why not just spin around and just go for the punch? You know, get the ninja. You didn't need to shoot him there.
Goodness. That's where mouse and keyboard makes me happy. That slow turn was rough.
Oh,
you've got to be kidding me. This is just nonstop. Royal 2's the last player alive. Legend has put a spear into this one.
It's going to be Renegade that's first to this ball, and because Rebellion had so many players going down, no one close to stop him from getting this into the back. And remember, they're so far up in this game, it's not long until they hit that 100-point threshold.
Now the green wall chance continue, and another perfect. And that's something we're going to see as time goes on continuously is perfect after perfect for all these players, Renegade included. 3 down Shopify.
Last shot, last player alive in that situation, had to force himself into that gunfight, but luckily for Shopify Rebellion, they spawn closer to that camo. It's going to be Frosty that grabs it.
And he gets an A2!
Despite going 4 down, Rebellion are in prime position to attack.
He made such a good play there to get that nade off and to get camo, but wasn't able to convert on any more. And because of that, they don't really have that sort of win condition at this point in time. And Optic are able to defend. It's going to be Legend, gets the first. Not going to be able to get the second, though. Cycle clutches up, and the ball goes into Shopify's hands.
Certainly felt like he was going to get the second. I think Cycle feels that he maybe got lucky with staying alive there. They need a ton of time, and
these ones,
they have what they need, and I like this. They're being aggressive towards B. They want to rotate it out, but
3 down.
Unfortunately, they don't win the gunfights. I like the idea, but you have great ideas. You need better execution.
Cycle's the last player alive, though. Look at him go with his ball. Do spawns come out on the C? I believe they're going to be on A now. They got to go the other way.
Yeah.
Turn around.
Legend's like, no.
Turn around. Stay alive. Legend's going to do so. 13 points remain, and they will close out and tie it up and go to a game 5, but there's still some work to be done. It is up to Legend and up to the kills in the feed. 2 down. And there
that
it is.
It. Optic Gaming able to put that one away. A dominant second round of Oddball.
Game number 5 is a go in this grand finals reset. We are tied once again, but Optic Gaming looked dominant throughout this round 2 of Oddball. How did they do so?
I mean, they're just hitting every shot, it feels like, but also really efficient with the ball movements. They were so, like, typically when we look at this team and when they were having problems, it's because they're getting slays, but no one's in position to pick up the oddball. They were always in position to pick up the oddball, and they just racked it up time after time. Legends is so insane on live fire. I think he's the best live fire player, to be honest. 27 and 16 here, but it's just exemplified in his movement around the map. He's so creative. He seems so comfortable no matter where he is on the map. It's incredible to watch.
He did have a few chances there, just a chance or two for Shopify Rebellion to bring the score up, but it did not go their way.
I wanted to highlight, though, I did start to see, at least in the beginning of this game, not so much in the last half, Shopify starting to win those 1v1s that we didn't see them winning in the first series, right? And it feels like they're catching some fire. We're also seeing like Cycle clutch up in 1v1s where he's maybe a shot down. Things like that give me hope for Shopify Rebellion to still, continue this run and keep things close, because this is a very different looking series than the first one.
Are you saying that you still do not see a Shopify Rebellion that is like the one we have seen before?
I mean, comparatively to online, I think that maybe Shopify playing slightly worse and Optic playing slightly better, but these two teams are so close. Like, I don't know. Every single game's a coin flip. I will say when I saw this series layout, I predicted these first 4 games to go exactly as they have gone, just based on the historical data between these two teams. However, the last 3 games in this series, they could go either way. I think that this is where the waters get pretty muddy, and it's just going to come down to players icing up. By the way, that was one of the cleanest no-scopes I think I've ever seen in my life from Royal 2 while he's one shot. Last bullet in the sniper, by the way. And if he keeps playing like that, that's the kind of X factor you need to close the series out.
Any key plays that pop in your mind when thinking about this last series, Tools?
Look, wait, 1 second. Bow!
That was insane.
Yeah, we just got to watch this slow-mo a couple times. Boom, boom, boom. I think Optic Gaming figured out how to play together in that second round. And I think they got kind of lucky in the first round that they were able to get their kills at the they were able to get their kills at the right time at the end of that round to really get that ball time, but it felt like they were disconnected. In that second round, we started to see them have their health a little bit more. They survived a little bit longer, and I think it made a big difference.
We saw a cycle at the end, have an attempt there to save the ball and throw it all the way over to C. It didn't go his way though.
That was an interesting play by him. I think his thought process is if he can move the ball to the center of the map, he forces Optic to also go to the center of the map, which means that no matter where the rest of Shopify spawn, they should be able to surround them, I guess. It's kind of the thought process. He's a much better player than I am, so I'm not going to question it, but I think a lot of players in that situation would have just chilled in a corner and played their life and waited for the teammates to respawn and see what they could do afterwards. But Cycle, I think one of the smarter objective players we have, and I think that he was doing what he did for a reason.
Active, I want to hear from you from what happened in this last series. Actually, never mind. This game number 5 is already underway. Take it away, guys.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 5. It is underway, and already it's going to be Optic Gaming with the lead. Not only that, they have Legend with a shock rifle in his hands, and that's going to be a beautiful kill to clean things up. It's 2 down for Shopify Rebellion, and it's already Legend 3-0.
That's exactly what you want to see from the best player in European history, right? He is heating up in the right moment. He's won championships. He knows what needs to happen, and it's all business for Optic Gaming at the start of this game.
It's getting slow. The reticle's getting slow. You know what happens when that happens. Not going to get that shot off. Still a couple players on that left side. Double the lead, though, for Optic.
I like how Legend's trying to shade back towards his teammate, but as players goes down, he's going to take it to the front lines instead of coming back to the help of Formal. He leads the charge, and I don't necessarily like that play. Shopify Rebellion overwhelmed those numbers, and Optic need to find these finishing kills, but it's just sprinting from Rebellion trying to get away.
And I mean, they're trying to get away, but they're not doing a really good job of it. Bound finds one perfect. Not going to get the one under Frosty, though, but still, Optic maintain this lead. And I honestly thought after that Shopify push that they wouldn't, but Optic are now 4 down.
It's 4 down at the worst spot, right? Camouflage is coming up soon. Rebellion's going to be able to pressure these players off their spawn, and that should result in a camouflage that will run into Rebellion's hands.
Not sure who got that camo. There it is. It's Frosty. He ends up going down, though.
Legend came off spawn, and he stood there that entire time waiting for the opportunity, waiting for the chance to get that kill. The reinforcements came just in time. Shopify Rebellion a bit too slow, and now the punishment is here. Legend will continue forward, searching for his last kill.
That's just beautiful by them. The way they pinched on that loop side, it just I don't know. It's art at this point. Out of Optic Gaming, they're playing with so much more teamwork, and it's got to be those reps that they got. It's improved them so much as a team. Legend continues to push forward. Gets one, gets another. 2 down, Shopify Rebellion.
It's a game where you'd like to see Frosty really step up to the plate. This is a map where he made his name back in those Halo 5 days, something he's really comfortable on. But big picture for both these teams is the fact that this game can swing. So easy to force spawn traps at the 4 corners of this map.
There's Renegade. He's got the shock rifle again. He's looking for heads. He gets one. kill with it. It's Royal 2 and Last Shot and Frosty all dead. Cycle's the last player alive. You know he's going to chow, but Cycle wins it out.
That was smart by Cycle. He hit the jump as soon as he heard the lift, understanding that he was going to be pre-aimed at. He was able to jump over the shot of Renegade.
That shock rifle's down somewhere still, unless Frosty got it, which is possible. Royal 2's pushing onto Formal on the hotel. Somehow he stays alive as well. Cycle's got his back the entire time. Great job by Shopify.
I mean, how often do you see that Royal 2 in those front lines, just staying alive like that? Trying his best to work the opposite side of the map, but the reality is right now that Shopify Rebellion need unanswered kills, and this time they're set up for camouflage. Let's not let another one go away. Best man trying to get his troops into order.
Yeah, you got it. It's gonna be Last Shot that gets it after he kills Bound. It'll be a clean camo and will be an opportunity for Shopify to come back in this game, but it's gonna take a lot.
Look at Optic, they're trapped over at the back of blue. That's all the information Rebellion needs. They're gonna start to stagger themselves across the map, getting ready for this push.
Oh man, Last Shot's gonna chow that across the map, but he knows exactly where all four are, like you just said, Tools.
And the thing is, his job is just reconnaissance. Just try to get the information so his teammates can get set up, and you start to see them getting positioned, right? One's getting into a hotel, one's getting over at the doorway. Once they breach, all four players are gonna move in.
There we go, will it work out? Not so far. Last Shot goes down. Another player down to no shields. It's gonna be another one down, make that 3 down for Optic. The question is, did it work? The answer is yes.
Yeah, they do go positive EQ on the, or positive EV on the push, but I think they took a little bit too much damage than they anticipated. Not quite the timing they were looking for, but the spawn trap that comes next is what's so dangerous, right? It's so easy to manipulate this map, to force the spawns that you want, and that opens up so many opportunities for your team.
They got splits though. There's 2 on the left side, now 2 on the blue side and hotel side with Bound and Formal, so they got kind of a get out of jail free card with that one, but still Shopify are doing a great job of taking advantage of it.
Last Shot just got a triple kill to really send Optic Gaming down in the worst moment, and now their back is against the wall. That pressure that Rebellion is mounting is not going to stop anytime soon. A smart play.
Great shots.
Super smart to stand over that driveway, let them push through, and just shoot them in the back, understanding that they want to be aggressive on those spawners.
Now it's going to push up onto Royal 2, or not. Royal 2 gets his shields back. Bound's got some help, but again, that's that teamwork that we keep talking about. Cycle now caught out. Cycle goes down as well. 3 down Shopify.
That's a bad sign when you see Shopify Rebellion players being shot completely in the back. Caught completely off guard. Now they're the ones that find themselves in the spawn trap.
And Frosty's going to feel it. Renegade's on the ledge. He's a 1v1 against Last Shot of Bound. It's not a 1v1. These guys have each other back across the map. This is what you love to see.
And what do we see the difference in the class from Optic versus Rebellion in that same situation is they don't trade out. They don't give Rebellion any value in that collapse, and it's not, that value is not going to come anytime soon for Rebellion. They are feeling hurt.
Happy for Formal right now because he's dominating 46-37 here. It is only 2 down though for Shopify. The spawns come out and guess who's ready for him? It's Formal. Killing spree for him. 2 more kills and Optic Gaming take game number 5.
Remember, it was 33-33.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Game 5 taken by Optic Gaming.
Optic Gaming are the HCS Optic Major.
We are going to game 7.
We did game 7. Remember, best of 7.
Oh, this is best of 7. Oh my God. So many best of 5s. What a long weekend. Apologies, everybody. There are more games underway. I'm the one here that needs some coffee, maybe. There are more games underway. So we're going to a game number 7? 6. We got 2 more games.
It's main numbers.
Numbers. Okay. Look at this though. Lunchbox having a conversation in the back. I wonder what that was for. But now we have some stats here on the screen. And look at Optic. This was a completely dominating game here for Optic, specifically at the later half.
I mean, look at the assists. 8, 8, 8, and 11. That is just you don't see that in Slayers every day. Almost everything was assisted for Optic Gaming.
They had the waterfall stats. You don't often see that. They had the 11, 12, 13, 14, and then the deaths were 8, 9, 10, 11. So clearly in sync are Optic Gaming, but this really just completely turned around at that 33 kill mark. Like we said, Shopify make a great couple pushes here. This is where they tie things up. Royal 2 made an interesting decision there to just cut through the center of the map and chase that player hotel, which I kind of questioned, raised an eyebrow at, but that's when kind of everything turned around. Then Formal gets camo snipe, and that's all she wrote. Didn't really feel like Shopify had a chance at all in the in-game here.
Well, let's talk about the beginning of the game, though. How Shopify Rebellion was able to, go up against Optic here.
I feel like one of those crucial plays that Shopify Rebellion had where it looked good on paper, but then in execution it failed was one of those first camo grabs. They were able to get back towards C. They had everything they needed. They got the kills at the right time, but they waited too long to actually grab that camouflage. When they went for it, Legend, who had been sitting there by himself for 5 seconds waiting for that push, finally had reinforcements that had come, and it became a team shot that melted the camo player. Not only did they not burn the camo in that spot, they gave it up to Legend, who then got more value from it. I think that was a big shift in momentum in the early game.
Active, I want to hear from you from this game specifically. What impressed you here from Optic's side?
The teamwork, it's gotten so much better over this tournament, and it continues to get better. You saw the assists, Tools have talked about the assists, 8, and 11, but you're just constantly seeing like places where maybe Renegade's pushing out too far. He's got that cross-map pressure from Bound. Maybe, you think it's a 2v1 push, but no, there's another player that's got the back. Like, the teamwork's gotten so much better on this roster, and you've got 4 very skilled individual players, but then you add teamwork to the mix. I mean, that's kind of crazy, to be honest with you.
So far, the series had been going your way. Your prediction, Eli, did this lyric go the way you predicted it?
This was one that I earmarked as a must-win for Optic, and they did. So, I mean, the reality is the last 3 game modes in this series, this game type, Forbidden CTF, and the Recharge Slayer, I think are all coin flips. So once we got to 2-2, I'm just like, this is literal 50-50. It's going to come down to who ices up, who gets the power weapons. I really think that's going to be it. It's going to be cut and dry, especially on a map like Forbidden. It's 2 sniper rifles and an overshield. If one of these teams gets all those, it's curtains. So Optic could win the tournament right here if they get control of the sandbox.
One more game for Optic. Are we feeling like Shopify could pull through and make this a Game 7?
I mean, Optic have the fastest Forbidden CTF game ever, right, so far. So, like Eli just said, if they get the sandbox, if there's 2 snipes in the hands of Optic Gaming, good night. Bye-bye, Shopify. But if Shopify can get the snipe in their hands, I really do think it's as simple as power weapon control.
It's literally just pick the things up, bro.
Yeah,
just pick them up.
Just use them and shoot the head, please. That's it.
I mean, double sniper is usually going to be the key, right? So getting those double snipers up into play. I think the opening start is actually going to be very important.
Opening break.
Both sides.
There has never been an opening break that mattered more than this right here for a tournament. Like, this is the map that has the most like 30-second caps of any game type.
Yeah, like
right?
the ramifications of failing your opening are huge on Forbidden.
You will get capped at least once, maybe twice. So it's going to be very important.
We got the flat cap leaders here. Leading this board is Legend with 7.
Shout out to Trippy, by the way. He's second place on flat caps.
Yeah.
I think his KD is a good insane all
Top
weekend
3, yeah.
Pretty good.
I'm not surprised with Legend. I mean, I think obviously he's been touted as the fastest flag runner in the game, and that showcases that.
Frosty still shooting bots in live fire potentially. They took a short break. I don't think I saw Frosty get up from his chair. I think he just stayed there.
He's
just locked in.
He's a player that has a very keen sense of when his shot is on or not, and if it's like slightly off, he's going to shoot bots until it feels right. So that's just a conscious decision. Yeah, exactly. Or months. He might just, after we leave the arena, he might just stay on the setup.
No, I said poor bots.
Oh, poor bots. I thought you said or months. I'm like, yeah, he might just sit there and continue shooting bots. Who knows? But I don't blame him. He's got to stay on fire. He's actually not shooting bots. We're on the screen right here. But
anymore.
Yeah, I think they're probably just talking about the opening strat. It's going to be highly influential, like we talked about. And I think what's kind of a secret thing to be really keen on in this moment is to have a backup opening strat, because if this goes to overtime, which I think is pretty likely, if this ties like 1-1 or 2-2, you want to have a secondary opening strat that's also strong that could counter the other side.
Here are the current stats for the grand final reset on Optic Gaming side.
Legend seems to be having an MVP performance in the grand finals so far. I mean, him and Renegade have been just an absolute duo that is running through Shopify Rebellion. Obviously, they need to find answers to them, and right now, Legend's damage output is just jumping out the paper. I mean, he is head and shoulders above everyone else in the lobby.
Yeah, damage per life specifically. Like, he's also not dying a lot, which is big.
All right, you said that Shopify Rebellion had the fastest CTF Forbidden Flag run. Can they do it against Optic in the grand finals? I'm sure Optic will fight for their life here. They only have this one game away from the trophy they've been wanting for and waiting for over, I don't know, how long was it 80 second place is Eli?
I might have been exaggerating a little bit. I said 75, but
75.
It's more like 6, I want to say.
Yeah. All right, here we go, everybody. Game number 6 in this grand finals reset.
Normally we get into an intro here, but I want to watch this starting strat. It's going to be a double push on the top center of the map and the OS grab, but it did not work out.
Wow, off the map, Overshield going off might be huge for both sides. It's going to be Renegade that gets that sniper, but Frosty, he has a clear path. He wants to take the sniper away, and he will do just that. Sniper for Frosty. They have their own coming up through the top rank. This is a dangerous moment, and Optic go 4 down. Rebellion, that's almost guaranteed to be a flag capture. Optic has to worry about a back-to-back situation.
The bots were destroyed for a reason, and it's this reason right here. It's Frosty hitting shots, not missing whatsoever. And the first flag goes in, Shopify lead.
They still have 2 snipers up into play, and they have plenty of ammo in both of them. They might not just be satisfied with one. If players from Optic get caught out in the open, expect to see a fast counterattack again from Rebellion.
The flag is already pulled out, by the way.
That's
this time,
insane. How?
This time it's going to be Royal 2 on the back rank. He's got to take care of a couple of people here. Formal misses the stick. That's going to be Royal 2 down.
Ramifications of that, it's a little bit bigger than I think most people realize. That means Sniper no longer in play.
3 down for Shopify Rebellion. I don't know, that flag pull was a little bit rough.
Formal was looking for a snipe, didn't see it, got caught up in the moment, said, I don't know what to do, man. I'm gonna pull flag, see what happens. It is straight breadsticks for Optic Gaming right now. They need slays. They have to facilitate some sort of offensive pressure.
And right now, the players that do that, that make that pressure happen are the ones like Renegade with snipe, and he hasn't had snipe to work with, so they decided to slow down just a bit here. See if they make any sort of play. Right now is Overshield coming up shortly, so maybe the top center is the place to control. It's Cycle that makes the branch jump happen, comes back down. Renegade's gonna capitalize on him. A great play by him, and now Formal and Optic Gaming have 3 down and the Overshield.
And Renegade will be that first player to pull. He was so aggressive, he was able to pull as those players went down, and just as Shopify Rebellion got their capture, it looks to be the same for Optic. The overextension did not matter. This is going to be tied up 1-all.
They're just so smart to understand there's one player missing in that regard, right? There's 3 players dead, but one is missing somewhere. They find him, they take him out, and Optic Gaming tie the game.
They still have so much Overshield to work with as well. Legend can get behind Cycle and...
Cycle.
Classic Cycle gameplay. Okay,
No.
Cycle, I don't even know if Cycle realized he got shot in the back.
Legend's gonna go back. He wants to get this flag from Salvage. 2 down for Shopify Rebellion, but they don't have that side control. And that means Legend can't really do too much here unless he has pressure from top center.
Sniper's up in 10 seconds. We haven't seen one for Optic Gaming yet this game.
Oh, beautiful shots. That's going to be a clean-up kill. The flag is pulled, though, once again. It's Shopify pulling Optic Gaming's flag, and it's Royal 2 sneakily pulling it toward the runway.
And Royal 2's taking that long way. He's trying to cut off the sniper angle of the spawner. Formal is going to be the one that gets it, but you still have to get home. And Cycle wants to get that snipe, but he realizes that Formal's probably looking at it.
And Formal's looking at something. That's last shot. Takes him out. Formal does not want them to get that snipe, and he's just searching for whoever wants to put their hands on it. Renegade's in their base as well. This is a very flip-floppy map.
I like this. Cycle's trying to put pressure. He's trying to keep that sniper down so that his team can go back and pick up that sniper in the process, but...
He got him! He got his toe! He's down, Frosty's down, Sniper's down. Formal? Oh, but wait, what?
Hey, take one with you, right? Might as well. Renegade gonna go and pick up that snipe left behind, but critical plays. That's the difference between two snipers being in the hands of Shopify Rebellion and they're being split on the map. Now, the big thing to note, right, Rebellion staggered their sniper. They were not quick to pick it up. They still have 8 bullets to work with while Optic have none, and they weren't able to get a flag capture when they did have control.
Oh,
Frosty can really carve them up here.
Oh, carve him up he's doing. Gets one. 1 kill, 1 shot. Royal 2 with the OS, though. What is he doing, though? What is he going to be able to do with this overshield? Renegade gets a kill in the feed, so now maybe having to play a bit slower. He's got half left.
I think at Royal 2 expected his teammates to just get more kills there.
Oh,
was
no.
ready to get in behind and pull that flag, but Bound and Legend able to hear him on that rotation, and they were ready.
The branch jump. Bound was ready for it, but not necessarily. Royal 2 goes down. That's a big kill right there for Optic Gaming.
Legend, you're dead either way. Cycle going to be the one that gets the kill via headshot, though, and Cycle, 1 bullet to work with. That bullet will be the key to getting an entry into the base.
I don't know if Optic Gaming is aware of how many bullets he has to work with, but that last shot will be done, and they will take him out anyway. Bound ends up getting that kill. Legend knows there's no more snipe ammo, just pushes forward, and look at him. He's going directly for this flag right now, and he's got player top center. That was 3 dead momentarily, but they get the back base spawns the wrong way.
Renegade was blocked. That's a miscommunication. Renegade needs to be telling him exactly what to do there. It's his responsibility in that back roll to direct the flag carry.
Still 2 dead, though. They get another 2 down. That flag is being moved. Cycle's the only one really in the position to contest. It's going to be a big win by Renegade. 2 down once again. The flag will go top center. It's formal. This might be the second flag for Optic.
Optic, yeah, wow, able to get it through. I think the end play by Legend pushing it the other way was that the other players from Optic Gaming were coming up through the top, and they just trusted their slays to eventually facilitate that flag grab. It was smart by Frosty to especially push up after, and now all this momentum for Formal and the rest of Optic Gaming. They're 1 flag cap away. Bound has it out.
They're riding the momentum of the crowd as well. The crowd is very loud here. Overshield in the hands of Formal. He gets it. He gets the kill. He's on a killing spree, and he's going to push forward. That flag continues on.
Backsmack!
Oh,
Backsmack,
no.
the overshield's gone. Bound's trying to desperately race it, but he missed the flag grab. He has to go back for the fight.
This is not
Frosty
good.
and Cycle can stop it.
Everything's falling apart. They got to recover here very quickly. Oh, that's not going to happen.
What? It was,
flag down.
It was only 1 player alive. Legend. He's going to try to hold off the sniper spawns. Formal's going in for the touch on the other side.
He got
Sniper
it.
shot through. He's hitting everyone. They're trying to push him through. It's going to be a foot race. It's a foot race to home.
It's 2 weak players. Can Formal get it? Formal's going to go for it. He slides. It gets dropped. Where's the flag? Where's the flag?
Can they get it in? Bound's waiting on the other side. They pull out the flag. It's a flag standoff, at least for the moment. Bound's able to find another kill, but it's chaos in the base.
Big kill by Bound right there. He stays alive as well. He's got a lot of pressure on this side.
Look at that flag out in the middle, open and begging someone to touch it.
Bound's got to do some damage to Cycle, but Cycle wins the fight. Last shot is the one to kill and get a kill as well. 3 down Optic Gaming.
And Legend's too far out of position. He's all the way across the map.
Royal 2's pulling the flag through as well. Royal 2's going all the way through the runway. Is Legend going to be able to stop him?
Has to stay hidden. Don't let him know you're here.
He's sliding.
He can potentially work for a counter cap.
He's not going to get it. The counter cap is probably in, but wait, no, 3 down for Shopify Rebellion. No one's in position right now.
Optic Gaming trying to get into this attack, flying into the base of Shopify Rebellion. The next flag cap in this game will win.
Lots of damage going out. There's the kill. There's the first kill they need, but no one else is there. Renegade goes down the nest.
Well, Frosty just died over at that sniper. That's going to allow Optic Gaming to at least have a place to run to.
Wait,
There's only 1 player alive in that hut that can make a difference. Royal 2
does
so just that.
There it is. Royal 2's the one. Lots of damage going out here. Lots of damage. It's another trade 3 down Optic.
Optic need to be worried about the counter opportunity. Yes, Legend has this overshield, but they don't have any spacing on this map. This is dangerous as Rebellion have access to all 3 lanes.
Legend's creating a wall, but he goes down. One piece of that wall is down now. Optic and Formal. Formal goes down as well. This is not good. It's 2 down. Make that 3 dead. This is not good. Renegade's the last player alive.
The championship is slipping away from Optic Gaming's hands. Last shot just has to get around the corner. No damage is being done. He's home free. Is there anyone from Optic Gaming that can stop him?
Renegade ends up going down here.
Legend's
Wait a minute.
Legend's there. He's ready for the fight.
Formal still goes down as well, though. It's 2 down for Optic.
It's up to Legend. He's the only one that can stop it, but he just can't get through. Shopify Rebellion! We're going to Game 7!
Crazy work here by both of these teams. Shopify Rebellion end up pushing through into a game number 7. What a crazy game to break down, everybody. But we have to start with the very beginning, though. That quick flag cap from Shopify Rebellion.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm speechless. That last couple of minutes, my hands were on my head. But yes, let me refocus. Now I want to answer your question properly, Ali. So the beginning, it was interesting. Optic, it looked like they didn't go for their sniper immediately. Renegade, I think, was trying to take an angle to have eyes on Overshield off the rip. Frosty, I don't know how Frosty was there back Mohawk so quickly. Let's see. This was after Frosty had killed Renegade.
This is clearly a planned route. I mean, we didn't get to see it, but that is something they kept hidden. That is something they kept hidden. And it's a shame we don't have theater files because I think that's going to remain hidden just for a little bit longer too.
I've never seen someone get in behind the enemy sniper as fast as he did. He probably just ran straight up the ramp, but he approached through the center though. So I don't know.
Yeah, it might have just been that. Well, it was fast, but there was still a lot of action that was happening elsewhere. It's just he definitely took a negative space route, right? So oftentimes there are lanes that are very much the focal point when you're on spawn that you're looking at. And there are things that you just completely ignore, and those are usually on the bottom of the map, things that don't have sight lines. I think Frosty just used that to his advantage, was able to basically use that negative space to give himself better timing to get into a spot to stop that flag. But oh man, that was just the first flag cap. I mean, the rest in these games were, I mean, every single one felt like an absolute slobber knocker to get home.
Well, Optic Gaming was just one flag away, seconds away from winning. Inches away from winning their trophy, and it just slipped away. Let's go ahead and break down those few moments.
This is right here where Formal's trying to chuck it in. He just decides to YOLO it, which I think I would have done the same thing. I mean, just trust that your teammates are holding it, but Shopify must have been holding perfect angles to slow it down. Eventually, they stop it. This was Legend for a moment. It looked like Legend was going to win the game for them with that much damage, but he couldn't land the headshot. And those players stay alive. They push through the snipe side. Royal 2 and Last Shot over on the snipe ledge just outputted so much damage to stop them.
And that's like 4 players that got into that fight. If we rewind this back a little bit, you're going to see how many players are ready for this from Shopify Rebellion. Because they're able to win this fight, not losing these 2 numbers, it's pivotal that Royal 2 and Frosty didn't die, because look at what happens next. Formal comes around this corner. He's going to try to drop this out to slide it back home, but there's 2 players that were able to survive that gunfight that both have bandits up. And boom, boom, boom. That is 100% health to 0 in less than a second.
And this flag stayed here for a while. Bound stays alive here, right? And this is the right play. He's weak. He knows that if he just walks out, he's dead. He needs to play in a way that gives him the chance to touch the flag. He eventually, I think, gets this kill onto Frosty, and then somebody else gets the flag touch, but it was a clutch play from a member of Shopify to chuck the flag off the stand so they don't have the opportunity to cap it.
And one of my big questions is, where is Renegade in this situation? You see him eventually die on the other side of the map. The general rule, right, when your last flag is coming home, you're supposed to work back towards your flag. He was very aggressive, very far pushed up on the other side of the map.
And here Legend tried to make a heroic stop, but ultimately didn't pan out. I mean, it would take an hour to break down every
no, there's just so much that happened.
Crazy.
But what we did experience, though, was a very excited crowd here for Optic Gaming. For Shopify. No, for Optic Gaming. While we were going through the entire game, they were screaming Optic Gaming because they thought Optic Gaming was going to take it. But it is a very fiery crowd right now for both teams currently active. I know you have some thoughts.
The only thought I have, and great job, gentlemen, of course, breaking this down play by play. I love that. I'm going to go very surface level here. How many times are we going to see this year? By one cap, by one game, game 7s, game 5s. These 2 teams show us this This is the closest rivalry I've ever seen between 1 and 2 in a very long time. I don't know if you could even...
Probably ever.
I would say ever. Like the closest thing, what would you say was even close to this?
Final Boss Carbon,
That's
maybe?
it,
For
right?
like 2 events, though.
Yeah, that's it. Only 2 events.
Yeah.
That's it. So this is crazy. Like, I absolutely love what we're seeing right now, and man, it's going to be a fun season.
Well, our Game 7 will be a Slayer on Recharge. And when was the last time that you all recall Optic losing a Slayer in a Grand Finals?
Well, they haven't lost any yet. Today,
Exactly.
at least. So that's a good point you make there, Allie. But will this be the time? This is going to be, I mean, we just got done talking about how important the opening break was on Forbidden, but I think whoever wins this opening wins the tournament.
Okay.
It really comes down to that.
I mean, I think essentially it makes the chances much greater.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you there 100%. Goodness me. I don't know what to say. Like, as a Halo fan, like, this is so cool to watch.
Look at the recovery of Frosty in this series, remember?
Yeah.
0.6, he had a 0.9 from his KAD. He's about to hover about even now.
He's the one who got that stop, by the way.
Complete recovery in this second Grand Finals, and Royal 2, I mean, he had hell of a stat sheet coming into this series.
Royal 2 has been an absolute menace. He's the player of the Grand Finals, in my opinion. And maybe even the player of the entire tournament. Like, especially if they win this, he will 100% be. But Optic, of course, have something to say about that. If Optic win, it's going to be Renegade, right? It's got to be Renegade or Bound. Right here, Legend, though, actually, with the late surge, he's been the player of the Grand Finals for the side of Optic.
As well, the competition for the MVP for the of Arlington is also happening at the same time. Optic Gaming Grand Final reset stats are here, Tools.
Yeah, and I mean, look, it's about even across the board. That game 1 still probably being really felt in those stat sheets, but Legend has been so impressive, and that damage dealt per life is that stat you should be looking at for. He's been a menace on the map. Him and Renegade have been crucial players to their success, but look at what the main Slayers have been doing for their squads.
This is crazy how favored it is on the side of Royal 2. I mean,
it's a lot of damage.
He's also got way more power weapon. How does John have 0 power
Now,
weapon?
shock rifles don't equate
That's
into
true.
the power weapon kills. I do remember Renegade getting some shock rifle kills.
But did he not get any sniper kills in that last game?
It's been Formal that's been having it in his hands. Formal's been the power weapon reaper. In fact, I think if we go to Formal's stats, you're going to see him have like a plethora of those power weapon kills.
As confident as Formal is, I would assume he's like, give me the snipe. Like,
Yeah,
he's just like, give me the snipe. You know,
he's
I'm
been
gonna take
popping
over.
off with it. We saw that crazy no-scope as he's dying for the double kill.
That was nuts.
That was
Yeah.
a disgusting one. I mean, the Observer couldn't even keep up with it.
Oh, man.
Well, it's all about the start, you all said. The start of this next match will indicate the potential winner of this entire major. Let's talk some strats.
I want you guys to pay close attention to, well, first of all, when it comes to the opening strat, there's 2 things you're worried about, the camo and the shock rifle. And typically, you want to pair them together. Whoever gets camo, probably going to take a quick route to the shock rifle quickly thereafter. But I want you guys to pay attention to the way these teams rotate around the map before the camouflage spawns every 2 minutes. So you want to approach the camo from the C side and the tower side of the map. It's really difficult to get it if you find yourself on the gold side. What Frosty is so good at is in advance, maybe 40 seconds to a minute in advance, rotating all the way to the other side to give his team the best chance to get the camo. So let's see if he can continue that trend here in the Game 7 decider.
Game 7, Recharge 50 kills to win, 50 kills away from holding a trophy. What path will Optic Gaming take? What path will Shopify Rebellion take? Which one will be the one holding the trophy at the very end? We'll see in just a moment, but let's talk a little bit about Formal and what he's done for his squad in this last Grand Final reset.
Formal is one of those guys that you can always count on, and we talk about experience. This is experience in multiple titles and rings in multiple titles. Not a lot of players that compete in any sort of game can say that for themselves. There's a reason why he's Controller Player of the Year. The kid is disgusting, and he even played games in the offseason that were nothing to do with Halo and still came, and he still dominates. It's just beautiful to see.
You asked for the power weapon percentage, and it was 4.60 for Formal.
Yeah, there was a lot of numbers on that stat sheet that were impressive. You know what? number not a lot of people looked at? His
What?
age, 30. Man is in his 30s.
Yeah.
In grand finals. I
Do
mean,
you feel
shout out to-
represented?
I feel represented by people. He's one of us.
You can also do it. All right, everybody. Game number 7, Recharge Slayer. 1 game away. 50 kills away from holding that trophy. Shopify Rebellion has the potential to have their first trophy for that organization. Optic Gaming, their second one. Exactly what they've been looking for. The redemption. No more second places. This ends now. This is what Optic Gaming really wants. Will Shopify Rebellion stop that dream from happening here in this major? Or will Optic Gaming prevent Shopify from getting their first trophy? Cycle and Last Shot have not held a trophy on their hands yet. Really exciting game for them.
Yeah, honestly, this is their chance to prove that they belong. Game 7 starts now.
A lot of implications on the line here, and we've seen this many times in a grand finals, and many times as it's gone the distance. Many times that you'll see a 50-49. Will we see that here? We talked about the starting strat. It's already 2 down for Shopify Rebellion.
And the last 2 players were there sitting, baiting that camouflage, a camouflage that Optic Gaming had no intention of moving towards early. Instead, it will be Legend that grabs it 30 seconds after the fact through a shroud screen and now has complete freedom to decimate the numbers of Shopify Rebellion.
Great job by Legend to get out of dodge there, and he still gets another one. That's 3 down for Shopify. They've gotten 1 kill already in 45 seconds to the 6 of Optic.
And most importantly, they have no spacing on the map. They're going back. Look at how Optic tracked backwards. They're trying to get as much of that space on the map as possible, limiting the options of Shopify Rebellion.
Renegade's got the shock rifle. We talked about power up and kills. The fact that it doesn't count with the shock, well, regardless, he don't care about no stats. He's gonna hit some shots with this. And I love that right there. The little patience before he jumps onto the bat ledge, just creating a timing for himself as Legend gets a kill in the kill feed. It's 7-1.
Renegade's gonna move forward.
Oh, wow.
Let's get aggressive, huh? 2 players to your left and right. Able to get out of his life, but Optic Gaming trying to keep him alive. That aggressive push from Optic Gaming results in just not much.
I don't know how Formal missed a couple shots there. Royal 2 with no shields.
How's Royal 2 alive? Someone finish him off. No one's there. They back up, and Royal 2, that's complete value. He's still getting kills. Royal 2, the MVP of Shopify Rebellion, is putting him in a blender.
Goodness me, you're worrying me over here. Kill the guy. Finally, Royal 2 goes down. Cycle comes out, cleans up a kill as well.
It's a horrendous start from Shopify Rebellion, but we're starting to see them get the kills that no man should ever get. Staying alive, valuing those lives.
Camel came up, though. I'm not sure who's going to be able to get their hands onto that. It is Optic Gaming that are heavy on that blue pipes and bottom center side. I believe they're the ones that get that camo, but the camel's taken out immediately.
That was 3 down for Optic Gaming. Royal 2 staying hidden with this camouflage. This is the equalizer. They've got back all that ground. It was a 7-1 start for Optic Gaming.
We'll see what Royal 2's able to do with this camo. The double push on the pipe side. Royal 2 staying alive, taking damage from multiple angles here. They slide out to take him out, but Shopify Rebellion get their first lead.
And Bound has to make that play to take down the camouflage, but because he exits, the rest of Shopify swing through, and they've taken the lead in this game.
The man who says I stay clutches all the time in these moments is Formal, but having a rough start right now, 1-5. 1-4.
Has those 5 assists to go with his name, doing that damage, but it's going to be up to the Slayers so far this series to finish them. 6 kills for Legend, 3 for Renegade. They've been the one leading the charge for Optic Gaming in this grand finals.
Renegade going to push up to help Formal. It's a double push on the Dorito, and those 2 players are weak, so Renegade's going to try and push up for this. He's cutting the center of the map. This is not a good timing for him. He goes down immediately.
Keep an eye on the rookies. Last shot, a critical double kill. The players that have never experienced the grand finals, have never experienced the Game 7 before, find themselves leading for Shopify Rebellion. Cycle's about to hit double digits, and Last Shot flying into the front line.
He looks so calm. He looks so collected. A trade is all Optic will get in that scenario, but still Shopify lead. And Cycle, the man you talked about, the youngest player in the league right now, trying to make some sort of an impact. Formal will pass him, and he'll take him out.
Trying to keep that, maintain that distance. The shock rifle did shift hands over to Optic Gaming. That initial damage that Bound put down was capitalized on. Camouflage in position for Optic to take advantage, and this is what Bound's so good at, flying through, cutting into those front lines, creating chaos, buying opportunity for Optic Gaming to swing away with Camo.
He's literally sliding like a sled on snow. This is insane out of Bound. This is what he does. So much movement tech involved in his gameplay, but the Optic Gaming, they still trail by 1 regardless. That double kill helps.
That camouflage burned early. Legend not able to get the value he wanted, but the cleanups were there. Cutting that lead down to 1. This is neutral game position. No power weapons, just the bandits and your teammates to work with.
Renegade. Teammates he has to work with. I'm sure he trusts very much so.
Look at both sides. They're not moving an inch on either way.
It's always what happens on this map. It's just a slower pace. Renegade takes advantage of a weak player.
Don't get caught cross-mapping. It was Royal 2 stuck at that top, and because of that, that's Optic Gaming taking advantage. They got 1 kill, and they fly to take the rest of Shopify.
There's a player on blue pipe. Slash shot, what you doing? What are you doing? Wake up!
Someone's keeping track of their numbers. They said, hey, there's 1 player that we need to find. Where's the corner? Where are you hiding?
30 to 27. 11 kills for Bound. 11 kills for Cycle. A lot of difference in age there. But Cycle's gonna push too aggressively. Who comes up clutch when the pressure's on the most?
It's Renegade, 2 players ahead of him. He's able to find 1 through the shroud. Last shot just trying to get away.
He decided to throw an nade there. I'm not sure why. He would have got the cleanup kill. Last shot was no shields.
Last shot now has the ability to work with Frosty. They're trying to hit the entry over on the other side. If Optic Gaming doesn't recognize that pressure early enough, they can just fly through, but Formal there gets the kill.
It's a beautiful lesson. It's a beautiful history lesson for LVT Halo back in the day. Renegade and Bound both with double-digit kills. 12 for Bound, 11 for Renegade. The duo that is unstoppable has turned it into now 4s as they go into this grand finals tied up at 34.
These next moments are going to be crucial.
Ooh, scary. Frosty comes in.
Look at the young bloods on Shopify Rebellion. Last shot Cycle. They are leading for their team, coming up clutch in these crucial moments. Frosty was able to get away with that shock rifle though, and although Optic Gaming's been able to maintain this equal distance, you have to be worried about what Frosty's up to. He's able to find that kill on Bound. There's a shock rifle lurking, waiting to peel the head of Optic Gaming.
Renegade goes down to get that shroud screen, but he's got to take care of Royal 2, is pushing heavily on the tower side.
He stays alive.
Wow.
Last shot swung in through the back. He created enough chaos in Royal 2. He gets out. He gets away. Frosty still has the shock rifle, and Shopify Rebellion are able to hit those players out.
They got to push Frosty here. He's on that battle edge. They take him out. That's a big kill. Now Royal 2 down to no shields as well. This is a chance for Optic to push off that kill, but they have to do it soon.
See, that shock rifle did switch hands back over to Optic.
Renegade. Big lift there by Renegade, especially with Formal getting that kill in the feed. Last shot goes down the feed as well. These are clean kills for Optic. This is exactly what they want. Royal 2 down to no shields. He gets taken out as well. Another clean kill for Optic Gaming.
The Shopify Rebellion not finding any value off these pushes. These players are going down. It's untraded. It's finally a distance that Optic Gaming was going to feel comfortable with. 3 kills, one of the largest we've seen since the beginning of this game.
The pace will not slow in this game whatsoever. Optic Gaming are reeling right now. This is exactly what they wanted.
Renegade's going to wait and listen. He's going to get info for his team, but do they know about this player that's lurking to their right?
Not sure, but it's Royal 2. Throws a nade. Oh, beautiful job dodging the second one. The melee, the trade. No trade, never mind. Renegade stays alive as well. It's a 4-kill lead.
It's the key to their success, finding Royal 2 in the isolation, but it was a camo for Cycle. He's gotten away, just a 2-kill deficit. It's time to go wabbit hunting.
He could change the game right here. This is so important. He gets the cleanup kill. They gotta think about how fast they do. Renegade once again spots the target and takes him out with a kill shot.
Legend's on a flank, and does Frosty recognize it? Legend flying into those lines, a back smack to get them to 48.
48 to 45 here, only 2 kills, and Optic will claim the victory. The first time that Optic Gaming has gotten a victory in their own arena. The first event of the season. Can they do it?
One more. They're all stuck into the pipes.
He's got him. He's gonna get him. There it is. Optic Gaming are your champions.
Optic Gaming, the crowd is going wild. They're excited for Optic Gaming finally holding their first trophy in a long time. After games, majors of second places, they finally built the squad they needed to get that.
The curse was broken in the most important tournament of the year. The first one. They broke it when it mattered. Not online, not at a case on LAN. They broke it here in their house.
This is what Optic was waiting for. This is the moment. This is what they built for, and no one feels more vindicated than Formal. Had to listen through the whole second place slew. The curse talk is now gone. Optic Gaming stand atop the throne.
Look at that relief on Formal, dude.
Yeah, he's like,
that was
"Whew,
like
okay."
okay, if you had to define relief, that's what you just witnessed in that man. And he was determined. He came into this grand final absolutely frying in the first series and the second series. I mean, he played some of the best Halo we've seen from him in a couple of years, I would say.
Also the first time that they win their own land,
In front of
here.
the Optic green wall.
Yes, absolutely.
First land they win in Arlington, huh? The first
Yes,
time they've been able
first
to
time.
get in front of their home crowd. Let's go.
So they broke the curse here at their own home.
Starting in elimination round 1, by the way. So that makes this, I guess, ties the record for best losers run. SSG, I think,
Yeah.
did it last year once.
Well, did they do it with Bound? Did they do it with Legend?
They did. So now they both have they have 2 records of the best losers bracket run. That's insane.
Look at the excitement from
I don't ever see
the
that man
squad.
smile. Have you ever seen him smile?
He hasn't
one?
smiled since the last time he won a tournament.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Probably not.
Crazy, man.
Lunchbox, just another day at the office. You can hold it. It's okay.
Yeah, look about it. He's like, yeah, whatever, dude. Yeah,
Yeah,
this is light work.
I got 4 of these
I
last
work
year,
out.
bro.
I work out. It's just pretty light. It's pretty light.
Oh, that's crazy. I'm so happy for him. He's honestly genuinely happy. This is
Yeah.
such a cool moment.
Let's listen to Blaze here as he talks to the players here in just a moment. Look at the crowd. It's finally getting loud for Optic.
For your champions, Optic Gaming! Wow! What a series that was. Renegade. You haven't been in the grand finals since Atlanta last year. You make it back to the stage and you come out with a big W. Talk to me about how you're feeling in this moment, because Texas, you guys can agree, did he play absolutely insane this weekend? Chat, I think you guys are chanting MVP as well, and usually I save the MVP for the end, but bro, you killed it this event. Good job, man. How you feeling?
I feel fucking amazing, bro. That is the best tournament I've ever played in my life. Like, not even individually with the team, the circumstances we had to overcome, like that was amazing. Shout out to these guys.
Shout out to them as well, man. It was an extremely difficult tournament for you guys to have to go through and come away with a win. Legend, I believe that makes it a 4-peat for you going from last year. You had to play against your old teammates. You had to prove haters wrong. But yet again, you stand on top of this stage as a champion. How do you feel, Legend?
Honestly, I feel amazing. Like, I knew we were going to win the shit since yesterday when we were down like 0-2. And we reversed with them. Like, I knew that tournament was for us, dude. I knew it. Like, even like if we took like the game 6, like I knew we were going to win the game 7. Then let's go, man. Shout out to Green Wall, bro. Thank you so much, guys.
Now, Legend, lastly, do you want to say anything to your fans across the way over there in France? You want to speak in
French?
Yeah, you want to speak in French for them?
Yeah. Merci à tout le monde qui me regarde, les Français, tout ça. Merci beaucoup, les gars.
There you go. Let me move on down. Can we get some H4Fs in the chat? Come on now, Formal. You've been on a road paved silver for a while, but now it's shining gold yet again. This one meant a lot to you. How do you feel in this moment for everything y'all had to overcome? I know this was a unique tournament for you.
Yeah, man, it was getting pretty dark the past like year, so this was like much needed just for like my mental, and like I'm just so proud of the way that the team like bounced back. Like the reverse sweep against Nemesis, like playing today, like even going down in that series, like, geez, I'm really proud of the team, man.
Definitely are, man. It was a feat that we have not seen in a while, and you are a champion yet again, Formal. Let's talk to the young superstar, Bound, because Bound, that's a 4P for you as well. You made a lot of changes in the offseason. Even after being a world champion, you said, you know what, there's still a higher ceiling in which I can hit. There are still more things in which I want to accomplish. And damn, you did that today. How you feel in the moment?
I mean, happy Easter. I don't know, God's rose feels amazing. Just fucking feels amazing.
Happy Easter, everybody. It's a beautiful day, especially one for the Green Wall. You want to give any shout-outs out there to the people supporting you, the family, anybody?
I mean, yeah, shout out my family, shout out all the fans who come out. I'm not usually used to you guys staying after the win, so it's pretty cool to see all the fans and seeing them stay, so sick.
There you go. Let me move on down the line real quick. All right, Coach Lunchbox. Jason, you've been in a few of these big-time matches, a lot in your career, but talk to me about everything that this team had to go through to overcome all the haters, to overcome all the doubt, and to become the champions that the Green Wall know that you guys are.
Yeah, I mean, they formed this team for this exact moment, a Game 7 in the Grand Finals reset, and these boys are clutch. That's all there is to say.
That's all there is to say. They are clutch. Are they clutch, Texas? They are, okay? Lastly, Lunchbox, okay, what do you want to say to these fans that got their phones up, that's out there recording this one, that's watching history here with you guys? How do you want to thank them?
Yeah, first of all, a huge shout out to Esports Engine 343 to keep this event going. There was crazy circumstances Friday. And a big shout out to the Green Wall. You guys were loud, pushing us through. We appreciate it. Thank you.
There you go, Texas. One more time, let's blow the roof off the Esports Stadium. Make some noise for your Major 1 champions, Optic Gaming.
The curse finally broken here for Optic Gaming. The excitement in their faces, and not just that, their voices too. You could hear they sounded different, and I'm so excited and so happy for Formal. He said he needed it for his mental, and I can believe that.
Yeah, I think that was a much-needed weight lifted off him, and I think for the rest of the year, you should anticipate that Game 7s, Grand Finals, resets. It's about to be a banger year of Halo competition.
That was going to be my next point. I think this is the beginning of a rivalry here between Shopify Rebellion and Optic. Let's take a look at the grand final reset stats here for Optic Gaming. Renegade has the potential of being the best player here so far this year.
I mean, he said it himself. This is the best tournament he's ever played, and I believe it. I mean, the stats are off the charts. Like, this is just the stats in the grand final reset alone, but if you look at his stats, this is still the grand finals reset, but his stats overall for the tournament, I think, is one for the record books. Like you said, you've never seen someone over the 1.5 mark. I don't think I have either. I mean, this guy he's special, and I think that when he's playing his best, I would love to see the number of perfect medals he got as well, because I think that's probably the most we've ever seen in a tournament.
Now we can start counting the stars soon, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
So you just go back and tell you, oh, that's one. We'll keep a notepad.
He's only 24. He didn't hit that 30-year mark. He's got plenty of years ahead of him. It's crazy.
Renegade was 30?
Huh?
How
No,
old
I
did you
didn't say
say?
that.
Oh, okay. I was like,
I said he's only 24.
He's like shocked that he's 24.
No, it's good. It's awesome. You know, he's got many more years.
Here are the stats for the Grand Finals 1 and 2 combined. In that first Grand Finals, they 4-0'd Shopify Rebellion. Grand Finals number 2 was a bit of a fight. We reached all the way over to game number 7. Everything added up. What stands out to you guys?
I mean, Legends 1.7 KAD is the one that jumps off the stat sheet to me. Also, his damage dealt per life. Like, we talk about Renegade all the time, but would Renegade be able to do these things without a player like Legend behind him? I think Legend probably is the reason that this is Renegade's best tournament ever, if you really think about it.
Yeah. I've had this conversation a lot with Tiberius, oddly. He's very much a firm believer that Legend, if he's not on this roster, any other player instead of Legend
he thinks he's like a top 4 team. It's like he makes that difference. He is like that
I believe
glue that makes this machine work.
That's what they were while Legend was still in France. They were struggling. They were like, bro, where are you at? We're tired of playing. We're tired of filling in with random fourths. Like, please come here into the States. Once he arrived, they were a totally different roster. And what an incredible performance. I just wanted to speak on Formal real quick. He's been saying in interviews for like ever since last season ended that he's like 6 second places in a row. Do you know what that does to a man? Like, he's so kind of dramatic about it in a sense, but it makes sense. Like, how many times, how many moments, how many flights has he had home just thinking about what could have been and what went wrong in all of those grand finals? And it wasn't just losing to one team. He lost to FaZe in grand finals, then he lost to SSG 4 different times. So to finally get the monkey off his back and get the dub has to feel amazing.
And the way that they lost too, but they were able to earn that through in this major against Shopify Rebellion, which also wasn't easy. They had to fight it out, which means they proved themselves as the best team so far this year. I also want to point out, you see a 2.13 there on the power up in percentage, not 0. I think you were thinking about the previous.
He finally picked up a few snipers, and they're all the better for it. But Formal was doing just fine with the sniper, obviously. 4.29 for him. He was an absolute menace. I feel like it's easy to trust Formal with the weapons because he's just not going to have a stupid death. Whereas, like, Renegade, let's be honest, it looked like he was about to throw that game when he decided to grapple into tower with the shock rifle. I think that looked a little bit faded, but Formal's never going to do that. He's going to chill back and like wait for the shot. So I think it makes sense to put the sniper in his hand sometimes.
Well, we talked about Formal, we talked about Renegade, but we haven't talked about Bound and Legend, who have now back-to-back trophies.
The SSG duo, right? They came from winning championships with Space Station. They transitioned towards Optic, and Legend always said in interviews that he thought it was weird that players would just get complacent after they win a world championship. Why not search for better? If you want to continue to win, and continue to win, these two did. Bound, I think, was actually a really crucial piece to this equation. Now, the stats aren't going to be pretty, and I think people need to start understanding that. Bound's stats are never going to be pretty. It's just the position, the role that he plays. But he opens up so much on the map for players like Legend and Renegade to take advantage of.
Active. We have Legend right here, our stats. I know you have thoughts to say.
Yeah, I love this. I love this guy. Obviously got really emotional when he got MVP last year, and much deserved. And now he comes into this year, and of course, him and Bound are those two consistent factors. There's a reason for that. These two guys are incredible. Legend is at the forefront of it all. I call them the dirty work player, but as you can see in his KD, it's not really even reflected that he does all the dirty work. The damage that he does per life is insane. And yes, opening up things on the map is what he does.
He ended up with the highest power weapon percentage on Optic, and I think it's because he was never the guy that first picked it up, though. He was always the guy that put himself in position to retrieve a lost sniper from one of his teammates, or to steal the enemy's sniper, because he puts himself in the right position to put the enemy in a difficult conundrum. Like, he's constantly just behind enemy lines, making their life difficult, stealing their power weapons. That's why he has the highest percent.
Now overall, we can compare side by side the entire team Optic Gaming Grand Finals 1 and 2.
I only see one thing, and that's that Bound is 125 years old. How the heck is that possible? Like, come on, man. That's not cool. Like,
he's immortal.
Apparently.
You thought you were old, Eli?
Yeah, you're not old.
I just get attacked relentlessly for my age. It's crazy, but
I feel like we like, times have changed, guys.
So we respect our elders now? Is that what you're trying to say?
That's crazy.
By the way, I do have to shout out real quick, speaking of respecting your elders, the coach that just won today, Lunchbox. We actually had the chance to sit down with an extended interview. Myself and Mikowski interviewed him last weekend. And it's been edited. It's ready to go. So we're actually going to be rating the YouTube channel with the live instant premiere. The first time anyone's ever seen this interview is going to be tonight. So stick around on the YouTube stream. You'll get to watch that here shortly.
Very cool.
Very exciting. And how exciting at the perfect interviewed the right person.
Right.
The Optic wins. Lunchbox is now not world champion. Not yet. Not
Major
yet again. Major champion.
It's not a bad prediction.
It's a good prediction.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Let me not say it too much, because then we jinx it and all that.
That's true. We always do that.
My big hope
Maybe I'm
this
going to
year-
see in the future a little bit, but
My big hope this year is that we have back-to-backs, right? I mean, back-to-backs in the sense of, like, have these grand final resets. I want to see Optic get their one, Rebellion get their one. We just boom, 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 and we settle it on the world stage later this year.
I think that's what's most likely going to happen, but I want to see teams like FaZe step it up. I want to see teams like Nemesis get over the hump as well. I think that they kind of threw a curveball that maybe a lot of teams weren't expecting when they came in. Wootum looking like he could rise to become the best player ever. He's on mouse and keyboard. He's kind of insane.
Does he get picked up? I don't want to break up Nemesis
What do you
here.
mean?
I don't want to break up Nemesis. I love Nemesis.
He deserves Wootum.
But yes, I agree. I love Nemesis, but I'm saying like he's really that good. I think he's like another legend, or like I'm tapping buttons that gets pulled. And I don't want the team to break up, okay? But I think he's a really good player, and he could fit on a roster that is in that top.
I mean, in the same vein, I'd be surprised if we don't see any team changes. I mean, there's always team changes after Halo events.
Yeah.
Do you think that teams like SSG and FaZe decide maybe we need to form some type of merger so that they can overcome the top two right now? Would there be some iteration of those players that somehow can compete at this level? I don't know, but you got to imagine the wheels are going to start to turn there.
I know that Nemesis was a great surprise here for everybody. They threw a curveball at the entire tournament, upsetting Optic Gaming. Go ahead, Eli.
Okay, so I guess we're going to go ahead and raid the Tide the Leader channel right now for YouTube specifically. We're not leaving, I think, on Twitch just yet, so anybody that wants to watch the podcast, make sure you guys tune in to Tide the Leader.
Sub to the YouTube.
So,
yes,
exclamation mark YouTube in the chat. Click that link so you open a second tab while you hang out here with us, and go check out the Tide the Leader podcast on YouTube. So let's say goodbye to everybody on YouTube. Bye, YouTube.
Bye,
Thank you for
YouTube.
hanging out with us. Enjoy the podcast.
See ya.
Are they gone?
Are
they gone? Are they gone? Okay, they're gone.
I don't see
All
them
right.
anymore.
Gosh, I hate those YouTube
I
people.
know,
Goodness
right?
me, they're so
They're just
trash.
gone. We don't see a podcast.